Chapter 81 Stay. Orioles and swallows fly. And time flies to February. Willow buds quickly emerge from the branches, and a hint of green can be seen from afar. The ice and snow melted, and only the shady side of the mountain still had some accumulated ice and snow, which reminded people of the heavy snow the day before. Ayan's injuries have healed about 70%, and she can walk around. But she is a woman after all, and there are many men in the military camp, which is inconvenient. At this time, Ayan was not in a hurry to set off to return home. First, she was injured, and if she insisted on going, it might be dangerous. Second, she seemed to have established a firm foothold in the military camp. Now Li Yanzhao seems to look at her differently, and eats some of her cooking every day. In Li Yanzhao's own words, every time he eats the food cooked by Miss Ayan, he feels like he is in the capital. Everyone knows that Li Yanzhao left Beijing when he was young and has been in this land of Bashu for 10 years. He is not a person who is greedy for food on weekdays. By comparing the past and the present, the soldiers naturally understood the meaning and became respectful to Ayan. But the camp is full of men, and Miss Ayan's identity is not very convenient. However, the military medical camp came up with a way to have the best of both worlds. Ayan has a calm personality and does things properly. If she can serve as a female medical officer in the military medical camp, it would be a good idea. Therefore, after Ayan recovered, she was assigned to the military medical camp. Old Wu was left in the Yunnan military camp, and his son, who was 42 years old this year, came to the Nantung military camp with him. Because of Old Wu's name, everyone called him Little Old Wu. Li Chang was usually taciturn, like a sod-mouthed gourd, but facing the young and famous Li Yanzhao, he had some youthful spirit. Your Highness, Ayan has started to learn medical skills from Little Old Wu. A ray of spring light shone through the tent on Li Yanzhao, with a shadowy and cold figure. Got it. He didn't even pay half his attention to Li Chang while holding the chess piece and placing it. Li Chang knew that his master had his own ideas, so he could only complain in his heart. Li Yanzhao and Ayan both knew each other's purpose, but they set up tents between heaven and earth and refused to break the window paper. Maybe Li Yanzhao wanted to keep her by his side to see what her purpose was, and what she wanted to do. And Ayan also knew that Li Yanzhao took her in just to know her purpose, and she didn't care about being exposed. At this moment, Ayan just brought a soup for a soldier with typhoid fever. After he drank it, she returned to the decoction room. This is a tent specially used for decoction, filled with a pungent smell of various medicinal materials mixed together. Even so, Ayan likes to stay here. There are no probing eyes, no urgent pressure of tasks, only the gurgling sound of boiling medicine and the crackling sound of firewood. When little Wu Lao suddenly entered the tent, he saw Ayan curled up in the corner with her back straight. Even when doing such work, the woman in front of him is still as straight as the red plum blossoms in the snow, and her back is indestructible. Ayan, you let the boys below do these rough work. How can a girl like to move around in the kitchen? If an ordinary woman heard this, she would definitely refute him. A woman's virtue is that she has no talent, and a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. What else can a woman do if she doesn't do these? Ayan lowered her eyelashes, put on a gentle and virtuous smile, and smiled at Xiao Wu. Sir, you are wrong. Ayan really likes the smell of the stove. She was not just talking about boiling medicine. She thought of her side job. Ayan saw those bloody and dirty dishes turned into steaming food under my hands, and saw the diners eating with a lingering fragrance and oil in their mouths. And she felt doubly accomplished. She pointed to the casserole on the stove. Take this boiling medicine for example. It is the prescription you prescribed. I saw the soldiers drinking the medicine I boiled, and their sick bodies recovered and became full of energy. So I felt that the heat and fatigue were all worth it. Old Wu didn't expect the woman in front of him to be so calm, and he sighed softly. The boys outside all say that Miss Ayan is a gentle person, but I think you are very stubborn. I say one thing to you, and you have 10 things waiting for me. Although Old Wu said it with a blame, there was no such meaning on his face, but he appreciated it more. He wanted to pass on his life's learning to this calm woman in front of him, but he hinted many times that he wanted to take her as his apprentice. But she was just playing tricks on him. Forget it. Let her be. Ayan smiled again and said, no. Who in the military camp doesn't know that Old Wu is not only a superb doctor, but also a doctor who can save the world? How can you argue with a little girl like me? You? I can't argue with you. Old Wu turned around to check the amount of various herbs, wanting to report more. Ian stopped talking, stood up, put the linen cloth on the long handle of the casserole, and poured the boiling hot medicine into the coarse porcelain bowl. Old Wu, I'll take the medicine to the soldiers. Old Wu nodded. Ian walked out of the tent with the medicine, and happened to meet Li Chong, who came to deliver a letter. The young man looked unfriendly, with his hands on his chest, looking up and down at Ian. Ian was not angry, and her legs were slightly bent. As a salute, the prince asked you to cook. He was brief and to the point, obviously not wanting to talk more. I wonder what the prince wants to eat. Please let Li Chong tell me a little bit. Hearing the word brother, Li Chong was obviously angry. You little girl. Don't you understand, or do you have a bad memory? I've already told you not to call me brother, but you just ignored it. Right? Ian seemed to have forgotten this, with an annoyed look on her face. Oh, it's all my fault. You told me not to call you brother, but I forgot this. Don't worry. I will never call you brother again. Seeing that Ian kept talking about brother, Li Chong looked angry and glared, as if he was going to draw a knife and chop the person in front of him the next moment. Seeing this, Ian's lips curved a few times, as if her evil taste had succeeded. But she stopped when she saw the good. What does the prince want to eat? Can you tell me now? Li Chong tried his best to suppress the anger rising in his chest, and silently said in his heart that he would not argue with the girl. But this ball of anger was still pinned up in his chest, and he threw down a sentence pepper and salt crispy duck, vinegar and lotus root slices, and left quickly. Back in the tent, Li Yinxiao saw that Li Chong looked unhappy and his face was ashen, and he knew the reason. I told you not to fight with that little girl, but you didn't listen. You are always inferior, but you are still unwilling to accept it. Li Chong sat on the stool in a huff. Prince, can't you drive her away? The voice of the spoiled and rogue boy instantly brought Li Yinjiao's thoughts back to the days when he adopted him. Chapter 82 Living Bodhisattva. When Li Yinxiao led his army to meet Mu Zhaoling in Chengdu, the battle between the two sides was imminent, and the sky and the earth changed color instantly. The rolling yellow sand covered the sky and the sun, and the clanging of iron hooves resounded through the sky and the earth. The shouts of killing, the sound of horns, and the sound of gongs and drums were endless. This battle had a huge impact at the time. It not only established Li Yinjiao's position in the military camp, but also made the Great Zhou, which had always been at a disadvantage in the previous battles between the two armies, proud. Wherever the swords went, no Namman soldier survived. Wherever the Namman went, countless people in the Great Zhou died and were injured. When the war ended, it was already the next morning, and it had been fighting all night. In the morning, the soldiers of the Great Zhou cleaned up the battlefield and found a surviving boy in the mountain valley. He was about 5 or 6 years old. It was Li Chong, who was later adopted. The boy was wearing a ragged jacket, with a pale face and thin body, and frostbite on his face. He was obviously not a local resident, but a refugee wandering around. At this time, Li Chong had already fainted, but he was still holding a brocade handkerchief tightly in his hand. The brocade handkerchief was the best brocade, and the embroidery on it was Sioux embroidery. When the little Li Chong woke up, he was in distress. This was a dilemma. Li Yinjia's subordinates were all grown men, and none of them had the experience of coaxing children. Everyone was so anxious that they had to send little Li Chong to Li Yinjiao's tent. He was shocked when he heard his subordinates' words, and said, "You have no experience." "But I do." "That's right." How could Li Yinjiao, who was 15 years old at the time, have experienced such a thing? But since everyone had the audacity to say it, they just left their children and ran faster than each other. Little Li Chong cried with tears and snot, and shouted to Li Yinxiao with bright eyes, until a Gusu soldier translated. He learned, "Save my sister?" At this time, Li Yinjiao's attention was not on what he said. He picked up the child in a hurry, and patted him clumsily, imitating the way his mother coaxed his sister when they were young. He kept muttering, "Good child. Don't cry. Don't cry." Little Li Chong really stopped crying under his gentle comfort, and fell asleep with his hands holding his belt. Later, after he realized that Li Chong had asked him to save his sister, he sent people to look for her on the cliff. But they searched everywhere, not to mention the little girl. Not even a shadow of her. I'm afraid she had been killed by the southern barbarians long ago. And if she hadn't been killed, she would have been in great danger. Li Chong was still crying all day, as if he was going to cry his heart out. But strangely enough, as long as Li Yanqiao picked him up and said a few words to him, he would stop crying. So everyone teased Li Yanqiao, saying that if it wasn't for the wrong age, he might be his illegitimate child. At that time, Li Yanqiao's identity had not been revealed, and everyone could still joke with him. He was not angry. As a battalion commander, he naturally had a broad mind. But it is not a long-term solution for such a young child to stay in this military camp with a strong murderous atmosphere. Li Yanqiao ordered his personal soldiers to send little Li Chong to a peasant woman in a nearby village to raise him. But it is said that Li Yanqiao's personal soldiers picked up the sleeping little Li Chong and went to the village. But the boy who should have been asleep at this time of day suddenly woke up. He looked at the mountain road beside the road and suddenly cried out loudly. The personal soldiers were eager to complete the task assigned by the superiors, and regardless of his heartbreaking cry, they handed him over to the peasant woman who had been waiting for a long time. The boy left suddenly, and Li Yanqiao felt as if a corner of his heart had been dug out, and he felt a little disappointed. After thinking about it, this boy could not always follow him to fight and kill, which was the best arrangement for him. Li Yanqiao hurriedly led his army to Yi County to fight the enemy, and returned to the military camp after a great victory. On the way, he saw a man selling goods on a high platform. In fact, this phenomenon is not uncommon after years of war. Li Yanqiao rode a tall horse, and for some reason, he looked at the iron cage where the slaves were imprisoned, and his blood surged instantly. In the corner, there was a small figure with disheveled hair and dirty face curled up and motionless. He turned over and got off the horse, walked towards the iron cage, kicked away the man who came forward to chat with him, and the personal soldiers behind him immediately pressed him to the ground. Li Yanqiao looked at the skinny boy, and his heart felt like being rubbed by a blunt knife. Thinking of the day when he sent Li Chong away, he was still a fair and clean person. How did he end up in such a situation now? He drew his sword and suddenly split the iron cage, and the frightened little Li Chong knelt down and begged for mercy as if by reflex. How much torture did he have to suffer to have such a reaction? Li Yanqiao looked at the human tube-bearer, who was unable to move on the ground with bloodshot eyes. Just as he wanted to get up and deal with him, he was suddenly hugged by the neck by little Li Chong. "Brother, are you here to pick me up? Can you not sell me in the future? I will make money, and I will be filial to you." The tall and straight man immediately shed hot tears, and he tightly hugged the boy with both hands, stammering his lips. "I am here to pick you up, and I will never let you suffer again in the future." He picked up little Li Chong with one hand, and raised the sword with the other hand, and solved the problem of the human tooth-bearer who was shackled with a sword. After returning to the tent, he ordered his personal soldiers to find out the reason. It turned out that the peasant woman pretended to obey Li Yanqiao, but secretly sold the child. In this way, he made money from both families. At that time, all those who did this evil business were dealt with by him. This matter caused an uproar at the time. A 15-year-old captain relied on his military merits to execute the child privately by the prefecture and the county magistrate. But who is Li Yanqiao? He brought more than 10 people rescued from the iron cage to the county and presented the charges to the county magistrate. These more than 10 people included daughters of innocent families, boys of ordinary families, and sons of wealthy families. They cried blood and told their tragic experiences with tears in every word. Even if the people present had a heart of stone, they were melted by the scene before them. Later, the county magistrate followed the public opinion and reported the reason. Only then did everyone know that Li Yanqiao was the third prince of the day. The people of Bashu were all grateful to Li Yanqiao and called him a living bodhisattva. The children who could remember their household registration were all sent back home. The remaining 5 or 6 children, who had been abducted for too long and were homeless, followed Li Yanqiao back to the capital and were given the surname Li. Several people lived up to expectations, studied hard, and volunteered to become Li Yanqiao's death warriors. Li Yanqiao looked at the boy who was getting taller and taller in front of him, and he actually felt that his son had grown up. "Chang, can you still remember what your sister looks like now?" Li Chong froze, and his expression of spoiled and naughty was suppressed. And then his face turned sad. "Maybe my sister has been reincarnated, and has been born into a good family? Isn't this a consolation? Since escaping from that dangerous place." The brother and sister walked through the mountains and forests and came to Bashu. The two of them slept in the open air. When they were hungry, they ate some cake stolen from the city. When they were thirsty, and there was no river water. The sister would use a small piece of film cloth to accumulate some dew to drink. Now that he has been so old, his sister's appearance has become blurred in his mind. He only remembers that her smile was like the warm sun in March, like the smart stream in the mountains, which was very moving. Chapter 83. Asking for military supplies. Yu Jia has been very distressed recently. She doesn't know when she offended Lin Gongxuan. In the past, when the two wanted to get along, Lin Gongxuan's temper was like opening a blind box, and he would step on landmines from time to time. But recently, it was like stepping on dog shit. The stench ran through the whole process of opening the blind box, and all the landmines were opened. Yu Jia no longer ran in front of him. If there was something, she would go to the captain. Zhong Yitian was not a fool. Before, seeing Fang Dashan's submissive attitude towards Jia, he had some murmurs in his heart. When the relationship between the two was good, Yu Jia always went past him to ask Lin Gongxuan for military supplies. This was originally a good thing. The military supplies fell into the belly of his vanguard camp, and Zhong Yitian was more than happy. Yu Jia suddenly came to him to ask for military supplies. He really couldn't figure out what these two ancestors were doing for a while. Why don't you ask the captain? Yu Jia looked a little embarrassed, and she raised her hand to bow. I originally wanted to ask for as much as I could, and I would try my best not to worry the captain. But I may have asked the captain for things too frequently, which made the captain a little upset. Yu Jia was ashamed. I dare not bother the captain again. So I came to the captain. Zhong Yitian listened to Yu Jia's words, looked at her calmly, and tried to identify the real reason for the two people's temper. If this offends Yu Jia, the captain will definitely make things difficult for him because of his revengeful nature. But the camp really can't afford so many military supplies, and he is in a dilemma. Have you asked the military advisor about this? Yu Jia thought that Zhong Yitian had jumped the rank before blaming her, and she straightened her body. I am the captain, and I should get the approval of the captain before I can do anything. Zhong Yitian did not comment. Why didn't he realize this before? But he didn't argue with Yu Jia. How about this? You go to the military advisor first to talk to him. If he agrees, I will go to the captain to ask for it. If he doesn't agree, then we will find a way. Zhong Yitian has his own little tricks on this matter. Even an outsider like him could see that Lin Gongxuan's attitude towards Yu Jia was unusual. So how could the military advisor not see it? If the military advisor knew Yu Jia's needs, he would naturally satisfy Yu Jia as soon as possible. Not only did he give Yu Jia a face by saying this, but he could also get military supplies, which was wonderful. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his calculations were very good. He stared at Yu Jia with a smile, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. This kid in front of him not only had military merits, but also had a background. He was a talent. Yu Jia raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of her lips. This cunning old thief really wanted to get something for nothing. Could she not see what he was up to? It seemed that she had to rely on herself to get military supplies. Yu Jia suppressed his expression and looked at Zhong Yitian with a smile on his face. Since the captain asked me to ask the military advisor, how dare I not do it? I will go to the military advisor now. After leaving Zhong Yitian, Yu Jia went straight to the military advisor. At this moment, the military advisor was discussing with the captain of the cavalry battalion, Ng Tian, about letting Aching lead the cavalry battalion to the mountain valley for actual combat in the next few days. Ng Tian was confident and looked at the cavalry in front of him with pride. It's time to let these guys go out and have some fresh air. They have been stuck in the training ground all winter, and their pants are about to get hairy. Jean Pennon laughed happily. Okay. By the way, you must be careful this time. And you must not let the last incident of insulting women happen again. Military advisor. Don't worry. In my opinion, if these guys look at me for a second longer, they will be beaten with a military stick. When Ng Tian said this, his eyes were sharp, full of horror and viciousness. Jean Pendon was relieved now. He had just put his heart at ease for a moment when he saw the debt collector rushing towards him. Seeing Yu Jia, Jean Pendon's eyelids twitched, and he ran towards Lin Gongxuan's tent at the fastest speed in his life. Yu Jia was stunned by Jean Pendon running like a rabbit. Military advisor. Did you see a ghost? Ng Tian sneered. He really saw a ghost. Yu Jia was puzzled, and she shouted respectfully outside Lin Gongxuan's tent. Lin Erju has something to report to the captain. Come in. Lin Gongxuan's cold and deep voice sounded. Yu Jiao walked into the tent and saw Jin Peng'an sitting in front of the chessboard drinking tea seriously. If it weren't for his chest rising and falling, Yu Jiao would have thought that he was just here leisurely. I greet the captain and the military advisor. Yu Jiao suddenly raised her voice. Jin Peng'an's hand shook violently, and water splashed on his palm. Yu Jiao saw that her evil taste was successful and grinned. Military advisor. I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you very much. But why did you hide when you saw me just now? It made me go over everything in my mind, thinking that I had offended you. Jin Peng'an, who had finally calmed down, started coughing violently when he heard Yu Jiao say this. He thought, who can I blame for this? Isn't it all your fault? No. I just remembered that I had something to report to the captain. So I walked in a hurry. Yu Jiao suddenly realized and nodded. That's good. I thought you knew that I wanted to ask you for military supplies. I thought you didn't agree and deliberately avoided me. I don't think the military advisor is so petty. Right? It's just a few dozen long swords. The military advisor won't be reluctant to give it up. Right? Jin Peng'an's words choked in his throat, and he couldn't say yes or no. Lin Gongxuan coughed at the right time. Recently, he had been looking for excuses to avoid Yu Jiao. But as soon as Yu Jiao entered the tent, he focused all his attention on Jin Peng'an. His heart felt like he had eaten hawthorn fruit. Sour and crisp. So annoying. Yu Jiao quickly put on a flattering look. Captain, do you agree? Seeing Yu Jiao's behavior, Lin Gongxuan felt a little happy on top of his sadness. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't control it. He tried hard to suppress the corners of his lips that were raised, and clenched his fist to cover it up. What did I promise you? TSK, TSK, TSK. He raised it again. I just want dozens of long swords. This shouldn't be a difficult task for the captain. Right? Lin urged you. You have superiors above you. Apart from the brigade commander, there is also a colonel. Why did you come to me over the head? Aren't you afraid that your superiors will blame you? Yu Jiao took a step forward with a smile on his face. It was our colonel who asked me to come to the captain to ask for military supplies. If Zhong Yitian knew that Yu Jiao was using him as a shield, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh! Zhong Yitian asked you to come? Lin Gongxuan turned sideways, and Yu Jiao finally saw the words written by Lin Gongxuan on the rice paper. It can't be described with words. It can only be said to be a ghost painting. It is magnificent and elegant. But it is too elegant. And there is nothing to stop these words from being written crookedly like dog crawling. Yu Jiao couldn't help laughing, because Yu Jia's eyes flashed quickly. Lin Gongxuan didn't realize that she was laughing at her own words. Chapter 84. Know the nickname. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jiao, who was laughing like a fool, and was surprised. He turned the rice paper upside down on the table, and stood up to look at her carefully. Seeing Yu Jiao laughing so hard, he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He walked in front of Yu Jiao and stood still, with his arms folded across his chest, just looking at her. After Yu Jiao laughed to her heart's content, Lin Gongxuan spoke with a surprised look. Is what I said so funny? Lin Gongxuan didn't know why Yu Jiao burst into laughter suddenly, but Jin Peng'an, who was sitting aside, saw it clearly. Seeing that Yu Jiao had restrained her expression and was very considerate, he spoke. Perhaps Captain Lin was laughing so hard because he found the calligraphy of the captain interesting. Seeing Yu Jiao was stunned, he then grasped the corner of his clothes with his fingers and used the teacup lid to stir the foam inside with satisfaction. This was the only way to avenge the vengeance that made him run away just now, and he felt happy in his heart. Again and again, the collision between the coarse porcelain sizzle hit Yu Jia's heart. Thinking of Lin Gongxuan, who was practicing calligraphy like a dog, Yu Jiao was instantly shrouded in fear. Lin Gongxuan's face was already angry, and he hadn't yet exploded. But the situation was about to come. Yu Jiao had only one thought in her mind. My life is over. She didn't know how to explain it. Looking at Lin Gongxuan's expression, she knew that it would definitely not work. She simply went all out and muddled through. I can't read, and I don't understand what calligraphy is or isn't. Sir, you're joking. Before Lin Gongxuan could get angry, Jin Peng'an lightly said that Yu Jiao was sent to the 18th level of hell and was burned by fire. Oh! Captain Lin, don't be so modest. Jin Peng'an smiled and placed the teacup on the table, saying seriously, didn't Captain Lin go to a private school for a while? He even sorted out the military records with me before. What? This was another bolt from the blue for Lin Gongxuan. Wouldn't Yu Jia have a chance to see his nickname? This is too much, he asked unwillingly. The military records of the entire army? Yu Jia's crisp answer destroyed his last fantasy. I am not talented. But I helped the military advisor sort out the military records of the entire army. Yu Jia saw that she couldn't fool him. So she focused on the word sort out, while Lin Gongxuan focused on the entire army. It's over. It's over. It's over. No wonder she saw that the girl looked at her with a strange look as soon as she entered the door. In fact, Yu Jia didn't even look at him, seeing that Lin Gongxuan's face was flushed, as if he was embarrassed. And he didn't get angry as he imagined. Jean Pendon was a little puzzled. What did Lin Erju mean by this sentence? After all, he was the first maid who was best at guessing people's hearts. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan was in love for the first time and looked embarrassed in front of his lover, Jean Pendon guessed the reason instantly. Oh, Captain Lin is one of us. I have absolute confidence in her ability. So I've given her the information from you to the soldiers in the kitchen. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's eyes spitting fire, like lava erupting, Jean Pendon chose to stay out of it. Well, I'm going to the cavalry camp. I have some important things to tell Tian. So I'll go first, regardless of whether Lin Gongxuan agreed or not. He lifted his robe and ran out of the camp. Yu Jia thought Lin Gongxuan was entangled in the ghost painting matter. But since Jean Pendon had exposed it, she didn't pretend anymore. Hey, Captain, you're still young. There's plenty of time in the future. As soon as this sentence came out, Yu Jia felt something was wrong. The person in front of him really got even more angry. Lin Erju, I warn you. Don't mention my name and nickname to anyone else in the future. Nickname? She didn't mention it either. Seeing that Yu Jia didn't deny it, Lin Gongxuan became even more angry. At this moment, he felt like he was on a floating leaf. His heart was sinking and floating, and he couldn't feel that he was in the same place with his body. Feeling extremely ashamed, Lin Gongxuan put one hand on his chest and pointed at Yu Jia with the other. He was so heartbroken that Yu Jia actually had a sense of déjà vu. She was confused and had to reply, "Don't mention it. I will never mention it again." She really knew. Lin Erju, get out of here. Yu Jia was terrified. What about the military supplies? Lin Gongxuan staggered to the table and said softly, "Go ask Du Davin for it. I gave it to you. Get out of here." Yu Jia smiled happily and bowed to Lin Gongxuan with a proud hand. "Thank you, Captain." After Yu Jia left, Lin Gongxuan was limp all over, waiting for the chessboard with lifeless eyes. He was so embarrassed today that he unconsciously retracted his gaze and fell on the rice paper on the table. The handwriting on the back of the rice paper was revealed, which reminded Lin Gongxuan that his handwriting had been seen by Yu Jia. He was so angry that he grabbed the paper on the table and threw it into the brazier. It's absurd. It's really absurd. Lin Erju, don't even think about entering my tent. After saying this with gritted teeth, Lin Gongxuan suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if the ripe potatoes were dug up, leaving a large area of dirt. He rubbed the left atrium. What happened recently? I miss home? I think of Lun Yang frequently. Frequently merged Lin Erju and Lun Yang into one. Then he shook his head, trying to get rid of the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. He will marry Lun Yang in the future. Lun Yang will give him a few white and fat babies, who will definitely look like him and Lun Yang. As for Lin Erju, he is gray and dry. Even if he doesn't die on the battlefield in the future, can he leave the army and return home? Thinking of the word death, he felt even worse. There seemed to be a whirlpool there, sucking his numb heart in. You don't have to die. Lin Erju was cunning, just like a cunning rabbit. How could he die on the battlefield? Others died in her hands. Lin Gongxuan felt that he must be crazy, and his heart was torn back and forth. Sometimes he was firm in his belief and anxious to marry Lun Yang, and sometimes he thought of Lin Erju unconsciously. He covered his eyes with his hands and sighed. How could a person be so contradictory? Yu Jiatsai didn't know that Lin Gongxuan's mind had turned around 1,000 times after she left. She hummed a little tune and went to the military supply camp to find Du Davin. Du Davin had the same feeling as Jean Pendon when he saw Yu Jia. His first reaction was debt collector. He came to take things again. He had to leave this place of trouble. Yu Jia led Jean Pendon escape. It was an emergency. She didn't react for a while. How could a military advisor do such a mean thing? When she saw Du Davin turn around, She knew what he was thinking. She shouted, "Captain Du! I come to collect military supplies in the name of the captain." Then she ran towards Du Davin. How could Du Davin compare with Yu Jia, who had been exercising for a long time? He ran 2 steps, and was grabbed by the collar from behind by Yu Jia. Chapter 85 Countermeasures. Captain Du! Why are you running? You looked like you saw a ghost. Du Davin smiled awkwardly. No. I didn't see you. I remembered that I had something urgent to do. So I wanted to do it first. I didn't expect you to misunderstand me. Yu Jia didn't expose him. It was more important to do business. You are in a high position, and the whole military camp depends on you. Of course you are busy. Then she loosened Du Davin's collar, and gently brushed him a few times. It's just that this matter of mine is also very urgent. The captain urged me to practice the infantry circling quickly. I was urged so hard that I came to you in such a hurry. Yu Jia had a good reputation with Du Davin. Not to mention that she had taken a risk to buy excellent horses from the Nanman before, which solved the urgent need of the military camp. Later, every time she came to collect military supplies. Although there was no procedure at the time, Du Davin went to Lin Gongxuan to sign and seal, and the latter also agreed. Although he was a little reluctant, it was an order from the top, so Du Davin had to do it. Look at what you said. Who else can I give it to if not you? Du Davin accepted his fate, and he laughed with Yu Jia. But this long sword is heavy. You came alone. How can you take it back? Don't worry. Captain Du, wait for me for a moment. I will go to find the soldiers in my team to collect military supplies. I'll let you know first. Don't let me leave people here, and you won't know about this. Yu Jia hurried back to the vanguard camp, and found the 50 people from the second team to go out. When they came back, each of them was equipped with a new sword, and they wanted to line up to show off in the entire vanguard camp. This formation looks like a victorious rooster, but it's a pity that it has no wings. Otherwise it will definitely fly up. Others in the vanguard camp were envious of this, and they immediately wanted to join the second team after seeing the posture. Following the captain of the second team, not only are all kinds of treatments good, but more importantly, you can be proud of yourself in the military camp. This temptation is really fatal. Yu Jia looked at the scene in front of her and laughed dumbly. She shouted in a rough voice. That's enough. Calm down. It's not that the other teams didn't see what Team 2 had been doing recently. Today they asked for brand new crossbows from the captain. Tomorrow they asked for strong horses from the military advisor. Although there were only 2 horses, they were not outstanding. But they made people envious. It's impossible not to be jealous. I think Lin Erju has also made contributions on the battlefield and made plans for the superiors. I admire him more than I hate him. At the moment, each team is secretly swearing in their hearts that they will fight for military merits on the battlefield in the future so that the captain will look at them differently. After Yu Jia got his sword back, he began to make plans in full swing. The weapons of the southern barbarians and the Tatars are the same. Both are curved swords. But the degree of curvature of these curved swords is different. The Tatars are tall and not strong and sturdy, so their curved swords are slightly smaller and more curved. The southern barbarians are not only tall, but also sturdy like a small hill, so the weapons they use are naturally larger. The curved swords they use are nearly twice as large as those used by the Tatars. But the curvature of the blade is relatively gentle. She has already made a plan in her mind. If this trip is successful, she will also recommend Lin Gongxuan to promote it throughout the army. Thinking of Lin Gongxuan, Yu Jia chuckled. Although his temper is weird. To be precise, a little awkward. But on the battlefield, he was never vague. Whether it was cavalry, infantry, or kitchen soldiers, as long as the suggestions were beneficial to the battle, he would accept them. The next morning, Yu Jia gathered 2 teams of soldiers and came to the designated position of the martial arts field. She looked at the spirited soldiers in front of her, and suddenly felt her ambitions overflowing in her chest. It was like being a teacher for a long time. And when she saw the students, she wanted to give them some chicken soup. Soldiers, our team has been rich in military supplies in recent days. I shamelessly asked for it from the superiors. The purpose is to test a method to deal with the Nanman scimitar. I already have a general idea. If we try it today, if it succeeds, then the head of the Nanman will be as easy as taking something out of the bag. Right? There was laughter in the team. They were eager to try. Since the captain said that there was hope to fight against the Nanman weapons, it meant that there was a 99% chance of success. In their minds, Yu Jia was the kind of person who did great things quietly, and would never tell others about things he was not sure of. Seeing that the soldiers' enthusiasm had reached its peak, Yu Jia began to plan. The Nanman cavalry was famous all over the world. To fight against the cavalry in a narrow area, they would use the method of surrounding the cavalry with infantry and riding behind. To fight against the cavalry in an open area, they would use roundabout tactics, not confronting them head-on, with cavalry blocking and infantry finishing off the attack. As for the weapons to deal with them, Yu Jia decided to split the two teams. One part practiced stone throwing, which was a hemp rope about 1 meter long, with this size stones covered with fishing nets tied to the front and back ends, and used inertia to throw at the Nanman scimitar to quickly knock it down or entangle it. These stone throws cannot be used alone in combat. Soldiers holding stone throws have long swords on their backs. When the weapons of the Nanman cavalry fall or get entangled, they can quickly draw their swords and kill them with one strike. Yu Jia also had his own considerations on why he chose a long sword instead of a long knife with greater lethality. The long sword is attached to the back and can be quickly drawn out, while the long knife is heavy and not easy to draw out. If the long knife is drawn out, it will take about 2 or 3 seconds longer than the long sword. The battlefield changes rapidly, and these 2 or 3 seconds may cost one's life. The trial effect of the morning was very good, so Yu Jia went to find Lin Gongxuan immediately. Since it was a serious matter, Lin Gongxuan naturally took it seriously. Yu Jia excitedly told about his battle plan, and Lin Gongxuan pondered for a moment. What if the long sword is replaced with a short spear? The long sword is drawn from the waist, and the soldiers must be cautious when drawing it. Lin Gongxuan knocked his hand on the table and continued. If it is replaced with a short spear, there is no need to worry about it, which can shorten the time of drawing the weapon and defeat the enemy faster. Yu Jia practiced in his mind and shook his head gently. If the short spear wants to defeat the enemy in one move, it can only hit the abdomen or chest. In a panic, it will lose its accuracy and may not achieve the effect of killing the enemy. The doubts raised by Lin Gongxuan are real. In order to make it easier for soldiers to hold the long swords and long knives on the battlefield, they generally do not have sheaths. Captain, what if the sword sheath is added and worn on the side of the body? Lin Gongxuan's eyes lit up. This method is feasible. I'll ask Fang Dashan to tell the equipment battalion to build the scabbard overnight. Yu Jia was afraid that Lin Gongxuan would only think she was just talking on paper, so she had to drag him to see the results of the trial. The trial was new, and the soldiers of the second team had been rehearsing with all their strength, and they had been exhausted for the whole morning. When they heard that the captain would come to watch the practice in the afternoon, they all looked radiant, as if they had taken a tonic pill. Only the captain could come so that he could broaden his horizons. Chapter 86 Initial Results. The afternoon trial achieved unexpected results, and Lin Gongxuan's eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. Great! Everyone was excited to get the affirmation from the superiors. The equipment camp moved quickly and had completed the scabbard before midnight, and they also improved the stone throwing. The stone throwing made by Yu Jia was roughly tied with a thick hemp rope. The stone set by the equipment camp. The net bag was finally made, and the joint was carefully woven with thin ropes. This joint can open the net bag, although it is to replace the stone inside. The thick hemp rope connecting the two stones was replaced with a softer and tougher silk hemp rope. Yu Jia touched the non-existent stubble on his chin and muttered to himself. Every profession has its own specialty, and professional things need professionals to do them. Ayan has been restless for the past 2 days. According to the secret order, she needs to transmit information to the outside world regularly. This information includes, but is not limited to, the number of sentries in the military camp, patrol time, the size of the training ground, and even eating habits. She has sorted out a lot of trivial, or more accurately, irrelevant information, and she will be able to pass it on when the time is right to collect herbs. After more than half a month of delay, she finally heard Xiao Wu's words, and went up the mountain to collect herbs tomorrow. Ayan suppressed her uneasy mood and put the information in her underwear. In March, the earth is back to spring, and the hillside is green. Some unknown wild flowers have quietly bloomed on the steep cliff. According to the secret order of the informant, Ayan needs to meet the contact person under a red willow tree in the shade of the herb-picking area. Without taking the time to appreciate the spring scenery, Ayan found an excuse to separate from Xiao Wu and others. After stopping for nearly half an hour, Ayan first went around to the southernmost part to pick herbs. Pretending to have found nothing, and then went to the north. There was indeed a figure, wearing a bamboo hat, waiting in the shade of the north. Ayan looked around and saw that no one was following her. So she crouched and walked towards the man. She first put the backpack on the ground and coughed. The person opposite froze, and did not turn around immediately. After waiting for a while, the man called softly, "Sister." Ayan looked up and found the person coming. And she was surprised. "Azzy, why are you here?" The siblings reunited 2 years ago. Although Azzy had lost his memory and had forgotten the past, Ayan didn't care much. Until half a year ago, Azzy was captured by the Namman army when he went out. And she had no choice but to obey the Namman. Now that she found Azzy coming, her worries were greater than the surprise of meeting him. Did Namman let Azzy come because he was dissatisfied with her actions? And let Azzy come to remind her secretly? Azzy smiled. Her shadow was reflected in his pupils, and his whole face revealed the pure spirit of a young man. "I miss you so much that I can't sleep. I've been begging you to let me come and see you." Ayan remained calm. The southern barbarians would not be so kind as to let Azzy come and reminisce with her. Sure enough, Azzy looked at Ayan with worry. "Sister, when can you steal the defense map? Then we can get away from the southern barbarians and return to our hometown as soon as possible." Hometown? Ayan's face was stern. The warm wind in March blew on her body, but it was biting cold. Azzy lost her memory and couldn't remember. But she would never forget the faces of those people until she died. Seeing that Ayan was distracted again, Azzy pulled her arm, shook it gently, and pouted coquettishly. "Sister, I really want to have a home with you." "Silly boy," Ayan said to him angrily, and touched the boy's tender face with her hand. "Sister, please hurry up and complete the task as soon as possible." She didn't say she would go home. After completing the task, whether the two of them could survive was another matter. When Azzy was held hostage by the southern barbarians, if she didn't agree, the two of them would be killed on the spot. But if she agreed, it would only prolong her life. Ayan took out the prepared information from her front and handed it to Azzy. "This is the information from the Great Joe camp. You can take it back and give it to the southern barbarians first." Azzy nodded, and when he saw Ayan was about to leave, he hugged her arm tightly, not wanting her to leave. "Good girl. Sister has been gone for long enough." In case of suspicion, although he was reluctant, Azzy still let her go. "Sister, you have to hurry up." She knew what to do quickly, nodded solemnly, put on her backpack and walked away at a brisk pace. "Your Highness." Ayan talked with that man for about half a cup of tea. Li Chong tilted his head and thought for a while. That boy seems to be Ayan's brother. Li Chong and his friends were too far away to hear the conversation between the two clearly. The secret guards, who were good at ventriloquism, could only know from the shape of their lips that the boy called Ayan's sister. "Oh!" Li Yinzhao rubbed the ring vigorously with his hand. A little frightened, but only for a moment. Since there are family members, there are weaknesses. Ayan should take action. Be careful these days. Li Chong was eager to try, and he couldn't speak clearly. Finally, he could teach that dead girl a lesson openly. How could he not be happy? "A Chang obeys your command." Li Yinzhao didn't expose the little thoughts of the boy in front of him. Sneered, and let him go. Since she wanted a chance, he gave her a chance. Li Yinzhao thought that Ayan's purpose was to assassinate him. After all, to capture the thief first. This is a common tactic on the battlefield. The next morning, Li Yinzhao was going to the government office of Bashu and Liangwang. For no other reason. This person was originally his classmate, and this time he was happy to have a son. So he had to go anyway. But this time, not only did he bring Li Chong, who always stayed with him, but he also brought Ayan. The reason Li Yinzhao gave was that Ayan had little knowledge in the mountains before, and going to the government office could broaden her knowledge and expand her medical knowledge. When Ayan heard the news, she looked surprised. But in fact, she had already scolded Li Yinzhao in her heart. "You are shallow-minded, and your whole family is shallow-minded." The three of them set off. Although Li Yinzhao, as a prince, was used to being rough, he brought a girl this time. So he immediately decided to abandon the horse and change to a carriage. Ayan looked at the simple blue silk and red curtain carriage in front of her, and her mouth twitched. Mother told her that red and green together make a fool. And this sentence really fits Li Yinzhao. Li Yinzhao is a bit careless, and he and Ayan have stayed in a tent alone on weekdays. He let Li Chong drive the car, and the two of them stayed in the carriage. Seeing Ian's abnormal expression, he remembered the difference between men and women. But he wanted to give Ian a chance to get close to him. So it was impossible for him to prepare another carriage for her. Besides, if he prepared a carriage, he would have to assign a driver. Ian, this is an emergency. So let's not pay attention to these red tapes. Besides, doctors don't distinguish between men and women. Just treat me as your patient. Ian lowered her eyelashes to cover up her surging emotions. Ian obeys. Chapter 87, Unexplainable. Since Yujia's idea was affirmed by Lin Gongxuan, she was like a madman, carefully studying the details of the infantry formation. The soldiers of the second team saw that their team was concentrating on the formation, so they all tried their best to do better. Yujia understood that Lin Gongxuan wanted to use them as test subjects. If this method worked, it would definitely be promoted vigorously. Facing the brutal and cruel southern barbarians, if you want to hit them with one shot, you must ensure that there is no mistake. Lin Gongxuan summoned the captains of each team of the vanguard camp, wanting to break up the whole into parts and have a large-scale exercise. Since it is an exercise, naturally some people have to play the role of southern barbarians, and some people have to play the role of Dezhou's soldiers. Yu Jia led the second team of soldiers to prepare for the enemy, and the soldiers of the other teams all pretended to be southern barbarians. Chang Haier put on his helmet and grumbled dissatisfiedly. Captain, isn't this too unfair to us? We have been practicing here for so long. They have learned our moves, and they must have found the corresponding methods. Yu Jia smiled and did not comment. We can achieve the effect of defeating the enemy with one move when we use it for the first time in front of the southern barbarians. But if we use it too many times, the opponent is not a fool, and will definitely formulate a strategy. She put on her helmet and made the final preparations. Full of confidence, this is equivalent to a rehearsal in advance. As Chang Haier expected, the other teams were discussing strategies in the tent. Although they didn't say it, they had been dissatisfied with Jiasun for a long time, and they took this opportunity to vent their anger. The teams were unprecedentedly united at this moment. Zhong Yitian saw the situation and thought they were all idiots. If the second team can't win this time, let's see if the captain will make things difficult for you. Then he thought, that's not right. If the second team fails, it will also make things difficult for him, the boss, and it won't be their turn. After thinking it through, Zhong Yitian looked at the brats who were talking and was furious. You guys who only know how to eat. If the second team loses this time, I will be punished, and you won't be much better off. Several people had question marks on their faces. Why did the captain get so angry? Captain, what do you mean? Is he still going to teach me this? Zhong Yitian was so angry that he said, You pigs, show your strength and try to stop the second team. In the end, it's okay. She was referring to Yu Jia. The words couldn't be made too clear. As the leader of a battalion, how could he let others think that he was going to get close to Yu Jia? Yu Jia naturally didn't know what they were planning. He just cheered for the soldiers of the second team on the training ground. When the time came, everyone performed their duties and lined up. Team 1 attacked from the left, Team 3 attacked from the right, and Teams 4 and 5 were in the middle. Team 1 took the lead in attacking, and before the attack, they imitated the southern barbarians and made harsh words, which made everyone laugh. While everyone was laughing, Yu Jia suddenly gave the order to start the attack. Even though Team 1 was not prepared, they quickly prepared for the attack when Team 2 suddenly attacked. The soldiers of Team 2 came fiercely, and the stones were thrown out with all their strength. Although the aim was not good, it could still make the people in front of them dazed. It was this daze that gave someone the opportunity to draw their swords and attack, defeating the enemy with one move. Seeing that Team 2 had such a strong training effect, the other teams did not talk about bullying the weak with the majority, and started fighting directly. Everyone remembered Zhong Yotian's words and stopped at the right time, so as not to hurt the harmony in the end. Lin Gongxuan, standing on the pavilion, looked at the fight in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Although the scene was a bit chaotic, the second team had fewer people, but the effect was as expected. The stone throwing accuracy was not very good, and more training was needed. When the drill was over, Yu Jia could no longer see her true face. She gritted her teeth and looked at the smug team leaders, and found it funny. So childish. A few people took advantage of the chaos to press her to the ground and beat her up. She moved her hands and feet, and the few people didn't hit her hard. But it was embarrassing. being pressed to the ground and rubbed in front of her subordinates. She was embarrassed when she thought about it. You old guys. Wait for me. Before she had time to wash her face, she was called to the tent by Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan saw Yujia's dusty face and immediately understood the reason. Thinking back to the time when he was full of vigor and ambition, he made many great achievements. But he attracted people's jealousy, and was not without people's secret efforts to trip him up. Are you unhappy? Yujia rolled her eyes at her, and only the whites of her eyes and teeth were visible on her face. I'm not unhappy. Fortunately, the effect is still good enough for the drill. Speaking of the drill, Lin Gongxuan said seriously, I have an idea. Yujia looked up and looked at him. Maybe they were thinking of the same thing. Captain, let's see if I can agree with you. Lin Gongxuan smiled with the corners of his lips raised. His eyes were as bright as fireworks. You go first. Yujia was not polite. Try to find the southern barbarians. Lin Gongxuan did not feel strange, but laughed out loud. Then it's up to you. A letter came from the Nantung military camp, saying that Li Yanqiao had gone to the Bashu capital, and if the Yunnan military camp had any action, it must be extremely careful. It was not appropriate to provoke the southern barbarian army at this time. But Lin Gongxuan really wanted to put this idea into action. Considering various key points, Jean Pendon persuaded Lin Gongxuan to give up. Captain, this matter is not trivial. We have to take a long-term view. Jean Pendon rarely called him captain when facing him, indicating that the decision on this matter was also quite serious. Lin Gongxuan listened to the advice. Anyway, Li Yanqiao was away for only 3 days, and it would not be too late to wait for him to come back. Li Yanqiao arrived at Bashu Prefecture in 3 hours. Li Chong muttered in a low voice, if you can get there in 1 hour by riding a horse, why do you have to drive a carriage? This was of course muttered to Ian. In the past, he and Li Yanqiao rode horses when they went to the capital. This time, in order to take care of a woman like her, it was obviously delayed for everyone. I'm sorry. It's Ian's fault. Ian's eyes were filled with tears while she spoke, which made people feel very pitiful. If Ian didn't know how to ride a horse, it wouldn't have taken so long. After saying that, he looked at Li Yanqiao with resentment, then lowered his head and stared at the ground. Li Chong was confused. He usually didn't change his expression when he was arguing with people. What happened now? Why are you pretending to be pitiful? He looked at Li Yanqiao innocently and found that the latter was looking at him with a reproachful face. He was panicked at the moment. Li Yanqiao knew that he didn't like Ian. After hearing what Ian said, she wouldn't think that he bullied Ian in private. Right, Your Highness. I didn't say anything. I just told the truth. Seeing that Li Yanqiao didn't seem to believe it, he quickly stepped forward. Your Highness, I really didn't bully her. The more he explained, the worse it got. Li Chong wanted to bite off his tongue. I really didn't do anything. Ian said softly, Your Highness, you have been misunderstood. Brother Achang. He didn't say anything. This is even more difficult to explain. Chapter 88. It was past noon when Li Yanqiao and his 2 companions arrived at the capital. Liang Qifan, the governor of Bashu, received the message and hurried to greet them. Your subordinate greets the prince. Yuzhou. No need to be polite. Please get up quickly. Yuzhou is Liang Qifan's courtesy name. Li Yanqiao and Liang Qifan were close and best friends when they were classmates in the inner school. Liang Qifan's father was the Duke of Liang. As the duke with the deepest roots in the capital, the strength of the Liang family should not be underestimated. But the Duke of Liang was a man of foresight. Seeing that the emperor was quite afraid of the hereditary dukes, the Liangjiang governor Chao Jinyu incident happened at that time. He decisively resigned and led his family to retreat bravely, and came to this desolate place in Bashu. This saved the lives of hundreds of people in the Liang family, and also alleviated the emperor's suspicion. I don't know whether this suspicion has been eliminated or how much remains. The courtyard of the Dufu is an ordinary 2-entry and 2-exit house, with white walls and red glazed tiles. The golden plaque above the red painted gate reads Liang Mansion in 2 black characters, which look simple and unpretentious. The roads in the courtyard are connected, without too much decoration. After entering the second gate, there is a blue brick floor, and then you enter the main house. The next thing you see is the square 8 immortal table and stool. And looking up, in the center of the main hall, there is a portrait of Emperor Li Guoli. Although this move is a bit exaggerated, it can deter people with ulterior motives. After all, These tiny details can reflect the loyalty of the Liang family to the emperor. And the Liang family has indeed never had any second thoughts in the years since they moved to Bashu. Li Yanzhao retracted his gaze from the portrait, lifted his robe, and sat at the top. Seeing Liang Qifan still standing in front of him, his shoulders were slightly bent, his chin was slightly retracted, and he was respectful. Yuzhou, what are you still doing? Sit down. After Li Yanzhao's order, he sat down on the wooden chair below cautiously. As soon as Ian and Li Chong entered the door, the housekeeper arranged a place for them to rest. The kitchen had already prepared the food and was waiting for Liang Qifan to speak. Your Majesty, I have ordered the servants to prepare food to welcome you. Li Yanzhao nodded. And after everything was arranged, Liang Qifan sat back on the wooden chair. Yuzhou, we are classmates. In school, we are brothers. Why are we so distant now? Liang Qifan hurriedly stood up and bowed. I am young and inexperienced. How can I call you my lord or brother? Your Majesty, please forgive me. Li Yanzhao's face turned cold when he heard this. Yuzhou, if you keep calling me your lord, I will leave this place. Li Yanzhao's tone was cold, like a bone-piercing ice ridge. Extremely cold. Seeing Li Yanzhao getting up and about to leave, Liang Qifan hurriedly stopped him. Okay. Your lord. I won't call myself your lord anymore. But he could no longer call Li Yanzhao by his given name. Thinking back to the time when they were young and frivolous, they did a lot of ridiculous things in the capital. Riding horses, walking birds, fighting. The two knew each other's lofty ambitions. Li Yanzhao wanted to be a military general to guard the Great Zhou, and Liang Qifan wanted to be a civil official to assist the king of the Great Zhou. But after that disaster, everything changed. Although the two had no grudges in their hearts after meeting, they were still different. In the end, it evolved into only the etiquette between the monarch and his subjects. Li Yanzhao was infinitely regretful about their friendship. Liang Qifan was one of his few close friends. He didn't want to lose this rare friendship because of this so-called etiquette between the monarch and his subjects. Liang Qifan seemed to have lost his passion due to life, and his eyes showed too many emotions. Liang Qifan, who was full of vigor and vitality in those days, was finally worn down. Zhongzhou, there is actually nothing so complicated between us. After thinking again and again, Li Yanzhao couldn't help but speak out. I am not interested in that position. So there is no monarch-subject relationship between you and me. Liang Qifan naturally knew Li Yanzhao's ambitions. He smiled gently, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. I know. But there is a difference in status after all. Forget it. The time in school is getting farther and farther away from them. The atmosphere at the dinner table was depressing. Li Yanzhao basically asked questions, and Liang Qifan answered cautiously. Ah Yin saw that the atmosphere between the two was unusual, so she didn't say anything and just ate. Li Chong was Li Yanzhao's guard after all, so he couldn't eat at the same table with him. After dinner, Li Yanzhao and his companions were arranged to stay in the guest room in the backyard. Li Yanzhao was feeling depressed, but Liang Qifan came to the door with 2 pots of peach blossom wine. What does Zhongzhou mean? Liang Qifan smiled suddenly and looked up at the night sky. Tonight, the moon is bright and the stars are shining. It's a great time to appreciate the moon. I wonder if the prince would be so kind as to appreciate this worldly light with me. Li Yanzhao was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Liang Qifan. He saw that half of the latter's face fell into the shadow. And then in the faint and hazy moonlight, he could see that his eyes were shining and revealing a different emotion. Okay. I can't sleep anyway. The two jumped onto the roof, sat on the ridge tiles, and drank a pot of wine each. Your Highness, do you remember the dandy young man from the Zhang family? When mentioning the Zhang family, Li Yanzhao sneered. Of course I don't remember him. He was arrogant and domineering. He flirted with a woman in the street. Who knew that the woman turned out to be a Goryeo princess who came to pay tribute? He has made such a big mess. Even if his father, Duke Ong, comes forward, he can't save him. He has to give an explanation to Goryeo. Liang Qifan had a faint sarcasm on his lips. At that time, we said that their family was doomed, and the grasshoppers in autumn would not jump for long. I didn't expect it would be my family's turn so soon. He drank the wine in big gulps, and the spicy liquid flowed down his throat like fire, burning all the way to his stomach. Li Yanzhu's eyes flickered, and his expression was complicated. After all, the person in power was his father, and he was very secretive about this matter. Shongzhou, this does not affect the relationship between you and me. Liang Qifan gulped after drinking a few gulps of wine. Your Majesty, I will ask you this one last time. If there is hope, what position do you want? He did not continue to speak, and Li Yanxiao naturally understood what he meant. If you have an idea, my Liang family will do everything to help you reach the top. Li Yanxiao was filled with horror. He put down the wine pot, turned his head, and looked at Liang Qifan. Seeing that he looked serious and his eyes were clear, he was not drunk. So Li Yanxiao lowered his voice. Shongzhou, I have no other intentions. Liang Qifan nodded, was silent for a moment, and finally spoke. Okay, I already know your intentions. Then, the two talked about interesting things in the school, sometimes laughing, sometimes cursing, and gradually regained their mood at that time. Regardless of other things, the two really seemed like close friends. The next day, a banquet was held at the gate of the capital. No matter how high or low your status was, you could all come to drink a glass of wedding wine. The scene was really spectacular. Liangdefu has a high prestige here. Whether it is merchants and vendors or ordinary people, they are proud to be able to drink a glass of wine from the capital. Chapter 89, Unwilling to Believe. The front of the Bashu capital was crowded with people coming to drink and congratulate. In the past, Liang Qifan was regarded as a high-ranking official who cared for the people in the eyes of the people. At this time, he was smiling, like a bodhisattva in the temple who saved all living beings. There was a bold man who was drunk and raised his heart to toast Liang Qifan. Liang Qifan actually gave him face in return. At that moment, Liang Qifan's admirers came out in full force and toasted him. After a round of drinks, Liang Qifan's steps were weak. His face was flushed. His eyes were not very clear, but his face still had a warm smile like the spring breeze. Since he was an admirer, he naturally knew his past clearly. Back then, he and Li Yanxiao were called civil officials and military generals. This literary talent is naturally outstanding. A drunk student complained under the influence of alcohol. The governor was a man of both civil and military skills. If he were an official in the capital, he would have made great achievements. That's right. I think with the governor's ability, he would be more than qualified to be a prime minister. This caused a lot of controversy, and many people reconsidered. Most of them were angry scholars. At this time, Liang Qifan suppressed his smile, frowned slightly, and seemed a little embarrassed. Seeing his expression, everyone thought that he had touched his heart, and more people agreed, and their voices became louder and louder. Finally, Liang Qifan looked at Li Yanxiao, who was sitting at the top. Li Yanxiao seemed not to notice anything unusual, and still looked calm and composed. Some people followed Liang Qifan's gaze and looked at Li Yanxiao. The two were very popular in the capital at that time, so some people recognized him. Is that His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi? If Liang Qifan was said to be talented and had made masterpieces that would be passed down through the ages, then Li Yanxiao was a role model for all the candidates for the martial arts examination. Li Yanxiao was a martial arts expert, proficient in all kinds of weapons. There were countless people who wanted to challenge him. But as a prince, he was not arrogant at all. If someone came to challenge him, he would accept the challenge, no matter what the other party's identity was. Li Yanxiao is likely to win. No one is perfect. However, this made his image change from a high-ranking prince to a down-to-earth one, winning the hearts of many people. Some martial arts students even drew his heroic figure and used it as their motivation to move forward. Your Highness the Prince of Qi. Now seeing the two of them together, I feel like my CP has come true. Back then, the two of them were inseparable. So it was inevitable that some people would think of it in a biased way. Someone whispered, the governor is happy to have a son, while His Highness the Prince of Qi is drinking alone in the corner to heal his wounds. Fortunately, Li Yanxiao didn't hear it. Otherwise, he would have drawn his sword and killed this person. Everyone bowed to him, and the wedding banquet turned into a fan meeting for a while. Ayan saw Li Yanxiao being toasted by everyone, and she couldn't refuse the kindness, so she hurriedly agreed. She took the initiative to ask Li Chang, are all the princes of the Great Zhou so in line with the people's wishes? Down to earth? Li Chang curled his lips, picked up a piece of lotus-drunk duck skin and put it in his mouth, chewing it. No. Only our prince of the Great Zhou would treat the people like this. If it was the one in the East Palace, If a commoner dared to toast him, he would be killed. Ayan's mouth twitched, and she poured a cup of hot tea and drank it. Then she looked at Li Yanxiao again, only to see that Li Yanxiao had already shaken his head to refuse, and Liang Qifan was beside him to stop the toast. At night, after Li Chong settled Li Yanxiao in the room, he returned to his own room. After Li Chong left, a black shadow appeared outside the room. The black shadow crouched, carefully unbolted the door with a knife, quickly closed the door, and walked towards the bed. Seeing the quilt bulge on the bed, the black shadow raised the knife in his hand and chopped it hard on the bed. The expected collision between the blade and the limbs did not come, and the black shadow lifted the quilt and found it was a pillow. There were chaotic footsteps outside, and the black shadow realized that he had been tricked, and it was too late to leave. There were only simple tables and chairs in the room, and there was nowhere to hide. Since he couldn't escape, he would fight to the death. When the door opened, the shadow suddenly attacked and slashed at the person coming in. But the door opened, but no one came in. The shadow saw that the door was surrounded by guards holding automatic crossbows, standing or squatting, and they were ready to fire. The shadow hurriedly retracted his action, but because he was too anxious, he sprained his wrist. The shadow was already desperate, secretly moving his wrist with dull pain. Li Yanxiao walked in from the left side of the door. His eyes were clear. How could he look like a drunkard? Behind him followed Li Chong, who was full of smugness, moving his wrist, and looked like he was going to fight. The black-clothed man's hands and feet were cold, as if he was in the ice and snow, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He said with a guilty conscience, "Why aren't you drunk?" Li Yanxiao raised his eyes, with a sneer of contempt, looking at the man in front of him as if he were an ant. Anyone can see that it was Li Yanxiao who deliberately got drunk tonight. Why is the man in front of him so stupid? That's right. If he's not stupid, he won't lose his life. Who sent you? Li Chong shouted loudly. The black-clothed man's expression under the mask was already ashen. Anyway, it was death anyway. Dying in the hands of the opponent was much better than dying in the hands of the master. Then he was about to bite the poison hidden in his teeth in advance. But Li Chong stopped him quickly, and in a flash, he removed his jaw. Prince, with this little ability, dare he come alone? Li Yanxiao raised his hand. Search the surroundings carefully. There must be an accomplice. Liang Qifan behind him shouted. Patrol the city strictly, and make sure to catch this daring man. Then someone took the black-clothed man out for interrogation, and Liang Qifan said with an apologetic look, Your Majesty, it seems that person can't wait. It turned out that the banquet today was agreed upon by the two. Li Yanxiao and his men realized that they were being followed as soon as they left the military camp, and they took strict precautions along the way. But the other party did not act easily. It may be to start a rebellion in the city, and put the blame on Liang Qifan. After all, their family was doing well in the capital, and they were forced to move to this wild place, and they must have resentment. The prince came here, no matter how close the relationship was. What could compare to the family's interests? Li Yanxiao sensed the other party's intention, and set up such a trap with Liang Qifan. Yuzhou, you said I want to lead the army to fight in peace. Why is it so difficult? Liang Qifan did not answer him. Being in this position, even if he didn't have any thoughts, his own achievements were brilliant, and it was inevitable to arouse suspicion. He carefully observed Li Yanxiao's expression, and found that he seemed to have no other thoughts except distress. Speaking of which, the harvest this time was unexpected. The purpose of this trip was to lure out a yin, and accidentally caught an unidentified person. In fact, it was not an unidentified person. But Li Yanxiao didn't want to believe it. Chapter 90 Seriously Ill. 12 unidentified people were seized around the capital. Li Yanxiao sent a pigeon to the palace in Beijing to inquire about the latest situation in Beijing. The Eastern Palace had acted rashly against him this time. Something must have happened. Li Yanxiao summoned Ayan and Li Chong the next day and prepared to go to the tea house in the capital for tea. It was because it would take some time to send a pigeon. He wanted to find out some news in the place closest to life, and the tea house was the most suitable place. In the early morning, several people came to the largest tea house in the capital, and they sat in the hall on the second floor. On the stage on the first floor, the actors sang songs, and cheers broke out from time to time under the stage. Li Yanxiao wore a crescent-shaped white robe with wide sleeves today, and waved an obsidian folding fan. the dark brown fan pendant swaying with his movements. Ian was still wearing a plain linen dress, staring at the stage expressionlessly. This play is called Farewell My Concubine, which tells the love story between the king of Chu and his concubine Yuji. Listening to Li Yanzhao's explanation, Ian did not say anything. The tea house has a stage, which is a unique combination. If there was some entertainment in the tea house in the past, it was either singing Yangzhou folk songs or Suzhou Pingtian. Singing opera in the morning is like eating pork elbow in the morning. A hard dish. Your Majesty. This time, the few of them went out incognito and did not reveal their identities. Young master is really knowledgeable. I didn't expect you to know a lot about opera. Li Yanzhao increased the movement of fanning. In the weather in March, the wind from the fan still felt a little cool on his body. I can't say I know him, but the king of Chu is a great hero. I respect him. Ah Yan didn't know if it was okay. This was like she was interested in cooking and couldn't walk when she saw the secret recipe. More and more people came to the tea house. After appreciating the opera, some people started gossiping. Have you heard? Something happened in the capital. Li Chong dropped the teacup in his hand, soaking his sleeves. Li Yanzhao glanced at him with a squinting eye. Something really happened in the capital. What happened? What news do you know? Wang Laosan. Wang Laosan was a caravan that often traveled between the capital and Bashu. He was well informed. Seeing that everyone's attention was on him, Wang Laosan smiled lightly. I heard that the emperor was critically ill and the imperial doctors were helpless. Li Yanzhao closed the folding fan in his hand at some point, and he drank tea one sip after another. He seemed to be indifferent to the news, but his white fingers that tightly grasped the teacup betrayed him. The emperor was in trouble. How could he not know the news? There was no news from the capital. Li Yanzhao carefully thought about the reason. He absolutely trusts the people in the prince's mansion. Otherwise, he would not have left them in the capital to take care of him. Since the caravans knew about it, the prince's mansion must know it. As long as the people in the prince's mansion knew the news, they would definitely find ways to pass it on. At this time, he did not receive the news, which meant that someone secretly blocked the news. The pigeon he sent to the capital must have been intercepted. That's why the one in the East Palace would unscrupulously send assassins to assassinate Li Yanzhao. The people at Wang Laosan's table sighed for a while, and then talked about the crown prince. The prince's talent and prestige are not outstanding. If we say that the most qualified person to take on this important task is our General Jinan, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. The tea in the cup overflowed, but Li Yanzhao seemed not to feel it, and took a few sips from his lips. Of course, our Jinan general earned his military merits by himself. What's the matter with the East Palace? Isn't it just a good relative? Shoo! Wang Laosan said heavily, and he turned his head cautiously to look around, and found that no one else noticed their conversation. How can we ordinary people discuss the affairs of the crown prince? Be careful if someone hears it. You will lose your head. Everyone was silent, and it took a long time before they focused on the stage. Li Chong carefully observed Li Yanzhao's expression. Having followed him for so many years, he naturally knew that he was in a depressed mood at this time. I am afraid that I will become his punching bag if I am not careful. But Li Chong can't bear to see Li Yanzhao's soul being sucked out. Since childhood, Li Yanzhao and the emperor have had a special father-son relationship, which seems to be the most ordinary father-son relationship. In this imperial family full of suspicion, coldness and ruthlessness, it is really special. Even Ian saw that Li Yanzhao was uneasy at this time, and she raised her eyes to cast a questioning look at Li Chong. Li Chong saw that she had a deep meaning, shook his head, and told her not to think too much. Ian nodded, meaning that she knew. When did you two get so tacit? Li Yanzhao continued to speak in a clear voice without any emotion. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you playing dumb? Ian turned her face away and pretended to look at the stage. Isn't it because she was afraid that you would think too much? Generals must be summoned to the capital. Li Chong whispered in Li Yanzhao's ear. Prince, why don't we go back to the capital secretly to see what's going on? He knew that Li Yanzhao followed the rules and was meticulous, so he repeated it again. Let's do it secretly, and make sure no one else finds out. No! Li Yanzhao shouted sternly. Rules are rules. If I am not summoned back to the capital to serve the sick, it means that my father's illness is not that serious. Wait until the pigeon comes back. In the capital, the imperial city was heavily guarded. The prince and the queen were both serving the sick in Baohua Palace. The eunuch chief, Hong Deshun, stood by the dragon bed with tears in his eyes. He looked at Li Guoli on the bed with worry. Li Guoli had been seriously ill these days. The bright yellow quilt and bed curtains made his face look sallow. His high cheekbones, sunken cheeks, and coma for several days in a row showed that he was already terminally ill. Mother, go and rest. The child is here. The prince was worried. Father will not wake up for a while. The queen glanced at Hong Deshun next to her and found that his expression was normal. So she was relieved. Well, don't be too sad. My son, the emperor is as old as the sky and will definitely be able to overcome this difficulty. After the queen left, the prince was full of respect. Eunuch Hong, you should go and have a rest too. I will leave this place to me. Hong Deshun has been following the emperor since he was a child. At that time, the emperor was still an unpopular little prince. The emperor, the eldest princess, and the three of them grew up together. The prince was naturally respectful to him. Hong Deshun moved his waist slightly and bowed to the prince. Thank you for your concern, Prince. But I'm afraid that the emperor will want to drink a cup of hot tea when he wakes up. Those little brats under your hands are not careful. And I'm afraid that the emperor can't get used to it. The prince's eyes flashed and soon disappeared. And his tone became more respectful. Then I'll have to trouble you. Eunuch Hong. I dare not. This is my job. Chapter 91 Not suitable for action. The prince suppressed his thoughts and was silent for a moment. Eunuch Hong. I have something I don't understand. Please give me some advice. Hong Deshun was stunned for a moment and said, Your Highness, please feel free to speak. I am willing to do my best to help you solve your problems. The prince's expression relaxed. He used his right hand to rhythmically turn the jade ring on his left thumb. My father's dragon body is not good. But the country cannot be without a king for a day. On weekdays, my father will let me supervise the country when he goes on a private visit. Do I have to summon the Prime Minister and others to discuss matters this time? These words are quite bold. If Li Guoli was sober at this moment, he would definitely scold him for his wolfish ambitions. The emperor was seriously ill. So the prince put the entire palace under martial law. This move must have aroused the imagination of the ministers. Now he proposed to be the regent. Isn't it obvious that he has a wolf's heart? Hong Deshun couldn't help but look at Li Guoli's face and bowed his head respectfully. I am stupid. I only know how to serve the emperor on weekdays. I can't do anything about the affairs of the court. Please forgive me. Your Highness. The prince's eyes were cold, and he was like a poisonous snake spitting at Hong Deshun. This nonsense can fool ghosts. But he is a human being. The future emperor. The emperor. He is really cunning and dares to perfunctory him. When he succeeds to the throne, he will be the first to take action against this old rogue. The prince closed his eyes and tried to suppress the emotions in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already peaceful. Well, since the father-in-law is not good at politics, I really have to discuss state affairs with the Prime Minister. Before he finished speaking, there was a noise outside the Bahua Palace, and the prince couldn't help but frown. He was already upset, and someone was trying to get in his way. Shouting, Z, go see who is making noise here. Since you dare to disturb your father's rest, you are really impatient to live. Shouting, Z took the order and went out. The prince understood what was going on and almost forgot about this person. It's this princess. What do you want to do to me? Prince? The eldest princess walked in aggressively, her eyes wide open, looking down at the prince. The prince stood up and bowed to her. It turns out that it is the aunt who is here. These servants are all blind. They even dare to stop the princess. They are really tired of living. Come here. Today the guards and eunuchs on duty at the door will each be beaten with 50 boards. The princess was startled and waved her hands quickly. There is no need to beat them. And didn't the prince say that the emperor's rest should not be disturbed? Why are you making so much noise? The prince smiled and knew that the princess was soft-hearted and would not have the heart to punish the servants, and is still kind-hearted. The princess ignored him and walked straight towards Li Guoli. She looked at Hong Deshun, who was kneeling on the ground with an anxious look on her face. Xiao Shunzi, how is my brother? Hong Deshun replied respectfully, replying to the princess. The imperial physician said that the emperor's illness is in his chest, which is the result of years of hard work. Now we can only rest and recuperate, waiting for the emperor to get better. What? The princess' eyes quickly turned into mist. Her throat was dry, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Her legs could not support the weight of her whole body, and she fell to the ground. Hong Deshun seemed to sense something, and quickly came to the princess' side and held her arm. "Princess, you must take care of yourself." "Aunt," the prince cried out in pain. "Aunt, take care of yourself. Otherwise, my father will definitely blame me when he wakes up." The prince was about to help the princess, but Hong Deshun dodged him, whether intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, his eyes darkened again. The princess couldn't stop crying, and she wiped her tears with a handkerchief. And the more she wiped, the more tears she had. "Xiao Shunzi, what do you think people want in their lives?" Hong Deshun knew what she meant, and comforted her softly. The prince looked at the dazzling scene in front of him, and a trace of sarcasm emerged. Wait until he sits in that position, and see who will look down on him." The princess came less than half a minute, and was asked to leave by the prince because the emperor wanted to rest and recuperate. There was no other way. For the emperor's health, she could only do as she was told. But she returned to the princess's mansion and burned incense in the incense burner again. "Mother, please bless Ali to get better. What storms have we not experienced? Seeing that the child has grown up and can help him solve his problems. Ali is sick again. Mother, please bless Ali to get better." Perhaps the princess's pious prayer moved the late Empress Dowager and the heavens, and the emperor's health improved the next day. When Li Yanxiao received the news from the capital, Li Guoli was able to attend the morning court normally. After the morning court that day, Li Guoli came to the imperial study. He stared at the pile of memorials in front of him in a daze. Hong Deshun handed him a cup of hot tea. "Your Majesty, you have just recovered from a serious illness. You must take care of yourself." Li Guoli seemed not to hear this. He turned his head to look at Hong Defa with gray hair and sighed. "Xiao Shunzi, we are really old. We have to accept it." Hong Deshun laughed. "What are you talking about? Your Majesty? Your Majesty is the true emperor. And your Majesty is your Majesty. How can I easily accept my old age? Your Majesty? Ha ha ha." Li Guoli laughed and stopped after a long while. "If I am not old, why do people always treat me as a fool?" This time, Hong Deshun did not dare to laugh or answer again. Considering the series of actions taken by the prince in recent days, it is really chilling. Outside, he controlled the government and spared no effort to promote his own people in various important positions. The capital was heavily guarded, and the imperial guards pressed on, waiting for his order to stain the imperial city with blood. Inside, he and the queen controlled all concubines, and the princes and princesses were not allowed to see the emperor. The most favored princess Li Yuanyuan came to visit, but was asked to leave before she even reached Baohua Palace. If I had woken up 2 days later, I'm afraid the world would have changed hands smoothly. What a pity. Shunger is too impatient. My things will be yours in the future. I can give them to you, but you can't take them. Li Yanxiao set up a dead end on the chessboard, holding the pieces in his hand. But he didn't make a move. In the 3 days since she went to the capital, Ian didn't make any move. This is unreasonable. Is there any important task that is more important than his life? Li Yanxiao? He had clearly exposed all his weaknesses and put them in front of her. And he was just about to pull her to urge her to act quickly. Does this woman really have no purpose? Then he denied this idea, putting aside the fact that her identity is suspicious. Her brother can't deny any connection. Ian has been seeing patients, boiling medicine, and cooking as usual these days, and she doesn't seem to be in a hurry. This is just an appearance. In fact, she was very anxious. She missed Azzy, and was always afraid that he would be wronged in the Nanman military camp. However, this period of time is not suitable for action. Chapter 92: How to Call You Daddy. On March 11th, the breeze was gentle, the air was full of spring, and the scene was peaceful and warm. In the Yunnan military camp, the second squad of the vanguard camp was preparing for the expedition. After Li Yanxiao returned from the capital, Lin Gongxuan received the news and arranged this activity. To call it an activity, it seems not quite appropriate. The main task of the second team this time is to harass the Nanman army. If we really want to do it, it's really not worth it. We have to make them angry, upset, and then lose their composure. The formation that Yu Jia and the others have been practicing these days can be used. On weekdays, Lin Gongxuan ran to the vanguard camp from time to time. Zhong Yitian thought he had done something wrong again. Zhong Yitian ran to ask Jean Pindon. He couldn't just say that the captain came to see Yu Jia, right? This time, the second team of the Vanguard Battalion proposed this idea, which is very good. The captain attaches great importance to it, so he comes more frequently. Thinking of this, Jean Pendon raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Gongxuan. Gongxuan, today is such an important day. Why don't you show up? Jean Pendon glanced at him calmly. Didn't Zhong Yitian arrange it well? Besides, they will feel burdened if I go. Jean Pendon didn't comment, and didn't know who was always approaching him on weekdays. Who would believe these nonsense now? Lin Gongxuan lowered his eyes to restrain his emotions. It was a close call. He was almost discovered. Lin Gongxuan was relieved when Jean Pendon went to say goodbye to the second team on his behalf. He didn't know what was wrong with him recently, and he always wanted to get close to that girl Lin Erju. When he was not with her, he would think of her from time to time. They were all insignificant things, such as whether he drank more water today and took a break. Was the food delicious? And was the military uniform comfortable to wear? When he first had these thoughts, Lin Gongxuan thought he had a fever. But gradually, he got used to it after thinking about it more and more. At this time, when he saw Yu Jia, his heartbeat would unconsciously speed up and his hands and feet would become weak. He knew it was nervousness. But who is he? Lin Gongxuan? At the age of 22, he is already a captain of a battalion. What big scene has he not seen? What kind of thorny soldier has he not seen? Standing next to Yu Jia, all these thoughts turned into a paste, chaotically mixed together, without any thoughts. Not only thinking of these, he would also laugh stupidly when thinking of the funny things that happened when he was in contact with Lin Erju on weekdays. Even if he talked about Lun Yang again at this time, it would not work. He was even planning his future life. After returning to his hometown, he must marry Lun Yang. But he also wanted to marry Lin Erju. If both of them entered his house, who would be the elder, and who would be the younger? Or should they just ignore the difference between elder and younger, and just call each other sisters? Lin Erju has such a bad temper. He won't bully Lun Yang. Right? Lin Gongxuan snorted coldly. If she still doesn't control her temper, he has plenty of ways to deal with her. Although Lin Erju is thin, she looks fertile, so let her have more children. As for Lun Yang, she is weak and has to breathe heavily after walking a few steps. If she can avoid giving birth, she will not give birth, so as not to hurt her body. At this time, Yu Jia sat on Xiaobai and looked at Lin Gongxuan's tent from a distance. Just now, Jean Pendon had made it clear enough. If there is a chance to use tricks, then it's fine. If there is no chance, don't force it. Yu Jia shouted. Let's go! Then he squeezed the horse's belly and ran out of the military camp. It was not until the second team ran away that Lin Gongxuan looked at them from a distance in the tent. What a heartless thing. If I didn't tell you, you wouldn't come to me. Yu Jia sneezed, ran against the wind, and felt infinite joy in his heart. I don't know who missed me. After running for nearly an hour, they arrived at the forest 2 kilometers away from the Nanman military camp and hid. It was noon at this time, and Yu Jia ordered to rest and have lunch. Lunch was just some dry food, and each person was equipped with a large water bag. The dry food was too dry, and it was a bit irritating to eat in the mouth. So Yu Jia simply put it in the bag and picked up the water bag to drink water. Moisture immediately surged into her throat, and she squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Chang Haier beside her complained, Captain, can't we live and cook in a distant place? How choking is this thing? He complained while stuffing the dry food into his mouth. Yu Jia finished drinking the water and wiped his mouth casually with the back of his hand. The main purpose of this operation is to quickly disrupt the Nanman military camp, so that they are confused and dare not act rashly. If we bring pots, bowls, spoons and spoons with us, they will be so heavy that they will delay our journey. Do you have the time to make a fire and cook? Seeing that Chang Haier was convinced, Yu Jia observed the situation of the soldiers. Everyone was a little disappointed, and they probably didn't expect that this time they were not going to fight. How could they achieve military merit without fighting and let the second team advance to a higher level in the vanguard camp? If the second team advances to a higher level, they can show off their power in the vanguard camp. Yu Jia didn't expect that these little soldiers in front of him had so many tricks. He thought they were worried that they might be in danger because they only brought so few people this time. I think you have heard what the military advisor said just now. We will focus on making trouble, and the others are auxiliary. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Yu Jia sent scouts to inquire about the news. As a result, it was time for the Nanman army to have dinner. Okay, let's catch them off guard, so they can't even enjoy their meals. Thinking of the little choking dry food they had just eaten, everyone's anger was raised. We can't eat well. Why can you? They immediately followed Yu Jia and rushed to the military camp. They quickly approached the military camp and shouted loudly. The sentry saw this and thought that the enemy was attacking, so he sounded the alarm. The military camp instantly assembled troops and prepared to fight. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yu Jia and his men retreated urgently, returned to the forest to replace another fireman, and they took turns to fight. The Nanman soldiers were so anxious that they were ready to catch up. This incident alarmed Mu Shurha, who recognized Yu Jia, who was leading the charge. Wait, the leader of this force is insidious and cunning, and has many tricks. Don't chase them rashly. Leave them alone for now, and see what tricks they want to play. Yu Jia and his men ran half a mile, and the Nanman soldiers behind them did not chase them out. So they returned to the Nanman camp. The Nanman sentry saw that these people were coming again, and quickly sounded the alarm again. As soon as everyone came out, Yu Jia led the people to run again. This repeated 3 or 4 times, and Mu Shurha finally couldn't sit still. He knew that Yu Jia and others had ulterior motives, but he couldn't swallow this breath in his heart. So he decided to lead the army to intercept these shameless soldiers. He shouted to Yu Jia from the back, 80. Give me your life. Team leader. Why did he call you daddy? Chapter 93, Kidnapped. Ha ha ha. Yu Jia rode on Xiao Bai and laughed so flamboyantly that Go Sheng paused for a moment. This is my new godson. How is he? Is he big and strong? Go Sheng was also infected by her and laughed. He is big and strong, but a little too dark. You are so white. Why don't you find a whiter godson? Yu Jia pondered for a moment. You make sense. I have to find a godson who can hold his own. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing to take him out. Mu Shurha behind him was already approaching the crowd. He raised his hand, and the soldiers behind him understood. The left and right wings surrounded him and chased forward. The two groups of people finally fought in the Shanfeng Gorge. At this time, Yu Jia and others were surrounded by Mu Shurha and his men. 80. I haven't seen you for 3 years. I hope you are well. Yu Jia sneered and looked up at him. 3 years have passed, and you still haven't made any progress. You? Mu Shurha became angry, his chest heaving, as if he wanted to skin Yu Jia and tear his bones apart. You are so sharp-tongued. Let's see if you can still be tough later. The battle was about to break out. Yu Jia made a gesture and threw a stone at the Nanman soldiers. What is this? Everyone originally thought it was a weapon, like a rope whip used by the people of the Great Zhou. But after being hit by the stone, they began to doubt their lives. Someone's long knife was tangled up by the rope, and in the panic, the long sword that followed closely chopped off his head. Yu Jia looked at the two parties fighting in front of him, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Mu Shurha didn't dare to take it lightly when he chased him, so he brought more people. At this time, Yu Jia only led 10 people to attack. Although 2 more teams came from the canyon, it was still wrong, especially after using this weird weapon. He felt that he had been tricked. Seeing Mu Shurha's hesitation, Yu Jia knew that he had become suspicious. He raised his palm and clapped twice, and the other 2 teams shouted loudly in the canyon. For a time, the ground shook, and it seemed that there were thousands of troops in the canyon. Mu Shurha was shocked, and he had indeed fallen into the trap. He looked at Yu Jia, who looked very proud, and quickly turned his horse around, ready to lead the soldiers to retreat. Chang Haier had been following Go Sheng beside Yu Jia to protect her. When he saw Mu Shurha, he remembered the frustration he had in the forest 3 years ago. He chased after Mu Shurha regardless of Yu Jia's obstruction. Mu Shurha, you old bastard, give me your life. At this time, Chang Haier had lost the immaturity of 3 years ago, and was strong and healthy, which made Mu Shurha dazed for a moment. After watching for a while, he gradually overlapped with the figure of the thin boy. Chang Haier swung his long sword and chopped at Mu Shurha. Mu Shurha raised his hand to fight, and the 2 men's scimitars and long swords collided, making a clang sound. A sound of a sound. You? Chang Haier quickly drew back his sword and interrupted Mu Shurha. You old bastard. Grandpa failed to kill you 3 years ago. Today is your death day. In the past 3 years, Chang Haier has been training hard. just to be able to compete with Mu Shurha on the battlefield one day. But he forgot that the man in front of him is not an ordinary person. He is a killing machine that came to life by stepping on the corpses of the soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty. And a demon that crawled out of hell. Even if he tried harder and practiced harder, how could he be his opponent? After only 2 moves, Chang Hire was knocked to the ground by Mu Shurha's sword. Chang Hire fell off his horse and was splashed with mud. He got up neatly, dodged the scimitar beside him, and shouted, "Grandpa will fight you." Yu Jia was anxious. She arranged 2 teams in the canyon just for show. How could there be an ambush? At this time, Chang Hire rushed into the enemy army. How could the people in the team lose their lives in vain? At that moment, she clenched the long knife in her hand and turned to Go Sheng to arrange. "Go Sheng, you lead the rest of the people back to the camp first. I will go to save Chang Hire." "Absolutely not." Go Sheng's face was full of anxiety, and his voice was broken. "Zhu, you can't go. You will die if you go." Seeing that Chang Hire was grabbed by the collar by Mu Shurha and pressed on the horse's back, Yu Jia pulled the reins and rushed over without looking back. "Take them away." Yu Jia raised the long knife in her hand and quickly swept down one person. Seeing that Mu Shurha had already returned to the military camp with Chang Hire, she shouted anxiously, "Mu Shurha, put down Chang Hire." Mu Shurha ignored him and patted the man on the horse and chuckled. "So your name is Chang Hire?" The others saw Yu Jia coming to rescue alone and immediately blocked him. They fought and retreated, and Yu Jia could only watch Mu Shurha's figure getting farther and farther away. She felt very sad and bitter. Chang Hire, from the vanguard camp of Jizhou military camp to the Yunnan military camp. She and Gosheng Chang Hire had become a family in the past few years. This time was different from the last time Chang Hire fell off the cliff. She felt empty in her heart. We are really going to lose Chang Hire. Yu Jia was sitting on the horse in a trance, and there were bursts of horse hooves behind him. Zhu. It was Go Sheng. Yu Jia turned to look at him, trying to suppress his emotions, trembling all over. "Go Sheng, what should we do? What about Chang Hire?" Go Sheng looked at Chang Hire, who had disappeared in front of him, and did not speak. The 2 of them just stared blankly at the front. Zhu, we have to survive." "Survive?" Yu Jia turned to look at his soldiers. Some of them were injured in the team, and there were 2 people riding on one horse. He made up his mind and shouted, "Return to the camp." When everyone went back, they were not in a good mood, and no one dared to mention Chang Hire. When he arrived at the camp, he saw Lin Gongquan waiting there. Seeing everyone coming back in despair, he thought that they had returned in vain. Yu Jia weakly turned over and dismounted, raised his hand and bowed. "I greet the captain, military advisor, and captain." Zhong Yitian slapped Yu Jia on the shoulder before Lin Gongquan could speak. "Zhu, it's okay. It doesn't matter if you fail. We will improve it later. Didn't Chang Hire say that failure is the mother of success?" Yu Jia burst into tears when he suddenly heard Zhong Yitian mention Chang Hire. Lin Gongquan noticed something was wrong. What happened? He looked at the wounded. There was not much loss, but he didn't see Chang Hire mentioned by Zhong Yitian. Could it be? He didn't know how to comfort Yu Jia and wanted to hug him. Suddenly, Jin Pinnon interrupted him, and he put down his raised arms awkwardly. Jin Pinnon hugged Yu Jia tightly. "Zhu, don't be sad. We have to avenge Chang Hire. That damned southern barbarian must pay with blood." Yu Jia cried woohoo. After Yu Jia calmed down, it was already the hour of high, and the serious things that needed to be done still had to be done. Life had to go on. She went to Lin Gongquan's tent to report, looking at Yu Jia's eyes swollen like walnuts. Lin Gongquan's heart seemed to be pulled by someone, and it hurt. Zhu, go back and rest, and come back tomorrow to review." Chapter 94. Here again. Yu Jia shook his head. "I lost my temper today. I won't do it again." On the battlefield, casualties are normal. If a close person dies, will the war still be fought? Yu Jia sighed and continued. "Sure to performed very well on the battlefield today. Mu sure he must be prepared when he returns this time. I have to come up with some countermeasures in the next few days to prevent them from taking us by surprise." Lin Gongquan nodded and pondered for a while. Zhu, if this is successful, I will set up a separate battalion. I will promote you to the 1st Battalion Lieutenant and let you practice infantry encirclement." Yu Jia knew that Lin Gongquan was a man of his word. which was different from her boss in her previous life, who always made empty promises. She was going to be promoted, but she couldn't be happy. Thank you, Captain. Seeing Lin Gongxuan staring at her seriously, Yu Jia pretended to be relaxed. Captain, it seems that I have chosen the right team. If I had followed Gu Wenbin, I might not even be promoted to the Chief of Fire at this moment. When you become a general in the future, you must remember me. Lin Gongxuan laughed. And this time it was a heartfelt laugh. Come on. You wait until the end of time for me to be promoted to general? He knew that his career on the battlefield would probably end at the rank of captain. If it was so easy for everyone to get promoted, Gu Wenbin would not have been sitting in the position of Gui captain for decades. It was only after the previous captain died that he was appointed as the captain. Yu Jia naturally knew that he would be appointed as a general in a year. But she would not say it. Back in the tent, she felt anxious when she thought that Lin Gongxuan would be appointed as a general in a year. This also means that the death of her family is not far away. She is also working hard. On second thought, if she completes this matter, she can retire. Suddenly thinking of leaving the military camp, she still feels a sense of loss. Yu Jia lay on the bed with her clothes on, her hands behind her head, looking at the tent above her head. If she left the military camp, what would she do? Hold a sword and ride a horse? Rob the rich and help the poor? And be a female hero who hides in the city? Yu Jia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hee. She's pretty. If it were in modern times, with her skills, she could definitely be a bodyguard and find a handsome and domineering CEO who is stupid and rich to be her boss. Wouldn't it be great? She could fall in love with him at work, and when she got tired of him, she would decisively dump him. The boss knelt down in tears and pulled her trouser legs to ask for reconciliation. But she looked down at him and said coldly, "If you don't love me, then you don't love me." It's so cool. But in this era, it's unrealistic for women to show up in public. And there's really no place to use such a good skill. If it doesn't work, just be a female bandit. I planted this tree, and I opened this mountain. If you want to pass by here, leave money for the way. Yu Jia muttered this sentence, still fantasizing about raising a few handsome guys, and didn't notice that Go Sheng had entered the tent. What's the matter? You want to be a bandit? Yu Jia was so scared that she sat up from the bed. Why are you walking without making any sound? Go Sheng saw that she was talking with full energy, and seemed to have adjusted her mood. So he joked, "If you really want to be a bandit, you have to take me with you. I can still take care of you." Yu Jia pouted. "Come on. Let's think of a response plan first." But before she could think of a suitable plan, Yu Jia received a new task to pick up the princess to the military camp. Princess Li Yuan usually came to the Yunnan military camp to visit Li Yanxiao. This year, Li Yanxiao was transferred to the Nantung military camp, so she had to pass by the Yunnan military camp. Li Yanxiao was busy dealing with muzzling these 2 days, so he handed the burden to Lin Gongxuan. At the same time, he also had selfish motives. Knowing his sister's thoughts, how could he not make a connection? Lin Gongxuan was too lazy to deal with this princess, so he handed the work to Yu Jia. Maybe Lin Gongxuan wanted to divert her attention and assigned her extra work. When Yu Jia received the notice, Li Yuan had already walked to Haitang County, which was closest to the Yunnan military camp. Since the last time Haitang County changed the postmaster, he has been particularly attentive to matters related to Li Yanxiao. Yu Jia led the second team to welcome the princess. 5 miles away from the Yunnan military camp, they met the princess's carriage. Lin Erju. Pay my respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Lin Erju knelt down beside Li Yuan's carriage. After a moment, his green fingers lifted the door curtain, glanced at Yu Jia who was kneeling on the ground, and smiled as if he remembered something interesting. Lin Erju. Get up. Yu Jia stood up in response, still with her head down. Princess, I will lead the way. After getting the promise, she led Go Sheng forward. Go Sheng stood there with a complicated expression, looking at Li Yuan motionless. Yu Jia was horrified and hurriedly pulled up Go Sheng's sleeve. Unfortunately, this treasonous act has been discovered. You are really blind. Who do you think you are, daring to stare at our princess? The man was Lianer, who was just behind the carriage, and just came back to see this lecher waiting for the princess to look. Yu Jia restrained her anger and smiled. I greet Sister Lianer, and hope you are well after leaving the capital. Lianer glared at Yu Jia with contempt. She would not buy it. At this time, Li Yuanyuan had already entered the carriage, and the soldiers on the side were waiting to set off. Lin urged you. Ha ha. Leonard sneered. Birds of a feather flock together. And those who are close to vermilion will be red. And those who are close to ink will be black. Gosheng didn't understand what she meant. He looked at Yujia blankly. Yujia's face had turned dark. She shouted loudly. We have never seen a woman as beautiful as the princess in our lives. So we looked at the princess's demeanor twice more. Although her words were humble, she had murderous intent. And her eyes were full of murderous intent. Don't be angry, Sister Leonor. Our dog eyes should not be staring at the princess's figure. I hope Sister will forgive me. Who forgives you? Come on. Dig out this kid's eyes for me. The guards beside him responded. And Yujia blocked Gosheng in front of him. Leonor. That's it. Li Yuanyuan's gentle voice sounded in the carriage. Yujia was as if pardoned, and pulled Gosheng away. Leonor pouted and stepped on the back of a servant beside her to get into the carriage. Princess, you are too easy to talk to. Right? Haven't you seen the face of that lecher? Li Yuanyuan looked calm and signaled Leonor to calm down. He is just a soldier, and his life is worth nothing. But we dug out his eyes before we even got to the barracks. Isn't that a slap in the face of the captain? She looked at Leonor, who was full of indignation in eyes, and chuckled. You can find a reason to kill him later. Why is it worth getting so angry? Chapter 95. Damn it. Yujia pulled Gosheng back to the team and let him go. Looking at the absent-minded Gosheng, Yujia was a little worried. Gosheng, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly become dazed? If he said that he was shocked by Li Yuanyuan's stunning appearance, Yujia would not believe it. Gosheng's eyes were slightly red. His nose was sour, and his chin was shaking slightly. He turned his head to look at the soldiers on the side, and everyone had already started to hurry on their way. Zhu, do you remember what I told you about my sister? Yujia nodded. Gosheng treated her as his sister, so she naturally remembered the cause of Gosheng's sister's death. In a flash, Yujia figured out the connection. She looked at Li Yuanyuan's carriage in disbelief, and then looked at Gosheng, and there was no more surprise in her eyes. Only certainty remained. Gosheng nodded in great sorrow. As a response to her, what an innocent and pure princess. How can a person who has been disregarding human life and treating human life like ants since childhood be a good person? The last time Li Yuanyuan came to the military camp, the vanguard camp was taken by Lin Gongxuan for devil training, and Gosheng did not see Li Yuanyuan. If he had seen her last time, he would probably have gone crazy on the spot. Yujia had seen the imperial concubine, and the impression she gave her was that although she was arrogant and domineering, she was kind-hearted. She has 2 children. Li Yinxiao inherited her kindness, but the Li Yuanyuan in front of her inherited her arrogance and domineering. No matter how much she tried to cover it up, she couldn't change the fact that she was arrogant and domineering. Yujia originally wondered how a gentle princess could have such an arrogant maid like Leonor. It turned out that they were birds of a feather. Yujia sneered twice and motioned Gosheng to get on the horse. After the team set off, Yujia had already made up her mind. Not to mention the grudge between Gosheng and Li Yuanyuan. Take herself for example. This Leonor must be eliminated as soon as possible. At this time, her eyes were full of murderous intent, and she looked at Gosheng with a bad face. Gosheng understood and nodded quietly. The princess returned to the military camp, and Lin Gongxuan became busy again. Either he had to lead the team to practice riding skills in person, or he had to lead the team to practice infantry. Li Yuanyuan told Li Yinxiao in advance and asked his men to pick her up a few days later. This time, she went to find Lin Gongxuan but failed again. But she did not gain nothing. She actually learned from other soldiers that Lin Gongxuan liked men. This made Li Yuanyuan very angry. She returned to the tent and smashed several sets of teacups before she suppressed her anger. Leonor, you said that he doesn't want this princess, who is so beautiful. Why does he want a man? Leonor carefully comforted her. Princess, don't listen to those people's gossip. Captain Lin is handsome. How could he have a love affair with a man? Li Yuanyuan shook her head, and the suppressed anger rose from her heart again. I don't care if he likes men or not. This man must die. Leonor, go find out who this man is. Leonor followed the order and left the tent. Before she took 2 steps, she was bumped by the princess's guards. She was about to scold, but found out that it was someone close to the princess. So she muttered, "Be careful when you walk." She hurried to the sentry, not noticing that a sneaky figure had followed behind her. At midnight, Lianer hadn't come back yet, which made Li Yuanyuan a little worried. Schwanger. Go and see where Lianer is. Schwanger was another first-class maid of Li Yuanyuan. On weekdays, the princess favored Lianer, and she had no sense of existence. Lianer was not here, so she had to seize the opportunity to show off. I will go out and find Sister Lianer now. As soon as she walked out of the tent, she saw several people carrying something and hurried towards the princess's tent. Who are you? Miss Schwanger. Go and tell the princess that something happened to Miss Lianer. Schwanger didn't need to report this at all. Li Yuanyuan had already left the tent. I saw several people carrying a human figure covered with a cloak, and I was so scared that my body softened in an instant. What is this? Schwanger supported her, and a smug look flashed in her eyes. Princess, don't be sad. Take care of yourself. Lin Gongxuan walked over from the darkness and saluted Li Yuanyuan. Your Highness, the body of Miss Lianer was found in the back mountain. She was dead when she was found. And he looked reluctant, and she was naked, with all kinds of unbearable marks on her body. Li Yuanyuan said sadly, who is so bold as to attack my maid? Gongxuan, you must catch the murderer and punish him severely. She actually grabbed Lin Gongxuan's arm. Lin Gongxuan was very disgusted and shook off Li Yuanyuan's hand without a word. The murderer has been caught and is being interrogated now. Li Yuanyuan shouted, where is he? I will interrogate him myself. Lin Gongxuan led Li Yuanyuan to a remote tent, where Yu Jia was loudly interrogating the murderer. Seeing Lin Gongxuan and Li Yuanyuan, he hurriedly saluted. Captain, he confessed everything. At this moment, the murderer raised his head, and it was the person who bumped into Lianer today. You are so brave. Li Yuanyuan was about to pick up the whip next to her, but Lin Gongxuan stopped her. Hearing the word brave, Yu Jia's heart skipped a beat. Princess, listen to the whole story first before beating her. Lin Gongxuan tried his best to calm Li Yuanyuan's emotions, and motioned Yu Jia to tell the story. Yu Jia understood and spoke loudly. It turned out that after Lianer left the princess's tent today, she asked a soldier to take a message to the guards, and the two agreed to meet in the back mountain. As soon as the two met, Lianer hugged the guard passionately, and the fire was so strong that it was out of control. Who knows if the two were too involved? The guard accidentally killed Lianer. How could this happen? Li Yuanyuan had not heard about the situation between Lianer and the guard. Princess, don't worry. After this person was caught on the spot, I went to check if there were any other witnesses. Who knew? There really was one. Yu Jia was respectful and sincere. When Lianer came out of your tent in the afternoon, someone saw her and the guard. Seeing the pale face of the princess, Yu Jia continued with satisfaction. They actually hugged each other in broad daylight. It's really shameless. Bold. Li Yuanyuan stared at Yu Jia, as if she could raise her hand and slap her in the face the next moment. Princess, please atone your sins. This is not what I said, but what the witness said. At this moment, how could Li Yuanyuan have the energy to gather witnesses for confrontation? She was shocked and only felt ashamed. She had never been so ashamed in her life, especially in front of Lin Gongxuan. If a personal maid behaved like this, how could her master be any better? Seeing Li Yuanyuan's pale face without a trace of blood, Yu Jia felt very happy. And what else? Miss Lianer seemed to have drunk epimedium before doing such a dirty thing with the guard. Epimedium? This was something to help with the fun. Li Yuanyuan was so ashamed that she rolled her eyes and fainted. But Schwanger and her didn't have a tacit understanding on this matter. Li Yuanyuan fell to the ground with a bang, and she hurried to help her. If it was Lianer, she would probably scream and ask for help when Li Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. Chapter 96. If you can't save her, then you can't save her. Yu Jia looked at Li Yuanyuan's performance with an indifferent look on her face. She thought of something and then walked forward. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? There are differences between men and women. Schwanger wanted to stop her, but Yu Jia didn't care and bumped into Schwanger. This bump was not a big deal. Yu Jia used 8 points of strength to knock Li Yuanyuan and Schwanger to the ground. Yu Jia fell on Schwanger immediately, and when she stood up, she accidentally stepped on Li Yuanyuan's hand. The severe pain from her hand made Li Yuanyuan grit her teeth and almost bit her tongue. Yu Jia shouted exaggeratedly, Sister Schwanger, why don't you support your Highness? Princess, you are a precious girl. What should we do if you get hurt? She even pretended to help Li Yuanyuan, but was rejected by Lin Gongxuan. Lin Erju. Go and ask Old Wu to come and see if the princess is seriously injured. Yu Jia turned around and went out of the tent to find Old Wu. But before Old Wu came, Li Yuanyuan showed signs of waking up. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that she was back in her tent. But the severe pain in her hand made her furious. Shuang'er saw her glaring and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Little bitch. What are you still doing? Princess. Are you awake? Li Yuanyuan was shocked. Lin Gongxuan didn't leave, but sat quietly in the corner. Captain Lin. Why are you here? Thinking that it was not appropriate to ask this question, she became shy again. I'm fine. Lin Gongxuan stood up with a faint expression. Since the princess is in good health and the military camp is busy, I will take my leave. He turned and walked out of the tent. Li Yuanyuan got out of bed in a hurry and even forgot to put on her shoes. Gongxuan. Wait a minute. Yu Jia led Wu Lao into the tent. Seeing this scene, he opened his mouth exaggeratedly. Lin Gongxuan was furious when he saw Yu Jia's expression. Lin Erju. Come out. Old Wu quickly bowed to Li Yuanyuan and knelt on the ground. Seeing Lin Gongxuan dragging Yu Jia out, Li Yuanyuan's face turned cold. She sat on the bed with a wooden face. Thinking that Lin Gongxuan had a preference for men, it was not groundless. Old Wu's legs and feet became numb after kneeling on the ground for a while. But the princess did not let him get up. So Duan Ran could not get up. Seeing Old Wu on the ground trembling imperceptibly, Li Yuanyuan snorted coldly. Can't stand it for just a while? She ordered Shuang'er to hand over the tea, and slowly skimmed the tea with the teacup lid. Seeing the scars on her hands, she was so angry that she hit Shuang'er. Shuang'er knelt down with a thump sound, and her body trembled on the ground. Useless thing. Looking at the red and trembling left hand, Li Yuanyuan's eyes were fierce. Come and show this princess. Is this injury serious? Wu Lao breathed a sigh of relief. He had been with Li Yanzhao for such a long time, and he had long known the princess's moody temperament. In the past, when Li Yanzhao was around, she was still restrained. Now Wu Lao was in a state of anxiety, fearing that he would be vented on his anger. He was about to stand up, but the next second, he heard Li Yuanyuan's emotionless voice. Who allowed you to stand up? Wu Lao knelt down hurriedly, and he looked up at Li Yuanyuan in confusion. What? Do you still need me to teach you how to do things? The tent was as quiet as a chicken, and the atmosphere of depression, panic, and terror lingered around Old Wu. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Although he had lived for decades, he had never wanted to escape from this place like now. This voice was like a ghost urging his life. Old Wu had to kneel on the ground and pick up the wooden box to walk towards Li Yuanyuan. Li Yuanyuan looked away and stretched out her hand carelessly. Old Wu straightened his upper body, held Li Yuanyuan's hand with a brocade handkerchief, and carefully observed her injuries. When it comes to medical science, even if he is nervous, he has to be alert and face it seriously at this time. Princess, your hand needs to rest. I will prescribe some medicine for you. Just apply hot compress for half an incense stick every day. When will the swelling go away? Li Yuanyuan is concerned about beauty. It will go away in less than 3 days. Ignoring Wu Lao's fear, Li Yuanyuan's eyes became sharp, and she raised her voice. 3 days? Are you a glutton? It takes 3 days to go away. Wu Lao knelt down and kowtowed. I am not very knowledgeable. This is my limit. This is a desolate and barren place. If you bring a doctor here, I am afraid the injury will be even worse. Li Yuanyuan took a deep breath and let go of the bad air in her chest. If the swelling doesn't go away after 3 days, I will make you look bad. When Old Wu left the tent, he was exhausted and fell on the body of the doctor beside him. Old Wu, what's wrong with you? Old Wu had no strength to speak. He waved his hand. Send me back to the military medical camp first. The doctor carried Old Wu on his back, holding the medicine box in one hand, and walked back to the military medical camp quickly. On this side, Yu Jia was pulled back to the tent by Lin Gongxuan and threw him away. Captain, who made you unhappy again? Lin Gongxuan walked towards her, and Yu Jia's alarm bells were instantly raised. Lin Erju, tell me, is this related to you? Yu Jia's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She touched her chest with great sorrow. Captain, do you think that I, Lin Erju, am such a despicable, insidious and cunning person in your heart, who treats human life as a joke? How long have we known each other? Don't you know me? Seeing Lin Gongxuan's non-committal look, Yu Jia's heart was beating wildly. Could he have really discovered something? The one who got into trouble this time was someone close to the princess. Can you blame me for this? I am too wronged. Yu Jia spoke as fast as jade beads, crackling on the jade plate. The sound was loud and crisp, tickling Lin Gongxuan's heart again and again. He coughed and adjusted his mood. Lin Erju. Who is the princess? Golden branches and jade leaves. The beloved daughter of the current emperor. If she wants someone to die, isn't it as easy as crushing an ant? Seeing Yu Jia's submissive look, Lin Gongxuan snorted coldly. Even though she looked like this, she must have refuted in her heart. Lin Gongxuan guessed right about this point. Yu Jia was disdainful in her heart. Even if the class was strict, it would be impossible to make her surrender. If someone really wanted her life, it would depend on whether she could fight against this force. Anyway, it's just a word death. If you don't resist, how can you know if there is hope? Lin Erju. Put away your tricks. Otherwise, I can't save you. Yu Jia put on her usual playful smile. If I can't save you, I can't save you. The captain has been very good to me. I dare not cause trouble for you again. Lin Gongxuan knew that she would not listen, so he had to give up. Chapter 97 Regret? Yu Jia walked into the tent with a gloomy face and threw the long knife in her hand to the ground. Go Sheng picked up the long knife and looked at her face carefully. Did the captain make things difficult for you? No. Yu Jia sat down and took the water on the table and drank it. She wiped her mouth with her hand, and her eyes were full of broken ice. But he suspected me. Go Sheng followed and sat on the stool. What should I do? He was panicked for a moment. If he implicated Yu Jia, it would be a big deal. Nothing to do. Let it go. Go Sheng. We are weeds on the ground, and the master can trample us to death with just 1 foot. She looked at Go Sheng seriously. But, in addition to being strong and surviving, we have to smear stinky dog shit on our humble bodies. We have to make them sick with the fumigate. And we can't let them get what they want. Go Sheng backed off at this time. His sister had passed away, and her enemy was a powerful noble. If he confronted them head-on, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. They are not even eggs. Go Sheng was a little depressed at the moment. Erju, let's forget it. I don't mind dying, but I can't let you die. He grabbed Yu Jia's arm. When my sister died, I watched helplessly, and there was no way to save her. But there is still room for turning back. I can't let you fall into danger again. Yu Jia smiled calmly, and she applied Go Sheng's hand. Go Sheng, you saved my life. If I don't do something for you, my conscience will be uneasy. But, no buts. Yu Jia stopped him. Besides, there is no turning back after the arrow is shot. Since we have to do it, we must do it to the end. Let them see that a mayfly can shake a tree. The two of them did this without anyone noticing. Yu Jia secretly went up the mountain to collect epimedium, and Lianer's note to the guard was written by Yu Jia. Although I am not sure whether the guard has seen Lianer's handwriting. How can I know if it works if I don't try? Fortunately, the guards did not suspect anything and still came to the appointment. Lianer was tied up by Yu Jia, who put her in a sack in the forest and beat her up to avoid her face, which was a good way to vent his anger. As for why the guards did not find Lianer's injury, it was because Lianer had already drunk epimedium when the two met, and the medicine was effective. Faced with Lianer, who usually bossed them around and was high and mighty, throwing herself into his arms, he was so angry that he could not care so much. But Lianer might have been used to a life of luxury and comfort, and she died after being beaten up by Yu Jia and ravaged. This was also considered smooth, so Yu Jia didn't have to do it again. The guard was executed, and the news was blocked and not spread. Lin Gongxuan was a little surprised to learn that Mr. Wu had been bedridden for the past few days, as he was still strong that day. After listening to the doctor's words about what happened that day, he immediately sent a message to Li Yanxiao, asking him to take Li Yuanyuan away. The reason given was to take the initiative to attack the Nanman. Li Yanxiao naturally knew what Lin Gongxuan was thinking, and although it was a bit far-fetched, he still took Li Yuanyuan away. Yu Jia looked at the princess's guard of honor and spit on the ground. The line soldier sent to the Nanman military camp reported that there was still no news of Chang Haya. After Mu Shih kidnapped Chang Haya, he was never seen again. Yu Jia thought of the dungeon in Mengcheng, which was dark, damp, full of rats and insects, and was simply hell. This ending was relatively good. At least he could survive. Thinking of this, Yu Jia closed his eyes painfully. Chang Haier, you must survive. There was a smell of blood in the dark and cramped dungeon. The door of the iron cage opened, and at this time a ray of light hit Chang Haier. He opened his left eye with difficulty, feeling the warmth for a moment. Unfortunately, this warmth was fleeting, and he was dragged and tied to a wooden frame. Mu Shirha looked at Chang Haier, who was swollen like a pig's head, and a flash of heartache flashed in his eyes. But it was only a moment. What's the matter? Do you have anything to say to me? Chang Haier's throat was hoarse, and he swallowed hard. Uncle has nothing to say. If you have the guts, just kill your uncle. You are so eloquent. But it seems that I still can't let you feel my southern barbarian torture. Mu Shirha's face was as calm as water, without causing any ripples. Ha ha! Chang Haier's rough and hoarse laughter echoed in the dungeon, making people shudder. Then come on. Use it on your uncle. Don't be polite. It's better to torture your uncle to death, so that your father can avenge your uncle. Mu Shirha's anger ignited in his heart, and he turned around and picked up the branding iron and probed Chang Haier. It stopped 2 inches in front of him, and he could feel the scorching heat. I'll give you one last chance. Is your rash attempt to disrupt the Nanman army suitable for your purpose? Are the weapons used available to the entire army? Chang Haier made a ho-ho sound in his throat, laughing. Mu Shirha, I regret that I should have killed you in the forest, or let you fend for yourself there. Mu Shirha paused, and the scene at that time flashed before his eyes. Chang Haier appeared in front of him like a moon god. He hesitated, but that was all. The iron was pressed hard against Chang Haier's abdomen, and the smell of roasted meat and burning instantly wafted. Chang Haier screamed as he was branded, but he still failed. He tried to use the memories of that day to awaken the slightest conscience in Mu Shirha's heart, but unfortunately he didn't have any. Mu Shirha picked up the iron and threw it into the stove. I said that after I repay you for your kindness, we will fight on our own. Chang Haier gritted his teeth and said, You haven't returned my kindness either. Seeing this, Mu Shirha laughed. How do you know you haven't returned it? I was able to let you return to the Yunnan military camp safely that day, which was my repayment of your kindness. Chang Haier was silent for a moment, and after thinking through the joints, he cried out in pain. The soldiers beside him let him down from the wooden frame, and Chang Haier collapsed on the ground. The cold floor, the burned wound, and the devil in front of him made him dazed for a moment. Dad? Mom? Chang Haier regrets it. What is he regretting? He was not a tough person to begin with, and he was scared to the point of peeing his pants when he first went to the battlefield. Now he finally got used to this kind of killing. But he was imprisoned. Yu Jia's tough eyes flashed in front of him again, and he instantly became clear-headed. If Heir Zhuge was here, he would definitely not betray his Zhou to the death. Yes, I did the right thing. I can't say anything that is unfavorable to the Zhou. Chang Haier tried his best to crawl towards the iron cage. It wasn't much better inside, but at least he could lie down and rest for a while. Mu Shirha saw Chang Haier crawling on the ground like a stray dog, and suddenly a ball of anger rose in his heart. He couldn't explain why this ball of anger came from, but he only knew that it hurt his chest. Immediately took a big step forward, grabbed Chang Haier's collar, and made him face him. Chang Haier, is the Zhou worth your sacrifice? Chapter 98. Want to save Chang Haier. Chang Haier laughed. At first it was a light laugh, but the more he laughed, the louder his voice became, until he was shaking with laughter. Mu Shirha left him in disdain, and after calming down, Chang Haier said faintly, What about you? Will you betray your country? Will you betray your brother? Mu Shirha's eyes were deep, and he pinched Chang Haier's neck with his hands, making him look at him. I don't have a brother. Oh, that's no wonder. You don't have a brother. No wonder you don't have a heart. His hands gradually tightened, and Mu Shirha's chest was surging. For some reason, the person in front of him could always easily arouse his anger. The brother you are talking about is 80? I tell you, she is not your brother. Seeing that the only eye that Chang Haier could open was full of surprise, he smiled with satisfaction. She is a woman. Feeling the body of his subordinate suddenly stiffened, Mu Shirha felt refreshed and finally won the game back. No wonder. Chang Haier thought of many details about his relationship with Yu Jia. No wonder she always kept it a secret from me and Go Sheng. I think Go Sheng knew she was an old woman a long time ago. Thinking of Yu Jia's thin figure, her face that could not be tanned. And because of that damn Wugan, she didn't take a bath with him. It's not easy for her to survive. Mu Shurha didn't expect him to say that. His original intention was to drive a nail into Chang Hai's heart. This made Chang Hai feel more guilty about Yu Jia. Feeling annoyed, Mu Shurha threw Chang Hai to the ground and turned to order the soldiers. Put him in a cage, and don't give him food. When Yu Jia was free, she always thought of Chang Hai. She wanted to go to the Nanman military camp to find out. She did it right away. She got up and walked towards the stable. But she stopped on the road. Too impulsive. If she went alone, not to mention being discovered by the sentinel first. Even if Chang Hai was still alive. Even if she sneaked into the military camp. Could she rescue Chang Hai? But she couldn't ask Lin Gongxuan for help. How could the army send troops for a mere soldier? Thinking of Lin Gongxuan's temper. If Chang Hai was trapped in the enemy camp, he would probably want to kill Chang Hai first to prevent the secrets of the army camp from being leaked. She squatted helplessly under the big tree in the corner of the kitchen, sighing. Erju? At this time, someone called Yu Jia uncertainly. Yu Jia looked up and saw that it was Jiayan. After Jiayan was injured in Mengcheng, he had sequelae. He saw that it was Yu Jia, and walked towards her in surprise. Erju, why are you squatting here? Are you counting ants? Yu Jia sighed softly. It would be great if she was so carefree. She stood up and walked towards Pepper and Salt. Pepper and Salt. What are you doing? Pepper and Salt raised the salt shaker in her hand. I went to the quartermaster camp to get some salt. Come on. Don't talk here. Follow me to the kitchen. Yu Jia followed Pepper and Salt to the kitchen. The soldiers had just finished their meal, and the ground was piled with bowls and dishes like a small mountain. The two walked through the back kitchen and came to the stove. Hazy saw Yu Jia and wanted to hug her happily, but was stopped by Yu Jia. Hazy didn't care much. He looked around and saw that no one noticed the three of them. So he took out a butter paper bag from the jar in the corner. Chief, this is the crisp jade cake I made for the princess last time. She didn't eat it, so I secretly kept some. Pepper and Salt secretly swallowed his saliva and complained, You kid. Be careful not to be discovered by the captain. Hazy came to the kitchen a few days earlier than Pepper and Salt. Although he was younger than Pepper and Salt, he still regarded himself as a senior. What's the big deal? I did it quietly, and no one saw it. Yu Jia couldn't take it anymore. She stuffed the butter paper bag into Hazy's hand. I don't like this cake. You keep it. Hazy immediately refused. He insisted on stuffing it into Yu Jia's arms. It was hard to refuse such kindness. So Yu Jia put the cake in her arms. Seeing her colleagues who had lived and died together, Yu Jia was determined to save Chang Hai. She came out of the kitchen and went straight to Lin Gongxuan's tent. At this time, Lin Gongxuan was writing at his desk. Hearing Yu Jia's voice outside, he hurriedly hid the copybook. When Yu Jia entered the tent, he was sitting in front of the chessboard in deep thought. Captain, you are playing chess in person. Lin Gongxuan looked up at Lin Erju with contempt. What do you want now? Yu Jia smiled. And with her beautiful eyes, she sat opposite Lin Gongxuan and took out the jade cake from her arms and placed it next to Lin Gongxuan's hand. Captain, this is my honor to you. Seeing Yu Jia's actions, Lin Gongxuan's eyes darkened a little. He picked up the teacup next to him and handed it to his mouth, only to find that there was no water in the cup. Yu Jia didn't notice Lin Gongxuan's unnaturalness, and she took advantage of the victory to pursue. Since the last sneak attack on the Nanman military camp, I've been itching to do it. Recently, I just practiced a new formation and wanted to find the Nanman to practice with. Lin Gongxuan pondered for a moment and felt that this method was feasible. Besides, if he wanted Lin Erju to set up another camp, there must be a feasible opportunity. But Lin Gongxuan didn't want to agree to her so quickly. Oh, what do you want to do? Yu Jia came in a hurry and hadn't thought of a specific implementation plan. When she heard Lin Gongxuan ask this, she felt a little flustered. She just wanted to do it once and for all and imitate the last method. Humph! Lin Gongxuan sneered. Do you think you, Lin Erju, are the god of war? Or do you think Mu Shurha is a fool? How can he be fooled twice in the same place? Yu Jia also realized that this method was indeed not very suitable. But there was no good countermeasure at the moment. What do you think? Yu Jia kicked the ball to Lin Gongxuan again. Since Lin Gongxuan agreed with the general direction, there was hope. Lin Erju, you are throwing the problem to me again. When Lin Gongxuan said this, he did not notice the doting on the corners of his lips. Yu Jia took advantage of the situation. Captain, you are smart. Extremely smart. Have a good eye for talent. Are a natural person. And are handsome. You will definitely come up with a good plan. Although he knew that Yu Jia was trying to make him happy. Seeing her smug smile, Lin Gongxuan's heart was still as sweet as honey. Okay. I'll discuss it with the military advisor and get back to you. Yu Jia was flattered. And immediately stood up and bowed. Thank you very much. Captain. Lin Gongxuan was soaking in the honey pot. And didn't think much about what was wrong with Yu Jia's reply. Okay. Okay. Sit down. It's annoying to watch these nonsense. Lin Gongxuan waved his hand casually. Yu Jia smiled. No. I have to go back to organize the team members to practice the formation. So I won't bother you again. Okay. You go back and prepare well. Even if he was reluctant, he couldn't forget the business. After Yu Jia left, Lin Gongxuan picked up the jade cake that Yu Jia had placed beside the chessboard and stared at it for a long time. Chapter 99 Thoughts. Although he didn't like sweets, he still accepted it. This was the first time that Lin Erju gave him something. Then he secretly regretted it. Mother said that men can't ask for women's things at will, let alone spend women's money. If there are expenses when two people are together, the man must spend the money. Thinking of Chang Hai often making fun of the bracelet that Lin Erju bought for his beloved woman, he had an idea in his mind. Buying it for the beloved woman is just an excuse. It must be because he likes it. But Lin Erju has already bought a bracelet. So buy her some rouge and powder. Although these things are not needed in the military camp, it is always nice to see them after buying them. It was like she bought a bracelet and never used it once. Lin Gongxuan was a little proud. He gave her rouge and powder, so she could dress up for him. Women dress to please themselves. He wanted her to know his feelings. Lin Gongxuan didn't want to hide it anymore. These days, she was almost torturing herself crazy. Yu Jia looked at the pile of rouge and powder in front of her, and then looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was still proud of himself, and was speechless. Captain, what do you mean? Yu Jia couldn't figure out his intention for a while. Recently, Lin Gongxuan showed abnormality everywhere. Could it be that he had fallen in love with a woman? No. How could he have such a love affair in the military camp? Lin Gongxuan lowered his eyes to look at the objects on the table, picked up a box of gouache, and started playing with it. You should have never used these things. Right? Yu Jia thought about it, and she could count the number of times she had put on makeup in her previous life on one hand. And she had never touched these things since she came here. She nodded and waited for Lin Gongxuan's next words. Lin Gongxuan remembered that Lin Erju said that one should be sincere in doing things, and that sincerity should be the main focus. If he were asked to directly say that he liked Lin Erju, he would not be able to say it. I think I have done it so obviously. The woman in front of me is either playing dumb or really doesn't know what I mean. These are the best rouge and gouache that I asked someone to buy from Mencheng. You can use them. After finishing speaking, he carefully observed Yu Jia's expression. Yu Jia was dumbfounded. You are sick, she almost blurted out. You? She stopped talking, and the words turned around. Captain, what do you mean? Are you embarrassing me? What do you mean? Lin Gongxuan thought she was shy, and stared at Yu Jia with a smile on his face. Yu Jia was speechless by his creepy look. She said unhappily, Captain, you gave me these things. Are you asking me to dress up as a ghost in the middle of the night? Let alone when they are useless. Even if they are useful, these things in front of her are enough for her to use for a lifetime. I have nothing to do, so I just want to have some fun. Don't women like these things? Yu Jia couldn't help rolling her eyes. She felt restless and wanted to escape from here. It was so creepy. Lin Gongxuan was startled and said incredulously, Lin Erju, are you dissatisfied with the rouge and powder I gave you? It's not that I'm dissatisfied, but I can't accept it. Yu Jia suppressed her dark face and said respectfully, seeing that Lin Erju was so ignorant. Lin Gongxuan's face turned cold. It seems that I'm wasting my time. Yu Jia was about to say something, but Lin Gongxuan drove her out of the tent with an impatient look on his face. After Yu Jia left, Lin Gongxuan angrily swept everything on the table into a wooden box and locked it. Thinking of being rejected for the first time, he gave a woman something. Lin Gongxuan's face became more and more ugly. He hadn't given Lu Niang anything yet. He must have given Lin Erju too much face recently, which made her so arrogant and wantonly trample on his sincerity. He decided to make Lin Erju a mistress in the future and punish her. When he got up at night and came back to lie on the bed, he thought about what happened during the day, tossed and turned, couldn't sleep, and simply sat up. In fact, if you think about it carefully, what Lin Erju said is not unreasonable. Imagine if he gave her these things and let others find out. Wouldn't it be difficult to explain? There were people in the camp who didn't accept her and called her a pretty boy. Didn't he encourage others' arrogance this time? Lin Gongxuan felt cold sweat at this moment. Fortunately, he didn't force it to Lin Erju. Thinking of this, the stagnation in Lin Gongxuan's chest slowly dissipated. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that what Lin Erju said made sense. You know what? This woman is quite smart. If she has a child with him in the future, she will definitely inherit his handsomeness and his mother's intelligence. He couldn't help but grin. And suddenly, he slapped himself. Recently, Lin Erju has appeared more and more in his mind. Which is not okay. Isn't this sorry for Lun Yang? But the more he tried to stop thinking about Lin Erju's smiles and frowns seemed to drill into his mind like crazy. As a result, he came to the training ground the next morning with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes. At this time, Yu Jia was leading the second team to practice the infantry. Looking at Yu Jia with a serious face, Lin Gongxuan smiled proudly. Sure enough, women who lead troops seriously are the most beautiful. Seeing Lin Gongxuan at this time, Yu Jia did not think of his strange behavior yesterday, and hurriedly ran towards him. It was not a big deal to run, but Lin Gongxuan stared at her chest and was stunned. Since last year, Yu Jia's chest flesh has been growing wildly. Even with a thick chest wrap, she still feels a little conspicuous. When walking and talking, she usually hugs her chest if possible and tries to cover it up. There were also men with developed chest muscles in the camp. So Yu Jia, who was of average build, was not noticeable in the camp. When she saw Lin Gongxuan, she was so happy that she forgot about it and ran towards him with her chest puffed out. Naturally, her chest shook slightly. If it were someone else, she would definitely not doubt it. But Lin Gongxuan's eyes were sharp. How could he not see it? The sun was not very glaring in March, and Lin Gongxuan felt his face burning at this time, and wanted to jump into the cold water to cool down. Captain, you are here. Lin Gongxuan wiped his face unnaturally, his eyes dodging. Yeah. Yu Jia didn't feel anything wrong. She stood in front of Lin Gongxuan, looking up at him. Has the captain thought of any combat strategy? Oh, I haven't discussed it with the military advisor yet. Yu Jia nodded. That's right. The captain of the 1st Battalion and the military advisor are busy all day long. They certainly can't neglect other things because of this matter. Thank you for your hard work, Captain. The bright smile of the woman in front of him made Lin Gongxuan's heart suddenly jump. If he saw the woman he liked, his heart would beat like a deer. At this moment, his heart would hit the ground with a 1,000-pound hammer. A hole was created with each hit, and he was dizzy for a moment. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan was a little dazed, Yu Jia couldn't help but ask, Captain, what's wrong with you? Lin Gongxuan hurriedly pressed his beating heart and suppressed the joy brought by Yu Jia's caring words. He said expressionlessly, Nothing. Chapter 100 Preparation. In the 27th year of Tianqing, the 10th anniversary of the founding of Nanman was celebrated. The ruler of Nanman sent invitations to all the countries to congratulate in the capital of Nanman. The Great Zhou Kingdom was among them. Li Guoli, the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, sent envoys Li Yanxing, General Zhenan Li Yanzhao, and Lin Gongxuan, the commander of Yunnan, to celebrate. When Lin Gongxuan received the imperial edict, he summoned officers and lieutenants at all levels to arrange matters in the camp. Each country held a founding ceremony, and all neighboring countries were invited to participate. There is an established rule for participating in the ceremony. That is, no war should be caused here. Even if the fighting is in full swing, a ceasefire must be made. Just like relatives, no matter how bad the relationship is at ordinary times, they will visit relatives as usual during the new year. And the surface work must be done. This time, Lin Gongxuan will go to Nantung military camp to attend the ceremony with Li Yanzhao in Nanman country. And this time, Lin Gongxuan will bring Yu Jia with him. When Zhong Yitian informed Yu Jia, she was shocked and surprised. Captain, why did the captain let me go with him? Zhong Yitian thought that Yu Jia wanted to cover up, so he nodded as a matter of course. The captain has his own plan. We just need to do it. No need to say more. Since the boss said so. Yu Jia shut up. She returned to the tent. Found a few sets of Chang Hai's clothes. Sat on the bed and rubbed them. Chang Hai. Chang Hai. This time when you meet Mushira, Grandpa will kill him to avenge you. These days, no matter how hard he tried to inquire about the Nanman military camp, he could not find any news about Chang Hai. Yu Jia was sure that Chang Hai was no longer alive. In the dungeon, Mushira's daily routine questioning sounded. How is the defense of the Yunnan military camp? Snap. With a whipping sound, a muffled groan escaped from Chang Hai's tightly bitten lips. His skinny body was already covered with various wounds, and his tattered clothes hung on his body. Chang Hai seemed to be indifferent. His eyes were filled with gray and dim light, staring at Mushira dully. Seeing his stubborn appearance, Mushira became even more angry and intensified the actions of his men. Look at you. What kind of life you are living here? And then look at 80. Mushira stopped what he was doing, and saw that Changhai's eyes sparkled when he heard Yu Jia's name. He felt like he was filled with vinegar. He felt sour, and wanted to vent it, but he couldn't. Seeing Changhai lower his head again, he clenched the long whip in his hand. 80. Whom you have been thinking about day and night, will go to the Nanman National Founding Celebration with her lover this time. She lives a happy life. How about you? Do you still have any manners? Mushira didn't know whether he was angry at his own failure or at Changhai's grievance. Lover? Chang Hai suddenly realized that this lover must be referring to Lin Gongxuan. It's best for Erju to live a peaceful and happy life. He doesn't want her to have any burden in her heart. Erju always looks like he keeps people at a distance. In fact, Chang Hai knows that her heart is softer than anyone else. When she first knew that Ding Huichang had died, she secretly hid in the quilt and cried in the middle of the night. Gosheng also knew about this. How could he blame Erju for being captured this time? It was because of his recklessness and not listening to her instructions. But Mushira said that her life was peaceful and happy, which couldn't be better. Thinking of this, Chang Hai grinned. Mushira saw Chang Hai like this, and his face was red with anger, and he suddenly swung the long whip in his hand. Hearing Chang Hai screaming loudly, he regretted it again. As soon as he met this person, the devil that had been suppressed in his heart for many years wanted to get out. No matter how he tried to stop it, he couldn't stop it. Ever since Chang Hai was arrested, he would feel lost for a while after returning to the tent after the execution. He didn't dare to think about the possibility in his heart. He was obviously a normal person. How could he be attracted to a man? This man was an enemy. Raising his eyes and looking at Chang Hai again, Mushira's eyes were full of determination. This look made Chang Hai's heart tremble, as if he was electrocuted. Then, he was relieved. Just give him a quick death. He could not hold on any longer. The past 10 days of being captured were like being in hell on earth, with no hope of survival. Mushy. Do it. Changhai tried to open his eyes, and said seriously, Why? Why should I listen to you? Mushy stepped forward and strangled Changhai's throat. Because of the torture and fasting during these days, Changhai's neck was unbelievably thin. Why should I be at your mercy? This sentence? I don't know whether it is said to Changhai or to myself. The two of them were surrounded by horror, hesitation, confusion, anger, and a hint of reluctance. As if he was really angry, Mushira roared in a low voice. Chang Hai, tell me, what should I do with you? Tell me. Chang Hai's neck was pinched, and he instinctively breathed in fresh air. You can kill, or shave. It's up to you. Why are you wasting time talking to Grandpa? Kill you? Mushira laughed. Why should I let you get what you want? You want to die, but I let you live. Oh, by the way, I also want to let 80 know that you are still alive. Let her watch you suffer. And she can only watch. She can't save you. Only me. Only I, Mushira, can decide your life or death. Seeing Mushira fall into madness, Chang Hai cursed angrily. Madman. He's really a madman. Lin Gongxuan asked Fang Dashan to find his daily clothes. He picked and chose again and again, but he was not satisfied. What is this black thing? He picked up a black outer robe with his index finger. I'm only in my 20s, and I look like an 80-year-old man in this thing. Fang Dashan stood aside at a loss, mumbling. Didn't you pick it yourself? When you bought it, you said you looked handsome and elegant in it. Lin Gongxuan didn't hear him mumbling. and turned to look at another brown inner shirt. Fong Dashin. What are these? As my personal guard? Why did you buy me these black and tattered things? Fong Dashin couldn't help it. I didn't buy this. It was Lin Erju's idea. Lin Erju? Lin Gongxuan picked up the brown undershirt and looked at it carefully. Why did you go shopping with her? Fong Dashin answered truthfully. Last time I went to buy spring clothes for you. I happened to meet Lin Erju, who was also shopping. She gave me the idea. If you don't know how to match clothes, black, white, gray and brown will never go wrong. Lin Gongxuan understood. Look carefully. The pattern on this undershirt is quite unique. In that case, take this one with you. Oh, and take the black outer shirt with you too. Chapter 101 Jealousy. Fong Dashin knew that if he brought up Lin Erju, the captain would definitely cross his bottom line. He took advantage of the victory and continued. Hey, Erju likes to ride a strong and powerful horse. She always said that riding a horse like this is like flying. Lin Gongxuan was stunned for a moment, then sneered. He crossed his arms and looked at Fong Dashin with a gloomy face, and the latter's scalp was numb. Before he could say anything, Lin Gongxuan said, She likes a horse? Like flying? Fong Dashin. I don't know if she can fly. If you hang around in front of me again, I guarantee that you will fly higher than that arrow. Fong Dashin turned and ran away, stroking his chest as he ran. Fong family survival rule, quit when you are ahead. Yu Jia didn't know Fong Dashin was using her as a cover, and she felt sad when she thought of Chang Haier. And Go Sheng comforted her. Erju, you finally got out of the barracks this time. You must tell us what you saw outside. Go Sheng exaggeratedly winked. We haven't seen the prosperous southern barbarian capital yet. It doesn't matter if she doesn't say it. Yu Jia remembered that Chang Haier said he would brag about what he saw when he followed the Yin Shao back to the capital. She put down the package in her hand, closed her eyes and relaxed. Go Sheng didn't know what he said wrong to make Yu Jia depressed, and he frantically pulled her. Erju, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Yu Jia opened her eyes. Her eyes were red, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Go Sheng, do you think Chang Haier will blame me? Silly. What are you talking about? Go Sheng shifted his gaze to the package in her hand. Chang Haier, you act impulsively without thinking. You stopped him and saved him at that time. We did what we should do. We have a clear conscience. His eyes were full of heartache, looking at the thin and listless girl in front of him. Go Sheng tried to make himself smile. Erju, people have to look forward. Otherwise they will be trapped in the same place and can't get out. Go Sheng took Yu Jia's hand. We brothers and sisters have to live well. Lin Erju. You. The voice stopped abruptly as Lin Gongxuan lifted the curtain and walked in. He looked at the two people holding hands in front of him, his eyes full of shock. The shock was fleeting, replaced by a storm of rage. What are you two doing? Go Sheng hurriedly put down Yu Jia's hand and saluted Lin Gongxuan. Seeing Lin Gongxuan brewing a raging anger, Go Sheng didn't know why. Captain, what do you want? Lin Gongxuan looked at Go Sheng carefully and walked towards him step by step. The man in front of him was not as tall as him, not as tall and strong as him, not as handsome as him, and not as extraordinary as him. But he could touch Lin Erju's hand. It was simply ridiculous. Lin Erju, do you like this? Have you lost your vision? Yu Jia was confused. Captain, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. If you have anything to say, come to me. It's none of Go Sheng's business. Seeing that Yu Jia was still trying to protect Go Sheng, Lin Gongxuan was like a landmine, which was just a little bit away from blowing up the military camp. You're still protecting him? Lin Gongxuan's handsome face was distorted and hideous, and his eyes were red. Yu Jia, who had never seen him so excited, was immediately shocked. Go Sheng, go out and boil water. Yu Jia used her body to protect Go Sheng and let him escape from the tent. At first, Go Sheng's body was straight and his face was full of reluctance. Yu Jia winked at him, saying that he would only make things worse. Seeing Yu Jia's little move, Lin Gongxuan was even more angry. He put his hands on his waist, with a look of let me hear your excuses. Yu Jia gritted her teeth and faced her unfriendly gaze, straightened her body and looked up. She really didn't know how she had offended the living devil in front of her again. Captain, what are you doing here? Lin Gongxuan realized that he almost forgot the business. Forget it. Business is more important. This time when we go to the Nanman capital, you and Khalil Fong will follow me on ordinary war horses. Let's go to the Nantung military camp to meet up with the prince first. And then go to the Nanmen capital together. Just like that? It's so simple to ask Fang Dashan to pass on the message. Is it worth Lin Gongxuan's special trip? Lin Gongxuan felt so upset. He was a captain of a battalion. And he condescended to arrange it himself. But why did Lin Erju still look puzzled? When you like someone, you unconsciously want to get closer to the other person. And even saying a word can make you happy for a long time. But after saying this, my heart was blocked. When I first came, what were you doing with Gosheng holding hands? Huh? Yu Jia's face was full of question marks. Captain, didn't you see it? We were holding hands. Lin Gongxuan wanted to pry open Lin Erju's head to see if there was anything else that could deceive people besides the paste. I'm asking you why you hold your hands tightly. What do you need to hold your hands tightly to do? Do you know what the difference between men and women is? What does it mean that men and women should not touch each other? Have your parents ever taught you what is propriety, righteousness, and shame? Yu Jia's face darkened. Captain, you are going too far. How does this rise to propriety, righteousness, and shame? I am a woman, but I work diligently in the military camp, endure hardships, and devote myself to studying strategies to defeat the enemy. Haven't you let go of your guard against me? I am a soldier who is loyal to the emperor and the country. Why is shaking hands with my brothers considered as being without propriety, righteousness, and shame? Yu Jia suddenly felt wronged. And just now, she remembered that Chang Hai's emotions had not been suppressed. And now they surged out. Captain, I dare to ask, is shaking hands with a brother against the law? Is it against military regulations? That's not the case. But Yu Jia's face was indignant. And the tone of questioning made him very unhappy. Lin Erju, what are you arguing about? Is this the attitude you should have towards your superiors? Yu Jia forced back the tears in her eyes and took a deep breath. I dare not. I just speak the truth. Lin Gongxuan was so angry that he poked her forehead with his index finger. Are you stupid? Are you not careful? Hearing that Lin Gongxuan even spoke his hometown dialect, Yu Jia couldn't help but burst into tears and laughed. Lin Gongxuan glared at her unhappily and said in a bad tone, Don't do this in the future. It will be disgraceful if someone sees it. After leaving Yu Jia's tent, Lin Gongxuan's bloating could not be dissipated. So he came to the martial arts field. He pulled out a long spear from the weapon rack and juggled it like a dragon. He stopped until he was out of breath and simply lay on the ground. In fact, what Lin Erju said was not wrong. It was normal for men to hug each other in this military camp. The more awkward it was, the more suspicious it would be. After talking to her this time, she would definitely restrain herself. Seeing that her eyes were red and she looked aggrieved just now, he even mentioned her parents. Will she be very angry? Thinking of this, Lin Gongxuan suddenly sat up from the ground. What if Lin Erju was angry? Chapter 102. Let's go. Mother said that men should not retreat when they encounter problems. How could he, a man of 7 feet tall, let a little woman be wronged? Lin Erju is petty and angry. What if she doesn't want to be his concubine in the future? We still need to coax her properly. She didn't like the rouge and powder I bought last time. So let's buy gold. Last time, he heard Lin Erju talking about gold and gold to Chang Hai. Yes, it's right to give Lin Erju gold. And he did it right away. He got up and ran to the stable, picked a 1,000-mile horse, and ran to the nearest Mingcheng. Night slowly fell, and the night surrounded the military camp between the vast sky and earth. The dim kerosene lamp made Yu Jia's figure blurry. The luggage was packed, and they could set off early tomorrow morning. She was about to go to bed when she heard Lin Gongxuan calling her name outside the tent. Thinking of the propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame that Lin Gongxuan had said during the day, Yu Jia spent some time getting dressed and came outside the tent. I greet the captain. Let's talk inside the tent. Lin Gongxuan was about to go inside the tent, but was stopped by Yu Jia. Captain, please say it here. She lowered her voice after she finished speaking. Men and women are different. Lin Gongxuan's toes suddenly hurt, but he couldn't shout it out, because he had picked up a rock and hit it. He licked his back teeth helplessly and took a breath. Never mind. I won't argue with a little girl. He took out a long wooden box from his arms and handed it to Yu Jia expressionlessly, afraid that she would notice something. He coughed. This is what I brought with me when I went to Mingcheng to buy something. Do you like it? The last sentence was almost hummed. and Yu Jia almost didn't hear it clearly. She was a little curious, took the wooden box, and unscrewed the buckle of the box with her right hand. Taking advantage of the moonlight, she saw the object in the box clearly. It was a golden hairpin with a large, gaudy bouquet of flowers on the head. It was unclear what flowers it was, and the hairpin was shining in the cold moonlight. Is this for me? There was a subtle surprise in Yu Jia's tone, which was caught by Lin Gongxuan. He reiterated proudly, I bought this while doing business. He then secretly observed Yu Jia's expression. Seeing her surprise, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Gongxuan asked carefully, Do you like it? Yes. Yu Jia looked up, and her beautiful face was even more radiant at this time. Thank you, Captain. Lin Gongxuan's Adam's apple surged. His throat was dry, and he actually had the urge to kiss her. I don't know what it feels like to kiss Lin Erju on the face. Is it sweet? The male and female protagonists in the storybooks always bite each other's mouths, so it should be sweet, right? Will there be sweet cakes? Lin Gongxuan thought seriously. It should be sweeter than cakes. He doesn't like sweet cakes, but if the cakes were replaced by Lin Erju's little mouth, he would be very happy. Yu Jia didn't notice that Lin Gongxuan's eyes were gradually changing when he looked at her. She was still immersed in the joy of receiving gold. Suddenly, she stopped smiling. The sudden incident also pulled Lin Gongxuan back from his fantasy. What's wrong? Yu Jia handed the wooden box to Lin Gongxuan reluctantly. Captain, no merit, no reward. This gold hairpin is too small to accept. Yu Jia's fingers were tapping on the wooden box, waiting for Lin Gongxuan to speak. Lin Gongxuan instantly understood her little tricks. Well, just treat it as a reward for your hard practice of buwei last time. Besides, this is not bought for you. I just brought it with me. Don't think about returning the favor. And don't feel any psychological burden. Hearing this, Yu Jia happily withdrew her hand and put her hands behind her back. Thank you, Captain. Lin Gongxuan waved his hand. How many thanks have you said in one night? Go to bed quickly. If you miss the departure time tomorrow, I will hold you accountable. Yu Jia slipped into the tent like a mouse, leaving the reluctant Lin Gongxuan looking at the camp in deep thought. A woman is a woman, and she was sent away with a golden hairpin. Then he put his hands behind his back, walked in a square step, and whistled back to the tent. Yu Jia listened to the noise outside getting farther and farther away, and took out the gold hairpin to play with it repeatedly. This is much bigger than the last time I bought it. If I leave the military camp in the future, I will definitely be able to exchange it for a lot of silver. She had a dream all night, dreaming that she was picking up money all the time. She realized that picking up money in the dream was not good and threw it away quickly. But when she saw the golden piece in front of her, she couldn't help it. She picked up and threw it back and forth several times. And finally it was dawn. Oh! Where did Goshen run to? Why didn't you wake me up? Yu Jia dragged her drowsy head and took a frivolous step. She didn't even eat. She picked up the package and ran towards the gate of the military camp. When she arrived at the place, she saw Lin Gongxuan riding on a horse with an impatient face. Yu Jia's heart clicked. I greet the captain. After greeting, Yu Jia hurriedly went to ride his horse. Lin Gongxuan could not help but snort coldly. Lin Erju, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? You ignored my words? Yu Jia smiled with a flattering face. How dare I forget what the captain said? It's just that I dreamed of my mother last night, and I was really sad, so I got up a little late. Lin Gongxuan's heartache disappeared in an instant. Thinking of Lin Erju's previous military record fraud. Could it be that her parents are no longer alive? And he asked her yesterday if her parents had taught her etiquette, righteousness, and shame. He turned his horse's head and shouted, Let's go! Fang Dashan saw it clearly. He secretly glanced at Lin Erju, who was still proud of himself. And he was really envious. It was great to dissolve the captain's anger with just a few words. But thinking that she had sold her body to get the preferential treatment, he was entangled in his heart. Although he didn't understand Long Yang's love, the two people in front of him had nothing to say to him, so he respected them. After thinking it through, Fang Dashan became unrestrained, tightened the reins, whipped the horse whip, and had fun with the horse. From time to time, the three of them arrived at the Nantung military camp. At this time, Li Yinshao had also packed up. With nearly 1,000 soldiers and secret guards, Yu Jia was dumbfounded at the mighty guard of honor. Then he thought, this is a friendly meeting between the great Zhou and the southern barbarians. If you don't pay attention to the substance, how can you not pay attention to the appearance? I'm afraid the prince's guard of honor is much more exaggerated than Li Yanzhao's. This is not the most eye-catching thing. There is actually a woman in the team. According to Huan Long, this woman is an orphan rescued from the mountain in the coldest days of winter. But Yu Jia thinks this matter will never be so simple. Now this woman named Ayan is nominally a doctor. But Li Yanzhao won't let her leave for a moment. If the two are in love, it is definitely impossible. Lovers will unconsciously reveal some friendship. Even if Li Yanzhao regards Ayan as a plaything. Ayan doesn't have these expressions. This is strange. Why did Li Yanzhao tie a woman of unknown origin and suspicious identity to his side? Lin Gongxuan asked Li Yanzhao the same question. Chapter 103, Be Patient. Li Yanzhao did not hide anything from Lin Gongxuan. He told him his plan in detail. Lin Gongxuan thought for a moment, and still felt that this matter was a bit risky. The Mu tribe is insidious and cunning. They are suspicious by nature. When they sent her here, they must have known that you could expose their tricks. But why did you insist on sending Ayan to the military camp? What is their purpose? This is exactly what Li Yanzhao is worried about. He has been puzzled for some time, and has been trying to make a breakthrough. At this time, Lin Gongxuan and the other person were in Li Yanzhao's carriage, heading to Nanman. Your Majesty, I am stupid and can't figure out the connection. He quickly scanned Li Yanzhao's face and continued. It is said that a bystander sees more clearly. Why not ask others what they think? Seeing Lin Gongxuan's eyes shining with affection when he mentioned others, Li Yanzhao knew who he was talking about. The two of them actually developed to this point? Li Yanzhao suppressed his thoughts calmly and nodded in agreement. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan was a little happy, Li Yanzhao told Yu Jia outside the carriage to get on the carriage and reply. Yu Jia was still a little uneasy when she was suddenly summoned. She thought that she was so far away from Li Yanzhao. There was no reason to offend him. Right? Yu Jia's palms were wet with sweat, and she shouted loudly outside the carriage. Lin urge you. Come to see the prince. Not hearing the voice from the carriage, Yu Jia turned around and looked at Huan Long in surprise. Huan Long winked at her, and Yu Jia handed the horse to him, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and quickly slipped in. Prince, are you looking for me? Li Yanzhao half closed his eyes and looked at Yu Jia. After not seeing her for a while, the girl became more and more lively. He observed Lin Gongxuan with his peripheral vision, and saw that he wanted to stick his eyes on the girl. He sighed with regret, let Yu Jia stand up, and said to Lin Gongxuan, Gongxuan, tell Lin Erju the whole story. After listening to the whole story, Yu Jia bowed her head and thought. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. The southern barbarians were not fools, and would not do such a superficial and useless thing. She looked up at Li Yanzhao, then at Lin Gongxuan, and finally made up her mind. Your Highness, I dare to guess that the southern barbarians are going to use the same old trick again. Oh! How do you mean by using the same old trick again? Li Yanzhao did not seem to expect Yu Jia to say this. Do you still remember the last battle of Tongcheng? Yu Jia carefully considered the words. The southern barbarians used the chaos in Tongcheng to stir up trouble, but actually went straight to Mingcheng. I suspect that the smoke bomb they released this time is to cover up other conspiracies. Li Yanzhao was shocked and sat up straight, thinking about what Ayan has done these days. This is really possible. But what purpose does the southern barbarian want to achieve that he would not hesitate to set up such a trap? The surrounding government offices are like a copper wall and iron wall. If they play any tricks to divert attention, they will never return. But would Muzzling think it was so simple? Definitely not. Li Yanzhao said seriously, Gongxuan, in your opinion, what else is worthy of the southern barbarian's concern? Lin Gongxuan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Yu Jia's eyes are on the nose, and her nose is on the heart. She is only responsible for providing the general direction. As for the specific problems, it depends on what the superiors think. After a while, she reluctantly got off the luxurious carriage and rode on the warhorse that rubbed her buttocks and thighs. She was speechless and choked. After all, she had given some advice, but he didn't even invite her to have some snacks or a cup of hot tea. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan's eyes were fixed on Yu Jia, Li Yanzhao held his forehead helplessly. It seemed that Lin Erju had no feelings for Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan was just one-sided, and the man had feelings for her, but the woman had no intention. It was difficult. It was difficult. Yu Jia was familiar with several of Li Yanzhao's guards. She was behind the carriage and listened to everyone gossiping about small things. At least she could kill some time. What? The captain is someone he likes? And in our military camp? Seeing Yujia's mouth open so wide that a big fist could fit in, Huang Long and Wang Xiaobo looked at each other in surprise. Even Fang Datong, who followed her silently, was a little surprised. You don't know who this person is? Wang Xiaobo hinted at something, but didn't dare to point it out. Immortal father, uncle of the gods. She was busy with trials and exercises all day. Who would think about this? I didn't expect Lin Gongxuan, who was serious on weekdays, to play so much in private. That's right. There was no woman in the whole military camp except her. And they should think that the female wolf was very cute when she saw her teeth and claws. But she wanted to know what kind of person Lin Gongxuan would like. So she asked, "Who is it?" Huang Long really couldn't stand her confused look. So he just made up his mind. Far away in the sky, close at hand, Yu Jia looked at the team in front of her in confusion, thinking carefully about this sentence. Suddenly her eyes lit up, like a night pearl in the middle of the night, emitting a fascinating light. She slowly turned her head and looked at Fang Dashan behind her. Brother Dashan, if I make any mistakes in the future, please bear with me. After this, everyone was silent, and Yu Jia was a little proud, thinking that she had guessed it right. You also know that I speak my mind and often make the captain angry. If this happens again in the future, please help me. Brother. Everyone was helpless and held their foreheads. This man was too slow. There was no hope. Fang Dashan whipped the horse expressionlessly, and the dust stirred up made Yu Jia's face gray. What's wrong with Dashan? Why are you so angry? Is it because my request is too much? Yes. Who wants to make it known after selling their body? She secretly regretted. Why did she want to break this window paper? At night, when they walked into the forest, Li Yinshao ordered to set up camp and light a fire in the kitchen to cook. Yu Jia was very curious about Ayan and wanted to get close to this woman and find out her purpose. At this time, Ayan was concentrating on making a fire. She wanted to make pancakes and roast lamb to make rolls. Looking at her quick hands and feet and her skillful movements, she was a person who often cooks. People who cook are usually very patient. Yu Jia expected that this time would not be so simple. Miss Ayan, can I help you light the fire? Ayan wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned to look at the boy in front of her. The boy was of medium build, with a thin frame and looked like he had no flesh on his body. But his upper body looked awkward, especially his round chest and abdomen, and his slender lower limbs, which made him look top-heavy. The face was not very fair, but it was particularly conspicuous among the soldiers who looked dark. The eyes were round, a little cute and childish, and a little feminine. Ayan was excited, but he was feminine, like a woman. But how could there be a woman in the military camp? Looking at the round chest and abdomen again, Ayan understood instantly, and everything made sense. At that moment, she smiled gracefully. Thank you very much. Chapter 104. What trick? Ayan quickly kneaded the dough, rolled the pancake, and placed it in the pot, while Yu Jia kept the fire in the iron rack burning vigorously. The two were silent, each doing their own job, and they didn't feel awkward. Turning the pancake in the pot with her hand, Ayan stood up and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Miss Ayan, are you used to the camp? Yu Jia looked up at Ayan with a smile, and her eyes released warm kindness. Fortunately, Xiao Wu and the brothers in the tent took good care of me. I only did odd jobs. Suddenly, she changed the subject and looked at Yu Jia meaningfully. It's you. You must be very tired in the camp. Right? Hearing this, Yu Jia suppressed her smile, and her heart was alarmed. It's not very hard. I'm used to the daily training, so I don't feel tired. Seeing Yu Jia talking about something else, Ayan didn't say it clearly, and put the pancakes baked in the iron pan into the small wooden basket. Miss Ayan. Yu Jia looked around exaggeratedly and lowered her voice. The prince has a strange temper. Right? What do you mean? Ayan asked calmly. Yu Jia snorted coldly. The prince is a person who is always picky about rules. When we were in the same military camp, I had a closer relationship with his personal guards. I heard that he has some hobbies in that area. After saying that, Yu Jia flashed her big round eyes and looked at Ayan innocently, as if to tell her, look how innocent the first am. I have shared this private hobby of the superior with you. Why don't you do something exciting? Oh, Really? I don't have much contact with the prince in the military medical camp, so I don't know what hobbies you are talking about. Yu Jia paused when adding firewood, as if she punched a ball, and the ball hit her nose in return. No wonder Li Yanxiao has not gained anything from this girl these days. This girl is not a good person. Yu Jia smiled and saw Yin was going to get the basin. She stood up quickly. Miss Yin, let me help you get it. Just when she was about to take action, Yin dodged without a trace. Yu Jia was stern and pretended to fall on her casually. Yin turned around quickly, and Yu Jia missed her and fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. The sound was loud, and the movement was huge, stirring up dust. Yu Jia covered her mouth and nose and coughed awkwardly, her face full of disbelief. Miss Yin, why don't you help me? Yin saw Yu Jia fall to the ground and looked surprised. Why did you fall to the ground? Brother, get up quickly. She wanted to reach out her hand, but she seemed to be shy and retracted it. Yu Jia's embarrassed appearance was laughed at by others. Lin urged you. Don't scare Miss Yin. That's right. You are thick-skinned and it's okay to fall. Miss Yin will need a long time to recover. With a blazing fire in her heart, Yu Jia's eyes gradually became smarter. She looked at Yin, who looked weak and innocent, and her fingers clenched crackling. Yin looked worried at this time. Brother, where does it hurt? Do you want me to take a look? Then she set her eyes on Yu Jia's chest, with a look that was unclear. Oh, how dare I bother Miss Yin? I'll get up right now. After getting up, Yu Jia brushed off the dust on her body carelessly, and then smiled at Yin. But there was a murderous intent in this smile, which scared Yin's heart. She had never seen such a weird expression before. The person in front of her was obviously smiling, but his eyes were like ice chips in the 12th lunar month. Just one look gave her goosebumps all over her body. Miss Yin. Yu Jia walked up to her. If you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. After saying that, he turned around and walked away without caring about Yin's expression. From the kitchen where he was cooking, Yu Jia went straight to the carriage where Li Yanxiao was resting. Li Yanxiao and Lin Gongxuan were sitting at a small round table under a tree. And Yu Jia bowed. Li Yanxiao glanced at her and frowned in disdain. Lin urged you. I asked you to work, but you went to roll in the dirt? Yu Jia was so angry that her teeth itched. Who knew that there was a pile of soft dirt next to the stove? And she happened to catch up. Seeing Li Chong chuckle on the side, Yu Jia glared at him unhappily. Little bastard. I dare not do anything to the top leader. But can't I deal with you? You kid. Wait for me. What are you doing? You look like you want to eat me. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia, who was covered in dirt, and laughed. Erju also suffered from that woman. Right? Li Chong said expressionlessly. Hearing the word also, Yu Jia's mood brightened. That's right. This little girl is not simple. You are as cunning as a mouse. And you have been tricked by her? Li Yanxiao seemed to be unconvinced. What? What is this? Yu Jia's face was expressionless, and she cursed Li Yanxiao's ancestors 800 times in her heart. Reply to the prince. This woman is extraordinary. You have to be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Li Yanxiao looked at Li Chong behind him, his eyes horrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Chong hurriedly explained. I tried her that day. She doesn't know martial arts at all. Yu Jia shook her head. Her years of professional career told her that this woman was no ordinary person. This woman is agile and flexible, and her boxing skills should be very good. She is very good at boxing and kicking. But how does she compare to you? In Lin Gongxuan's heart, Yu Jia's boxing and kicking skills are the best in the world. After all, he is defeated by her in this regard. Humph! Yu Jia snorted coldly, crossing her arms. She is far worse than me. Proud and complacent. Like a proud peacock. Lin Gongxuan squinted and smiled. He just liked her energetic look. Ahem. Li Yanxiao coughed a few times. You two are almost there. Then, he said seriously, Lin Erju, if there is a chance, force her to take action. Yu Jia clasped his fists. I'll obey your orders. It's great. I can vent my anger now. After Yu Jia left, Li Chong followed him. Erju, how are you going to test her? The two of them had a common enemy, which made Li Chong feel good about Lin Erju. Li Chong usually looked serious, but today he was out of character and actually tried to get close to Yu Jia, which made Yu Jia a little flattered. Hey, I'm going to take action directly. Li Chan stopped, frowned and thought. With a childish face, Yu Jia smiled. The child in front of him was not very old, and his mature appearance on weekdays was not as pleasing to the eye as now. You have to be careful. This woman is cunning and often uses some tricks. Oh, really? This aroused Yu Jia's desire to win, and he quickly asked Li Chan how Ian used tricks. Chapter 105, Subdue Her. Oh, it turns out to be a little green tea. After listening to Li Chang's usual behavior towards Ian, Yu Jia had a plan. She patted Li Chang's shoulder with a heroic look. Chang, don't worry. Your brother Erju will take care of this bad breath for you. Really? Li Chang's eyes sparkled, which aroused Yu Jia's pity again. Really? Just wait and see. After lunch, Li Yinjiao ordered to hurry up. The next stop would be the Nanman border, and the life of sleeping in the open would end. Everyone packed up their things neatly and prepared to set off. Yu Jia came to Ian. Miss Ian, I'm a little flustered. Can you help me see what's going on? What are the specific manifestations? Seeing Yu Jia's serious face, Ian also became serious. Well, I don't know what's wrong. I feel nervous when I see you. Ian pulled the corner of her lips. You are too idle. Go back and find something to do. Then you won't be nervous. What do you mean? Yu Jia lowered his voice. Why do I feel that you are a little weird? Ian resisted the urge to roll her eyes. If it was a normal soldier who said such a reckless word, she would be able to deal with it. The girl in front of her is obviously a girl, and she still wants to say some cheesy love words. Isn't this picking a quarrel? I am just a little weird. I am very busy. After she turned around and was about to leave, Yu Jia grabbed her arm. If you want to leave, ask my fist if it agrees. Ian panicked and shook off Yu Jia's hand. Let me go! Yu Jia directly attacked and punched her on the shoulder. Ian was not careful for a moment and was hit by her punch, so she quickly swung her fist. But when she was in the air, she suddenly realized something. So she put her hand down and fell to the ground. But before she fell to the ground, Yu Jia sat on the ground and howled. Miss Ian, how could you misunderstand that I hit you? Yu Jia's attack was quick and the incident happened suddenly, and no one saw it clearly. Just because no one saw it clearly, it doesn't mean that Yu Jia can be unreasonable. The people in the military medical camp saw Yu Jia sitting on the ground and accusing Ian without caring about her image, while Ian stood aside with an innocent look, not knowing what to do. Someone rushed over immediately. Don't talk nonsense. Miss Ian is kind-hearted. How could she hit you for no reason? There was a medical guard who followed Li Yanxiao from the Yunnan military camp to the Nantung military camp. He knew Yu Jia's skills and despised her even more. Don't you look at yourself and Miss Ian? Who knows who will hit who? Yu Jia stopped crying after hearing this. What am I like? Tell me. What am I like? She stood up from the ground with her hands on her hips. Tell me what I am like. The soldier who was speaking just now was frightened by Yu Jia's momentum and stammered. Yu Jia immediately laughed triumphantly. Can't speak? You can't have a prejudice against me. Although I am full of energy on weekdays, it doesn't mean that I can't be bullied. It was Ian who wanted to hit me just now. Yu Jia just wanted to be unreasonable now. She wanted to see where Ian's bottom line was. Ian applied her hands to the place where Yu Jia had just pinched, frowned, and spoke softly. Forget it. It's all Ian's fault. Don't blame her. Li Chan watched the whole process from the side. When he saw Ian making a move, he covered his head with his hands without any fault. It's over. Erju is done. This woman is going to attack again. Yu Jia looked at Ian coldly, put her hands down from her waist, and put them on her abdomen. No. 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 It's Erju's fault. Erju said something wrong, which made Miss Ian angry. So she attacked, as if she realized that she said something wrong. Yu Jia covered her mouth pretentiously. No. Miss Ian didn't hit Erju. It's all Erju's fault. She looked around, saw everyone's jaws dropped, and continued to speak with satisfaction. It's Erju's fault. I wanted to let Miss Ian take a look because my chest hurt. Miss Ian said Erju was free, and Erju shouldn't talk back. That's why Miss Ian beat Erju. It's okay. If Miss Ian can vent her anger, Erju will feel at ease. Yu Jia's pretentious and exaggerated description also made everyone understand the whole story, and the situation was reversed. Ian's knuckles turned white, and her eyes turned red. What could Erju do wrong? It's all Ian's fault. Seeing that Ian was about to cry, Everyone's hearts leaned towards her again. Someone accused Yu Jia of being too loud and scared Ian. Ian spoke at the right time. Erju came here and said that his heart beat faster when he saw me. I should treat you, not give you the evasion. Tears slid down her cheeks, and her weak voice sounded like pear blossoms falling in the spring rain, which made people feel so pitiful. The voices accusing Yu Jia got louder again. Yu Jia raised her eyebrows. Is this okay? Must I cry? All right then. Yu Jia closed her eyes and imagined the faces of everyone she had lost along the way, until the last person had a hairline. When she opened her eyes again, tears were streaming down her face. It's Erju's fault. It's all Erju's fault. Erju has been separated from his sister since he was a child. When I saw Miss Yen, I wanted to get close to her, just like seeing my own sister. I will never do that again. Although she knew that the person in front of her was making up lies, Ayan's heart still trembled, and her body shook involuntarily. Erju, come with me. I will treat you. Everyone was confused. Shouldn't they point out who was right and who was wrong? How did they reconcile? Yu Jia was also puzzled. But since Ayan had given in, she followed him down the stairs. Ayan took Yu Jia to a deserted place. She turned her head and looked at Yu Jia, who was slacking off. Miss, I didn't offend you. Did I? Yu Jia laughed. Stop pretending? What is your purpose in coming to the military camp? What purpose? Just to survive. Ayan was telling the truth. Yu Jia didn't care. Miss Ayan, you look like a member of our great Zhou. Why are you helping that southern barbarian? We are born in troubled times. Can't we just live well? Ayan seemed to have heard a big joke. Live well? Who asked us to live well? I want to. Miss Ayan, tell us your difficulties. Our prince is upright and kind-hearted. He will not blame you. Listening to Yu Jia's words, Ayan really thought for a moment that she had met a noble person. Maybe because the other party was a girl. But this thought was also fleeting. Miss Erju, everyone has their own way of life. Let's not beat around the bush. As a girl, I know how much malice this world has towards girls. I just want to live well with my family. Please forgive me. That's it. Yu Jia quickly attacked Ayan. Although Ayan hesitated, she met it in an instant. In just a few moves, Ayan was defeated, and Yu Jia kicked her to the ground. Chapter 106, Stabbed. Miss Erju, we are both poor people. Why are you forcing me so hard? Ayan endured the severe pain from her shoulder and said in a muffled voice. Miss Ayan, don't worry. I have no ill intentions. Although she said so, the strength of her footsteps did not decrease. You are right. We are all poor people. There is no need to be so tit for tat. But people still have to have a bottom line. Don't they? What bottom line? Ayan just wants to live a good life. Why is it so difficult? Then, she made up her mind and said, Miss Erju, I guess other people in the camp don't know you are a girl yet. Yu Jia was shocked, and her foot on Ayan also stopped. Ayan was very satisfied with her reaction, and smiled. If Miss Erju lets Ayan go, Ayan will definitely not reveal a word. Yu Jia kicked her hard, and saw the person under her feet being trapped on the ground, and felt relieved. You'd better keep your promise. He put his foot away and walked away, leaving Ayan alone to think secretly. It might be a big trouble. Yu Jia reported the situation to Li Yanxiao truthfully. Your Highness, Ayan must have been caught by the Nanman and threatened to come to the Nantung military camp as a spy. Li Yanxiao said nothing, and nodded to let Yu Jia continue. She said she just wanted to live well with her family. Today I had a conflict with her, and I was acting very hard. When I mentioned my sister, she suddenly gave up the attack. Could it be that her sister is in the hands of the Nanman? It's very possible. If so, she does have her reasons. Li Yanxiao was relieved. Then put the weakness in front of her and see what she chooses. At the post station just after entering the Nanman territory, Li Yanxiao felt unwell and called for a doctor. Olwu hurried to Li Yanxiao's room, followed by Ayan carrying a medicine box. After Olwu's observation, smelling, asking and palpation, the conclusion he came to was that he was not used to the climate and diet of the Nanman. Li Yanxiao felt a headache. He had always been strong, but he fell down here. Wouldn't this make the Nanman laugh at him? Olwu comforted him. Don't be angry. Your Majesty, this is normal. As early as when we were approaching the Nanman border, some soldiers in the team had already experienced this phenomenon. Your physical condition has always been healthy. So you can hold on until now. Hearing what Old Wu said, he felt relieved. I prescribed a few medicines for the intestines and abdomen for the prince. Just drink them on time every day. Li Yanxiao nodded. I don't know where this Kitachang is gone. Let Ian be responsible for my diet and medicinal food these days. Ian obeyed the order. Is this really okay? What if Ian really attacks the prince? Li Chan looked worried. He couldn't let the prince take risks. Don't worry. How can the prince be an ordinary person? Yu Jia was leisurely eating an apple, crossing her legs. Ian was taking care of everything, including decocting medicine, serving medicine, and feeding medicine. Li Yanxiao trusted her very much. Huang Wang, Wang Xiaobo, and others were all lamenting that Li Chan was going to fall out of favor. After hearing this, Ian sneered in her heart. This was going to start a new move. Li Yanxiao had already sent people to the Nanmen capital. He was ill, and would be delayed for a few days. At this time, his symptoms were more serious, with vomiting and diarrhea. And he was lying on the bed with a dizzy head, looking at the sleeping man in front of her. Ian's heart was pounding. Although she knew it was a trick, she couldn't help but walk towards the place where Li Yanxiao's personal belongings were placed. Her hands and feet were weak. Her head was hot. And she had to look back to see what was happening on the bed after taking a step. She saw the tiger talisman for dispatching troops at a glance. And she had seen it more than once beside Li Yanxiao. She also picked up the seal and a scroll. She didn't have the courage to open it and look at it. So she hurriedly stuffed it into her arms and walked out the door carefully. After Ian left, Li Yanxiao opened his eyes, and Li Chan walked out from behind the screen. Your Highness, I'll follow you right away. Ian ran out of the post station without changing her clothes. Although she didn't find the defense map, these tiger talismans and seals were more important. She covered her chest tightly, thinking that these things could save Azzy's life. Unable to wait any longer, she came to the tea house where she had agreed to meet on weekdays. He passed the waiter and went straight to the private room. Muzzling had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Ian coming, he was relieved. You won't return empty-handed this time, right? I received a secret letter from her yesterday, saying that the things would be in hand. Ian took out the things from her chest, and Muzzling's eyes lit up. But Ian didn't plan to give it to him immediately. Where's Azzy? Muzzling paused, then clapped his hands, and Azzy walked out of the suite. He saw Ian's eyes shining. Sister! Ian saved him. Azzy, you! Before she finished speaking, she felt a sudden pain in her abdomen, and she took a step back as if in disbelief. At this moment, Azai had no expression that a teenager should have. His face was full of smugness. Azai, why do you treat your sister like this? Ian looked down and saw a dagger pierced into her abdomen. Her hands were already stained with blood. Who is Azai? Who is your brother? The boy's real name was Li Dan. He rolled his eyes and said, What a fool. Just because I called you sister a few times. You really thought I was your brother? Ian recalled their encounter. At first, he had the same look in his eyes, but his face looked like the impression of Azai. So, did he make a mistake in the end? Museling raised his hand to signal, and Li Dan snatched the object from Ian's hand and kicked her. Lying on the ground, Ian curled up in pain. The pain in her body was secondary. Her heart seemed to be crushed, trampled repeatedly, and thrown into the sewer. Why give her hope? But in the end, she was full of disappointment. She couldn't help coughing and coughed up blood. Azzy, where are you? Sir, we got the things. What should we do with this woman? Li Dan looked at Ian lying on the ground thoughtfully. Mu Xiaoling looked at the things in his hand without much care. Leave it to you. Li Dan's eyes were full of light. He rubbed his hands and walked towards Ian. Good sister. You have been my sister for so long. It's time to call me brother. Mu Xiaoling glanced at Li Dan. He was so hungry that he could kill her even with blood all over his body. He impatiently put his hands away and led the others out of the room. Hurry up. After Mu Xiaoling left, Li Dan tore off a Yan's clothes wantonly, and her abdominal wound was bleeding. A Yin was powerless to stop him at this time, and helplessly let him do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, the man in front of her fell on her, hitting her so hard that she couldn't see anything. What a beast! Yu Jia opened the door and came in from outside. She saw a Yin on the ground and quickly pulled Li Dan aside. Get out of the way! A Yin? Hold on for a while. I'll take you to find Xiao Wu Lao. Li Chong pointed at the unconscious Li Dan on the ground and said, "What should we do with this thing?" Yu Jia remembered that he wanted to bully a yin just now, and sneered. Any man who wants to bully a woman should be punished with pickling. But it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Take him back to the post station. Lin urged you. A yin looked at Yu Jia weakly, and Yu Jia shook his head and said softly, "Don't be afraid. You won't die." After an afternoon of treatment, a yin finally stopped bleeding. Chapter 107 Wake Up. Whether she can survive depends on her luck. Old Wu sighed softly. The situation was still not optimistic. Li Chong took people to interrogate Li Dan, but there was no gain so far. "How dare you take action in our Namman territory?" Li Dan woke up and howled loudly. "See if my master will kill you?" Yu Jia scratched her ears. "That depends on whether you have the life to live to that time." Then she signaled Li Chong to take action, so she could not break her promise. Li Dan looked at the short and sharp dagger in Li Chang's hand, panicked, but still shouted, "What do you want to do? Stay away from me." Suddenly, his mouth was stuffed with smelly socks taken off by several people, and he almost fainted from the suffocation. Then, the severe pain from his body made him lose consciousness instantly. Li Chong wiped his hands and came out of the room. "I feel much better after fanning him." Yu Jia snorted coldly. "He deserves it. What should we do now? After all, this is the territory of the Namman. How to deal with him? Don't worry. Since he is someone close to Mu Zhaoling, he is naturally valued by him. Now that he is missing, it's good to at least disturb his mind." After staying in the post station for a few days, Li Yinjia's health improved, and everyone set off for the Namman capital. Ayan was still not awake, and she had a high fever again, and she kept shouting "Azzy." Yu Jia looked at the unconscious woman with heartache. She heard the conversation between the people in the next room of the tea house that day. She could roughly guess Ayan's situation. The other party threatened Ayan with her brother to get close to Li Yanxiao. As for why he let her go, because she looked like a Dezhou person. It was not easy to arouse Li Yanjia's suspicion, but who knew that after the matter was done, Mu Zhaoling did not kill the siblings. But Ayan's brother was originally fake, and it was Mu Zhaoling's men who pretended to be him. This is too hateful. Is Ayan's life not a life? Ayan, you must wake up. Mu Zhaoling bullied you so much. Aren't you angry? Yu Jia started to talk. If it were me, I would definitely settle accounts with him, and I would give back the money with interest. Ayan in the carriage was indifferent, so Yu Jia continued to work hard. Even if you don't want to take revenge on him, don't you want to find Zi? Don't you want to find your brother? Yu Jia clearly felt that Ayan's breathing became faster, and she continued to talk. Think about it. Your brother must be waiting for you to find him somewhere. After finding him, you can reunite, and this will also be worthy of your parents. Ayan's breathing became faster, but she still didn't wake up. Yu Jia leaned against the side of the carriage with disappointment. The soldiers in the military camp are all men, so it is inconvenient for Ayan. A woman. Yu Jia is a ruthless person anyway, so she doesn't care about this and takes the initiative to take care of Ayan. At this time, the honor guard has marched to the last post station away from the Namman capital, where Li Yanjiao and the Crown Prince Li Yinqing's honor guard meet. The two brothers have to socialize when they meet, and Yu Jia feels tired for Li Yanjiao. She looked at Ayan in the room and talked to her again. I was very naughty when I was a child, and my mother always beat me. Thinking of it, I still miss the ruler in my mother's hand. Don't think that my kung fu is so good now. It is inseparable from the beatings when I was a child. Did you learn kung fu to avoid being beaten? Yu Jia was so shocked that she almost jumped up from the stool. She looked at a yin who had already opened her eyes, her face full of excitement. A yin? You finally woke up? A yin didn't say anything. You also have a mother? Huh? Who doesn't have a mother? You are so funny. How can we exist without a mother? Yu Jia's voice became smaller and smaller, and she looked at a yin with an incredible face. A yin's expression was also very excited. No one in this era would call mom. A yin? Are you also a time traveler? A yin shook her head and swallowed hard. I am not. My mother is. Even if Ayan was not. Yu Jia was shocked. She didn't expect that someone else could travel to this era. She sat on the edge of the bed and held Ayan's hand. Good boy. Tell auntie where your mother is now. Then she saw the light in Ayan's eyes dim. My mother and my father died when I was 8 years old. Yu Jia was shocked and couldn't move. She gently put down Ayan's hand. And when she raised her eyes again, they were already soaked with tears. Alone. Parents died early. And the whereabouts of his brother were unknown. What kind of world is this? Ian, I will be your relative from now on. Yes. Li Chong was very puzzled. How could the two people who were incompatible before have such a close relationship now? But it makes sense. After all, Lin Erju saved Ian's life. But Li Chong still disliked Ian when he saw her. He could not forget what this woman had done before. So when he brought the medicine to Ian, he still had a sullen face. Yu Jia took the medicine, his face full of displeasure. What are you doing? With a sullen face? Li Chong ignored the two people's gazes. The prince said that men should be more mature and stable, and not show their joy on their faces. Yu Jia and Ian looked at each other, and then laughed loudly. Mainly Yu Jia laughed loudly, and Ian laughed softly. Chang, you are really a child. Li Chong was not happy. The image he had built up with great difficulty could not be destroyed in such a short time. What do you know? What is this? He couldn't remember what the prince said. Ahem. This is called deep. Yu Jia tried hard to hold back her laughter. Yes. It's called deep. Li Chong even hugged his chest with a proud look on his face. Don't call me kid anymore. Yu Jia grinned. Okay. Okay. I won't call you kid anymore. Yu Jia is old in modern times. Wouldn't she be able to be Li Chang's mother in ancient times? They were about to leave, but they welcomed an uninvited guest. Mu Xiaoling and Mu Shurha came to visit the Prince of Dezhou. The two countries were already at war, so there was nothing to say about polite words. After a few words, they got down to business. Muzzling asked Li Yanxiao, I heard that the Jinan general picked up a wounded person a few days ago. Is this true? Li Yanxiao remained calm. The general is well informed. Nothing can be hidden from the general's eyes and ears. That's right. Oh! I wonder if the wounded is a man or a woman. Muzzling had already determined that Li Yanxiao had captured Li Dan. She is a woman from my great Zhou. Seeing that Li Yanxiao did not admit it, Muzzling became impatient. Prince, let's not beat around the bush. Have you seen the trace of the servant at home? Li Yanxiao's alarm bells were ringing. He thought that this person would be of some use to Muzzling, but it was not worth it for a general of a country to ask for him. But now Muzzling came so blatantly. This person must be relatively important. Chapter 108, Twists and Turns. In this situation, Li Yanxiao would never admit that he had captured Li Dan. Coming to the territory of Nanman, he still wanted to capture people. Are you tired of living? General, you are joking. I just arrived and I am not feeling well. Even now, I have to force myself to talk to you. How could I capture someone around you? Li Yanxiao's words were sincere, and his eyes were calm. Even if Mu Xiaoling was anxious, he would be helpless without any evidence. By the way, General, I have a female doctor who stole important items from the camp and ran away. Her whereabouts are still unknown. Li Yanxiao turned his eyes and stared at Mu Xiaoling with his hawk-like eyes. If you get any news from the general, can you tell me something? Isn't there an injured girl in the prince's team? Isn't it this female doctor? Mu Shurha looked surprised, as if he couldn't believe it. Li Yanxiao shook his head and said helplessly, how could this be the abominable female doctor? He was full of smiles, like a peach blossom blooming in March. This is a confidant that the prince met when he entered the territory of the Nanman. We are all men, so there is no need to make some things clear. When did the third brother become interested in women? The prince took over the conversation with interest. You have always been obsessed with war. These love affairs are as rare to you as a rooster laying eggs. After he finished speaking, he laughed to himself, and Mu Xiaoling and Mu Shurha also laughed out loud to show his respect. Li Yanxiao's face flashed with embarrassment. I'm ashamed. As the prince said, I am concerned. But this woman is too strong. Seeing me is like seeing a flood and a beast. She was arguing and unwilling to accomplish a good thing with me, and she accidentally hurt herself. Is this true? The prince was furious, obviously forgetting that Li Yanxiao was talking about a woman he met in the southern barbarians. The third prince of the Great Zhou Kingdom likes her, and she is wronged? Li Yanxiao didn't expect the prince to react so strongly, and hurriedly bowed his hands. Please calm down. Prince, wait until this woman recovers from her injuries, and I will let her leave. After all, there is a difference in status. I am willing to let her go home. The prince did not care about the woman's status, but Muzzling noticed it. Your Majesty, if you like our southern barbarian women, How about I send you a few? Seeing Li Yanxiao frowned slightly. Muzzling seemed not to hear. Our southern barbarian women are bold and fierce. And there is a world of difference between you and your shy women of the great show. I think a great hero, like your majesty, would like bold and passionate women. Even the prince followed suit. And Li Yanxiao had to accept the woman sent by muzzling. When Li Yanxiao returned to his residence, Yu Jia saw 2 southern barbarian women following him, and instantly lost her composure. Men are men. When they go out, they not only have to eat but also pack up and bring back food. Li Yanxiao was miserable. 1 iron was enough for him. And now there were 2 more. Besides, everyone knew what muzzling was thinking. He was sent to get information. But Li Yanxiao couldn't refuse. He summoned Yu Jia and wanted her to give him some advice. What ideas could Yu Jia have? They had already made a move. And you couldn't kill the 2 people in private. But leaving these 2 people behind would be a disaster. Now they have moved into the embassy that entertains envoys from various countries. Here, there are surveillance by the southern barbarians everywhere. Ian is still okay. Li Yanxiao insisted that she was his lover. And the southern barbarians couldn't do anything about it. But it was not easy to fool Li Dan. He sent his assassins to guard the place strictly every day. After a long time, he would definitely be exposed. 2 more troubles came. They had to be dealt with first. Yu Jia thought about it and found a way. Your Majesty, if you want to deal with them, you can't have any shame. Seeing the smirk on the face of the man in front of him, Li Yanxiao cried out in his heart that it was not good. But he remained calm on the surface. What can you do? The next morning, the news spread to the ears of envoys from various countries that the 3rd prince of the Great Zhou, His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi, had his face scratched by 2 southern barbarian women. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi was of noble status, and had never suffered such a great humiliation. He immediately killed the 2 people to vent his anger, since the 2 were sent by the Nanman General Mu Zhaoling. He sent Li Yanxiao a few more beautiful ladies in the name of apology in the morning. But Li Yanxiao had suffered a loss and was fooled once. So how could he accept it? At that moment, Mu Zhaoling's face was offended. And even if the Prince of the Great Zhou came out to mediate, it was not very effective. And the few people left in a bad mood. This was like an appetizer, which aroused everyone's gossip. I didn't expect that Li Yanxiao was successful in officialdom, but failed in love. Although Li Yanxiao was ridiculed, he solved the problem after all. Yu Jia still had a problem to solve, which was to find out the identity of Li Dan. She asked a Yen, but a Yen didn't know it very well. On weekdays, the 2 of them get along like real siblings. And when he saw muzzling, he panicked as if he saw an enemy. This boy is really good at acting. It's a pity that he is not an actor. Yu Jia touched his smooth chin and asked, Ian, how did you determine that Lydon was your brother's? Where did you 2 recognize each other? Ian fell into memories. Over the years, she has been wandering around the place where she partied with her brother, and lived in the mountains all year round. This is also the reason why Li Yanxiao went to investigate her residence and found nothing. In addition to selling her hunting at the Dazhou market, she also went to the border of Nanman to sell. Over time, she became familiar with some vendors. She slowly asked them about her brother's news. Although she knew the chances were slim, she still refused to give up. It might be at this time that the people of the Mu department targeted her. In late autumn, she had to prepare food for the winter. So she went to the southern barbarian territory to sell mountain products as usual. After selling the mountain products, she came to a shop selling rice. Before she got close, she heard a noise. When she got closer, she saw Li Dan being beaten by several people. At first, she didn't care, thinking it was just an ordinary fight. When she was about to turn around, Li Dan suddenly grabbed her calf and shouted loudly, Sister, I'm here. Ian seemed to be nailed to the ground in an instant, looking at the bloody face and pure and clean eyes on the ground. Her heart seemed to jump out. Later, Ian helped him pay back the money and asked about his family. Li Dan just said that there was no one at home. Only his sister. The 2 of them were separated when they were young, and he had been begging for a living. Although she had doubts in her heart, she still treated him as a brother, which was also the fulfillment of her long-cherished wish. The more Yu Jia listened, the tighter her brows frowned. Ian was a smart woman. How could she believe this lame excuse? But she forgot that bystanders can always see the conspiracy clearly. She seemed to have a god's perspective, so of course she could see it more clearly than Ian. Chapter 109 Blackmail. This information is useless to Yu Jia. If he wants to know Li Dan's identity, he has to start from him. That night, Yu Jia went to Li Dan's room. The smell of herbs mixed with blood in the room almost made Yu Jia vomit on the spot. Li Dan on the bed was given house arrest powder and stared at Yu Jia weakly. Yu Jia fanned her nose exaggeratedly with her hand. What a smell. It's so bad. Li Dan whispered in southern barbarian language. And she knew he was scolding her without asking. Yu Jia didn't care and moved a chair to sit in front of his bed. I will only give you one chance. If you hide anything, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Then she looked at Li Dan's lower body. It will end up like that piece of meat. Li Dan was so angry that he was panting. Veins on his forehead were exposed. And he shouted weakly. You dare to hurt me. If my father knows, you will be in big trouble. Well, then you have to tell me who your father is first. Right? Yu Jia thought she looked very kind now. But the cold murderous intent in her eyes made Li Dan suddenly sober. He was not stupid. If the people of Dezhou didn't know his identity, they might not dare to touch him. If they knew, would they threaten his father with him? Seeing that Li Dan kept silent, Yu Jia became impatient and put away the smile on her face. I know what you're thinking. But here, you can't think so much. You are valuable here. So I will let you live. If you keep silent now. Yu Jia looked at his body again. And Li Dan followed her gaze. The place covered by the thin blanket had no ups and downs. You dare? Li Dan's eyes were red with anger. You have taken away my most precious thing. What else do you want to do? Ha ha ha. Yu Jia didn't listen to his nonsense. Took out a dagger from his boots. Grabbed his hand. And cut off his little finger. Ah! Even if Li Dan was weak, he still screamed in pain. Don't wait for me to go out. If I go out, I will peel off your skin. Well, it seems that you are still too stubborn. Yu Jia turned the dagger and pointed it again. This time, Li Dan on the bed had no strength to shout and fainted directly. Old Xiao Wu rushed over and treated the wound skillfully. After stopping the bleeding and bandaging, Yu Jia picked up the kettle, poured a glass of water, turned to the bed, and splashed it on Li Dan's face. Li Dan looked pale, but he slowly opened his eyes. He felt the pain from his hand, and a muffled sound came out of his mouth. Before he recovered, he saw Yu Jia holding the dagger and gently wiping the blood stains on it. What? After thinking about it for a while. Do you want to say it or not? After waiting for a while, seeing that Li Dan did not move, she impatiently prepared to act again. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. At this point, Li Dan finally panicked. The man in front of him was a ruthless devil, and he must not be angered again. I am the nephew of the current imperial concubine, and my father is a first-rank general. You can't touch me. Sounding to this imperial concubine. Why is it so familiar? Yu Jia frowned and thought. Then what is your relationship with that Jin Bang? Jin Bang and I are cousins. Which means that Jin Bang's mother, my mother, and the imperial concubine are sisters. Li Dan answered obediently. Yu Jia suddenly realized that the boy in front of her couldn't live anymore. She killed Jin Bang, and Mu Shurhan knew about it, which was equivalent to making enemies with the imperial concubine. If the boy in front of her ran out to inform the king of Namman again, the imperial concubine would whisper in the king's ear. She might lose her life here. Yu Jia sighed. She was too unlucky. No. It should be said that the imperial concubine was too unlucky. Her nephew was killed by Yu Jia. But if she just killed this beast, it would be too easy. No. She had to make the first-rank Zhonglongjiang bleed. Yu Jia didn't know the official positions of Namman. But seeing Li Dan's pride, she knew that the Zhonglongjiang position was not trivial. That night, Yu Jia went to find Lin Gongxuan. In fact, Yu Jia had been avoiding Lin Gongxuan these days. That day, it was not difficult to figure out from the words of Huang Long and others that Lin Gongxuan might be interested in her. But she couldn't admit it, so she could only drag it to Fang Dashan. However, Lin Gongxuan had to be involved in today's matter. Although Li Yanzhao gave her full authority to deal with the divorce, she couldn't make decisions on everything without Lin Gongxuan. After meeting Lin Gongxuan, Yu Jia told him her plan straight to the point. Lin Gongxuan didn't object, but he didn't agree immediately. Lin Erju, are you so obsessed with money? Look at what the captain asked. Who in this world doesn't love money? Who doesn't like the white silver and the gold? Those who say they don't like it are stupid. Then what else can you think about besides money? Lin Gongxuan seemed to be thinking about something. Besides money? Yu Jia tilted her head and thought seriously. Besides money? I also like gold and silver jewelry, rare treasures, houses and fields, etc. Wait a minute. Lin Gongxuan panted through his nose. You have never thought about your family affection, and your lover. Hey, family affection will naturally come to mind. And there is no need to talk about lover. Men will only affect my love for money, and the speed of making money. Lin Gongxuan was completely speechless. He looked at Yu Jia and felt that the woman in front of him was hopeless. After saying so much, Yu Jia's mouth was dry. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan had not yet given in, she became a little impatient. Captain, please give me a definite answer. Is it feasible or not? Never mind. Who made him like her? It's feasible. Seeing the little girl in front of him smiling so hard that her teeth were showing, Lin Gongxuan's depression was swept away. Since Lin Erzhu loves money so much, let her manage the family's money in the future. In this way, he and Lun Yang can be hands-off shopkeepers. The two of them made a long-term plan and prepared to sneak into the house of the general of the Central Army at night to deliver the letter. There was a great chaos in the mansion of the general of the Central Army. In the morning, the general of the Central Army saw a kidnapping letter on the table in his study, asking him to prepare 10,000 taels of gold and send it to the designated location on the border. The letter repeatedly emphasized that he was not allowed to tell his superiors and not to bring guards when he went. Otherwise his son would never breathe again. If this was not enough to make people believe it, he would have 2 bloody fingers wrapped in his heart, and the blood would stain the letter paper red. The general of the Central Army was almost fainted with anger, and he forced himself to calm down and asked the housekeeper to prepare the gold quickly, because the amount of gold was large. The general of the Central Army personally drove a carriage to the border. When he arrived at the place and found the agreed centurial fir tree, he put all the gold into the tree hole. He observed the movements around him, but in the end he found nothing. There were few people around, not even a bird, let alone people. Just put the gold in the tree hole? Will his son be back tomorrow? But what else can he do except do it? Chapter 110 Meeting. Yu Jia waited on the fir tree for half a day, and only came down from the tree when she was sure that no one was paying attention. In the evening, she took advantage of the night to transfer all the 10,000 taels of gold. After doing all this, Yu Jia was almost exhausted lying on the bed. Oh my dear mother, 10,000 taels of gold. I am so tired. It's such a sweet trouble. However, she still had a conscience, and was ready to give Lin Gongxuan 2,000 taels. Although she took the risk. After all, it was Lin Gongxuan who put the letter that night. Her lightness skills were not good, and she could not fly over the eaves and walk on the walls. Otherwise, the letter would not have been delivered to the Zhonglangyang mansion smoothly. The next day, Zhonglangyang saw that his son did not return safely, so he led his troops to the big fir tree. There was no trace of gold in the tree hole. Only then did he realize that he had been fooled. Helplessly, he reported the matter to Muzzling. Muzzling said that he was confused. How could he not report it to him at the first time? The general stammered, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. Sir, when I saw my son's 2 broken fingers, I lost my mind and my head was in a mess. My son? Where is he? He fell to the ground and cried bitterly. It was really sad to see and to hear. Mushi looked at the scene in front of him woodenly. This general relied on the power of the imperial concubine to do all kinds of evil. He bullied men and women in the capital, and killed many children of families. How could he not bear it when it was his turn? After reading the letter in his hand, Mu Zhaoling handed it to Mu Shurha. Do you see if there is any problem? Mu Shurha picked up the letter, and started reading it. In just a moment, a figure appeared in his mind. 80! We cannot make rash judgments about things without evidence. We should still speak with facts. After all, it is a celebration period. We should keep quiet if possible. Mu Shurha shook his head, indicating that there was nothing unusual. With a creak, Mu Shurha pushed the door open and entered the room. There was no light in the room, and the moonlight came in from the window, like a piece of silk cloth. The young man was wearing a dark cloud-woven robe, and his hair was as black as ink under the moonlight, tied behind his head with only a silk ribbon. He sat on the stool in the moonlight, and picked up the kettle to pour a cup of tea. The gauze curtain on the bed was completely closed, and he knew that the person inside was still awake. Changhair. I will see 80 tomorrow. Do you have anything to tell her? As expected, no one spoke. He drank the cold tea in the cup. Feeling sad? His heart seemed colder than the cold tea. He still remembered that he expressed his feelings to Changhae before bringing him out of the dungeon. He still remembered the emotions in Changhae's eyes. Disgust, disbelief, rejection. All kinds of emotions mixed together, making him breathless. Changhae used to speak ill of him, and even spit on his face. But now, he would rather have Changhae scold him and beat him than have him ignore him. He was annoyed that he could not hold back his anger, but he did not regret it. When you like someone, you just want him to know your feelings. Even if there is a bottomless abyss ahead, he wants to give it a try. Do you want me to pass the news about you to her? Suddenly, the person on the bed sat up, pulled open the bed curtain, stared at Mushurha, and said the coldest words. Mushurha, are you disgusting? Changhae's chest rose and fell. He did not want Yu Jia to know that he was with Mushurha. He was so excited that he affected the injuries on his body. But these were not as anxious as his heart at the moment. Putting aside Mushurha's thoughts about him, which made him feel ashamed. He didn't want to become Yu Jia's weak spot. Disgusting? Mushurha put down the teacup heavily. Why am I disgusting? Have I done something against the will of heaven and earth? He stood up and walked towards Changhae, who was so scared that he quickly shrank back into the bed and hid under the quilt. Looking at Changhae, who was as frightened as a slingshot, Mushurha smiled bitterly. I just like you. I like you who are also a man. Is this disgusting? Who stipulates that men must like women? Who stipulates that men cannot like men? He also made efforts to divert his attention from Changhae. But he couldn't do it. When he saw those vulgar women, he could not help but think of them as Changhae's faces. The repeated questioning left Changhae speechless. But I like women, not men. So I can't respond to you. Besides, you and I have different positions. And we will meet on the battlefield after all. These words were like ice chips that were icy cold, splashing on Mushurha's head. It was like a sudden enlightenment. Yes, Changhae was right. The two had different positions. Even if the other party accepted him, could he let it go? He was responsible for the safety of the Nan Man. So how could he just fall into the love affair? Thinking of the purpose of bringing Changhae here, Mushurha's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you know what your good brother did? She actually cheated a first-rank Zhonglong general of 10,000 taels of gold. Changhae was shocked. 10,000 taels of gold. This Urju brother is really good. If you are taken out tomorrow, do you think 80 will give up the 10,000 taels of gold to redeem you? Changhae couldn't say for sure. He was not sure that his position in Urju brother's heart was more important than the 10,000 taels of gold. Seeing Changhae silent, Mushurha thought that Changhae would definitely be sad. And his heart suddenly became cheerful. He was in a very good mood. So he didn't care about Changhae. Your injuries have almost healed in the past few days. Get ready to meet someone with me tomorrow. Changhae muttered in his heart. If Urzaj refused to pay 10,000 taels of gold to redeem him, it would be better for her to think that he died in the Nanman military camp. In this way, with a nervous mood, he finally waited until dawn. Mushurha did not break his promise. He asked the maid to dress him up and took him out. Yu Jia was also wondering why a general would bring a little follower with him when he sent an invitation to Li Yanzhao. She followed Li Yanzhao and Lin Gongxuan to the general's mansion. The mansion building was solemn and solemn. The two stone lions in front of the brass gate were huge and majestic. Entering the gate, the mansion has a bright corridor and a ridge, which is more luxurious than Li Yanzhao's mansion. The garden behind the mansion is full of winding corridors and pavilions, which is very magnificent. Yu Jia looked here and there, very curious. Anyway, she has money now, and she will buy a big house and build more houses after leaving the barracks. Thinking happily, she came to the pavilion. At this time, Mu Xiaoling and Mushurha had already joined the line. Yu Jia was about to sit down when she saw the person standing opposite. Changhae, Yu Jia exclaimed. If Lin Gongxuan hadn't grabbed her wrist, she would have wanted to hug Changhae on the spot. Chapter 111 Exchange. Yu Jia's heart was beating like a drum with excitement. Her hands and feet were weak. She was pulled by Lin Gongxuan to sit aside. Changhae was also very excited. But when she thought that there might be a rift between the two of them, she lowered her head. Yu Jia was surprised. Reunion should be exciting and happy. Why did Changhae look unhappy? She looked at Changhae. Today he was wearing a navy blue narrow-sleeved robe. He was thin and looked like a gust of wind could blow him away. There were still some scars on his face. I don't know how much suffering he had suffered. Seeing that Yujia's eyes were too straightforward, Mushira's eyes flashed with anger. Brother, do you like my servant? He said jokingly. If you like it, how about giving it to you? Muzzling was stunned. Mushi used to be steady and cold. What happened today? Yujia's lips twitched. She didn't expect Mushi to say such shocking words. She is now a man. Can the relationship between this man and this man be brought to the table? Changhair had a complicated look in his eyes, and stood there awkwardly. What are you doing? You are lucky to have caught the attention of the nobleman. Why don't you pour wine for him? Changhair dragged his heavy body, holding the wine pot in both hands, and came to Yujia. Changhair looked sad and staggered, and Yujia felt distressed. After Changhair finished pouring the wine, she quickly adjusted her expression and touched Changhair's scarred hand. It's really interesting. Since the general wants to fulfill my wish, I'd better obey your order. She was about to pull Changhair to sit next to her. Wait! Mushira stopped her. His eyes were sharp and scorching. This little slave is deeply loved by this general. If I really give it to you, I'm really reluctant to give it up. He came to the point. Yujia forced Changhair to sit on the seat, which made Mushira's eyes blaze with fire. What does the general want? 10,000 taels of gold. Yujia sneered and stopped pretending. She stood up regardless of Li Yanzhou's gesture. Yes. When these words came out, several people present were shocked. Changhair didn't expect that he was more important to Yujia than 10,000 taels of gold. Lin Gongxuan felt a sense of crisis. Yujia loved money like her life, and was only willing to give him, her superior, 2,000 taels of gold. In order to save Changhair, she was willing to give it all? Could it be that she liked Changhair? Mushira was shocked and angry. He was shocked that Yujia was willing to give it up, and he was angry that the relationship between the two was definitely not simple. Li Yanzhou and Mu Xiaoling were calm and did not express any opinions. Yujia looked at the people with wonderful faces and spoke loudly. What's the matter, General? Are you going back on your word again? Yes, Mushira said coldly. Since the relationship has been torn apart, there is no need for everyone to pretend. The general of the Central Army has surrounded the mansion. As long as he gives an order, the person in front of him will be beheaded. Yujia said fearlessly. Wait a minute. General, since the deal cannot be made, it means that the price is not satisfactory. She glanced at Mu Xiaoling and saw that he was still calm. So Yujia had a clue in her heart. I guess you have sent people to search the embassy? How can I let you do what you want? What do you mean? Mu Xiaoling finally put down the wine glass in his hand. I think my great joke came to Naman, and I actually let the Naman generals search. Is this your way of entertaining guests? Li Yanzhou looked at Mu Xiaoling coldly. Please give De Zhou an explanation. General Mu, please calm down. Your Majesty, a thief sneaked into the city yesterday. The Lord takes this very seriously. Not only De Zhou, but all the embassies have been searched. Mu Xiaoling said calmly, with a lazy and leisurely look on his face. Since the general has said so, we naturally dare not object. Although he said so, Lin Gongxuan's face was murderous. But if we can't go back before 1530, then the people who were transferred before will not survive. Bang! There was a movement not far away. Yujia smiled. Hee hee. You can't imagine it. We transferred people in advance. It was already noon, and they were not sure they could find Li Dan within 3/4 of an hour. If they didn't release him quickly, Li Dan might be in danger of his life. During this celebration, what are you talking about, death and life? Yujia sneered at Lin Gongxuan, whose heart was pounding. Let's put it this way. We can't let you do a loss-making business. She glanced at Changhair, whose eyes were full of worry. Yujia nodded and patted his shoulder gently. Today we are going to take Changhair away, and we will give you a choice. Do you want 10,000 taels of gold, or half a life? Hearing Yujia say half a life, Muzzling and Mushi were not calm. What did you do to Leiden? Yujia did not answer directly. If he did not want this half-life, he would have died after 3:15 p.m. It seems that this person is not important to you at all. Well, I will prepare 10,000 taels of gold. Wait! A gray-haired old man ran over from behind the rockery. He was excited, staggering, and shouting loudly. I want my son's life. This? Mushi did not seem to recognize the old man in front of him. Why did the Zonglangjiang become like this? Zonglangjiang knelt in front of Yu Jia, speaking earnestly and shedding tears. If you don't know the old man's personality, it's hard to associate him with the bad guy in the mouth of the people. People will only think he is an old father. Please let my son go. I don't want any gold. I just want my son's life. Mushira's eyes moved slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking. Yu Jia looked panicked. Oh, you are the father of the first-rank Zhonglong general in Li Dan's mouth. You are really a handsome man. A dragon among men. Everyone. After she finished speaking, she saw that everyone's face was not right, as if she just realized that her words were inappropriate. Don't worry. If the general is willing, we are willing to exchange Chonghire for your son. The general of the Central Army understood what Yu Jia meant, and turned to kowtow to Muzhiling. General, please have mercy on me. I only have this one son, and the family has been passed down for 8 generations. Yu Jia almost burst out laughing. Now it can't be passed down to the 9th generation. Muzhiling was flattered and stood up quickly. He walked to the general of the Central Army and helped him up. What are you talking about? I agree. Seeing that the transaction was completed, Yu Jia and others no longer had the mood to stay here, and the general of the Central Army wanted to send them to the embassy immediately. When the general of the Central Army saw Li Dan, he fainted. In this case, it would be better to get back his 10,000 taels of gold. What's the point of returning his son if he is useless? Enter the palace to be a eunuch? Chapter 112 Escape. The general of the Central Army looked at Li Dan, who was really half dead, and was miserable. His heart felt like it was cut by a knife when his beloved son was tortured like this. Thinking about the 10,000 taels of gold he spent, it was like salt was sprinkled on his bloody heart. He immediately took his wife to the palace to complain to the imperial concubine. The imperial concubine was furious that someone dared to bully her. Long before the general of the Central Army and his wife entered the palace, Mushira had reported the cause of Jin Bang's death to her. The murderer who killed Li Dan this time was actually the same person. If this person was a relative of the emperor, she would have to do it secretly. But she was just a small follower. They are just bugs that can be crushed to death with just a hand. So it is not a pity to die. There is no need to resort to any means. Just let the king put pressure on them. Li Yinshan wanted it very much, and he wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. This would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to Li Yanxiao. So why not? He immediately conveyed the king's order to Li Yanxiao. Li Yanxiao was unwilling, but he couldn't come up with any reason to save Lin Erju. After all, it can't be said that Lin Erju stabbed someone's life because he insulted a woman. When Li Chong came to Yu Jia with a cold face and a businesslike look, she knew that Li Yanxiao had made a choice. Li Chong seemed reluctant. Erju, don't blame the prince. He has something to hide. Yu Jia smiled bitterly. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. I obey your orders. Li Chong waved his hand, and the guards behind him entered one after another. 2 guards stood on the left and right, carrying Yu Jia and walking out. The embassy was connected, and the envoys of other countries stopped. Yu Jia was relieved. If there were so many people to see her off before she died, it would be worth it. It's a pity that she hadn't said goodbye to Chonghire yet. Chonghire was injured too seriously, and fainted when he came back. Where is Lin Gongxuan? It can be seen that he likes her, but he didn't show up at the critical moment. Haha. It turns out that men are unreliable. Outside the gate of the embassy, there was a huge Nanman army standing outside, led by the complacent Mushira. Mushira, are you satisfied now? Mushira passed by her and looked at the embassy behind her, with a sarcastic look on his face. Aren't we good brothers? Good brothers are going to die. Why don't you come out to see them off? Yu Jia restrained her expression and stared at him coldly. Mushira, today I, 80, fell into your hands, and I have nothing to say. If I can still turn danger into safety, I will definitely kill you in the future. Listening to Yu Jia's words, Mushira naturally thought she was bragging. He had already ordered people to surround the embassy, and if they could escape, it would be harder than climbing to the sky. The guard handed Yu Jia over to the Nanman soldiers, and when they were about to put Yu Jia in an iron cage, firecrackers suddenly sounded. The incident happened suddenly, and the horses of the Nanman soldiers were startled and neighed. Many people poured out of the street. But this was an embassy. How could people be so blind as to barge in? Yu Jia seized the opportunity and pulled out a dagger from her sleeve to kill 2 soldiers. Then she attacked the soldier closest to her, pulled him off his horse, and quickly fled from the North Street on horseback. Mu Shurha followed closely behind, picked up a crossbow beside her, and shot at Yu Jia. The arrow whistled in with the cold wind, and Yu Jia dodged in a hurry. Even if she was careful, she was shot through the left shoulder by the strong arrow. The wound on her shoulder was so painful that Yu Jia almost couldn't sit still on the horse. She gritted her teeth and persisted, looking at the city gate getting closer and closer, and suddenly whipped the horse under her. "Close the gate!" Mu Shurha behind her shouted. But he was no faster than Yu Jia's horse. Until she left the city gate, there was a commotion behind her. It should be arranged by Li Yanxiao. When Yu Jia was captured by the guards, Li Chong whispered in her ear and told her to leave the embassy and escape to the north gate in the chaos. Maybe this is the last thing Li Yanxiao can do for her. Yu Jia bit her lips tightly, trying to ignore the whistling wind in her ears, and heard the clack of horse hooves not far away. The pursuers arrived so soon? Yu Jia felt infinitely sad, and she didn't know how long her injury could last. Talk about resentment? Who can she resent with her status? Resentful that Li Yanxiao didn't fight for her. Don't be ridiculous. Who is she? She is just a nobody, albeit a smart one. If she were smarter, why didn't she expect that these mad dogs would fight back after letting Li Dan go back? Even during the celebration, everyone put aside their hatred. But this time it was the prince who led the team. The prince has always been at odds with Li Yanxiao. So why wouldn't the prince do anything to get rid of Li Yanxiao's men? Feeling the temperature in his body disappear, slowly, the scene in front of him became blurred. Yu Jia bent down and stuck to the horse, trying to save his strength. Horse, horse, it seems that I am really doomed today. She glanced at the decorations on both sides of the road. This was the official road, and the road was flat. The pursuers behind her should be able to stop her soon. Her head was dizzy, and she wanted to sleep. Lin Erju, stand up. Yu Jia suddenly became clear-headed. Who is calling her? Is she dreaming? Lin Erju, you confused guy. Get up quickly. It was not a dream. She opened her eyes wide and stood up with all her strength. She saw Lin Gongxuan, who was also running fast. At this moment, Lin Gongxuan looked like a god in Yu Jia's eyes. His black hair was blown by the wind, and he looked like a young man. Seeing Yu Jia staring at him in a daze, Lin Gongxuan became anxious. Lin Erju, are you still in a daze at this time? Seeing Yu Jia's expression dull, Lin Gongxuan looked stern as he watched him smile foolishly, looking at the arrow that pierced her shoulder, emitting a faint blue luster. He instantly understood that she was poisoned. I think with Lin Erju's skills, he would not be so weak after being shot by an arrow. He pulled the reins to approach Yu Jia, took her to his horse, and then ran towards the path beside the official road. The pursuers behind him saw that they changed the road, hesitated for a moment, and followed them. The road was rugged. Lin Gongxuan didn't know the way, and Lin Erju in front of him was completely unconscious. Looking at the pursuers getting closer and closer, Lin Gongxuan was ready to stop his horse and fight them to the death. But before he stopped his horse, a group of people and horses suddenly rushed out from the side and fought with the pursuers. One of the leaders spoke to him in an unfamiliar language of the great Zhou dynasty. There are people waiting for us ahead. Run! When Lin Gongxuan heard the word benefactor, he was stunned for a moment, and then he rode his horse and ran wildly. No matter what doubts he had in his mind, escaping was the most important thing. There was a checkpoint ahead, and from a distance, there were many soldiers. Lin Gongxuan ran faster and faster, ready to force his way out. But strangely, these people saluted him, which reminded him of what the leader had said just now. Could these be the people waiting for us? Seeing that Lin Gongxuan did not stop his horse, he knew that he was still hesitating, worried that there was a trick. The leading soldier knelt down. Please stay. Benefactor. Chapter 113 Rescue. Forget it. If he forced his way in, he might not be able to get through. And the people behind him did stop the pursuers for him. Lin Gongxuan pulled the reins, put his hand on Yu Jia with more strength, and asked loudly, Who are you? The leading officer stood up. Sir, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Please follow me. Lin Gongxuan got off the horse, picked up Yu Jia and followed the officers into the carriage prepared in advance. At this time, Lin Gongxuan suppressed the doubts in his heart and let these people dress up. Lin Gongxuan was dressed as a servant, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with narrow sleeves and trousers of the same color. His face was also tidied up. When he looked in the mirror, he had changed his face. Even if Lin Erju woke up, he might not recognize him. Yu Jia was poisoned. Fortunately, there was a doctor. After removing the arrow and detoxifying, he let them dress up as maids. At this time, Lin Gongxuan looked at these people. They were dressed in uniform and well-trained. They didn't look like ordinary people. Looking at the carriage again, it was luxurious and grand. And the top of the carriage was decorated with agate. The front was wrapped with the best silk. And even the most ordinary pendants were made of jade, which was a bit exaggerated and tacky. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's look, the leading officer raised his hand respectfully. I am the housekeeper of Qinyang's family. Please follow me into the carriage. Let's talk while we are on the road. Yu Jia was in a coma, so Lin Gongxuan only understood half of what he had heard. It turned out that the benefactor was not Lin Gongxuan, but Yu Jia. Yu Jia had saved his master, the Nanman princess Mu Yinjin. At first, Mu Yinjin didn't know that it was Yu Jia who saved her. Mu Yinjin heard in the Nanman capital that the imperial concubine had identified the murderer of the Jin Bang people, and she then confirmed Yu Jia's identity. From hearing the news to preparing for the rescue, the time was very urgent, which delayed a little time. Lin Gongxuan was confused, and could only wait for Lin Erju to wake up before asking her. And now they have to return to the capital and find an opportunity to send them back to the border between Nanman and Dezhou. This, Lin Gongxuan didn't know how to start. He thought for a moment. Butler, we offended the imperial concubine this time. If it implicates you, I'm afraid it will bring you a catastrophe. Hearing Lin Gongxuan say this, the butler laughed. He had a little pride on his face. Your Excellency may not know the identity of our princess. Lin Gongxuan really didn't know much about the royal family of Nanman. I thought that the imperial concubine could be so arrogant. And a princess could be her opponent? The butler saw Lin Gongxuan's doubts and spoke loudly. The father of our princess is the brother of the king, His Royal Highness Prince Qin. The mother is the Grand Ao of Nanman. Grand Ao is the general name for the royal merchants of Nanman. The economy of Nanman is in her hands. Lin Gongxuan understood. This was indeed a noble status. Even the imperial concubine had to pay respect to this princess when she came. The customs of Nanman and Dezhou were different. Dezhou followed the principle of scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans. Merchants were the lowest class. Even if they were wealthy enough to rival a country, that person's words could destroy them. But Nanman was different. Nanman had equality among all classes. If they had talent, not to mention merchants, even beggars could enter the court and become officials. Moreover, the mother of this princess was the great Ao who monopolized the economic lifeline of Nanman. Her status could not be underestimated. He turned his head to look at Yu Jia, whose face was still pale. He didn't expect that she had saved such an incredible person. If she were awake at this time, she would be so proud that her tail would be lifted to the sky. The four-horse carriage quickly arrived at the city gate. At this time, the commotion had settled and nothing unusual could be seen. Lin Gongxuan thought that the carriage would stop for a search. But the coachman did not even stop and drove straight into the city. Lin Gongxuan looked at the housekeeper in the carriage again, and said, "Okay, there is no need to ask again. If anyone dared to stop this carriage, wouldn't that be courting death?" After half an instant's stick of time, it was getting dark, and the carriage finally stopped. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Lin Gongxuan carried Yu Jia off the carriage and entered the palace from the back door. The palace was as bright as day, and the corridors in the courtyard were decorated magnificently. When I got closer, I saw that the light under the glass lampshade was not fire, but a night shining pearl as big as a baby's fist, not to mention the gold foil on the pillars, the jade on the ground, and the sandalwood furniture worth 1,000 gold. The benefactor is here. At this time, a tall and graceful woman came running. It was the woman that Yu Jia saved on the pleasure boat that day. At this time, she stared at Yu Jia in Lin Gongxuan's arms with an anxious face, and her face turned black in an instant. What's going on? How did the benefactor get hurt? The words turned into sharp blades and stabbed at the housekeeper beside him. The housekeeper's legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. Mu Yinjin didn't even look at them. Go and accept the punishment yourself. Then he said to Lin Gongxuan, my benefactor, please come in with me. After Lin Gongxuan put Yu Jia on the couch, he moved his sore arms. Seeing that he was tired, Mu Yinjin quickly asked someone to take him to dinner. Yu Jia's shoulder seemed to be pierced by a dagger, and then nailed to her bones, and stirred back and forth. Pain overflowed from her throat, and she slowly opened her eyes. And what came into her sight was a girl dressed up in fancy clothes. My benefactor. Are you awake? It was Mu Yinjin. She looked at her with joy. My benefactor. No. You are older than me. So I will call you sister? Sister. You made me look for you so hard when we parted on the pleasure boat that day. She pouted. Her round cheeks were so cute. When mentioning the pleasure boat, Yu Jia's mind reflected a picture of a girl with messy hair and clothes. That day was particularly dangerous, and she didn't see the girl's face clearly. If the girl in front of her hadn't mentioned it, even if Yu Jia tried to identify it, she wouldn't have recognized it. Did you save me? Mu Yen was really annoyed. It's all my fault that I heard the news too late. Otherwise my sister wouldn't be injured. Thinking of the death of the imperial concubine, Yu Jia felt a little sorry. I have to leave here quickly. I can't let you get involved. Oh, sister, you can rest assured to stay at my house. The imperial concubine is nothing. I don't think she dares to come to my house to search. There is a difference between men and women. So Lin Gongxuan could only wait anxiously outside. He was relieved when he heard Yu Jia's voice. Yu Jia also remembered him at this time. By the way, little sister, where is the man with me now? Before Mu Yinjin could speak, Lin Gongxuan said loudly, I'm fine. Mu Yinjin laughed, with two dimples on her lips. My father, mother, and brother all call me Jinjin. So sister should call me Jinjin too. Yu Jia tried her best to pull out a smile. Jinjin! As if seeing Yu Jia's reluctance, Mu Yinjin stood up from the edge of the bed. Sister, you take a rest first. I'll ask the servants to bring some medicinal food later. You should be hungry too. When she went out, she saw Lin Gongxuan looking forward to it, and couldn't help laughing. If you want to see your sister, just come in. Then she thought of something and pouted. Dezhou is really troublesome. There are rules everywhere. Chapter 114 Searching the House. Captain, please come in. Hearing Yu Jia's voice coming from inside the house, Lin Gongxuan clenched his fist and hesitated for a moment, then walked into the house. Seeing the familiar figure and unfamiliar face, Yu Jia was startled. Captain? Lin Gongxuan touched his chin, turned around and sat on a yellow pearwood chair far away from the bed. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I can only dress like this. Then, he told Yu Jia about Mu Yinjin's identity. Yu Jia was stunned. If she hadn't been seriously injured and weak, she would definitely jump up with joy. You mean I have a backer now? Lin Gongxuan looked at her like this and laughed. I guess so. But we still have to be cautious. Judging from the fact that Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jia returned to the city disguised as servants, the palace must be afraid of the imperial concubine. Yu Jia sighed. It's normal for me to escape. You are a person invited by the lord of the southern barbarians. How can you get away with it? You don't have to worry about this. Those superiors should have a headache. Lin Gongxuan looked at the inky night, thinking. Today he and Fang Dashan were doing business in the city. And when they were going back, they happened to encounter chaos in front of the embassy. After hearing the news, he hurried to chase Yu Jia. Fortunately, he caught up in time. Otherwise, he would really regret it. Sister, the medicinal food is here. You should eat some first. The voice came before the person entered. In an instant, Mu Yinjin's figure appeared in front of her. Looking at the white, tender and fragrant medicinal food on the plate, Yu Jia felt that her stomach was shrinking. She was not polite and immediately went to get a spoon to eat it in big mouthfuls. Mu Yinjin laughed. Sister, your shoulder is injured. Let the maid feed you. Immediately, a maid picked up the white porcelain bowl neatly and stirred the medicinal food with a jade-colored porcelain spoon. Yu Jia turned her head to look at the wound, and she stopped refusing and enjoyed it with peace of mind. When the bowl of medicinal food was almost finished, she gradually began to think. Jinjin, are we causing trouble for you here? Trouble? What trouble? Mu Yinjin was innocent. Are you talking about the useless imperial concubine? She said with disdain. Is she worthy? If it weren't for my mother's concern for my reputation, my father would have killed the Jin Bang family with a knife. Speaking of this, she was full of regret. I got separated from the maid, which gave the golden dog an opportunity. Yu Jia was full, pushed the maid's hand away, and said seriously, your status is so noble. How could Jin Bang not recognize you? Mu Yinjin looked serious. Sister, you don't know? I rarely leave the palace. First, people outside are dangerous. And my father, mother and brother are afraid that I will suffer. Secondly, I was afraid that my father's political enemies and my mother's opponents would take the opportunity to harm me. So I didn't have many opportunities to leave the city. Yu Jian nodded. Jin Bang had been in the army for many years and had never seen Mu Yinjin. Even if he had seen Mu Yinjin, he would never admit it under the circumstances at that time. Yu Jia was filled with emotion. In this era, many people killed people, but few people were saved. But this rescue saved Kwachui. The ancients said it well. Do not do good deeds for small reasons. Then I dared to ask the princess, how can we escape from the capital? Lin Gongxuan, who had been sitting in the corner, asked. The shadow fell on his face, half dark and half bright, and it was unclear what his expression was. I'll just take you out. Mu Yin was really innocent. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan looked at each other and fell silent. Today I left the city gate in front of everyone. The defense in the city must have been relaxed. Yu Jia changed her posture while lying on the couch and continued. But we can't be careless. If the news gets to the ears of the imperial concubine, it will be troublesome. Let it spread. What's the big deal? Even if the emperor knows, I will tell him the bad things Jin Bang did to me. Mu Yin didn't care. I guess with her status, she can't do anything to an imperial concubine? Yu Jia chuckled. She was still an innocent child under the care of her family. Yu Jia made up her mind not to bring trouble to Mu Yinjin this time. 3 days later, there will be a national celebration. Jinjin, please send us to the border of Dezhou. As long as we cross the border, no matter how long the imperial concubine's hand is, she can't come to Dezhou to arrest people. This, Mu Yinjin looked embarrassed and felt a little guilty. Princess, you don't have to worry about us. Just send us to the border, and we will naturally find a way to return to Dezhou. Seeing that Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan insisted again and again, Mu Yinjin had to compromise. What? Someone is trying to stop us. The imperial concubine had a ferocious face and a cruel look in her eyes. Mu Shurha told the truth. Originally, the thief had been shot by an arrow and was already at the end of his strength. But for some reason, a group of people suddenly appeared. Originally, they were going to keep them alive for interrogation. But they were so determined that they took the poison prepared in advance when they were defeated. Then, in your opinion, who sent these people? These are all southern barbarians. Who in the southern barbarians can go against the imperial concubine and be fearless? Even if they are of noble status and powerful. Why do they want to go against the imperial concubine? What is their purpose? My lady imperial concubine. Let me check it out again. Mu Shurha's eyes flickered. I chased them all the way, and there was no trace of the thieves. I have a bold guess. The imperial concubine looked at him with interest. That's it. Since this person dared to go against the imperial concubine, and there was no trace on the road, could they have returned to the city? The imperial concubine's eyes were full of brilliance, and she looked proud. Ah, you are still as smart as ever. Then I will follow your wishes and increase the intensity of patrols in the capital. As for the king, I have my own way to deal with it. Mu Shurha received the order and walked out of the capital. He looked up at the starry sky. 80. This time you will definitely have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. The capital was suddenly under martial law, and the reason given was that it was during the celebration to prevent accidents. Even with such an excuse, everyone still murmured. If you are afraid of accidents, then govern the city well. Why search the house? Yes, it was a house search. The royal guards carried the king's order and searched every house. No matter whether it was a first-rank general or a second-rank attendant. No one was spared. Seeing that it was almost the turn of the Qin Wang mansion, Mu Yinjin panicked. She hurried to find Qin Wang. Father, we can't let the guards search the house. Isn't this pushing the benefactor into the fire pit? Qin Wang looked confident and touched Mu Yinjin's head lovingly. Look at you. You can't hold your anger again? Everyone else allowed the search, but we didn't. Isn't this telling them that we have someone hidden here? Seeing that Mu Yinjin still had no complaints, Qin Wang smiled with wrinkles on his face. Okay. Father has his own arrangements. Chapter 115 Escape. When Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan received the news of the transfer, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. I think Mu Shurha has already expected us to be in the capital. Yu Jia's tone was firm. She knew that Mushurha was difficult to deal with. The celebration in 3 days will definitely be heavily guarded. We can't leave yet. Lin Gongxuan looked at the basement of the palace. Food, clothing and daily necessities are all available. It is fully prepared. No. After this day, we will have no chance to leave. Yu Jiao lay on the couch. Since everyone is rushing to act on this day, it depends on who is more skilled. Time flies, and 3 days pass in a flash. The capital is bustling with lights and decorations. A scene of prosperity. The palace is also preparing intensively at this moment. And Mu Yinjin keeps stuffing gold into Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao is in a dilemma whether to accept it or not. Sister, when you are away from home, in case of any accidents, you can also keep these gold with you. The reason is that it is not that Yu Jiao does not want to stuff, but that this stuff is too heavy and affects her skills. I say, Jinjin, don't stuff it. It is better to give me some silver bills. If you can't leave Nanman smoothly, you can still get some money from Nanman Bank to live. Mu Yinjin paused as she stuffed the gold in her hand, her eyes sparkling. Sister, how can you be so smart? Then she ordered her maid to bring a wooden box of silver bills, which made Yu Jiao dumbfounded. Sister, these are the silver bills from the countries around me. You can also withdraw money after you arrive in Dezhou. Yu Jiao only thought that Mu Yinjin's mother was powerful in Nanman, but she never thought that her business was so big. She looked at the silver bills in the wooden box, and her saliva was about to flow out. How can you be embarrassed? Mu Yinjin saw her happiness and laughed hee. How can you be embarrassed? Besides, this princess has nothing to give you except these. She is really so poor that she only has money left. Lin Gongxuan watched Yu Jiao come out of the room contentedly. She was dressed like a man. But when did this girl get so fat? Her waist, arms, and even legs were all bulging. After everything was ready, the two sat in the princess carriage and headed for the city gate. Mushurha did not attend the ceremony today. He is now guarding the north gate. If you want to return to the great show, the north gate is a must. But there were many carriages and horses in the morning. But there was no sign of 80. He looked at the noisy inner street. Did he think wrong? Or was there some important link that he forgot? But where would they go if they didn't pass through here? In a flash, Mushurha thought of a possibility. How cunning! Then he led the team to gallop towards the south gate. The south gate is the farthest gate from the border. After leaving the gate, you have to go around most of the South barbarians to reach the border. But this is also the safest exit. 80 will not fail to figure out the interests involved. Sure enough, when he rushed to the south gate, a suspicious carriage had been stopped. When he got closer, he saw that it was a carriage from the Prince Qin's mansion. The soldiers guarding the city wanted to search the carriage, but the housekeeper would not let them. Mushurha sneered. Prince Qin. He really has the strength to compete with the imperial concubine. But even if Prince Qin came, he would have to search today. Mushurha said nothing more, and immediately ordered his subordinates to search the carriage. Seeing that the butler was still shouting, he replied loudly, if there is any offense today, Mu will go to the Qinhuang mansion to atone for his sins. The butler saw that he could not escape, so he had to let them go. The soldiers guarding the city opened the carriage, and there was a boy sitting inside. Mushurha's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at the butler, only to see that the butler looked calm and expressionless. My lord, now that the search is over, can I leave now? Mushurha had to let him go. But the butler reminded him as soon as he sat on the shaft of the carriage. I hope you will keep your word. After the carriage left, Mushurha kicked the soldier beside him. What a useless thing. Even if he figured it out and rushed to other gates. Yu Jiao and Lin Gongxuan had already escaped from the city with the help of the palace. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. So Yu Jiao has 4 burrows. True and false. Disturbing Mushurha's sight. After fighting with Mushurha several times, she has a deep understanding of his character. This man is very cunning and suspicious. So she will do the opposite. This time, the two chose to set out from the west gate and go to the neighboring country Persia. First, Persia has a good diplomatic relationship with the Great Zhou. And second, the household registration in Persia is not strictly controlled. They can basically enter the city by scanning their faces. Yu Jia's body is full of silver bills. Not only those that can be used in Nanman and the Great Zhou, but also those that can be used in Persia. After the two entered the city, they found a small inn to stay in. No other reason. In case Mushurha reacted, they would have time to react. The two acted cautiously and asked for a guest room, causing the waiter to linger on them repeatedly. This reminded Yu Jia of what Huang Long and others said that day, and she felt uncomfortable. She secretly looked at Lin Gongxuan and saw that he was taking off his coat, while Yu Jia turned around and lay on the bed, because she was too anxious. Her elbow hit the edge of the bed, and she grimaced in pain. Lin Erju, what are you doing? Yu Jia naturally didn't say that she wanted to grab the bed to sleep. She just calmed down and said, I'm a little sleepy and want to go to bed early. Lin Gongxuan smiled. Oh, you are so sleepy. I guess you won't eat the mutton pilaf, pancakes with mutton, and the hot mutton soup. Well, Lin Gongxuan looked distressed. I can only solve it myself. Yu Jia jumped up from the bed with a whoosh as if she had been electrocuted. Eat. Why not? Lin Gongxuan looked clear and glanced at her. Aren't you sleepy now? Yu Jia looked serious. The moonlight is very beautiful today. I can't disappoint the captain, so I have to accompany you. Lin Gongxuan looked at the dark night sky outside the window. There was not even a star, let alone the moonlight. Oh, it's beautiful. Yu Jia smiled and sat down at the table, just as she was about to drink water to cover up her embarrassment. There was a knock on the door. Yu Jia's alarm bells rang, and she quickly stood up and looked at Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan was also alert. He motioned Yu Jia to stay calm and walked to the door and asked, Who? The waiter outside the door spoke with a rolled tongue. Sir, your meal is ready. It turned out to be the waiter who delivered the meal. Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. The waiter brought a huge tray full of food. They were all the dishes that Lin Gongxuan had just ordered. And Yu Jia's stomach grumbled. When the waiter put the meal on the table, he did not leave, and looked at the two of them expectantly. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan looked at each other, not knowing what the waiter meant. Seeing that the two did not make any move, the waiter was about to walk out angrily. Do you want a tip? Chapter 116, In Search. After Yu Jia reacted, she quickly took out 2 pieces of silver from the interlayer of Lin Gongxuan's belt and handed them to the waiter. That? For your hard work. She really didn't know how to call the waiter. The waiter looked at the silver in his hand with joy. And the family dinner was settled today. He looked up at the boy in front of him, and saw that the boy's face was a little unnatural. The waiter glanced at the tall man next to him, who was staring at him seriously. Oh no! Did he ruin the customer's good thing, and make him dislike him for no reason? He thanked him repeatedly, and quickly closed the door. After seeing the waiter leave, Yu Jia heaved a sigh of relief. If I hadn't been smart, I would have let the waiter down today. She didn't know that there was such a custom in Persia. Little did she know that it was because of her experience in her previous life that they saved a lot of trouble. Oh! You are smart. You gave my money to the waiter? Lin Gongxuan faintly exuded an unknown pressure and looked down at Yu Jia. Ah! This. Yu Jia felt a little uneasy when she saw Lin Gongxuan like this. She had silver bills on her. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to give? Captain, are you angry? She lowered her head and brooded for a moment, prepared her words, and looked up again to see Lin Gongxuan with a playful look on his face. Captain, what do you mean? Lin Gongxuan smiled but said nothing, asking her to eat quickly. In the future, the family's real estate and money will really have to be handed over to Lin Erju. With this outgoing personality, he will never suffer any loss. Yu Jiasai didn't think so much. When she saw Lin Gongxuan inviting her to eat, she knew that Lin Gongxuan had turned over a new leaf. She took the rice in her hand and really didn't know where to start. But there was a small spoon in the mutton soup, so she just used it. The glutinous fragrance of the rice mixed with the spicy mutton exploded in Yu Jia's mouth, stimulating her taste buds. This is so delicious. She hadn't eaten a meal since she left the palace. Even if she was given 2 white steamed buns now, she could still eat them fragrantly. While eating, he did not forget to call Lin Gongxuan to hurry up. Yu Jia wanted to reach out for the hand-pulled lamb chops, but was blocked by Lin Gongxuan. You are injured. You can't eat so much lamb. Lamb is a hairy food. It is not good for the wound. Yu Jia withdrew her hand in dismay. These dishes are mainly based on lamb. If he really cared about her health, he would not order these dishes to make her anxious. Seeing her face full of gloom, Lin Gongxuan chuckled and explained. There are also baked naan and flatbreads in the inn. When we leave, we can buy some to eat on the road. Do you want to eat it now? Then forget it. I think this hand-pulled rice is quite delicious. The two of them were full and had no energy to take a shower. So they prepared to lie down and sleep. The bed was naturally given to the patient to lie on. Yu Jiao lay on the bed with peace of mind and sighed comfortably. Her wound was a little itchy. But because Lin Gongxuan was there, she didn't dare to bring it up. Lin Gongxuan was spreading the quilt on the floor, and Yu Jiao was going to wait until Lin Gongxuan fell asleep before she checked his injury. After spreading the quilt in his hand, Lin Gongxuan laid down in the quilt. He closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Erju, it's time to change the dressing on your wound. Yu Jiao laughed twice. No hurry. No hurry. Having said that, she still touched the wound. Seeing Yu Jia's flattering look, Lin Gongxuan was a little annoyed. I'm going to sleep. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, he turned his back to Yu Jia. Is she angry? Since he, a grown man, has spoken, why is she still shy? He immediately lowered the bed curtain and groped in the dark. Lin Gongxuan listened to the rustling sound behind him and was a little distracted. Yu Jia couldn't see her hand in front of her. So she took out the golden wound medicine and sprinkled it on the wound randomly, and then bandaged it. If she returns to the Zhou, she must find a doctor to take a good look at the wound. If there is a scar in the future, it will be ugly. After doing this series of actions, she was actually sweating a little, lying flat on the bed and slowly breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Erju, we have to plan tomorrow's itinerary. Through the bed curtains, Lin Gongxuan's voice was not very clear. Yu Jia thought about Lin Gongxuan's words. There are many rivers in Persia, and the waterways are well connected. We will sail in from the Persian River tomorrow. If everything goes well, we will reach the Great Zhou in less than 3 days. A dull voice came from the bed curtains, and Lin Gongxuan nodded. Suddenly he realized that Yu Jia could not see his nod. So he said him softly. After simply planning tomorrow's itinerary, the two stopped talking and soon fell asleep. Since they escaped from the Namman capital, Mu Shurha's troops chased them out in 3 directions. There was only a sedan chair at the guard post in the north of the city to confuse people. So Mu Shurha concluded that Yu Jia and the others would not escape from there. The other 3 countries in the east, west and south all sent people to search. Among them, the focus was on the 2 countries of Huaihu in the east and Xixia in the south. As for Persia in the west, it was the least likely. Although the land area of Persia is small, and it is close to Dezhou, it can only go by water. It takes a day's ride on horseback to Dezhou, but they have to take a 3-day boat ride. I think they will not choose this route. The other 2 countries are on good terms with the Namman, and they immediately launched a search after receiving the news. As for Persia, a symbolic inspection is enough. In the second half of the night, there was a barely perceptible movement in the inn where Yu Jia and the others were staying. Yu Jia quickly got up, opened the bed curtain, and got out of bed. Lin Gongxuan was already looking outside at the window. Seeing Yu Jia get out of bed, he gestured that there was someone outside. Yu Jia understood and had to admire Mu Shurha's speed for finding this place so quickly. There were not many people who came to search, so they dispersed to avoid alerting the enemy. Yu Jia walked towards the door cautiously, drawing a dagger and ready to go. These people bypassed the government and bribed the innkeeper, so they were so confident to enter the store to search. It makes sense. Persia has always followed the lead of the Great Zhou, so how could it become a minion of the southern barbarians? Listening to the noise getting closer, Yu Jia clenched the dagger. Master, there is nothing unusual in this room. No need to check. It sounded like the waiter who came to their room to serve during the day. Hearing the people outside hesitate for a while, they actually passed their room. It was not until dawn that the whole inn became quiet. Yu Jia's tense heart finally fell. The wound on his shoulder was torn open again due to the tearing, and the blood stained his clothes red. Hurry up and pack up. We must get on the boat today. Lin Gongxuan picked up the bedding on the ground and put it on the bed. Yu Jia nodded. Although this place has been checked, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not kill back. The inn has become a dangerous place. It is not suitable to stay for a long time. Chapter 117 Mist. It was drizzling at this time, and the whole Persia was emitting a hazy and desolate feeling. Yu Jia and his partner went downstairs to check out, and the waiter looked at them in surprise. Sir, you want to check out? It seemed that the 2 of them could stay here for a while. So why did they want to check out today? Lin Gongxuan glanced at him coldly. Why? Do you have any objections? Brother? The waiter smiled awkwardly and stepped aside to get busy. The shopkeeper came out to smooth things over. stroking the short beard on his chin happily. Sir, you are joking. The boy is ignorant. Please don't blame me. Then he returned the deposit to the two of them. After Yu Jia received the money, he followed Lin Gongxuan into the rain curtain. The waiter saw the two people leaving and threw the towel in his hand. I thought they were the god of wealth and didn't want to be disturbed. If I knew they were leaving this morning, I might as well have robbed them yesterday. If Yu Jia knew that the waiter had such thoughts, she would have gone back and killed the waiter. The two people passed by the vendors, bought 2 pairs of raincoats, and rode to the dock quickly. The docks here are different from those in Dezhou. Most of the docks in Dezhou are used to transport goods and are relatively simple. But most of the docks in Persia are used to transport people and are the economic lifeline of the country. So the decoration is naturally better. There are many houses on the dock, including toll booths, ticket booths, and waiting areas. The rest of the rooms are used to maintain the operation of the dock, including the boatman's room and the lounge. The two went to the toll booth to buy the boat tickets first, and then took the receipt to the ticket booth to exchange for the boat tickets. At this time, the boat to Dezhou had not arrived yet, so they were waiting in the waiting area. There were only a few people in the waiting area, and Yu Jia asked the person next to him, "Old man, how big is the Dezhou ship? When can it sail?" When buying the ticket, Yu Jia asked the ticket seller, but he couldn't say for sure. It's hard to say. The old man was about 50 years old, and he put some blankets and other things next to him, which seemed to be purchased on behalf of others. There are not many people coming and going into Zhou these days, and we probably have to wait until the afternoon for this trip. The two of them came here early in the morning, and they certainly couldn't wait until the afternoon, as there might be some accidents in the meantime. Yu Jia looked at the hustle and bustle on the dock, which made her feel like she had traveled back to the modern times. No wonder this tiny country was surrounded by many powerful countries and stood firm, holding on to the thighs of the great Zhou, continuing to develop its own economy, and surviving in the cracks. This king is also a capable person. Brother, we can't just wait here. In order to make it easier to travel, Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan called each other brothers. Lin Gongxuan turned his head and looked around. There were all kinds of people. If he stayed any longer, it was hard to say what accidents would happen. He stretched out his hand in front of Yu Jia, and Yu Jia looked at the palm in front of him. His fingers were slender, and his fingertips were covered with thick calluses. She turned over Lin Gongxuan's palm and looked at it carefully. The knuckles were clear and strong, and it was not difficult to see the strength and toughness of his palm. Brother's palm is really beautiful. You will definitely be rich and prosperous in the future. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Gongxuan raised his hand and slapped her on the head, and continued to put his hand in front of her, seeing her round eyes full of question marks. Lin Gongxuan held back his temper. Take the money. I'll buy all the tickets for this trip, and we can leave early. That's it. Yu Jia touched the head that was hit, muttering, "You didn't ask me to read your palm." He casually fumbled out a roll of silver bills in his sleeve, carefully twisted it with his fingers, and handed one to Lin Gongxuan. Is that enough? That's enough. Lin Gongxuan took the silver note unhappily and walked towards the ticket office. Fortunately, this magical place of Persia is more tolerant and can trade with silver notes. After a while, Lin Gongxuan came back and picked up Yu Jia, and uttered 2 words concisely. Get on board. The structure of the boat is similar to that of the pleasure boat, with a double-layer structure and a large area. Now the two can finally sleep separately. Yu Jia looked around the rooms on the boat and asked Lin Gongxuan distressfully, "Brother, how much silver did we spend? These empty rooms are such a pity." Lin Gongxuan disagreed. The boat is moving, but it is not only heading to Dezhou. Yu Jia was about to enter the house, but she turned around and followed Lin Gongxuan into his room. What do you mean? We paid the money but can't just go home? Lin Gongxuan shook his head. They have to take other people with them when they sail a boat, and they are willing to do this after much persuasion. Swindlers? Yu Jia was so angry that her teeth itched. This is equivalent to a modern bus, which can pick up and get off people on the road. She returned to the room angrily, and then she thought that this was better than waiting at the dock. If Mushirha reacted and brought people over, it would be troublesome. In fact, Mushirha brought people to find them as soon as they left. It turned out that the waiter of the inn was really angry when he saw the two of them leave, especially since the 2 men had choked him before they left. He was furious and reported to the person who searched yesterday. When he reported the news, he happened to meet Mu Shurha, who came to ask about the situation. After hearing the description of the waiter, he immediately determined that it was Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan. When he led people to the dock, the boat had been gone for half an hour. Mu Shurha was not a person who gave up easily, so he immediately drove the boat to catch up. It was a coincidence that the boat that Yu Jia and the others took was not directly to the Zhou. When Mu Shurha arrived at the border of the Zhou, Yu Jia and the others' boat had just docked at Nanman because of soliciting passengers. Yu Jia looked out quietly through the window lattice. The dock of Nanman was deserted, with only a few people waiting for the boat in the cold wind, and he was relieved. The pier was decorated with lights, and there was a sense of bustle. The people on the boat looked numb, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with them. To be honest, what does the rights of the superiors have to do with them? The common people? All they want is to live a peaceful and happy life. I wonder how Chong Hire and the others are doing. When Chong Hire knew that Yu Jia was going to be arrested, he was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted again. When he woke up, he heard that Yu Jia had been rescued. Fox Fairy Grandma, Snake Fairy Grandpa, you must bless Erju to live safely. He and Ian were recovering in the embassy. Mu Xiaoling was busy with the ceremony, and Mu Shurha was busy catching Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan. The two of them were happy and relaxed. Chong Hire kept asking Li Yanxiao about the whereabouts of the two, which made Li Yanxiao very annoyed. On the day of the celebration, they learned that the two had left Nanman and were later found in Persia. In the end, there was no news of their capture. Chong Hire laughed. As long as there is no news, it is the best news. But before they could be happy for a moment, someone came to the embassy to make trouble on the afternoon of the next day of the celebration. Chapter 118, Making Trouble. Li Dan lost half his life. He couldn't swallow this breath in his heart. The culprit had no trace so far, so he could only vent his anger on others. Li Dan knew that a yin was in the embassy now, and he was ready to make trouble on a yin, even though his wound had not healed yet. He came to the embassy with the support of the guards to explain his purpose. However, even if Li Dan was so arrogant in the South Barbarians, Li Yanxiao was at least a prince of a country and a general of a battalion. How could he let him do whatever he wanted? After listening to Li Dan's explanation, Li Yanxiao's expression suddenly turned cold, and everyone seemed to be in a world of ice and snow. Are you saying that your purpose of coming here is to take away my concubine? Everyone knew that Li Yanxiao's use of Ian as a concubine was just an excuse. So Li Dan wanted to break this window paper. Your Highness, Prince Qi. She is just a little girl. Do you take her seriously? Seeing that Li Yanxiao was indifferent, Li Dan shook his teeth. What do you want? As long as you tell me, I am willing to satisfy you. I only have one request. Hand over that bitch to me. Seeing Li Dan gritted his teeth and called Ian a bitch, Li Yanxiao's suppressed anger rose like a floodgate. At this time, he missed Lin Erju very much. He thought that the ruthless girl was most suitable to deal with the situation at hand. After suppressing his anger with great difficulty, Li Yanxiao stared at Li Dan seriously, with a faint smile on his lips. Then what conditions do you think you can offer to make this king interested? Seeing that Li Yanxiao's attitude had softened, Li Dan seemed to have one. He would not dare to disobey Li Dan in the territory of Nanman. A yin had a completely different attitude from Li Dan. When she heard Li Yanxiao's words, her face turned pale, as if she would fall down at the next moment. The maid next to her was full of worry. Miss, let's go back. A yin came to Li Yanxiao to inquire about Yu Jia's situation, and heard his conversation with Li Dan. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. Forget it. As an orphan, how could she dream of making a prince of a country tear his face with Nanman for her? Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard Li Yanxiao's emotionless voice. It's not impossible to want this woman. Li Yanxiao remembered what Yu Jia said that day and laughed. Unless you leave half your life. Li Dan was puzzled. A yin was puzzled. Li Chong understood, and couldn't help laughing. Then he quickly held back his laughter, and said to Li Yanxiao in a serious tone, Your Majesty, you forgot that he only has half his life left. At this time, Li Yanxiao suddenly realized. Oh, look at my memory. How could I forget this? He tried to search for Yu Jia's expression in his mind, and said in a pretentious manner, I forgot that you only have half your life left now. After saying that, he actually burst into laughter. Li Dan's eyes were wide open. his eyeballs bulging, as if they were about to burst out at the next moment. His mother was from the Great Zhou, so his appearance was also inclined to the Great Zhou appearance. At this time, Li Yanzhao actually saw the cruelty and violence of the southern barbarians from his face. Before Li Yanzhao could add fuel to the fire, Li Dan gritted his teeth and said, Li Dan will remember today's shame in his heart. If there is a chance in the future, Li Dan will definitely get it back. Without waiting for Li Yanzhao to respond, he turned around and left leisurely. Li Yanzhao sneered. He had never seen such an arrogant person. It's good for young people to have temper, but they don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Seeing his master angry, Li Chong did not dare to reply, but he was complaining in his heart. He always looked down on Lin Erju and said that he was vulgar. Didn't he learn from him? Ian was stunned. She didn't expect Li Yanzhao to offend Li Dan for her. There seemed to be a warm feeling flowing through her heart, flowing to her liver and lungs, and then to the tip of her heart. At this moment, she seemed to feel that the care had become concrete. She bit her lips tightly to prevent tears from falling. Li Yanzhao did not think so much. In fact, if Li Dan made more conditions, he might agree to Li Dan. It seems that the son of a general of the country can condescend to play the role of Ian's brother and want to get secrets from him. He is also a character. But now Li Dan was arrogant and dared to challenge his authority, which was completely different from the Li Dan in his eyes. So he naturally would not allow it. If Mu Shurhan knew that Li Dan had gone to the embassy without permission, he would definitely curse him. On weekdays, he always guided Li Dan to do things. Without him, Li Dan seemed to have no clue and became a walking corpse. Back to the general of the Central Army Mansion, Li Dan smashed the furnishings in the house. Still not satisfied, he wanted to pick up a knife to chop people. This action pulled the wound, making him more depressed. Where is my father? He asked the guard beside him. The guard hesitated and stood aside, not knowing what to do. Li Dan saw him like this, and his blood boiled even more. Just say what you want to say. Why are you hesitating here? The guard replied with a trembling body. Master, he has taken in a new concubine. She should be with someone else now. Li Dan frowned, a little surprised. When he was born, his father was already 50 years old. Now his father is almost 70 years old. He still has the time to take a concubine? This old man is really strong and healthy. He couldn't help laughing, but his face became ferocious as he laughed. He looked at the guard again, and the guard had already knelt on the ground. Well, you think I'm useless and want to have a younger one. He picked up the scimitar at hand and stood up. The guard said tremblingly, Master, calm down. Before he finished speaking, Li Dan cut off his head with a knife. He stretched out his left hand and looked at the only 8 fingers left. Today, it's time to make people bleed. From the front hall to the backyard, wherever Li Dan went, there was a commotion. The blood on the ground quickly dyed the ground red, and was quickly cleaned up. It was obvious that this situation was very common, and the Zonglangjiang mansion was already accustomed to it. As he approached the distant door of the new concubine, he heard the coquettish and obscene teasing of the Zonglangjiang. Li Dan paused for a moment and walked in. Dad is in a good mood. Zonglangjiang saw that Li Dan subconsciously wanted to push the concubine off his legs. But his eyes swept over Li Dan's legs, and he calmed down again. You killed someone again? The tone was casual, as if they were discussing the weather today and whether they had eaten. Li Dan sneered. Father, what do you want to do? You think your son is useless, so you want another kid? Seeing the general panic, he smiled with satisfaction and put the tip of the knife on the stone table. Seeing the concubine in the arms of the general trembling with fear, Li Dan smiled with satisfaction. Father, you are old. It's time for your son to run the household. Chapter 119, Plan. On that day, dozens of lives were carried out of the general's mansion, including the general's new concubine, who was said to have been chopped to pieces and could not be put together. Yu Jia was bored in her room, staring at the water on the river. This couldn't go on. It would take another 7 or 8 days to reach the Great Zhou. If it continued like this, she would become a lunatic. At that moment, she left the room and went to the next door. Beep beep beep. Yu Jia knocked on the door. Brother, are you there? Come in. When Yu Jia came in, Lin Dongxuan was practicing calligraphy again. She immediately murmured in her heart. Writing in the military camp all day was not enough. and she had to write when she ran out to create conditions. She walked closer, and saw that it was better not to look at it. Compared with the handwriting in the military camp, there is no improvement at all. Lin Gongxuan caught a glimpse of Yujia's movements from the corner of his eye, and his heart was as calm as water. Anyway, he had already lost face in front of her, so he just gave up. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan ignored her, Yujia held her chin with her right hand and said, "Brother, why do you always practice calligraphy?" Lin Gongxuan stopped writing at this time and carefully placed it on the pen holder. On the boat is different from on land. He spent a lot of money to buy this ink, paper and ink stone from the boatman. Of course, this money was taken by Yujia, deducted from his 2,000 taels of gold. I promised Lun Yang that I would be a learned person. After saying this, Lin Gongxuan was a little uneasy. He observed Yujia's expression and found that she didn't care, so he felt bitter in his heart. Yujia recalled in her mind that Lun Yang really said such words to Lin Gongxuan. It seems that Big Brother really loves your fiancé and even remembers this sentence clearly. Lin Gongxuan thought Yujia was angry and explained hurriedly. Not really. I just think that with knowledge, I won't become blind in the future. He said slowly, my father is illiterate and suffered a lot of such hardships when he was young. Even because of this, he was almost deceived into signing a contract to sell his body. The family conditions gradually improved, and my parents asked us brothers and sisters to read more and learn more. When talking about Lin's father and mother, Yujia's heart was filled with warmth, and even her body was warm. Lin's father and mother's ideas were indeed outstanding in this era. For example, they did not favor boys over girls, which had defeated 90% of the parents in Dezhou. Besides, she was a child bride with no blood relationship. No wonder Big Brother took time out of his busy schedule to learn calligraphy. What about you? Why did you learn calligraphy? Lin Gongxuan knew that Yujia could read, and he wanted to know her past. Her real past. Me. Yujia smiled with curved eyebrows when she remembered the scene when her mother forced her to do homework when she was a child. I was very naughty when I was a child. I ran wildly after school every day. Teacher, I always forget to do the homework assigned by the teacher. The next day when I go to school, I either get spanked or my parents are called in. After so many times, my mother is angry. It's too embarrassing to call my parents in. From now on, whenever I get home from school, she will force me to do my homework. If I don't do my homework, she won't let me eat. Yujia's wrist was a little sore, so she put down her hand and lay on the wooden table between them. Her eyes were on the brush on the pen holder. The brushes we use are not quite the same as brushes. The tip of the brush is thinner, and the posture of holding the brush is also different. So your brush calligraphy is uglier than mine, Lin Gongxuan said in a positive tone, since he saw the letter Yujia wrote to the general of the Central Army's mansion last time. He was no longer afraid that Yujia would laugh at him. Hee. Yujia lay on the table, laughing so hard that her body shook. Well, my handwriting is also very ugly. But now my mother can no longer urge me to write. My condolences. Lin Gongxuan heard her tone, sad and nostalgic, thinking that her mother had passed away. Yujia couldn't explain, so she could only acquiesce. Let's not talk about this. Captain, have you ever thought about not fighting in the future? What do you want to do? Lin Gongxuan stared at Yujia's head with a sharp gaze, and the fluffy hair next to her hair stood up straight, which he thought was quite cute. This made Lin Gongxuan's heart thump again. If you don't fight anymore, then go back home. His eyes were deep, and he exhaled a foul breath. Go home, marry, have children, and enjoy the happiness of family life. Yujia was a little amused, stood up, and moved the wound on his left shoulder. That would be a happy life. She suddenly felt a little expectant, wondering how Lin Gongxuan would react after knowing that she was Lun Yang. What would Lin Gongxuan's expression be like when he thought that the perfect white moonlight in his heart had become her? What about you? What would you do if you didn't fight? Lin Gongxuan couldn't help asking when he saw her thoughtful look. Me. Speaking of this, Yujia became excited. I want to buy a lot of land, rent it to tenants, buy a lot of shops, hire people to run them for me, and then I can travel around. Wouldn't it be fun? As if these ideas could be realized immediately. She counted on her fingers, still calculating how much land to buy, how many shops to buy, and how many people to hire. After she finished speaking, she was still not satisfied, and pondered again. I will also build a private school to accept girls to study. Girls? Yu Jia's idea was too incredible. And Lin Gongxuan couldn't help but ask. Girls are virtuous if they have no talent. How can we let girls go to private schools? Yu Jia looked at him with contempt. What's wrong with being a girl? I am a girl. So I am playing people around? She remembered the play in Muguying in command and continued. Look at the clothes and shoes on us. Which one is made by a girl? Have you ever seen a male embroiderer? Aren't all the chores at home done by women? Women have to raise children and work hard. So why can't they go to private schools? Seeing Lin Gongxuan frowning, she suddenly felt bored. Forget it. Why am I telling you all this? You won't understand. As a native of this era, how could Lin Gongxuan understand the situation of women? Lin Erju, you are so stubborn. Why are you so anxious while talking? Lin Gongxuan saw Yu Jia pouting and looking unhappy. So he lowered his tone. Okay. Women are also important. Okay. Although he said so, he still disagreed with Yu Jia's statement. Except for the royal family members, who could go to school to learn calligraphy. He had never heard of a private school that allowed women to go to school. Lun Yang at home was sent back home after only attending school for a period of time. Should this woman keep a distance from men? If not, will she still have a good reputation? Seeing Lin Gongxuan's guilty expression, Yu Jia knew that he did not agree with her point of view. She felt a little upset in her heart, not knowing whether she felt sad for Lun Yang or for the women of this era. This matter took root in her heart. Anyway, she is rich now, and she will definitely do something in this regard after leaving the military camp. Chapter 120, Encountered a Robbery. Mu Shihua had been traveling back and forth to the border of the Great Zhou dynasty frequently in recent days. But unfortunately, he had gained nothing. Could it be that the two of them grew wings and flew away from the sky? He was puzzled and began to doubt his decision. In theory, the most reasonable route to return to the Great Zhou dynasty from Persia was by water. He had already arranged people at the checkpoints around the area, and the two would only go back to the land route if they were crazy. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan were also equally depressed. According to the estimated time, they would reach the border of the Great Zhou dynasty around March 20th. But now it was the 22nd, and they were still wandering around the Huaihu border. Yu Jia complained to Lin Gongxuan angrily. Since he had already spent money, why didn't he spend more and just charter the whole boat and go directly to the Zhou? Lin Gongxuan didn't even raise his eyelids. How do you know I didn't want to charter a boat? He wanted to charter a boat and go directly to the Zhou. But the Persians were too shrewd in doing business. If they paid more, they could only sail earlier and had to take more people on the way. This was their rule. They were rigid in doing things and were unwilling to break this rule. Yu Jia was very angry. There really were such pedantic people. Or the money was not enough. Yu Jia no longer paid attention to Lin Gongxuan. If she knew that the pedantic Persians gave the two a chance to survive, she would not dare to make trouble with Lin Gongxuan. After the ceremony, Li Yinzhao followed the prince and led the Great Zhou envoys back to the Great Zhou. After returning to the military camp, he found that Lin Gongxuan and Lin Erju had not returned. He was suspicious, but he dared not make it public. So he had to announce to the public that Lin Gongxuan, the captain of the Yunnan military camp, suddenly caught a cold and felt unwell after returning to the Great Zhou. The Naman knew the inside story. And the moment they returned to the Great Zhou, they launched a war. The soldiers of the Great Zhou were well trained and resisted tenaciously. And they did not fall behind in the end. Gao Ming, the captain of the infantry battalion, has always admired Yu Jia's defensive method. So he did not fall behind in every aspect. Looking at the familiar formation in front of him, Mu Shihua really thought for a moment that Yu Jia had returned to the Great Zhou. Yu Jia and his companions set out from Huaihu, and the next stop was Dezhou. They had heard about the war. Feeling anxious, he wished he had the clone technique to quickly return to the Yunnan military camp. Looking at the emerald blue lake outside the window, Yu Jia tapped the wooden table with his hands. It would be great if the lake turned into sharp icicles and pierced into the hearts of the southern barbarians. There was another noise on the boat, and Yu Jia was annoyed. Since leaving the border of Huaihu, there has been no peace on the boat. Yu Jia has seen people coming from Huaihu. All of them were ragged and pale. Huaihu is now at war with Xixia, and the people are living in poverty. And refugees are pouring into neighboring countries. At first, Yu Jia felt sorry for them. They had no home to return to, and they had to be displaced and leave their hometown. But there must be something hateful about these pitiful people. After arriving on the boat, they stole and fought, doing all kinds of evil. They dared to cause trouble to Yu Jia this morning. When she heard the knock on the door, she thought it was Lin Gongxuan. And she didn't ask any more questions, and opened the door directly. Who knew it was a woman with a haggard face and a thin body? Before Yu Jia could say anything, a strong bearded man appeared behind her, shouting that Yu Jia was molesting his wife. How dare you use this trap in front of Yu Jia? On the boat, the Persian boatmen didn't care about their grudges, so no one cared whether they lived or died. Yu Jia's hands were cracking and making a crunching sound. She still had some reluctance, so she asked the man, "I'll give you a chance now. Either you take your people away, or I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." The man behind her called his companions. They relied on their numbers and ignored Yu Jia. They only shouted at Yu Jia to pay money to compensate for their losses. It's okay to say that no one cares here, and there is no need to deal with the trouble. Yu Jia immediately started fighting. Close combat is her strong point, and the skill she relies on for survival. She still felt unsatisfied until she knocked the dozen men to the ground. After the fight, these people fled back to their room, and Lin Gongxuan came out of the room slowly. Yu Jia was furious when she saw him. "You clearly heard someone was causing trouble for me. Why didn't you come forward?" Lin Gongxuan didn't expect Yu Jia to react so strongly. He chuckled. "These few people are not enough to fill your teeth. I won't join in the fun." Yu Jia's gums hurt because of anger. "Is this the look of someone who likes her?" She said it to her face. She wouldn't be a gourd with a sawed mouth. "Lin Gongxuan, whether I need your help is one thing. Whether you come forward to help is another thing. Can the two be confused? I don't need your help. I need your attitude." These words confused Lin Gongxuan. He saw Yu Jia was angry. Her mouth was pouting so much that it could tie a donkey. He quickly comforted her, but he didn't know what to do. So he asked, "Should I help or shouldn't I? Give me a definite answer. Do you even need to ask?" Yu Jia turned around and slammed the door shut, beating his chest and stamping his feet in the room. Lin Gongxuan touched his nose outside the room. Women are really troublesome. He turned around and thought about it. What Lin Erju said was really reasonable. If he encountered danger, he would be angry if Lin Erju stood by and watched, even if these people were not their opponents. Since he knew he was wrong, Lin Gongxuan hurried to apologize. At this time, Yu Jia was still angry and ignored him. What to do? I can only use my trump card. If you forgive me, just give me 1,000 taels of gold. Yu Jia stood up from the stool with a whoosh sound, as if she was electrocuted. Are you serious? Lin Gongxuan couldn't help laughing. Really? I always keep my word. Yu Jia didn't expect to have an unexpected gain, and she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth. The two of them successfully resolved the conflict this time, and Yu Jia was even looking forward to the next time Lin Gongxuan made a mistake. However, things did not go as planned. Yu Jia's hand was a bit heavy that day, and these people avoided her like snakes and scorpions, and they wanted to hide in the water when they saw her. Finally arrived at the border of the Zhou, the two got off the boat, as if they were reborn. At this moment, the soldiers ambushed by Mu Shurha at the border of the Great Zhou suddenly launched an attack. The two did not expect that someone would cause trouble when they arrived at their doorstep. The two did not carry any items that could prove their identity, so they could only fight and retreat, and fled into the mountains in a panic. The pursuers behind them chased them closely, and the two fled in a panic. This mountain is the middle section of Chang'e Mountain. As long as you climb over the hill in front, you can enter the territory of the Yunnan military camp. The pursuers behind moved more quickly. They knew that once the two escaped, it would undoubtedly be a tiger returning to the mountain. 10 kilometers away from the Yunnan military camp, they surrounded the two. The commander of your military camp has been killed by our generals in front of the battle. Why don't you surrender? Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan looked at each other. Who was the commander? Chapter 121 Promoted to Captain. Yu Jia suppressed his doubts and asked, "Stop talking nonsense. How did our commander die at the hands of you scoundrels?" The other party was obviously unwilling to talk more, just to disrupt the two people's mood. Lin Gongxuan said in a low voice, "Keep calm. In case of fraud." Yu Jia no longer cared about the commander or not, and took the lead in attacking the man in front of him with a fatal blow. The two were agile and highly skilled in martial arts. But after all, the other side had more people, and Yu Jia had an old injury, so he was slowly defeated. The people fought for half an hour. Yu Jia endured the severe pain from the wound on his left shoulder, and his men twisted one person's neck with force. She looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was also in a mess, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm afraid I'll die here today. Unexpectedly, the key person who drove her through time would accompany her in the end. The movements of his subordinates were getting slower and slower, and suddenly an arrow whistled through the air. Yu Jia was not careful, and was knocked to the ground by the impact, and the people beside him fell down. Erju, are you okay? Yu Jia looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that it was Go Sheng. At this time, Go Sheng was standing against the light with a quiver on his back, and a crossbow in his hand. Just like the archer Hou. She sat on the ground and muttered to herself. When did Go Sheng grow so tall? Seeing Yu Jia in a daze, Go Sheng was not in a hurry to reminisce about the past. He just pulled the crossbow in his hand, shooting arrows one by one, and hitting the target every time. Shouts came from all directions in the forest. All from the soldiers of the Great Zhou. We're saved. We don't have to die. We can spend the money. Lin Gongxuan pulled Yu Jia up from the ground and retreated behind him. Soon, the soldiers of the Great Zhou slaughtered all the pursuers of the Nan Man. Go Shen walked towards the two of them. He ignored Lin Gongxuan and hugged Yu Jia. Erju, it's great that you're still alive. It turned out that the sentry saw something unusual in the forest, and Go Sheng was patrolling with the patrol team at the time. So he immediately rushed over here. I didn't expect it to be Yu Jia and the other two. Lin Gongxuan pushed Go Sheng away and asked with a frown. Just now I heard these little bastards say that the commander died on the battlefield. Who was it? Lin Gongxuan asked directly. Go Sheng paused and said, Infantry Battalion Lieutenant Gao Ming. There was a silence, and only the sound of cleaning the battlefield remained in the forest. When they returned, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Finally they returned to the barracks. Not long after Yu Jia returned to the tent, Chang Haier came over after hearing the news. The few people seemed to have survived a disaster, telling each other about their experiences after they separated for the past few days. However, Chang Haier concealed Mu Shurha's feelings for him, and he was resistant in his heart and always felt shameful. Yu Jia didn't think much about it. Why would Mu Shurha show mercy to a soldier like you? According to her understanding of Mu Shurha, Chang Haier would not spend so much effort to save his life. Chang Haier suddenly became uncomfortable. He straightened his body and coughed. Maybe he wanted to get information about the military camp from me. I didn't reveal anything even after being tortured. Good job. After this, the three of them fell into silence again. Chang Haier saw that the atmosphere was really a little surprised, so he changed the subject. Before leaving, the prince was furious with our prince. Why? Yu Jia couldn't help but wonder. The prince thought that the prince let you go and deliberately embarrassed him. Yu Jia had nothing to say. Among Li Yanzha's brothers and sisters, the fifth prince Li Yanqing had the least trouble. The others were more weird than the other. If the prince succeeds to the throne, our prince will be in danger. Go Sheng, who was beside him, suddenly said something, and Yu Jia's face darkened. Go Sheng, don't say this again in the future. Then she added, even if it is open, you can't say it casually. Go Sheng sighed. He was really worried. It's impossible to say that he doesn't hate Li Yanzhao. After all, he and Li Yuanyuan are siblings. But he didn't want Li Yanzhao to get into trouble like this. When the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs that can be intact. They are all Li Yanzhao's confidants. If Li Yanzhao is touched, they will probably be the first to suffer. Yu Jia also had the same worries. But soon they were diverted by other things. The prince returned to the capital and found that his power had suddenly been weakened. Most of the people he arranged during the emperor's illness were destroyed after the emperor woke up. After waiting for the emperor's enthusiasm to pass, he rearranged some people to take office, but was inexplicably dismissed again. The problem is that this time it was not the emperor's handwriting. When he learned the news, he was sweating coldly. Is there a force in the capital that he doesn't know about? When the news reached Yu Jia, she was relieved. Although she didn't know whether this force was good or bad, at least it could solve the urgent problem. Yu Jia was promoted just after returning to the barracks and hadn't even caught her breath. Gao Ming of the infantry battalion died for his country, and his blood was stained on the battlefield. Yu Jia was appointed as the lieutenant of the infantry battalion. Lin Gongxuan had mentioned before that he wanted to set up a position for her, and this time she just filled the vacancy. Yu Jia was not happy. She thought of that impatient man and felt lost. War is cruel. People die and sacrifice at every turn. She didn't know if she could hold on until the moment when Lin Gongxuan was appointed as a general. Chang Haier knew the news of Gao Ming's sacrifice early in the morning. They didn't have much contact, so he felt sorry for a moment. He dragged his injured leg to Yu Jia's tent and happily congratulated her on her promotion. Yu Jia was really in no mood, so she just said a few perfunctory words. Chang Haier saw that she was not in a good mood, and after a moment of hesitation, she still said it. Brother Erju, do you remember what you promised me before? Seeing Yu Jia's confused face, Chang Haier was a little anxious. Brother Erju, you promised me before that if you get promoted, you would appoint me as your personal soldier. Yu Jia suddenly realized that this was the case. However, the atmosphere around Yu Jia changed in an instant. It was not murderous intent, but complicated emotions. She and Chang Haier were brothers who had been through life and death together. And it was no longer the time when she was afraid that Chang Haier would know her identity and wanted to kill him to silence him. But if Chang Haier knew that she was a girl, how would he react? Chang Haier saw that Yu Jia was silent, thinking that she was struggling, and said hurriedly, Brother Erju, you won't go back on your word, right? Yu Jia looked at Chang Haier with a complicated expression, opened his mouth several times, but still couldn't say it. Chang Haier was not going to do it this time. He stood up, anxious and about to cry. Brother Erju, how could you have the heart to deceive me? Are we still brothers? Chang Haier's eyes were red, and he roared in a low voice, like an abandoned little beast. Yu Jia quickly stood up, raised his hand, and touched his head. Don't worry. I didn't say that I wouldn't let you be my personal soldier. But to be my personal soldier, you still need to know the news of a beheading. Chapter 122, War Begins. What news? Chang Haier wiped her tears in grievance. What news could be more important than the news that you are a female beauty? Yu Jia pulled her hand back suddenly, her face full of disbelief. Chang Haier, how did you know? Seeing Yu Jia was shocked, Chang Haier stopped crying. I knew it a long time ago. And it was Mu Shurha who told me. He continued. Mu Shurha is still trying to sow discord with this matter. I won't fall for his trick. Yu Jia's mood was like riding a roller coaster. Up and down, as if a hand was holding her heart and tightening and loosening it. It's good that you know. If you don't handle this matter well, it will be a capital crime. What's the big deal? I've already died once since I came back from the southern barbarians to the great show. He put away his carefree look and looked at Yu Jia seriously. When a person who has died once returns to the human world, all he has left is revenge. Yu Jia felt very distressed when she recalled the shocking injuries on Chang Haier's body when she first met him. I'll talk to the captain about it later. If everything goes well, you can become my personal guard tomorrow. Chang Haier was overjoyed when he heard this, and he immediately went out to show off to Go Sheng. Yu Jia didn't know what Chang Haier had experienced, and she didn't dare to ask more details. She was right in her previous thoughts. Only by climbing higher can she protect the people around her. Yu Jia was appointed as the lieutenant of the infantry battalion. The report on the promotion has been sent to the capital, and the capital will be able to reply soon. Go Sheng and Chang Haier moved Yu Jia's tent to the infantry battalion. Yu Jia just came here, and she was a little bit worried. She is only 17 years old this year. She has been a celebrity since she came to the Yunnan military camp. She was promoted repeatedly, and she was afraid that someone would not accept it. After arriving at the infantry battalion, she realized that she thought too much. Her reputation has long overshadowed those gossips. What hurt the foundation, what is using beauty to serve people, are not as important as her real military achievements. In the military camp, the most important thing is military achievements, which is your ability to make a living. After Yu Jia took office, she issued a clear order to prohibit fighting and bullying the minority. This is the most important requirement. If there is a personal grudge, you can compete on the battlefield to see who kills more enemies. As for her identity, although there are fewer doubts now, she dare not take it lightly. Later she realized that she was really worrying too much. Since Chang Haier, the personal guard, came online, he spared no effort to publicize the fact that Yu Jia was injured. Yu Jia used to apply some ink powder to pretend to be stubble every day, but the number of times he applied it increased, and people in the camp began to murmur again. Didn't they say that the captain was injured? Why is there a beard? You make sense. Have you ever seen a father-in-law with a beard? Isn't it described as a white face without a beard? Just like the eunuchs you have seen, with white faces and no beards. Isn't that what the book says? Someone who was brave enough ran to ask Chang Hire. Chang Hire looked calm. What do you know? Don't ask in front of the captain if you have any questions in the future. Doesn't the captain have any face? This sounds insignificant. But when you think about it, it really has some deep meaning. Then what do you think about our captain? Chang Hire laughed proudly. The captain's beard and Adam's apple are fake. Have you noticed that our captain's stubble is different every day? Everyone thought about it. It's true. Whose stubble can grow short after it grows long? So why not shave it off all at once? I was wondering why it's so awkward to look at the captain's face. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Chang Hire lowered his voice. In the future, if you see something wrong again, don't bring it up. Just know it in your heart. Don't embarrass the captain. When Yu Jia heard this, she didn't know whether to praise Chang Hire or tell him to be careful. She simply stopped pretending. It was too much trouble to apply toner and tape her Adam's apple every day. After exempting herself from these two items, her life became much easier, and no one in the barracks dared to mention it. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia's smooth face and flat throat and swallowed. Why don't you pretend? Yu Jia said unhappily. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's anxious face, he hurriedly explained. It's not that I'm going to show my identity. I want to live a few more days. Anyway, the brothers in the camp know that I'm injured. There's no point in pretending. This calmed Lin Gongxuan's little heart. Captain, we have let the Nanman live in peace for so many days. Isn't it time to let them bleed? Lin Gongxuan nodded, looking outside the tent with calm eyes. At this time, April was in full bloom, and the land of Bashu had begun to heat up. It's time to let them know how powerful we are. The Yunnan military camp took the lead in sending troops, and Yu Jia led a team of people to attack Mushirha's lair. Seeing that Yu Jia only brought a brigade of troops this time, Mushirha led a large group of troops to fight. Last time, she was tricked by Yu Jia, and she would not let her escape this time. Yu Jia wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Mu tribe this time. She knew that Mushirha was suspicious, so she stopped her troops in the canyon. Seeing that Yu Jia was going to use the same trick again, Mushirha led the army to meet him. Unfortunately, Mushirha miscalculated again this time. This time, Yu Jia led the infantry battalion to lead the charge, and Lin Gongxuan led the cavalry to cut off Mushirha's retreat. By the time he found out, it was too late to retreat, and all his troops were defeated in the canyon. This time, Yu Jia did not let Chang Hire play, because his injury had not healed yet. Although he wanted to kill Mushirha himself, Yu Jia did not give him the chance. Yu Jia's long sword collided with Mushirha's curved sword, and the buzzing sound made Yu Jia's wrist hurt. Mushirha laughed smugly. She is a woman. What use is she? Yu Jia retracted her hand, twisted the long sword in her hand, and chopped at Mushirha's arm. Women are useless. Your mother should not have given birth to a thing like you who doesn't know how to respect people. Mushirha didn't care much. Anyway, he didn't have any feelings for his mother, so he could scold her. He dodged Yu Jia's long sword and attacked quickly. Yu Jia responded carefully and observed his movements carefully. If it's a one-on-one fight, the chances of winning are still slim. If it's fists and feet, there's still some chance of winning. But God didn't give Yu Jia this chance. Seeing Mushirha looking behind her with a smug look on his face, Yu Jia had a bad feeling in her heart. A woman's sixth sense told her that there was danger behind her, and she felt her back burning instantly. In a flash, a cold gust of wind came from behind her, brushing her cheek. Yu Jia ducked to avoid it, and found that the broken hair on her temples was cut off. You're lucky. It turned out to be Li Dan. Chapter 123, A Great Victory. Now it's good. Mushirha alone is troublesome enough, and now Li Dan has come. Go Sheng was entangled by Mushirha's men and couldn't come to help, so he could only fight hard. Li Dan said nothing more, and swung his knife at Yu Jia. Obviously, his knife was sharper than Mushirha's, and Yu Jia's long knife was immediately split into two sections. Ha ha ha! Li Dan excitedly roared to the sky, and he was ready to strike again while the iron was hot. Originally, the Nanman were fighting desperately, and most of the soldiers were killed. Yu Jia was in danger. What's so proud of 2 against 1? You still have weapons in your hands, and you won unfairly? How about we have a barehanded competition? Yu Jia saw Li Dan's hesitation, and immediately took advantage of the situation. I think the son of the Li Dan general would not do such a thing of bullying the minority with the majority. No! Be careful of fraud. Mu Shihua roared in shock. It's better to end the life of the young man in front of him as soon as possible. But things didn't go as he wished. If it weren't for his shout, Li Dan might have hesitated again. Who is Li Dan? The son of the first-rank Li Dan general, with a noble status. In order to get close to a yin, he was always hindered by Mu Shihua, and he had long been resentful of him. At this moment, when he heard him stop, Li Dan really had this rebellious mentality. Knowing that Yu Jia was provoking him, he still threw away the scimitar in his hand, symbolically rolled up his sleeves and said, "Then today, as you wish, I will let you taste my fist." Mu Shihua, you are not allowed to interfere. Mu Shihua cursed in his heart. How could he be such a brainless person? He deserved to be stabbed. Yu Jia raised his eyebrows proudly and looked at the furious Mu Shihua, and attacked Li Dan with his palm turning into a fist. Without the scimitar, Li Dan was like a tiger with teeth pulled out, and he could only jump by relying on his big body. This big body was useless in front of Yu Jia, and she used it as a sandbag to beat him. Li Dan was beaten so hard that he cried like a wolf in Ghost. He lay on the ground, and his face was stepped on by Yu Jia so hard that it was deformed. He looked at Mu Shihua, who was busy fighting with the soldiers, and uttered two words with difficulty, "Save me." The sound was short and rapid, and it stopped abruptly before it could be prolonged. Yu Jia retracted her feet and spat at Li Dan, who was lying on the ground and had lost his life. Bah! Arrogant weakling. There was also Mu Shihua. Yu Jia was about to pick up Li Dan's scimitar and attack him, but was suddenly stopped by Lin Gongxuan. I'll do it. That's right. Lin Gongxuan is good at using weapons, so let him go. She swung the scimitar in her hand and chopped at the soldier. The smoothness was simply amazing. It was really a peerless sword that could cut hair and cut iron like mud. Yu Jia unilaterally announced that this scimitar would be her weapon in the future. As she waved her hand to kill the enemy, she pondered and thought hard. Her mount was called Xiaobai and her weapon was called Xiaohe. The black and white devils deserve her title of the living king of hell. When Lin Gongxuan pretended to be defeated and led Mu Shihua to pursue him, he pierced Mu Shihua's arm with a sword. He quickly drew his sword and put it against Mu Shihua's neck. The leader should be captured first. The remaining Nanman soldiers, who were fighting stubbornly, saw Mu Shihua being captured, and they threw down their weapons and surrendered. This battle was a great victory, and Lin Gongxuan sent someone to send a letter to Li Yanxiao. Mu Shihua was imprisoned in the dungeon. When the news reached Chang Hai, he wanted to go to the dungeon to ridicule him. Mu Shihua is a prisoner, and an important prisoner. How can anyone see him? Yu Jia looked at Chang Hai cautiously, but she didn't ask the question in her heart. Yes, I don't need to argue with him. Chang Hai was open-minded. Li Yanxiao received the news and reported it to the capital. He was told to take Mu Shihua back to the capital. What does this mean? Yu Jia was puzzled. If Mu Xiaoling was captured, it would be reasonable to take him back to the capital. But it doesn't make sense to let Mu Shihua go back to the capital. Li Yanxiao was also very angry. Does the emperor want to use such a person to negotiate with the Nan man? Is he confused? What good can such a person get? When Mu Xiaoling got the news, the first thing he did was to discuss with Li Yanao to release him. It seems that he has given up on Mu Shihua, thinking that the things he got from a yin before were all fake. He was furious. He just wanted to tear Li Yanxiao into pieces and throw him into the furnace to roast until both sides were golden. This time, I will make Li Yanxiao peel off a layer of skin no matter what. The matter was deadlocked. Lin Gongxuan was unwilling to let him go to the capital. When the people in the capital saw that he actually disobeyed the order, they immediately impeached Li Yanxiao and flew into the imperial study like snowflakes. Li Guoli threw the memorial to the ground fiercely, and Hong Deshan picked it up quietly and put it next to the documents. One by one, they have become too strong and want to get out of my control. Since you are unwilling to send someone, then I will send someone to invite him. As soon as these words came out, Hong Deshan's face changed, and then recovered as before. Your Majesty is wise. If you send someone this time, you will definitely be able to shock the third prince and his minions. The situation in the capital is somewhat turbulent. The prince is busy consolidating his foundation and has no time to take care of the Nanman side. After hearing the emperor's order, he was a little suspicious. This idea was not his. Is there anyone in the court who wants to kill Yin Xiao? Several forces are in doubt, and have no idea who is pushing the wheel forward. Even if the generals are outside and can't obey orders. People have come from the capital. So Lin Gongxuan must hand over Mu Shira. Yu Jiao looked at the large army going away, and beat his head in frustration. If I had known that this would be the outcome, I should have killed Mu Shira on the battlefield. Mu Shira was transported to the capital, and Mu Xiaoling stopped sending troops to cause trouble. Ayan's abdominal wound was almost healed, but she did not leave the Nantung military camp. In the past, she lived alone, and her mind was always thinking about the things that happened in the past. It was like a spinning top. No one whipped it, but it still couldn't stop. It was different in the military camp. There was something to do, and life didn't seem difficult when she was busy. Besides, she had another purpose, which was to clear her parents' names. In her mind, Li Yinchao was not a military general who only knew how to march and fight. She wanted to find out the truth about the tragedy through Li Yinchao. However, since returning from Nanman, Li Yinchao has never contacted her again. It's not that she didn't approach Li Yinchao. She prepared food and sent it to him. But Li Chong would reject it for various reasons. Now Ayan couldn't help but feel uneasy. In the past, when she didn't know her identity, she could still approach Li Yinchao. Why is Li Yinchao on guard against her now that the danger is over? If a woman's mind is hard to guess, this man's mind is also hard to guess. Chapter 124, Learning to Get Along. The days were dull and boring. Yu Jia's life was filled with various trainings, trials, and layouts. She wished she could be split into two. She was living a full life here. Lin Gongxuan was distressed. In the past, no matter how busy Lin Erzhu was, he was always in the vanguard camp. He was in charge of the vanguard camp and the cavalry camp. It was understandable that the superiors would check the training level of the soldiers from time to time. Since Gu Wenbin's death, the capital seemed to have forgotten about him, and Lin Gongxuan took charge of all matters in the entire Yunnan military camp. Some smart soldiers privately called Lin Gongxuan acting general. This means that Lin Gongxuan can't just work hard in the vanguard battalion and the cavalry battalion. Now Lin Erzhu has gone to the infantry battalion, which is even farther away from him. Besides, this girl seems to be crazy and spends all day in the martial arts field. She doesn't get bored with those sweaty and smelly men with naked upper bodies. Lin Gongxuan has been to the infantry battalion twice, and each time he has attracted much attention and made a big fuss. So he has no intention of going again. But if he doesn't go to Lin Erzhu, his heart feels like being bitten by ants. Numb and numb, as if some holes have been bitten out. He always feels that something is missing when Lin Erzhu is not by his side. So much so that Lin Gongxuan is a little distracted and can't eat. Fang Dashan saw it and was anxious. Others thought that Lin Gongxuan was tired from the busy military camp. But in fact, he knew everything. Finally, after Lin Gongxuan couldn't eat lunch again, Fang Dashan offered a suggestion. Captain, why don't we invite Captain Lin? When Lin Gongxuan heard the three words Captain Lin, he immediately became alert. He raised his eyelids and looked at Fang Dashan. Why are you looking for her? Then he said to himself, heinous thing. She never came back once she left. The infantry battalion was not far from Lin Gongxuan's tent. About 2 miles away. Oh! This treatment. Fang Dashan didn't know how to describe the relationship between Lin Erzhu and Lin Gongxuan. He stood there scratching his head helplessly. What do you mean by treat? If you have something to say, just say it. If you hold it in, you will end up in trouble. Lin Gongxuan saw that Fang Dashan was really embarrassed and said unhappily, that's right. When I was in the countryside, I was used to seeing unmarried boys and girls. Fang Dashan really felt that the job of the first mate was not something that everyone could do. Choosing words could cost him half his life. When they were together, I usually indulged the girl. That is, I often said nice things to coax her. He looked at Lin Gongxuan carefully, and seeing that he was thinking about something, he continued, maybe you have been busy with government affairs these days, and you have alienated Erzhu. It's possible that she is angry with you in her heart. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan showed no signs of being angry, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief and straightened his body. He never thought that one day he would be able to give advice to the captain. Don't be so blunt. Think carefully before you say anything. Erzhu likes to hear some soft words. How could Fang Dashan know what soft words Lin Erzhu liked to hear? He only knew that he had seen people who were in a relationship. And who was not a man coaxing a woman? But Lin Erju was not a woman. So he could only treat Lin Erju as a woman. Lin Gongxuan's face changed, and he looked at Fang Dashan expressionlessly, which made the latter feel like a thorn in his back and a fishbone in his throat. This was clearly a sign of anger. He quickly put the food on the plate on the wooden table, and then picked up the plate and wanted to leave. Wait! Lin Gongxuan walked over from the desk, stood with his hands behind his back, stopped in front of Fang Dashan, and stared at him. Is it so obvious? Fang Dashan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was asking this. Captain, who can't we see what you are thinking? Lin Gongxuan was frightened, but he took it easy in a moment. You could all see that the fox cub is so smart. How could he not know my feelings? If she knew, she would hide from him. She came to bother him before, but now she won't come at all. Is it that I don't look good enough for her? I think Lin Gongxuan is suave, unrestrained, and strong and tall, heroic. But she doesn't like me. Thinking of this, he felt even more upset. Was he really bad to her? He gave her rouge and powder, gold, and forgave her debt of 1,000 taels of gold. Didn't he do a good job? Looking at the gloomy face of the adult in front of him, Fang Dashan didn't understand. He was fine just now. Why did he look angry now? Did he say something he shouldn't have said? Or did he really hit the adult's sore spot? My lord, if I say anything, it will be fine if you just talk it out. You just give in and Erju will forgive you. Forgive? What do you want her to forgive? Lin Gongxuan's eyes were wide open, and Fang Dashan was frightened. He quickly took the plate and left. This man's mood swings are too scary. He silently felt sorry for Erju for a few minutes. Lin Gongxuan ate his meals while reflecting on himself. But the meals tasted like chewing wax. After lunch, the soldiers went to the shade of the trees in groups of 3 or 2 to cool off, and Yu Jia returned to the tent. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The soldiers had to take some time to rest at noon, so that they could devote themselves to training in the afternoon. She lay on the couch, thinking secretly. There had been no news from the capital in recent days, and she didn't know what the court wanted to do by taking Mu Shurha back. Since the last severe blow to the Mu tribe, they are now like mice in a hole, not even daring to show their heads. Yu Jia was very worried. If you don't think about the present, you will worry about the future. Besides, she always felt that something big was going to happen when she discussed Mu Bu's abnormal behavior with her superiors last time. Thinking of this, she wanted to fall asleep in a daze. Who knew that when she was dizzy and swollen, she heard the sound of Go Sheng's greeting outside. Who else would be so idle at this time except Lin Gongxuan? Yu Jia didn't want to get up to receive him, so she pretended to sleep. After Lin Gongxuan entered the tent, he found Yu Jia lying on the couch for a nap, so he didn't wake her up and sat next to the documents. Yu Jia secretly opened her eyes to see Lin Gongxuan's movements and found that he was actually sitting next to the documents and flipping through her handwriting. When she was free today, she was looking through the storybooks. They were basically all cliched love stories. How could she let him read them? Yu Jia pretended to turn over and saw Lin Gongxuan exclaiming in surprise. Captain, why didn't you call me when you came? Lin Gongxuan's eyes were fixed on the sentence in the storybook. Only when the mountains are gone and the sky and the earth are united will I dare to break up with you. And he sneered with the corners of his lips. It was really disgusting. When he entered the tent, he heard Yu Jia's rapid breathing. He knew she was pretending to sleep, so he didn't expose her. Who knew that she actually read these boring storybooks in private? Could it be that she wanted to learn how to get along with herself from these storybooks? Chapter 125. Don't indulge in love. How could Yu Jia know that he had another wrong idea in his mind? She just didn't want Lin Gongxuan to see her reading these love story books. Besides, she didn't read them just to kill time. She wanted to know what the style of the best-selling story books was now. And if she was no longer in the military camp, she would see if she could make a living from it. Speaking of storybooks, Yu Jia was also a little surprised. Although she made a living by martial arts in her previous life, she just loved reading novels. Those love novels were what she loved to read when she was in junior high school. Since graduation, she has mostly come into contact with other types of novels. As for why she is reading such a book again, she must understand the market. Right? Who can talk about the story of mountain foxes and heroes who rob the rich and help the poor right away? Her panic seemed guilty to Lin Gongxuan, but she was in a good mood instead. Lin Erju, I didn't expect you to be interested in these. Yu Jia was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't speak. She snatched the book from Lin Gongxuan's hand and threw it on the bedside with the one on the desk. Who likes to read these? It was bought by Go Sheng. Who said it was for me to kill time when I was bored? Yu Jia's eyes flickered and her face flushed, which made Lin Gongxuan feel very cute. He remembered Fang Dashan's words and chuckled, his eyes full of doting. It's not a banned book anyway, so it's okay to read it. Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan suspiciously. Why did he change his personality today? According to his previous personality, he would have ridiculed her a few times. Seeing Yu Jia's surprised expression, he almost couldn't help but go crazy again. What's the matter? Doesn't it mean that the master doesn't treat her well? He rolled his eyes at her and said angrily, Lin Erju, what are you thinking? Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. This was the Lin Gongxuan she knew. The king of poisonous mouth suddenly became considerate, which was really unusual. Hee. Nothing. What instructions did the captain have today? If there is nothing, can I come? Lin Gongxuan stood up from the desk and walked towards Yu Jia, straightening his back. He came here today with the best outfit. The crescent-shaped white robe with wide sleeves and light-colored patterns embroidered on the background made him look straight, elegant and handsome. Before coming, he took a bath and burned incense to give Lin Erju a good impression. Most of the soldiers in the camp are sweaty, and he came so fragrantly that Lin Erju would be fascinated. It's like eating braised pork when you are used to eating braised vegetables. If you occasionally see braised pork, don't you pick up 2 pieces and eat them? Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was like a peacock, and was speechless. Who are you trying to seduce by being so flashy? You can come. Of course you can come. The captain is the head of a battalion, so you can go anywhere. It's just that the drill will start soon, and I have to go to the parade ground, so I can't accompany the captain. Lin Gongxuan didn't care much. I have already arranged for the brigade commanders, so you don't have to go. Ah. This? Captain. Isn't this bad? Yu Jia was still struggling to death. It would be better for her to go to the parade ground than to face such a butterfly. What? Now that you've been promoted, your temper has also improved? You dare not listen to the master's orders? Yu Jia hurriedly bowed. I dare not, but I will obey the master's orders. Lin Gongxuan's face looked better, and he turned around and walked out of the tent. Follow me. Yu Jia had no choice but to follow. After leaving the tent, Lin Gongxuan jumped on his horse and tilted his head to signal Yu Jia. Yu Jia had no choice but to let Go Sheng bring Xiao Bai over. At this time, Lin Gongxuan had already left the infantry camp. When Yu Jia caught up with Lin Gongxuan, she was already sweating. She looked up at the dazzling sunlight, wondering who would ride a horse at this time. She couldn't help but ask Lin Gongxuan, Captain, where are we going? Lin Gongxuan was originally going to take Yu Jia to Mengsheng. Fang Dashan said that women like to buy jewelry, headwear, and clothes. But from Lin Erju's tone, it seemed that he was not very happy. So he was a little bored. But he couldn't go out for nothing. So he took Yu Jia to a stream beside the valley. He got off the horse, threw away the reins in his hand, let the horse run wild, and walked towards the shade of the tree. Seeing this, Yu Jia also let go of Xiao Bai and followed Lin Gongxuan. Seeing Lin Gongxuan sitting on the ground carelessly, Yu Jia's lips twitched. Wearing such white clothes and sitting on the grass, it would be strange if there were no blue veins. Anyway, she was wearing a brown training suit, so there was no need to be particular. So she sat on the ground. Lin Gongxuan looked at the gurgling water in front of him, and thought of the time he spent with Lun Yang when he was a child. Thinking of this, he spoke out, when I was a child, I always liked to take my sister to the river to bathe. She was too timid. Without my support, she could only sit by the river. Lin Gongxuan's eyes showed a hint of smile, and the corners of his lips softened. I always tease her. When I see that she doesn't go into the water, I splash water on her. Every time. She screams. Yu Jia said unhappily, I didn't expect the captain to be so naughty when he was a child. This brings up Lun Yang again. I don't know what Lin Gongxuan is crazy about. Lin Gongxuan continued nonchalantly, I haven't told you about Lun Yang yet. She is my child bride, and she will marry me in the future. Captain has already told me this. Yu Jia said respectfully. Lin Gongxuan turned to look at Yu Jia and said seriously, she has been alone since she was a child. She is my family now. I will marry her in the future. Of course, it is the parents' order and the matchmaker's words. Captain should take responsibility. Seeing Yu Jia say this, Lin Gongxuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's great that you can understand. Yu Jia raised her head and looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was still happy. Why should I understand? She asked carefully. Why do you say that, Captain? Seeing the confused look on the face of the woman in front of him, Lin Gongxuan's face was burning. He wanted to jump into the stream to calm down. How should I start? The woman in front of him is so smart. How could she not guess what I am thinking? Lin Gongxuan really didn't expect Yu Jia didn't understand what he meant. If she did, she would scold him for being whimsical. Listening to Lin Gongxuan's ambiguous words, she was even more confused. On such a hot day, did he bring her out just to talk about his childhood? Yu Jia laughed, not knowing how to react. Lin Erju, after you leave the barracks, besides thinking about making money and running a private school, have you ever thought about your lifelong affairs? Why think about that? I'm not interested in it. Yu Jia stood up and moved her shoulders. The last injury left sequelae. After sitting for a long time, her shoulders became sore. How can you indulge in love with the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland? Captain, don't you think so? Chapter 126. Back to the military camp. Lin Erju, you are a woman. You will eventually get married. You must be careful when it comes to getting married. And you can't be deceived. I don't want to get married. What's the point of getting married? Yu Jia crossed her arms and walked towards the stream, kicking the wet pebbles with her toes. Get married. Take care of your husband and children. And be trapped in that square courtyard for the rest of your life? Lie by your husband's face for the rest of your life. And maybe even by your mother-in-law's face. Isn't this all normal? Whose daughter-in-law doesn't respect her parents-in-law and serve her husband? Lin Gongxuan stood up and walked towards Yu Jia. Yu Jia was furious. She turned around. Her face flushed. Why? When I have money in the future, can't I find a man to marry into my family? Listening to what Yu Jia said, Lin Gongxuan had never heard of it before. Marry into my family? Yes. Yu Jia put her hands on her hips. Her cheeks puffed up. Very lively and cute. In this era, men here marry wives and concubines. Why should I live according to his wishes? Seeing the man who spent the rest of my life with me give part of it to others. It's like cutting my heart in half. Blood dripping. Eerie and terrifying. Lin Gongxuan frowned, his tone already impatient. Lin Erju, every man is like this. Don't ask for too much. Lin Gongxuan's tone was so matter-of-fact that Yu Jia was speechless at this time. Yu Jia knew that the man in front of her was a native of ancient times, and she couldn't make him understand what it meant to be together for life. What about your father? Did he take a concubine? Speaking of this, Lin Gongxuan became proud. My father and mother have a deep relationship. They have been childhood sweethearts since they were young. And my mother is fertile. After marrying my father, she gave birth to 3 of us brothers. There is no need to take a concubine. Yu Jia sees the loophole in his words. Your meaning is, if your mother hadn't given birth to 3 sons, your father would have taken a concubine? Of course. If my mother couldn't carry on the Lin family, my father would have taken a concubine. Lin Gongxuan didn't understand why Lin Erju was so obsessed with taking a concubine. Isn't it normal for a woman to have children after marriage and pass on the family line? Yu Jia was completely disappointed with him. She was obviously in love with him, but she still expressed such a view. It seems that his thoughts are really stubborn. Yu Jia felt that there was no need to waste more words with him, thinking of the things he had to think about in the past few days. Yu Jia wanted to take this opportunity to speak. Captain, I want to take a few days off. I have something important to do. Yu Jia emphasized the words very important. She didn't want Lin Gongxuan to ask again. Lin Gongxuan saw that she looked unhappy, so he stopped asking. You have to arrange things in the infantry battalion. Don't worry, Captain. I'll make sure to arrange everything so you don't worry. The infantry battalion is in front of him. Lin Gongxuan looks at the stubborn figure in front of him and doesn't understand why the two of them parted so unhappily. Does he really have to choose between Lin Erju and Lun Yang? But one of them has been engaged to him since childhood and has not made any big mistakes. The other is the person he likes. How should he choose? Lin Erju's temper is like a donkey. No matter how he persuades her, she insists on what she wants. It's impossible for her to compromise. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. It's better to fight with the southern barbarians than to deal with women. In the past few days without Lin Erju, Lin Gongxuan couldn't sleep or eat well. He felt his scalp tingling when he thought about the conversation between the two that day. He found Jean Pendon and wanted him to enlighten him. But Jean Pendon was over 40 years old and alone. How could he know what these girls were thinking? He didn't want to constrain Fong Dashan and ask for his opinion. So he could only worry secretly. But after a few days of worrying, he was replaced by another worrying thing. The princess was coming to the Yunnan military camp again. And this time, she didn't say how long she would stay here. She only sent an advance officer to prepare a place for her to live. It seems that she is going to live here permanently. Lin Gongxuan arranged the accommodation according to the highest standards. But he didn't expect that the advance officer was still not satisfied. Lin Gongxuan had a toothache. Whoever wanted to serve this princess could serve her. He was not going to do it anymore. He only entrusted this task to Fong Dashan and led the soldiers to train all over the mountains. Fong Dashan is not Lin Gongxuan, who can quit his job if he is not happy. Facing the pickiness of the advance officer, he has a lot of grievances. But no matter how hard it is, he did not fall behind in the work he should do. Fong Dashan is a down-to-earth person and does things properly. In a few days, he built several decent residences. After the preparations were completed, Li Yuanyuan also set off from the capital. She learned from Mu Shurha that the man Lin Gongxuan liked was none other than Lin Erzhu, who was beside him. Last time Lin got into trouble, she still hadn't forgotten Lin Erzhu's face. This time she wanted to make Lin Erzhu look good. As an important general of the enemy army, she, a princess, could not meet him. It was a coincidence that Mu Shurha was going to be sent back to Nanman. Let him be sent back. She accidentally learned from the official's wife that Li Yansheng was going to send him back. This felt wrong. Once the prince sent the enemy general back to his country, who would believe that there was no trick? She immediately sent someone to follow the two people, and actually learn the true identity of Lin Erzhu from them. It seemed that Li Yansheng meant that he would bring this matter to Li Yanxiao in the future. She immediately sent a pigeon to tell Li Yanxiao about this matter, and asked him to be more careful. In the letter, Li Yanxiao asked her to stay in the capital safely, and not to worry about the military camp. Judging from her third brother's tone, she knew that he also knew about this. Was she the only one who was kept in the dark? Li Yuanyuan immediately started to check Lin Erzhu's information thoroughly, thinking of her origin in Jizhou military camp. The first time she went there was when Jizhou military camp moved to Yunnan. I think Lin Gongxuan was already confused by Lin Erzhu at that time. Right? That's why he ignored her. And even when she returned to the capital, Lin Gongxuan didn't send her off. Thinking of Lin Erzhu's tomboyish appearance. How could a princess of a country be compared to her? How could she be willing to accept this? She made a decision at that moment. She would go to Yunnan military camp and personally deal with this little bitch who destroyed her relationship with Lin Gongxuan. It was easy to talk to the emperor. She just needed to say that she wanted to go to the military camp to relax. And he would definitely agree. After Yu Jia finished her work, she returned to the captain's tent to report, and found a courtyard with an entrance and exit not far away. She was wondering who this noble person was, who came to the military camp to experience life for no reason. But she was in a hurry to come back and report. So she ignored the noble person. Her mind was full of thoughts about whether the soldiers in the camp were lazy during her 10 days away, and whether they had trained on time. Chapter 127. Ah Yin is here too. After waiting for a long time, Lin Gongxuan did not come, but Li Yuanyuan did. Seeing the woman in front of her, Yu Jia trembled all over. Not because she was scared, but because she was disgusted. The humble Lin Erzhu greets Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yu Jia knelt down and saluted Li Yuanyuan. This Li Yuanyuan walked slowly and leisurely. If Yu Jia had not been exempted from the salute, Yu Jia would have had to keep her body supported. Seeing the flattering woman in front of her, Li Yuanyuan felt even more annoying. She walked up to Yu Jia and snorted coldly. Lin Erzhu, where have you been these days? Why didn't you come to pay homage to this princess as soon as possible? Yu Jia lowered her head and frowned. She didn't know how she caught the princess's eye. To answer the princess, I received the order of the captain to go on business a few days ago, and I just came back today. Li Yuanyuan wiped the sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief, and her eyes became sharp. She lifted Yu Jia's chin with her toes, letting Yu Jia look at her. Yu Jia suppressed her anger and murderous aura, and looked at her with a pure and innocent expression. Princess, did I anger you? I'm stupid. Please let me go. Suddenly, Li Yuanyuan laughed. She retracted her feet, and looked down at Yu Jia. Does Lin Gongxuan like this kind of stuff? Get up. After Yu Jia got up, he secretly moved his uncomfortable shoulders, lowered his head, and waited for Li Yuanyuan's instructions. Lin Erju. Go back. I'll call you if I need you. Yu Jia fled as if she had been pardoned. Seeing Yu Jia's hasty escape, Li Yuanyuan looked down on her even more. Princess, why don't you just kill Lin Erju? Shuang'er asked in surprise. What do you know? Li Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at her. Lin Erju must have some skills to be liked by Gongxuan. If I find out a little, wouldn't it help me and Gongxuan improve our relationship? Besides, seeing how flattering Lin Erju is, it would be understandable if Lin Gongxuan took her in as a concubine. After all, she is just something that cannot be put on the table. Yu Jia returned to the infantry camp tent and was puzzled. What she did last time was perfect. Li Yuanyuan couldn't have known about it. Besides, according to Li Yuanyuan's character, if she knew that she had secretly harmed Lianer, she would have exploded on the spot. I really don't understand. Although she is a woman, she doesn't have much experience dealing with women. This woman is like holding a hidden weapon when she is a conflict. And you don't know when she can stab you. It's better to deal with men. If you see someone you don't like, just fight directly. And you don't have to worry so much. Thinking of these troubles, Yu Jia had nowhere to vent her pent-up anger. So she left the tent and went to the vanguard camp to find Wu Kuei. Gosheng saw Yu Jia getting on his horse in a hurry while carrying the meal. Captain, where are you going? Don't you want to eat? Yu Jia galloped away without looking back. No, I'm going to the vanguard camp to eat. When she arrived at the vanguard camp, she went straight to Wu Kuei's team and saw him eating. So she dismounted and galloped away. Wu Kuei was excited when he saw Yu Jia's familiar look, and his blood was clamoring. He immediately threw away the rice bowl in his hand, got ready, and said, "Come on." The two of them started fighting back and forth. The soldiers on the side were not surprised. Yu Jia would come to fight with Wu Kuei from time to time. This was a common thing. When they returned to the infantry camp, it was already past midnight, and Gosheng hadn't slept yet. Gosheng, why haven't you slept yet? Gosheng's eyes were red, and he looked at Yu Jia miserably. Yu Jia immediately understood that he knew Li Yuanyuan had come to the military camp. Gosheng, don't be impatient. Let's do it step by step. Now she is only a lieutenant of the camp, and her status cannot compete with Li Yuanyuan. So she has to be more careful. But not being able to compete does not mean that there is nothing she can do. She knew that Li Yuanyuan liked Lin Gongxuan, so she couldn't walk around in front of Lin Gongxuan, in case Li Yuanyuan wanted to kill her. Gosheng, don't worry. I will definitely avenge my sister. From time to time, the news that Mu Shi had returned to Nanman reached Lin Gongxuan's ears, and he was furious and cursed the emperor, not caring at all that Li Yuanyuan's residence was not far away. But there was nothing she could do. This was all the decision of the superiors. She could only find an opportunity to get rid of him on the battlefield. She had been feeling depressed recently, but soon, she was no longer depressed, because Ayan had to come to the Yunnan military camp from the Nantung military camp. It was inconvenient for Ayan to stay in the Nantung military camp, and there were many versions of her and Li Yanzhao in the army. This was not good. So Li Yanzhao asked her to go to Lin Erju's infantry camp temporarily. Now, Yu Jia could also talk to Ayan in private. Ayan came to Yu Jia's tent and stayed there as her medical officer. In the evening, the two set up a wine table in the tent. Yu Jia looked at the lamb skewers on the plate on the table. Her mind was wandering, and she almost shed tears. She picked up a skewer of mutton and looked at Ayan. Feeling lost? Your mother taught you this, didn't she? Ayan shook her head. My mother didn't teach me any cooking skills. She often cooks at home. I made this later based on the taste in my memory. Try it. Does it taste good? Yu Jia bit off a piece of mutton. The mutton was chewy, and the seasoning was tasty. Although it tasted a little different from the previous life, it was pretty much the same. It's delicious. I haven't had such delicious mutton skewers for a long time. That's good. Ayan smiled. When my mother was alive, I knew nothing about this. After she passed away, I slowly awakened this talent. Seeing Ayan's lonely expression, Yu Jia swallowed the mutton in her mouth to comfort her. I think my sister taught you the skills in secret to save you from being hungry. Ayan laughed when she heard Yu Jia calling her mother and sister. What about you? How old were you when you came here? How can you call me mother and sister? Yu Jia put down the stick in her hand. clapped her hands, and stretched out her right hand to make an okay gesture. I'm 30 years old. Ian was shocked. You can't call me mother and sister. She is not as old as you. Ah. Yujia was also in a headache now. And then she waved her hand. Then let's not talk about seniority. Let's just call each other by name. Urju. Ian was a little shy when she called out this name. And Yujia felt warm in her heart. It's great. There is finally someone familiar in this strange world. Yujia asked about Ian's life experience. And Ian told her everything in detail. After she heard it, sparks seemed to flash through her mind. It seems that someone has mentioned this matter. Who is it? I will ask Jean Pendon tomorrow. Since this matter is so sensational, Jean Pendon must know it. Chapter 128 Eyes and Eyes. The next day, Yujia excitedly found Jean Pendon to learn about the former Liangjiang governor Chao Jinyu. When she saw Jean Pendon, she directly explained her purpose. Jean Pendon put down the teacup and looked Yujia up and down. Lin Urju, why are you interested in this matter? Yujia smiled and moved the yellow wine that she had placed in front of Jean Pendon towards him. I have nothing to do. So I want to learn about the historical background of Liangjiang. And I found the story of the former Liangjiang governor. When mentioning this, Yujia looked regretful. It's a pity that there are only a few words about this matter in the Liangjiang diary. I also have only a vague understanding of this. And I want to find a knowledgeable person to help me solve my doubts. This matter really belongs to you. Sir, I dare to ask in the great Zhou dynasty. Who can compare with you in knowing all the world's affairs? Although Jin Pengyan showed no expression, he was secretly happy with what Yujia said. Seeing her thirst for knowledge, he recounted everything he knew. After a long time, Yujia came back to her senses. Sir, you mean that the former governor of Liangjiang offended his superiors, which led to his death? Jin Pengyan did not deny it and continued, since ancient times, Liangjiang has been a fat job. This Chao Jinyu is also the target of many forces in the court. But this Chao Jinyu is an honest official. How can he be in collusion with others? At this point, Yujia did not ask any more questions. It must be that the superiors were angry because they failed to win over the Chao family. So they made up a random crime and exterminated the Chao family. Back in the tent, Yujia conveyed the information he had learned from Jean Pendon to a yin. After hearing this, a yin sat on the wooden bench in silence. A yin? Think carefully about what characteristics those people had that day. Yujia felt sorry for it. But if he wanted to investigate the matter, he had to know as many details as possible. Since they killed innocent people in the name of Governor Chao's corruption and bribery, they must not be masked men. At this point, a Yan's eyes lit up. I remember they were wearing flying fish clothes. She tried to suppress her indignation. Yes, it was flying fish clothes. Flying fish suit. That's the Jinui. And only that person has the power to mobilize the Jinui. Yujia took over the conversation. But if the emperor wants to move your family, why does he have to go through the process of punishing people without justification? Why did the Jinui shout and kill when they came to your house? Ayan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Yujia saw that she was so lost. So he stopped asking. At this moment, her head hurt again. This was just like the last time she went crazy and beat Lin Gongxuan. Yujia covered her head in pain. Could it be that Lun Yang had thought of it again? Then, her eyes went black and she fainted. Sure enough, Lun Yang appeared in Yujia's consciousness. Sister, wake up! Yujia walked towards Lun Yang. Lun Yang, listen to me. Don't make me faint all the time. Just like last time on the battlefield. If it wasn't for Go Shun saving me, I would have lost my life. Lun Yang was shocked. Her face flushed. Her hands twisted her sleeves. And she bit her lips tightly. Her big watery eyes stared straight at Yujia, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Okay. Tell me. What do you remember? Seeing Yujia waving her hand, Lun Yang was happy. And the dimples on her lips appeared with her lips pulled apart. Sister, I remember that our whole family was killed that day. And at the last moment, they relaxed their vigilance. Take off the nightgown, and the Feiyu suit will be revealed. What? Yujia was shocked. When did Lin Gongxuan get involved with the Jinui? But who are the leaders of these Jinui? Are they the same force as those who killed Ayan's family? Suddenly, Yujia's eyes fell on Lun Yang again. How could such an innocent girl know Feiyu's suit? As if she saw what Yujia was thinking. Lun Yang explained. Sister, I know Fei Yu's suit. Since the bad brother left, Mother has been saying that he must come back alive. At this time, Father refuted Mother, saying that the bad brother would become a general in the future. Speaking of this, Lun Yang was embarrassed again. Before my scoundrel brother left, he said he would come back to marry me. So I bought all the official albums of the current dynasty. From the small officials to the first-rank Right Chancellor. I know everything clearly. Yu Jia nodded. Of course the Jinui were also included. Lun Yang's memory of knowing the Great Zhou diary so well was probably also for Lin Gongxuan, Lin's father and mother, the eldest brother and sister-in-law and 2 children, the second brother and sister-in-law and 2 children, plus Lun Yang. The 11 members of the Lin family all died at the hands of the Jinui. It would be hard to settle this grudge without revenge. Based on the current situation, Lin Gongxuan did not show any signs of killing the entire Lin family, or he showed no sign of colluding with the Jinui. There is less than a year left. When it snows heavily in February next year, Lin Gongxuan will be promoted, and the 11 members of the Lin family will die. My head is in a mess, and I can't figure it out. Seeing Yu Jia's distressed face, Lun Yang pursed her lips and said, Sister, don't worry. There will definitely be a way. At least settle my parents and brother and sister-in-law. Yu Jia nodded. Don't worry, Lun Yang. I have arranged all these. Lun Yang then disappeared from Yu Jia's mind with peace of mind. Yu Jia slowly opened her eyes and took a breath. Lun Yang should not know that Lin Naden, the bastard, has fallen in love with her. If Lun Yang knew, would she be angry? It is useless to think too much. Life must go on. These days, Li Yuanyuan would ask Yu Jia to come over from time to time, saying that she wanted to learn about Lin Gongxuan's living habits through Yu Jia. Yu Jia politely refused. I have not been a personal soldier of the captain for a long time. If the princess wants to know more about the captain, you might as well ask Fang Dashan. Li Yuanyuan did not comment, but still insisted on learning from her, which made Yu Jia very annoyed. She fell behind in running, was not very satisfied with her circumference, and was just SOSO in terms of equipment. These dignitaries, instead of enjoying their own good life, always came to disturb her career. Li Yuanyuan not only wanted to summon Yu Jia to meet alone, but also wanted to take her to see Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan was also very puzzled when he saw Yu Jia following Li Yuanyuan with a reluctant look on her face. Princess, what do you mean? Li Yuanyuan smiled gently. This Lin Erju is knowledgeable, knows astronomy and geography, and is very much to my liking. This princess wants to keep her by her side. These words frightened the other 2 people. Yu Jia knelt on the ground in a hurry. Princess, please think twice. I am willing to take root in the frontier and protect the Great Zhou dynasty in this life. Please help me. Li Yuanyuan signaled Schwanger to help Yu Jia up. Look at you. How scared you are. If this princess wants you to leave, my third brother will not agree. Chapter 129 Departure. Li Yuanyuan had bright eyes and white teeth, and smiled brightly. In fact, she hated him so much that her teeth itched. She had thought about taking Lin Erju with her to teach him a lesson, but Li Yinxiao didn't want to, and repeatedly told her not to touch her. If she hadn't been afraid of Li Yinzhou's anger, Li Yuanyuan would have done it long ago. This princess is just talking. Why do you take it seriously? Yu Jia wiped her sweat exaggeratedly. Thank you for your sympathy. Lin Gongxuan's heart was at ease. Princess, I need to prepare the clothes for Wei Jiang. Please give me a favor. Wei Jiang? Then what are you going to Wei Jiang for? Li Yuanyuan sat on the chessboard couch. Lin Gongxuan suppressed his irritability and said respectfully, the mother of Li Daxuan, the governor of Wei Jiang, is celebrating her 80th birthday. She has invited me to celebrate. I will go to celebrate. Wei Jiang is adjacent to Bashu. Li Daxuan and Li Yinxiao have always been good friends. I think Li Yinxiao should have received the invitation this time. Then I will go too. Lin Gongxuan's veins popped out. He endured it for a few times, but still endured it. Li Yuanyuan didn't know it and said to herself, since you are invited, I think my third brother will go too. I will go to give Li Daxuan face. I think he will only feel honored. Yu Jia pouted secretly. He really knows how to flatter himself. Back in the tent, Yu Jia complained to a yin, but a yan's face looked uglier under the light. A yin? What's wrong with you? Yu Jia was a little worried. Are you tired today? A Yin shook her head and said slowly, Li Daxuan is my father's subordinate. When my father got into trouble, he was still a nobody. Heh! Yu Jia snorted coldly. It stands to reason that if the superiors were investigated, his subordinates would be more or less implicated. But Li Daxuan was not only not affected by this incident, but was promoted to the governor of a city 10 years later. There is something strange everywhere. This time, Yu Jia decided to go with Lin Gongxuan, along with a Yin. Captain, please let me go with you to Weijiang. Lin Gongxuan ignored her and pondered over the chessboard. What are you going to do? Haven't you been complaining to me recently that there is not enough training time? Yu Jia choked. Isn't this a reason to evade the princess? Enough? How can it be not enough? The brigade commanders under me are very capable. I am very relieved to leave the training matters to them. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan was still unmoved, Yu Jia went all out. I can't bear to be separated from the captain for such a long time. Lin Gongxuan's hand trembled, and the chess piece in his hand fell on the chessboard with a click. He looked up at Yu Jia, and saw that her face was shy, and there was still a vague friendship in her eyes. Now Lin Gongxuan's heart seemed to be filled with fireworks, crackling, exploding non-stop. This girl, when did she start to be so reluctant to leave him? I'll be back soon after a few days. His voice was hoarse, low and magnetic, and his eyes were full of doting. For a moment, Yu Jia almost indulged in it. But thinking of Lin Gongxuan's remarks about his wives and concubines that day, Yu Jia instantly sobered up. A few days is also time. I also want to go with the captain. I just want to go with you. Lin Gongxuan felt numb all over, as if he had rolled in honey. Sweet and sticky, but not sweet. Okay, go and get ready, and set off early tomorrow morning. Lin Gongxuan finally compromised. Looking at the girl's cheerful figure, he shook his head and laughed. Lin bastard. Lin bastard. You are finished. Suddenly, he thought of Lun Yang, and the smile lingered on the corner of his lips. What to do? Should I really choose one between the two? If it comes to ability, Lin Erju can be as good as several Lun Yangs. But Lun Yang is his childhood sweetheart who grew up with him. They have long been like family. How could he abandon Lun Yang for a woman he had known for less than 4 years? Thinking of this, he shook his head. He shouldn't let Lin Erju go to Weijiang with him. Yu Jia didn't know Lin Gongxuan's entanglement, and happily packed her bags. Erju, are you really not going to let me go with you? Goxing was worried. Every time they separated, she would be in danger. Yu Jia kept moving her hands. Don't worry. I'm fine. This time I'm going with the princess. And with the princess's status, she must have several guards to protect her? I'll have to take it out on her when I have time. Seeing that Goxing was still worried, Yu Jia patted his shoulder. Don't worry. This time, not only did they have to investigate the matter between Li Daxuan and Governor Chao, but also the matter of the Jinui back then. She really didn't have much time left. The next morning, the large army set out. Yu Jia guessed correctly. This time the princess gave herself enough face. Lin Gongxuan, Fang Dashan, Yu Jia, and a Yin rode forward on horseback, while the princess sat in a 2-horse carriage. The carriage was decorated magnificently, with Su brocade silk curtains and agate jade on them. The roof was made of gold. Yu Jia secretly estimated that if the gold was broken off, it would be several dozen taels. Since the princess wanted to show off, several people had to stop and accommodate her, and Li Yuanyuan had to stop and rest from time to time, which slowed down the 3-day journey by half. At this time, Li Yuanyuan's guards ran to Lin Gongxuan in front, and the princess wanted to rest again. Lin Gongxuan's face was as gloomy as the Yellow River. He was so angry that he arranged for everyone to stop and rest for a while. Li Yuanyuan walked out of the carriage. After observing for the past few days, she found the pattern of how Lin Erju and Lin Gongxuan get along with each other. Lin Gongxuan spoke in a rather aggressive tone, so Lin Erju would respond on the surface, but actually ignored him. Unexpectedly, Lin Gongxuan was also a mean person, always liking challenges. She was good at this, just acting in her true colors. Therefore, when it was time to rest, she would get close to Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan was originally sitting on the ground, and at this moment, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. Your Highness. Li Yuanyuan did not care about his indifference and continued. This time when we go to Weijiang, we must learn about the folk customs of Weijiang. Ask about prohibitions when entering a country. Ask about customs when entering a country. And ask about taboos when entering a country. Lin Gongxuan did not respond. But it aroused Yujia's interest. But she could not respond. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's appearance, she knew that he must be familiar with it. So she would ask him privately later. Seeing Lin Gongxuan silent, Li Yuanyuan talked about the situation of Weijiang River. The Weijiang River is located by the river, and fishing at sea has become a way for the people to survive. They believe in the sea god and hold sacrifices every year. Yujia complained in her heart. Isn't this the same as Haiyang Station? Or every city that stands by the river has this custom? Is there any sea god marrying a wife? However, this sea god sacrifice is not held every year. It is probably during the Chinese New Year, from the 1st to the 15th day of the first lunar month. Every time the sacrifice is held, the respected elders in the city must perform divination and obtain the consent of the sea cucumber before the sacrifice can be held. Chapter 130 Shopping. Lin Gongxuan certainly knew these customs. And he also knew that Weijiang did not hold a sea god sacrifice this year. The reason was that the result of divination was that the sea god was unwilling to come out to parade this year, resulting in the failure of the sacrifice. What will happen if it fails? Will there be no good weather this year? Yujia still couldn't help asking. Li Yuanyuan looked proud. What are you afraid of? If the sacrifice fails in January, then hold divination again in April. That is, during the time we go to Weijiang. They will ask the sky again. No matter how indifferent Yujia was. She was a girl after all. And she was quite interested in these things. It's such an honor to follow the captain this time. Ian, we can also see these customs. Ian was not interested and could not raise her spirits. She just nodded perfunctorily. Yujia saw her pale face and knew what she was thinking. Don't be anxious at this moment. You must do your best first. She comforted Ian softly. But Fang Dashan saw that it was a different matter. Lin Erju dared to be intimate with other women under the eyes of the captain? He turned his head and glanced at Lin Gongxuan quietly. Seeing that he looked normal, he didn't seem to find anything wrong with Lin Erju's behavior. This won't do. As a confidant of the captain, he should help his superiors solve problems. He should do things that are inconvenient for his superiors. And he should also do things that are embarrassing. He immediately pulled away Yujia's hand from Yan's back and put it on his shoulder. And then he hugged Yujia. He whispered in her ear, "Stay away from that young lady." Fang Dashan's breath sprayed on Yujia's face. And Yujia hurriedly struggled to get away. Brother Dashan. What are you doing? Fang Dashan pretended to be calm. What's wrong? He looked at Lin Gongxuan to get a little approval from his superiors. But he didn't expect that Lin Gongxuan was staring at him sinisterly at this time. Fang Dashan's heart clicked. Oh no! Could it be that the master suspected that he had bad intentions towards Lin Erju? This made him a nobody. Captain, that's not what I meant. I have no interest in Lin Erju. Lin Gongxuan yelled. Get lost. The others were confused. Li Yuanyuan didn't know why Lin Gongxuan was angry. Gongxuan. Suddenly, she remembered the way Lin Gongxuan and Lin Erju thought of dealing with each other. And she frowned and stood up. Now that you have rested, let's go! Then he left. This made the remaining people even more confused. Why is the atmosphere so weird? When they reached the city in the afternoon, Li Yuanyuan didn't want to go any further and wanted to stay overnight in this small town. Lin Gongxuan calculated the time. Although it was still early, there was only a small post station ahead. Li Yuanyuan would not stay at that post station. So she decided to stay here. At night, Yujia and Yin stayed in the same room. But Li Yuanyuan complained that the place was too simple and refused to stay. Lin Gongxuan got angry. Your Highness, you asked to stay here. And this is the best inn now. If you are still not satisfied, we can only move forward. I would like to remind you in advance that there is only one charity cemetery ahead. And there is no other place to stay. Li Yuanyuan was frightened and pale when she heard about the charity cemetery. So she stopped making a fuss. Yujia didn't care about anything else and wanted to take a yin out to relax. She was not good at comforting people. Although she was promoted now, and had to comfort the emotional soldiers from time to time. But she couldn't reason with a Yan's deep hatred. Don't advise others to be kind if you don't know they're suffering. The incident didn't happen to Yujia. So she couldn't persuade a Yin to give up the idea of revenge. A Yin? I'll take you to buy some clothes and jewelry. Although this is a small county, you may find something you like? In Yujia's opinion, shopping is the most relaxing thing. Seeing that a yin was still hesitating, she pulled a yin downstairs. At the door of the inn, she actually ran into Lin Gongxuan and Fang Dashan, who were going out. Sir, are you going out too? Lin Gongxuan nodded proudly. And he knew that Lin Erju would go out. And he had been waiting at the door for a while. Yu Jia pulled a yin and asked Lin Gongxuan politely. How about going together? Yeah, Lin Gongxuan said suddenly and agreed. Yu Jia had a hard time speaking. She looked at a yin unhappily, expressing her embarrassment. A yin shook her head slightly, saying that it was okay. Just like that, the four of them went shopping at night. This place is different from the capital, where there is a curfew. But here, it seems that life begins at night. The lights on the street make the streets as bright as day, and the street vendors are lined up. There are all kinds of small things, and Yu Jia is overwhelmed. Although she is rich now, her temperament of a rich person is still not improved. When she came to a stall that made figurines, she pulled a yin and said to the master, Master, can you make a figurine like this girl? The master looked at Ian and agreed happily. Ian said, No, it's expensive to make a figurine. Yu Jia took out some silver from his sleeve. I have money, so you don't have to worry about money. Brother, you still love girls. Why don't you make one? Yu Jia paused, and felt a little itchy in his heart. But it would cost 1 or 2 taels of silver to make a figurine. After leaving the military camp, there will be places to spend money everywhere. So it's better to save money. Before he said no, a slender hand stretched out from the side. Here is 1 or 2 taels of silver. Make one for this boy too. The one who spoke was Lin Gongxuan. Yu Jia was surprised. Sir, how can I let you spend money? Forget it. Lin Gongxuan looked away with a fierce face. Yu Jia didn't dare to say anything more after seeing his expression. Yu Jia was wearing men's clothes today, dressed like a boy. But she wanted the master to make a female general for her, which made the master difficult. I have never made a little man out of thin air. For his line of work, he can only make a little man out of thin air by looking at the real thing. He can't do it by imagining it. Old man, it's not out of thin air. Yu Jia pulled Lin Gongxuan over. Just make his body and make his head by mine. Is this person worse than that majestic general? Finally, the old man thought the plan was feasible. And what puzzled Yu Jia was that Lin Gongxuan was willing to cooperate. Yu Jia looked at the little man in her hand from left to right. And even the wrinkles on the clothes were pinched to be lifelike, which really made her love it. The old man's craftsmanship was superb. He made improvements when pinching the little man according to Lin Gongxuan's body. Yu Jia's head was small, so he reduced Lin Gongxuan's body according to Yu Jia's proportion. And now the overall coordination was achieved. Since Lin Gongxuan saw Yu Jia holding the little man and looking back and forth, the smile on his face has never stopped. A yin seemed to see something from him. She looked at Lin Gongxuan's eyes sticking to Yu Jia, and then looked at Yu Jia's heartless look. And she understood. Chapter 131 Gathering. Walking from the street, a group of 4 people came to the restaurant. Although it is called a restaurant, there is actually only one in this small county, which is a restaurant slightly larger than a breakfast shop. After shopping for such a long time, several people bought a lot of small things, and Yu Jia put all the spoils on the table. He looked at them one by one as if he had found a treasure. Among them, the favorite one was the little man. Dear guests, what would you like to eat? The restaurant owner brought the menu attentively. What are the specialties of your place? Lin Gongxuan asked. He motioned Yu Jia to put away the things he bought. The boss looked at the few people, restrained his expression, and replaced it with a flattering smile. We have crab dumplings, shrimps, steamed salmon, crab meat with cheese. No need to report. Just serve some of your specialty. Seeing the guests so generous, the boss smiled. Okay, wait and see. Maybe because there were no other guests in the restaurant, the restaurant served the dishes very quickly. A total of 8 dishes were served. Each dish was delicious and tasty. After running around all day and strolling for so long, the few people were already hungry. At that moment, they were too lazy to talk and ate heartily. Seeing that the few people had almost finished eating, the restaurant owner actually closed the door. What does this mean? Fang Dashan was still sucking a crab leg in his mouth, and Yu Jia was also puzzled. Ah Yin saw the trick. She glanced at Yu Jia and whispered, It might be a black shop. Yu Jia looked around the restaurant, and then saw the ferocious face of the restaurant owner, and suddenly realized it. The bill will probably be sky high when it comes time to pay. No wonder there are no other customers in the store. I think local customers will not patronize it. Only outsiders like them, who don't know the truth, will come here to eat. Lin Gongxuan remained calm. Boss, pay the bill. At this time, a dozen burly men came down from upstairs and surrounded the few people. The boss saw that the few people did not look panicked, and sneered. 100 taels. What kind of meal is worth 100 taels of silver? Fong Dashan shouted. And the man behind him put his hand on his shoulder and pressed him onto the stool. I haven't finished yet. 100 taels of gold. Yu Jia wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and took out a silver ingot from his sleeve. This is 10 taels of silver. More than enough to pay for our meal. We don't want to cause trouble. You guys take care of yourself. Ha ha ha. The boss and the burly man laughed. Do you know who this county magistrate is to me? Who are you trying to fool with these 10 taels of silver? Suddenly, he focused his attention on Ian. If you want to leave, you can leave this young lady to accompany us for one night. Before he finished speaking, Yu Jia picked up the porcelain bowl in front of him and smashed it on his face. Before the boss could react, he had already been hit by Yu Jia's punches. The other burly men started fighting. But how could they be opponents of the experienced men? In a moment, they were all knocked down. The boss got up from the ground with a bruised face and pointed at Yu Jia and the others with trembling hands. Just wait. I won't let you have an easy time. Yu Jia wanted to fight again, but was stopped by Lin Gongxuan. It won't be peaceful tonight. Let's go back to the inn. If we don't deal with these bastards, what will they do when they go to call for help? Lin Gongxuan chuckled. We don't have any tricks, but we have a backer. Several people hurried back to the inn, and before they could catch their breath, the inn was noisy. It was obvious that the restaurant owner had chased them. It was also true that the few people were dressed in extraordinary clothes and would not stay in that simple inn. Of course, their goal was clear, and they would go to the most impressive inn in the city. The restaurant owner was shouting in the hall and had ordered the yamen runners to search upstairs. Lin Gongxuan immediately ran to Li Yuanyuan's room. Princess, I, Lin Gongxuan, am here to protect you. Li Yuanyuan was surprised. When did Lin Gongxuan care about her safety? It seemed that they had frequent contact in the past few days, and he found that she was beautiful and obsessed with her beauty? She ignored the noise outside, opened the door, and looked at Lin Gongxuan with joy. Gongxuan, I know you care about me, Lin Gongxuan said calmly. Princess, they are from the county government. Li Yuanyuan looked grim and winked at the guards at the door. They are just a group of ants, not to be feared. Princess, the county magistrate is behind them. If we don't deal with him, we may not be able to get away. Seeing Lin Gongxuan so cautious, Li Yuanyuan smiled. Then I will go. Schwanger dressed her up and led everyone downstairs leisurely. When the restaurant owner saw that there were brighter colors, he immediately drooled. Seeing him like this, Li Yuanyuan felt sick. What kind of vulgar people are these? How dare they stand in front of this princess? Seeing the person in front of him calling himself this princess, and the guards behind him were all very imposing. The restaurant owner was a little flustered for a moment, but in a moment, he straightened his back. The county magistrate is his elder brother. Here, his elder brother has the final say. His elder brother is the local emperor, and he is the prince. Young lady, you are joking. I am Wang Sanner. My brother is the county magistrate here. My name is Wang Er. Puff. Yu Jia really couldn't help laughing. So your family names are arranged in numbers. Do you have another elder brother named Wang De? When Wang Sanner saw that the person who spoke was Yu Jia who beat him up, he immediately felt the wounds on his face and body burning with pain. It's you, kid. I'll put you in jail today. Then he signaled the yamen runners behind him to start. Wait. The princess is here. Who dares to be presumptuous? Lin Gongxuan stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly. Are you tired of living? Li Yuanyuan looked at Lin Gongxuan's profile with admiration. And he was so charming when he got angry. Princess? What evidence do you have to prove that you are a princess? Several people were stunned. There was really no evidence to prove their identity. The princess's seal is in the palace. You can't tell them to follow me to the palace to get it. In the past, Li Yanzhao passed by here. The county magistrate here only knew Li Yanzhao, not Lin Gongxuan. Seeing that the few people were silent, Wang Sanner looked even more proud and threatened to arrest someone. Stop! In the midst of chaos, This sentence was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. I saw a tall and straight figure walking in the door, and I could only see his face clearly after entering the inn. It was the current Prince of Qi, Li Yanzhao. Wang Sanner knew Li Yanzhao. He had seen Li Yanzhao slap Wang Er in the county magistrate's office. You don't know the princess, but you know me? It doesn't matter if you don't know me. Wang Er knows me. Wang Sanner was so scared that his legs trembled, and he dared not deny it. At that moment, Wang Er knelt on the ground. I pay my respects to His Majesty the Prince of Qi. Chapter 132 Punishment. Yu Jia looked at Li Yanzhao, who had a solemn expression, and automatically ignored the gloomy aura emanating from him. He only felt that the man in front of him was emitting golden light, just like the Buddha enshrined in the temple. His face was handsome and his figure was outstanding, and he was actually the image of a handsome young man. Why didn't I find Li Yanzhao to be such an outstanding person before? Yu Jia laughed and shook his head. Sure enough, when he appeared in a certain occasion, he would bring a filter to people. Li Yanzhao walked straight towards Lin Gongxuan and others over Wang Sanner on the ground. Greetings, Your Majesty, third brother. No need to be polite, Li Yanzhao replied loudly. Yuan Yuan. What do your guards do? How can you let such a lowly person get the upper hand? Good guy. Li Yanzhao's words broke his filter. Others felt that there was nothing wrong with Li Yanzhao's words. But Yu Jia came from the 21st century, advocating freedom and equality, and felt that this sentence was an insult to civilians like them. This reminded her of what happened in the capital of Nanman. At that time, the imperial concubine wanted Yu Jia to apologize to her nephew Jin Bang, and Li Yanzhao did not stop her. On the one hand, his identity did not allow him to make other moves. On the other hand, he felt that she, Yu Jia, was not worthy of his great Prince Qi of the Great Zhou to do this. Looking at Li Yanzhao, who was talking to Lin Gongxuan in front of him, Yu Jia felt mixed emotions. Maybe her eyes were too straightforward, which attracted the attention of the two men. This was the first time they met since they parted in Nanman. Lin Erju, you are so lucky. Yu Jia quickly agreed. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Yu Jia was talking about the Nanman capital. Although Li Yanzhao did not defend her at the time, he did point out a way out for her. But to Li Yanzhao, it had another meaning. The prince knew Yu Jia's identity. She was a time bomb, and it was unknown when it would explode. Li Yanzhao did not deal with her, which was also for Lin Gongxuan's sake. There may be another possibility. Yu Jia is not worth his worry. The prince wants to explode, so just deal with Lin Erju. Several people were talking to each other with their own thoughts, not caring about Wang Sanner, who was shaking like a sieve on the ground. The Yamen runners on the side did not dare to move without receiving orders, and could only watch the actions of these nobles. Suddenly, Li Yanzhao turned around and shouted loudly, Li Chong. Li Chong appeared from the door and bowed with both hands. Your Majesty, I am here. Hand Wang Sanner over to Wang Er, and let him give me an explanation tomorrow. Just let Wang Sanner go. Yu Jia looked at Wang Sanner, who was pulled up by Li Chong, and was so angry that her teeth itched. Her principle was that she would not let her grudges last overnight, and would avenge them on the spot. How could she let the culprit go? But looking at the others, she looked as if it was a matter of course. And she stopped thinking. She also didn't have the ability to take revenge. It was late, and everyone was tired after such a long time of commotion. Li Yanzhao told everyone to go and rest. He only called Lin Gongxuan away. In the room, Li Yanzhao told Lin Erju's identity in detail, and he wanted to ask Lin Gongxuan's opinion. Lin Gongxuan's anger wanted to break out, and he said with a bow, Your Majesty, I think this matter needs to be considered in the long run. Seeing Li Yanzhao's clear look, he knew that the prince's questioning was just a formality. Your Majesty, although Lin Erju's background is not very clear, she is law-abiding in the military camp and has done nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, she is so diligent in military affairs that she deserves to be called a desperate woman. Ha ha. Li Yanzhao carefully looked at Lin Gongxuan's expression. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking. Lin Gongxuan didn't dare to relax. Your Majesty, there will always be a way, and the prince can't stretch his hand so long. This is equivalent to handing him the handle. If you want to balance, you have to grasp the prince's handle. Li Yanzhao continued in a deep voice. Do you know Li Daxuan's identity? Lin Gongxuan nodded. The former subordinate of the Governor-General of Liangjiang. Yes. Li Yanzhao sighed. After this incident, the balance of power in the court was broken, and it actually tended to tilt towards the prince. After this, Li Yanzhao stopped talking. Lin Gongxuan pondered for a moment. Your Highness, do you mean that this matter is related to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Li Yanzhao did not deny it. Now Lin Gongxuan understood that if he gained something from this trip, it would be to hold the Crown Prince's handle in his hand. And there must be room for easing the matter of Lin Erju. I understand. And I will definitely live up to your expectations. Seeing the joy flashing across Lin Gongxuan's face, Li Yanzhao frowned. Gongxuan, indulging in love affairs will not benefit your career. Lin Gongxuan looked calm. Don't worry, Your Highness. These love affairs of Gongxuan are not worth mentioning before national affairs. But with great love, he also has small emotions. The next morning, everyone was having dinner on the first floor of the inn when the sound of ping ping pong came from outside the inn. Wang Er. Greet His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Yu Jia looked at Li Yanzhao and saw him swallowing the food in his mouth calmly. He then took a towel to wash his hands calmly, and then stood up and walked towards the door of the inn calmly. At this time, the people who were watching the excitement had already gathered around. This was the effect Li Yanzhao wanted. Wang Er. It seems that the slap last time did not teach you a lesson. Wang Er pressed his body to the ground and said tremblingly, Your Highness, I deserve to die. It was because I failed to supervise that someone dared to do such a shameful thing. Then he looked up and signaled the Yamen runners to act. Instantly, Wang Sainer, who was tied up, was thrown over. Yes, thrown. Wang Sainer was thrown upside down, causing laughter among the people. Wang Sainer's funny and exaggerated actions really pleased Li Yanzhao, who stood with his hands behind his back, with a smile on his lips. He wanted to see how Wang Er could exonerate his brother from the crime this time. Seeing Li Yanzhao's slightly worried expression, Wang Er turned outside while still kneeling and shouted, Execution! The Yamen runners on the side took a wide execution stick and beat Wang Sainer. At this time, Wang Sainer's wolf-like cry reached Yu Jia. She shuddered and continued to struggle towards the noodle cake in front of her. The execution was nothing more than giving Li Yanzhao face. His face was good, and his mood naturally improved. Wang Er, you are still alive after offending the princess, which is a blessing for you. He did not mention Wang Sainer's black shop behavior yesterday. In fact, there is no need to mention it again. Not saying it clearly can make you more cautious. Besides, before the national regulations were revised, Li Yanzhao's military commanders could not punish Wang Er. Now it is different. Li Yanzhao glanced at the people around him. If there is a next time, you can move. Chapter 133, Crying Out for Injustice. As soon as these words came out, Wang Er kowtowed to express his gratitude. The sound of dong dong made people feel very upset. Yu Jia pouted and continued to eat the buns. Anyway, it was the best ending since they were here. He couldn't do it himself, nor could he punish him severely. Although Li Yanzhao was of noble status, he had to give Li Daxuan face. After the meal, everyone set off towards Weijiang River in a mighty manner. However, before leaving the county town, they saw a 50-year-old man who looked like a madman blocking their way. Yu Jia saw it clearly while riding on a horse. The man in front of him was ragged and had disheveled hair, like a beggar. Li Yanzhao lifted the curtain on the carriage and took a look. Li Chang, just send him away. Li Chang took the order, dismounted, and walked straight towards the beggar. The beggar shouted, Save me. I can't live anymore. They bully me. Li Chang was so disgusted that he didn't know where to start. So the beggar rolled on the ground. He kept shouting, Save me. Save me. Yu Jia couldn't bear it. So she got off the horse and walked forward. Lin Gongxuan sighed and followed. Old man, if you have any grievances, just say it out. We are the guards of His Royal Highness the King of Qi, and we will make the decision for you. Yu Jia squatted down and said seriously, Lin Erju, be careful with your words. Lin Gongxuan tried to pull Yu Jia's arm, but she dodged it sideways. The disregard for human life and the insignificant punishment for Wang Er have made Yu Jia's dissatisfaction with Li Yanzhao reach its peak. The beggar's turbid eyes lit up, and he started shouting, They beat me, robbed my house, and killed my wife. I can't live anymore. The confusing language finally allowed Yu Jia to catch a glimpse of information. Who beat you? Who robbed your house? Anyone who can name his wife must not be an ordinary farmer. Right? Lu Kuerong. Lu Kuebing. Lu Kuiying. The beggar said a series of names. What's your name? Lin Gongxuan asked on the side. My name is Lu Kuifeng. The names sound like they are from the same family. How could someone from the same family bully someone from the same family? Yu Jiao looked at Lin Gongxuan, only to see that the latter also had doubts in his eyes. What's going on? Why aren't you leaving? Li Yuanyuan's voice came from the carriage. She couldn't see the situation in front of her from behind. Lin Gongxuan came to Li Yanjia's carriage to report. Your Majesty, there is something fishy about this. The beggar blocked the street and cried out for justice. If Li Yanjiao ignored it again, it might cause dissatisfaction among the people. But what was puzzling was that this was the main street, and the beggar cried out for justice here. But no people came out to watch. Li Yanjiao finally got off the carriage. He looked at the beggar curled up on the ground and frowned almost imperceptibly. This man is probably mentally disturbed. Your Highness? No. Mental disorder may also be caused by a serious injury. Yu Jiao was afraid that Li Yanjiao would give up. So she said hurriedly. At this time, Li Yanjiao's eyes were cold, and he glanced at Lin Gongxuan beside him and looked at Yu Jiao. In your opinion, what should I do? Yu Jiao gritted her teeth and ignored Li Yanjiao's cannibalistic eyes and said, Your Highness, the people have grievances, and they should not be ignored. Suddenly, her body was swept away by a gust of wind, and when Yu Jiao came to her senses, her body was already kneeling on the ground. She looked at Lin Gongxuan's hand on her shoulder, and before she could say anything, she was forced to salute by Lin Gongxuan. Your Highness, it is because I failed to discipline him properly that Lin Erju spoke without thinking. I will discipline him strictly in the future. I hope your Highness will forgive me. Yu Jiao was still struggling, but Lin Gongxuan scolded her in a low voice. Shut up. She had to shut up honestly. After a long pause, Li Yanjiao's voice came from above her head, but the voice was already murderous. Gongxuan, you have been with me for so long. I have to give you a face. Right? Yu Jiao felt that the arm on her body seemed to be lighter. Thank you. Your Highness. Li Yanjiao snorted coldly. Get up. Lin Gongxuan pulled Yu Jiao up and stood aside. At this time, Ian walked to Yu Jia's side. Erju, you are too impulsive. Yu Jiao was still in shock. She was always calm, but she was already confused when she saw the injustice in the world. How could she care about other things? She naturally forgot that this was a feudal and oppressive era of cannibalism, and there was no room for her idea of fighting for justice. Wang Er had just sent Li Yanjiao away, and he hadn't breathed a sigh of relief yet. But he didn't expect that the King of Hell came back again. He was so scared that he almost peed. In the county government, Lu Kuifeng knelt on the ground. At this time, he was no longer crazy, and he clearly narrated the injustice of these years. Lu Kuifeng was an honest and decent scholar. Although he did not pass the imperial examination, he could support his wife and children by copying books in the county bookstore. However, he was kind-hearted by nature and always met other people's requests, which made him a good guy in the eyes of others. Not only did other people like to take advantage of him, but even his own people also took advantage of him. Over time, these people were not satisfied with just these small favors. The people headed by Lu Kuirong asked him to pay protection fees from time to time. If he couldn't pay, they would use his family's belongings to pay. At first, Lu Kuifeng could still tolerate it, but they became more and more excessive and set their sights on his wife. Unable to bear the humiliation, his wife returned to her parents' home after leaving only a letter home. This made Lu Kuirong and his people even more unscrupulous. He was alone and easier to control. Just like that, his house was gone. His family was gone. Everything was gone. Lu Kuifeng was living on the streets, and the string in his heart had long been broken. In your opinion, why don't you ask the clan leader for justice? Li Yanjiao was skeptical. They are all the clan leader's nephews. I have asked the clan leader more than once, but I was beaten out every time. Lu Kuifeng had tears in his eyes and was in pain. It's wrong. Your Majesty. The clan leader on the side burst into tears. It's not like that. Lu Kuifeng slandered me based on one-sided words. It's really hateful. Then tell me, what is the truth? Li Yanjiao really couldn't bear to see the man cry, and said impatiently, Lu Kuifeng came to me, but I can't do anything about it. The clan leader continued. If Lu Kuirong occupied his house, he gave them the title deed, and there is also a voluntary transfer letter. I really have no right to do anything about it. Yu Jiao was suspicious. Did he really do something wrong? Is there a hidden story? Lukuerong. Do you have any evidence? Your Highness. I have evidence. Lukuerong took out the evidence he had prepared long ago from his chest and presented it to Li Chang. Li Yanxiao opened the envelope, which contained the title deed and the transfer letter. The handwriting of the transfer letter was neat, and it didn't look like it was written under duress. Li Yanxiao put the transfer letter aside. Lu Kuifeng, you transferred this house voluntarily. Why are you still crying out for injustice? Chapter 134 Arrival at Weijiang River. Your Highness, I didn't transfer the house voluntarily. Lu Kuifeng cried. It was them. Lukuerong and the others who wanted to do something indecent to my wife. I tried to stop them but failed. And my wife was so ashamed that she wanted to commit suicide. And then Lukuerong said he would let us go. He said that as long as I gave them the house, they would let me go. So, you signed the transfer agreement? Lu Kuifeng nodded. Lukuerong was not happy. You are slandering me. It was obviously you who transferred the house to me voluntarily. How can you say such nonsense? At this time, Yu Jia felt powerless. Even though she knew what happened. What was the use? No one testified that Lu Kuifeng was forced. His wife had already left. And the transfer agreement was signed. How can we turn the tables? Unless there is surveillance evidence. But unfortunately these are nonsense. Things went smoothly. Lu Kuifeng slandered Lukuerong, wrongly accused him, and was beaten with 20 sticks. The team had to start again. And it seemed that all this was a dream. Yu Jia came to squat in front of Lu Kuifeng. She looked at the bloody person in front of her, and felt sad. She took out the silver from her sleeve, and put it in Lu Kuifeng's hand. You have to live. And you have to avenge yourself. Lu Kuifeng's turbid eyes had lost their vitality. I can't live anymore. My wife didn't go back to her parents' home. She was killed by them. So, you should live. Yu Jia's eyes were red. And she swallowed her saliva. Even if you are in a dark and damp rat hole, once you gain power, you must rise up and resist. The team has already set off. And a yin loudly urged Yu Jia to leave. Yu Jia stood up. Live well. There is hope if you live. Yu Jia was unusually silent during the days on the road. Li Yanxiao just thought that she was embarrassed because she acted rashly. Women are women. So what if they are capable? Yu Jia didn't think so. Her power was still too small. And she couldn't do anything here. She felt sad for this era. A yin comforted her. You have done well enough. How many of these people who have no way to redress their grievances have the opportunity to have the prince administer justice? She put the water bag in Yu Jia's hand and motioned her to drink some water. Although the result is not satisfactory, at least we tried our best. Right? Instead of letting Lu Kuifeng live a mad life, it is better to give him a quick death. We are just ordinary people. The power is only in the hands of a small number of people. We are powerless. Yu Jia raised her head to drink water, listening to a Yan's gentle voice, and felt much more comfortable. If I had this stubborn personality, I don't know how long I could be awkward. It seems that after returning to the camp, I still have to find a first mate. I can't do this ideological work myself. And I can't let the soldiers have no way to vent their anger. Seeing that Yu Jia was no longer awkward, a yin asked her to have a good rest. A yin turned around and took the water bag to the river. She took advantage of the rest to get more water. Lin Gongxuan came to her side quietly, but did not speak. A yin saw his figure in the water and curled the corners of her lips. After getting the water, a yin stood up. Don't worry. Erju is not such a rigid person. She has thought it through. Who cares about her? Lin Gongxuan kicked the stone at his feet unnaturally. I'm afraid that she will say something inappropriate again and implicate me. A yin laughed, saying one thing and thinking another. Don't be awkward. Isn't it because he is worried that he came to her to inquire about the news? If the captain is worried, you might as well ask Erju yourself. Lin Gongxuan's expression froze, and he smiled. If she were as smart as you, how great would it be? Then she wouldn't be the unique Erju, and the captain wouldn't be so fond of her. Lin Gongxuan was anxious. He looked around. Fortunately, there was no one around. Who is fond of her? Seeing Lin Gongxuan's flushed face and flickering eyes, Ian laughed out loud. Captain, do you look like the leader of a battalion? She paused deliberately. It looks like a young boy who has just begun to fall in love. After saying that, Ian took the water bag and left without caring about Lin Gongxuan's reaction. Lin Gongxian hurried to the waterside and looked at his reflection. The man in the reflection looked flustered. Just like the teenage boy. Humph. You can't hold your temper. You'll drag me down sooner or later. I don't know if he was annoyed by Yujia's outspokenness or annoyed by his own feelings. After a short rest, the army set out again. This time, the journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the Weijiang government office. The government office was majestic, and the two bronze lions in front of the gate were tall, revealing a sense of majesty. Before Yu Jia could observe carefully, many officials came to pay homage. Your subordinate Li Daxuan and the officials of Weijiang pay homage to His Royal Highness the King of Qi. The leading man, who was round and had a short beard, bowed and saluted. Li Yanchao walked up quickly and held Li Daxuan's hand. Master Li, please get up quickly. I hope you are well since we last met in the capital. As everyone exchanged greetings, Yu Jia got off her horse and followed Lin Gongxian. Bored, the governor's mansion had winding corridors, pavilions, and bright corridors, which was very magnificent. The Weijiang River was close to the riverside, and the ancient trees here were towering. The magnificent beauty did not lose its natural color. Yu Jia and others were taken to the backyard to rest for a while. Although she was dressed as a man, she was still assigned to the same room with Ian. Li Daxuan was a considerate person, and even equipped them with 2 maids. But Ian was in a state of distraction, since she met Li Daxuan. Yu Jia knew the reason inside. Ian, are you sure this person is your father's subordinate? This was just a conversation starter. Yu Jia didn't know how to comfort Ian, so she had to bite the bullet and talk about this. But this was really a poor start, and Ian tried to pull the corners of her mouth. Sure. At first glance, she confirmed Li Daxuan's identity. He often went in and out of the governor's mansion, so how could Ian not recognize him? But at that time, Li Daxuan was still a thin young man. Although he was very different from his current paunchy figure, she still recognized him at a glance. I guess he had a good life these years, so he has this figure. Ian, since you know him, you have to be careful. What if he recognizes you? Ian shook her head. It's impossible. 10 years have passed. His appearance has changed. Haven't I changed too? That's right. Girls change a lot when they grow up. After saying this, Yu Jia wanted to bite off her tongue. What a mess. But it wasn't completely ineffective. At least Ian laughed out loud after hearing it. Yu Jia scratched her head and laughed. Ian, you know I'm not good at talking. I can't say anything to comfort you. Otherwise, let's go out and buy something. I'll pay. Ian shook her head. Urju. I know what you mean. Chapter 135 Rejection. In the evening, Li Daxuan and other generals welcomed Li Yanchao. Yu Jia and a Yin were women and could not attend, so they ate in the backyard. A Yin, try this golden mochi. It's delicious. A Yin, try this stewed tripe. It's very salty and fragrant. A Yin looked at the high pile of dishes in the bowl in distress. Enough. Enough. Erzu. Enough. I can't eat any more. Yu Jia's mouth was full of oil, not caring about her image at all. Anyway, there were only 2 of them, so there was no need to care about her image. Erzu. A Yin said seriously. My father's death anniversary is in a few days. I want to pay tribute to him. Yu Jia put down his bowl and chopsticks after hearing this. Of course, we should take time to go out and buy some memorial items. After the discussion, the 2 continued to eat. Yu Jia originally planned to go shopping after dinner, but seeing that a Yin was not in a good mood, he gave up. A Yin was not feeling well and was catching up on sleep in the room. Yu Jia was bored and went out to walk around the yard. As she walked, she seemed to be lost, which made Yu Jia very upset. She led the army to fight, and she had walked all kinds of dangerous mountains and long roads, but she was lost in this backyard. Just when she was very anxious, she saw a figure in front of her. Yu Jia walked over excitedly, and before he could speak, he heard the person coming. We have to be careful these days. Auntie is not in a good mood these days in previous years, so we can't let bad luck happen. That's true. Auntie is the most beloved person of our governor. We can't take it lightly. Yu Jia didn't take it seriously because she didn't have any useful information. She walked through the pavilion and came to the 2 maids, which frightened them. Oh, it's my fault. Yu Jia quickly bowed and apologized. I am the follower who followed the prince. I got lost here. Please give me some advice. Sisters, hearing that it was the follower of the prince. The two maids breathed a sigh of relief and walked out with Yujia. It turned out that the place where they got lost was only separated from Yujia's residence by a corridor. Standing in front of the familiar door, Yujia was speechless. It seemed that she was still suitable for the vast world, and this high-ranking courtyard was not suitable for her. Don't buy a house that's too big in the future. It's easy to get lost. At this moment, she didn't want to go back to the room, fearing that she would disturb Ian's peace. So she went in the opposite direction and came to the artificial lake. This lake is very clever. And at this moment, mist was rising, and the shadows seemed like a fairyland on earth. She couldn't help but lift her legs and walk towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Just as she sat down to appreciate the beauty of the lotus in the lake, Lin Gongxuan came over. Lin Erju, why are you here? In view of Lu Kuifeng's incident, Yu Jia was still grateful to him. At that moment, Yu Jia stood up and bowed to Lin Gongxuan. I've met the captain. Lin Gongxuan looked impatient and walked towards Yu Jia. His steps were slightly unstable. Lin Erju, why are you so distant with me? Yu Jia got a glimpse of what he was thinking. Lin Gongxuan smelled of alcohol, and it seemed that he had been drinking. No, I admire the captain. Yu Jia looked at Lin Gongxuan with a smile. Lin Gongxuan was unmoved, and sat on the stone pier in the pavilion with a cold snort. Admire me? Don't worry. You just need to be afraid of me in the future, and I won't be scared for you anymore. Yu Jia's face was stern, and she knew what he was talking about. So she sat on the stone pier. Captain, thank you for helping me that day. If not, Yu Jia might have died on the street. Authority cannot be challenged, and it only takes a word from the superior to make her lose her head. Thank me? How? Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia with a half-smile. Can you afford what I want? Yu Jia was stunned for a moment. In Lin Gongxuan's opinion, she was just trying to make him happy. I am willing to give the captain another 1,000 taels of gold. Lin Gongxuan rolled his eyes and burped. The wine was too strong. Do you want your 1,000 taels of gold? I want a lot. Yu Jia hesitated. You don't want to take all my money, do you? The aggrieved tone softened Lin Gongxuan's heart. He looked at Yu Jia in front of him, and her shadow was in his pupils. Don't you know what I want? Lin Erju, how long are you going to play dumb? Yu Jia was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Gongxuan to break the window paper at this moment. She murmured, Captain. Lin Gongxuan interrupted her unhappily. Why do you look like I'm treating you unfairly? He turned his head and looked at the lake. I have thought about it these days. What you said may have a little truth. Lin Gongxuan's face was hot, and he touched his face unconsciously. He wanted to say it while he was drunk, but he was afraid that he would not have such courage in the future. You want to be together for life. I may be able to satisfy you. Then he proudly rolled his eyes at Yu Jia, as if to say to her, look at how much I sacrificed for you. And you are not grateful to me? Yu Jia pulled the corners of her mouth, not knowing how to respond. Seeing her so silly, Lin Gongxuan continued impatiently. Lun Yang is more of a responsibility and a family relationship to me. But what I want is the palpitation in my heart. You, Lin Erju, can easily stir up this palpitation in my heart. This is a feeling I have never had before. Maybe it's the love mentioned in the books you often read. He looked at Yu Jia seriously. Lin Erju, I think I like you. Yu Jia stared at Lin Gongxuan expressionlessly, trying to see any cynical look on his face. In the past, whenever Lin Gongxuan showed any signs, he would behave like this. But this time he was serious. Yu Jia avoided his burning gaze and lowered his head. Commander-in-Chief, Erju only wants to expand the territory for the Great Zhou and comfort the people in his lifetime. To witness the prosperity of the Great Zhou. One day to be upright and respectful. To respect the wise and humble. This love affair is really not in the plan. After Yu Jia finished speaking, he carefully looked at Lin Gongxuan's expression, only to see him turn his head and stare at the lake in a daze. The two were silent for half an instant stick, and suddenly Lin Gongxuan on the opposite side laughed haha. Yu Jia was shocked. I'm joking with you. Lin Erju, are you serious? He stood up, exaggeratedly moved his arms, and stretched. How can I like someone as vulgar and careless as you? Yu Jia, who was careless, had nothing to say. If I want to like someone, I have to like a gentle and virtuous woman. Just like a yin. Ahem. It's getting late. I've drunk too much. I'm going to rest. Yu Jia stood up hurriedly. Goodbye, Captain. After Lin Gongxuan left, Yu Jia breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. Lin Gongxuan staggered back to his residence and sat on the edge of the bed in a daze, his mind full of being rejected. Fang Dashan was panicked when he saw Lin Gongxuan's face full of disappointment and tears. Captain, why are you crying? Chapter 136, Surprise. After Lin Gongxuan left, Yu Jia sat in the pavilion for a long time and couldn't calm down. The breeze floated on the lake, rippling the clouds and waves, and it was very refreshing. Suddenly, Yu Jia laughed. Lin Gongxuan. Lin cowered. How could you confess at this time? Thinking of the purpose of this trip, Yu Jia's heart became firm. Finally, there was a clue about the extermination of the Lin family. How could she throw away the monstrous hatred and talk about love at this juncture? If it was really Lin Gongxuan who killed the old and young of the Lin family in the previous life, how would she deal with it? When Ayan woke up, it was already dark. She walked out of the room and didn't see Lin Erju. At this time, two maids arranged by Li Daxuan came over. Miss, are you hungry? The older one of the two maids was Mei Xiang, who was about 11 or 12 years old, and the younger one, who looked only 8 or 9 years old, was Biha. Not hungry. The two looked at each other. The housekeeper arranged two people to serve the nobleman. Although one of them was dressed as a man, he lived in the same room with the girl in front of him. Although they had doubts in their hearts, the most important thing for them as servants was to be cautious in their words and deeds and not to ask questions. When the man went out in the afternoon, he didn't let the two of them follow him. Now this woman who looked easy to talk to might not look as easy to talk to as she seemed. Seeing that she was about to leave the courtyard, the two hurried to follow her. Why are you following me? Ayan frowned. She didn't like someone following her. Miss, the young man just got lost somewhere else and was sent back by his sister. Let us lead the way for you, Mei Xiang said carefully. No, I'll just walk around here and come back soon. As if she thought of something, Ayan turned around and looked at the two of them. Prepare some food later. I'll be back soon. This, why he was still a little hesitant. Mei Xiang quickly took over the conversation. Miss, don't worry. Go out. I'll make sure you can eat the special food of Wei Jiang when you come back. Ayan nodded. Without comment, turned around and walked out. After Ayan left, Mei Xiang pulled Biha over. This time, the noble is very important. We must serve him carefully. If we can avoid saying anything, we should not say it. Biha sniffed. This was the first time she served someone outside the mansion after entering the mansion. Sister Mei Xiang, this girl doesn't seem to like talking, but I'm a little afraid of her. Mei Xiang smiled and scratched her nose. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Ayan walked out of the courtyard gate, and a familiar feeling came over her. Before entering the governor's mansion, she hadn't noticed it, but here she knew the reason. This place was built according to the residents in Suzhou. The corridors, buildings, and even the decorations on the roadside all had the shadow of Suzhou gardens. Lin Erju got lost because she was not familiar with the structure of Suzhou gardens. How could Ayan get lost? Resentment, bitterness, fear, shock. All kinds of emotions came one after another, and her eyes gradually became red. Why? Li Daxuan, what does this have to do with you? A group of people came from a distance. Ayan raised her head to force back the tears in her eyes, and turned to the path beside. The narrow path seemed to be more desolate as she walked forward. The road was covered with fallen leaves. There shouldn't be a cleaning person in such a big governor's mansion. Right? Ayan carefully observed the surroundings, and found that although this place was desolate, the flowers and plants in the courtyard were well taken care of. The bleak scene on the outer edge seemed to be deliberately created. Walking deeper along the path, an inconspicuous courtyard gate came into view. If you don't look carefully, you will definitely miss it. There are no extra servants here, and Ayan dare not take it lightly. She touched the dagger at her waist, ready to draw it out for self-defense at any time. Slowly approaching the courtyard gate, it seems that she can hear some movement. She approached the courtyard gate and heard some string sounds. Listening to these melodies, her hair stood on end. It turned out to be Suzhou Pingtan, but in a moment, she calmed down. As a former Liangjiang official, it is understandable that Li Daxuan left Liangjiang and reminisced about the past. But her intuition told her that the people inside were not so simple. Thinking of this, she didn't care so much. Stretched out her hand and wanted to push the door in. Miss. A voice suddenly sounded behind Ian. She turned around and saw that it was the housekeeper. The housekeeper came over with a smile. Miss, are you lost? Ian was speechless. She heard the crackling sound in the yard and wanted to go in to check. But the housekeeper in front of her was still waiting for her answer. She couldn't just break in. Right? Yes. This governor's mansion is too big. I got lost without knowing it. The housekeeper looked clear. Then please follow me. Girl. I heard Mei Xiang said you asked for food. So you must be hungry. Right? Ian walked forward. That's right. Thank you. Butler. The two walked one after the other. And before Ian could ask, the butler talked about the origin of this place. Miss, don't go the wrong way next time. This is the residence of a concubine of the governor. But this concubine was jealous in her early years and had a bad brain. Our governor was kind and did not drive her out of the house, but placed her here. I'm afraid she will not be careful and offend the young lady. Ian echoed. I didn't expect the governor to be so kind-hearted. The butler answered happily and introduced the buildings in the garden to Ian. Our governor worked in Suzhou in his early years. After being transferred here, he missed his hometown and built this house. Everywhere you look, the style of Suzhou gardens is there. Ian chuckled after hearing this. The governor is really generous. He must have received a lot of compensation to build such a magnificent garden. Miss, you are wrong. The housekeeper continued. This garden was not built together. When the governor first took office, he took out all his family savings to build the main courtyard. Just like the courtyard you just saw. It was built when the governor first arrived here. Later, the governor gradually saved some money and built the courtyards in front one after another. No wonder the courtyard here feels out of place and looks a bit awkward. But in a moment, the two returned to Ian's residence. When they entered the courtyard, they saw that Lin Erju had returned. She was holding Biha and wiping tears with a helpless look on her face. Erju, you are back? Yu Jia saw Ian coming back, as if she saw a savior. Ian, you are back. Come and comfort this little girl. She has been crying. Yu Jia was relieved. What's the matter? The housekeeper asked with a stern face. Now Biha cried even harder. It turned out that the housekeeper had ordered someone to deliver food just now. And when he saw that the two nobles were not there, he asked about their whereabouts. He knew that Yu Jia got lost, and he repeatedly ordered that this would not happen again. The words were a bit harsh, and Biha felt a little wronged. Chapter 137, Fine Helpers. The noble lady didn't allow them to follow. So how could they, as servants, disobey them? When the housekeeper heard that Ian had gone to the other courtyard by herself, she hurriedly followed her. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she burst into tears, and Mei Xiang couldn't comfort her. At this time, Yu Jia came back, and she had no way to deal with the 8-year-old girl in front of her. The two of them tried to comfort her in a panic, but it didn't work, so they waited for Ian and the housekeeper to come back. Housekeeper, please don't blame them anymore. We didn't let them follow. Yu Jia said to the housekeeper. Such a big child would be scared again. The housekeeper restrained his expression and said respectfully, the governor has repeatedly warned us not to let the noble lady have any accidents. I am also following orders. Please forgive me. Yu Jia and a Yin looked at each other. But he stood up and saluted with hiccups. It's all my fault. I won't dare to do it again. Okay. Okay. Yu Jia said impatiently. When we go out again, let the two of us follow. Don't worry too much. Butler. We followed the prince to the battlefield. With our skills, what danger can there be? The butler paused and said, young man, you are right. There are many corridors in the garden. I'm just afraid that you will get lost again. Yu Jia was speechless and sighed. Okay. Okay. After the butler left, seeing that Baihe's mood gradually calmed down, Yu Jia and the others went to eat. The food on the table was unique, colorful, fragrant and delicious. Yu Jia's stomach growled. Yu Jia stretched her chopsticks towards the shrimps on the plate, but Mei Xiang stopped her. Sir, wait a minute. Let me peel the shrimps for you. Yu Jia had never been treated like this before. No. 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 I can do it myself. Before she could say anything, Mei Xiang started to work. Yu Jia looked at a Yin helplessly, and the latter shook her head calmly. She put the peeled shrimps into her mouth and said incoherently, Mei Xiang, Baihe, You two go out and guard the door first. Yin and I have something to say in private. Seeing that Mei Xiang was about to refuse, Yu Jia coughed. You guys want to stay and listen to the conversation between lovers? Mei Xiang's face quickly turned red. Without even raising her head, she pulled Bai He out of the door and gently closed it. Finally feeling relieved, Yu Jia crossed her legs. I always feel that there is something strange in a courtyard. Just now I saw a courtyard. The two spoke at the same time. And then, they were both stunned for a moment. It seems that we are talking about the same place. Yu Jia touched her chin. After returning from that garden, she always felt something was wrong. At that time, the two maids saw her panicking and kept looking at the courtyard. When they took her out, they walked very anxiously, fearing that she would see something. Ian told what she had seen today. It seems that this garden is strange and hides some shameful secrets. Let's leave the two of you and go to the garden tonight. Ian looked outside and said. After the two finished their meal, Yu Jia called Mei Xiang in. Mei Xiang, I got lost today and walked to a dilapidated garden. I'm really curious. Who lives there? Mei Xiang looked embarrassed. The housekeeper doesn't allow me to discuss this matter privately. Yes. Who doesn't have private matters? Yu Jia agreed. Mei Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. But after listening to Yu Jia's words, she became nervous again. When did this crazy ant come to the garden? You know everything? Biha suddenly said. Biha! Mei Xiang scolded. Don't talk too much. After all, she is a child. She doesn't have any ideas. Mei Xiang looked at Yu Jia with embarrassment. I have only come to the mansion in the past 2 years, and I don't know much about this matter. I only know that the ant has been in the governor's mansion for a long time, and she hasn't left the courtyard for a long time. The housekeeper doesn't let us discuss this matter privately. If he knows, he will sell us out. Mei Xiang looked pitiful, with tears in her eyes. Sir, you must not let the housekeeper know that we mentioned this matter. Don't tell me. Don't worry. Yu Jia found a reason to send the two out of the room. There were many suspicious points, so she had to go this time. But the wall of the courtyard was high and deep, and she couldn't get into the gate with her kung fu. Yin couldn't do it even more. Yin, you stay here today to watch out for the two girls. I'll go find help. Yin looked worried. Otherwise, I'll go. After all, I'm a woman, and it doesn't matter if I'm discovered. You're a man. If you're found to have trespassed into the backyard, won't you be punished for stealing? Yu Jia was terrified. She didn't think of this. My skills are better than yours. If I can get in, I'm sure no one will find me. Yin was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's true. Who are you going to ask for help? Li Chang. Yu Jia did what she said, and came to Li Yanzhao. She cautiously strolled at the gate for a while, before quietly entering the yard. Before she found Li Chang, she ran into Li Yanzhao and Lin Gongxuan, who were coming towards her. My humble servant. I pay my respects to the prince. Lin Erju? What are you doing here? Li Yanzhao was puzzled, and after glancing at Lin Gongxuan beside him, he suddenly realized. Come to see your captain? Come back tomorrow. Now I have something to discuss with him. Yu Jia looked embarrassed. She remembered what happened in the afternoon, and her face was a little hot. Lin Gongxuan was also awkward. He didn't dare to look at Yu Jia again, but he couldn't control his gaze. Li Yanzhao seemed to have noticed something. You guys? Your Majesty? Yu Jia raised his voice. I'm not here to see the captain. I'm here to see Li Chang. Li Chang behind Li Yanzhao. Erju, what do you want to see me for? A Chang. I need your help with something. Erju. A Chang. Lin Gongxuan narrowed his eyes, and a fierce look burst out of his eyes. When did the two of them become so familiar with each other? Li Yanzhao's eyes swept back and forth between the three people, and Lin Gongxuan's face was dark under the moonlight. Hee. Since you are looking for a Chang, then you go. Li Yanzhao ignored Lin Gongxuan's murderous eyes and sent the two out. Erju, what do you want to see me for? Li Chang looked puzzled. Yu Jia pulled Li Chang to the depths of the yard, and she lowered her voice. Ah Chang, you are a martial artist, so Qinggong should be no problem for you. Right? Li Chang laughed proudly. Of course. He suddenly stopped. Why are you talking about this? You don't want me to help you kill people, do you? Yu Jia curled her lips. Is Lin Erju such a murderous person in your eyes? Li Chang didn't agree. Let's talk about it from the bottom of our hearts. You don't have enough people? Yu Jia was speechless. Li Chang knew what she did. So Li Yanxiao couldn't hide it. Isn't it that I was forced to do so? Chapter 138 Inquiry. Oh! Let's not talk about this. I didn't ask you to help me kill someone. Just tell me whether you will help me or not. Ever since Yu Jia dealt with a yin last time, Li Chang has been full of admiration for her. Hearing that it did not violate the principle, he immediately agreed. When Yu Jia finished talking about what they were going to do, he regretted it again. What? You want me to take you to climb the courtyard wall? Or the courtyard wall of the governor's aunt? Yu Jia hurriedly raised her hand to cover Li Chang's mouth. She looked around. Fortunately, no one noticed at this moment. My little ancestor. Keep your voice down. Li Chang pried Yu Jia's hand away. Men and women should not be intimate. Don't touch me. Yu Jia rolled her eyes at him unhappily. So, do you want to help me or not? Li Chang hesitated for a moment. I'll help you. If we get caught, you'll be fully responsible. Don't worry. With our skills, how could we get caught? That was a promise. And the two agreed to go again at midnight. When Li Chang returned to Li Yanxiao, he and Lin Gongxuan were drinking tea. You're back? Li Yanxiao's words of concern made Lin Gongxuan's hands tremble. And the tea spilled on his hands. Well, you're back. Li Chang stood aside respectfully. What did Lin Erju want you to do? Li Yanxiao skimmed the tea leaves with the tea lid, watching Lin Gongxuan's every move with his peripheral vision. Yu Jia had agreed with Li Chang to keep it a secret. He scratched his head. This is a secret between me and Lin Erju. Ha ha ha. Li Yanxiao laughed, scaring the other two. Chang, how old are you this year? Your Majesty, I'm 15 years old this year. Li Yanxiao put the teacup on the table. 15 years old. Still young. Not old enough to get married. Lin Gongxuan's face turned black, and the look he gave Li Chang was like a flying knife. Li Chang was shy. Your Majesty, why are you talking about this? You are not a child anymore. If you like a girl from a certain family, I will make the decision for you. As Li Yanxiao said this, he looked at Lin Gongxuan, who was on the verge of getting angry, and suddenly felt amused. Ah, I don't have a crush on you yet. Hearing Li Chang's words, Lin Gongxuan instantly relaxed. He put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Li Chang with interest. Why not? What did Lin Erju ask you to do? Li Yanxiao frowned. She is a girl who doesn't get up early without profit. She must have something to ask you. She asked me? Li Chang realized that the prince was trying to trick him. She asked me for nothing. Just to ask me for a small favor. Prince, this is a secret between us. Please don't ask. Li Chang was still in shock. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Li Yanxiao was cheerful. Okay. I won't ask anymore. After all, I've grown up and have my own secrets. What did she ask you to do? Lin Gongxuan suddenly spoke. This? Li Chang didn't expect that after he evaded the prince, Lin Gongxuan would still ask him. Nothing. This is just our secret. He found an excuse and returned to the room. Seeing that he got nothing, Lin Gongxuan's face turned cold again. Seeing this, Li Yanxiao shook his head and laughed. Forget it. It's a mess. I won't get involved. Gongxuan, it's getting late. You go back and find out first. No. Take a rest. After sending Lin Gongxuan away, Li Yanxiao looked up at the dazzling stars in the sky. What is love in the world? It only makes people live and die together. Lin Gongxuan stood outside the gate of Yu Jia's courtyard, but he still didn't have the courage to question her. What qualifications and identity did he have to question her? It would only add to his troubles. It stands to reason that how could someone as strong-willed as Lin Erju like someone as simple-minded as Li Chang? Lin Erju is stubborn, competitive, and has a lot of tricks. I don't think Li Chang would like her either. Right? Li Chang has already denied his feelings in front of the prince, so he probably doesn't like Lin Erju. But Lin Erju is pretty and tall among women. What if they fall in love with each other over time? It's hard to say. All unknowns. Lin Gongxuan looked at the bright lights in the courtyard, feeling desolate. Since he failed to express his feelings, he felt like he had entered a dark bottomless pit. He twisted and crawled in the dark hole, trying to make Lin Erju pity him. He was stubborn and didn't want her to see his frustrated look. Lin Erju, what should I do with you? Yu Jia was still thinking about her plan for tonight. Sir, miss, the bed is ready. I will get you some hot water to wash up. Hearing about washing up, Yu Jia became energetic. It was extremely inconvenient to take a bath in the military camp. So after coming out, she would take a bath if she could. He agreed immediately, in case the two of them needed to serve him in the bath. Yu Jia and a Yin quickly entered the bathtub. Zhu, you must be careful tonight to avoid alerting the enemy. Yu Jia nodded and said carefully, I hope she is a breakthrough. The agreed time in the evening has arrived. And Yu Jia carefully left the two maids to go to the appointment. Li Chang was already waiting outside. Zhu, why are you so slow? Oh, don't mention it. It took a lot of time just to get rid of the two maids. Let's go! Li Chang is indeed a master. He followed Yu Jia and turned left and right, avoiding the patrol team in the mansion, and arrived at the gate of the courtyard safely. Is this the place you are talking about? He checked the surroundings. There is nothing strange about this. Yu Jia rolled her eyes at him. Don't talk. Take me into the yard. Li Chang grabbed Yu Jia's belt, jumped up, and hit on the wall. Yu Jia lost his balance, and subconsciously grabbed Li Chang's sleeve until his feet landed on the ground. And then he felt relieved. The two squatted down under the cover of a big tree, and happened to see someone burning something not far away. It was a little far away, and although I could see the burning thing, it was a woman. But I couldn't hear what she was muttering. What is she saying? Ah Chang. Can you hear it? Li Chang motioned her not to speak, and listened carefully. The woman was not speaking Mandarin, but Suzhou dialect. Li Chang sounded familiar, but he could not understand. So he had to write down the words. The woman finished her words in a mysterious way, knelt on the ground and kowtowed, and then cried again. But as she cried, she laughed like a madman. And the combination of crying and laughing, combined with the firelight, made people shudder. The maid in the house ran out quickly after hearing the sound, and the two helped the woman to the inner room. Let's go. It seems that this is all we have gained today. The two returned to Yu Jia's residence, and a Yen hurried out to greet them. The two maids woke up and saw that Li Chang was a little confused. Chapter 139 Meeting. Yu Jia sent the two away and quickly asked Li Chang to tell what the woman said. Li Chang started to speak according to the general tone, and a Yen was confused. No. Although I know it is Suzhou gossip, I still don't know the specific meaning. Li Chang was a little disappointed, and his mouth pursed unconsciously. Then today's work is in vain? If it's not in vain, how can it be in vain? Yu Jia comforted Li Chang and said with a smile, A Chang's skills are amazing. If you hadn't taken me to the high wall, we wouldn't have seen the weirdness of this concubine. Although he knew that Yu Jia was comforting him, Li Chang's face still looked much better. What should I do? I can't hear what she said, and I still did nothing. Take me there tomorrow, Ian said in a deep voice, looking at Li Chang with a sharp look, recalling the little conflict between the two. Li Chang still felt a little awkward. He didn't want to be alone with Ian. But when he saw Lin Erjun nodded in agreement, he reluctantly agreed. After discussing tomorrow's activities, Li Chang went back. Yu Jia asked Ian to go to bed. Ian, don't be too anxious. We still have a few days to stay here. We have plenty of opportunities. Ian nodded, thinking about the information Li Chang brought up in her mind. But she got nothing after all. The next day, Yu Jia and her partner just left the yard and were about to go to the front hall for breakfast when they ran into Lin Gongxuan and Fang Dashan, who looked very surprised. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's murderous expression, a Yin took 2 steps forward. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Fang Dashan reacted quickly at this time. I have something to do too. Miss A Yin. Let's go together. Seeing the two people fleeing, Yu Jia was confused. What's going on? What the hell? Lin Erju. Was the moon beautiful last night? Lin Gongxuan walked towards Yu Jia with his hands behind his back. Last night? The moon? Yu Jia said with a smile. Captain, you are probably still asleep. What moon? Humph. Stop pretending. Yu Jia was furious and closed his eyes, not wanting to get angry with the idiot. When he raised his eyes again, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Captain, did you follow us last night? Lin Gongxuan did not deny it, and walked out with big strides. Captain, how could you be so mean? Lin Gongxuan suddenly stopped and turned around, and Yu Jia behind him didn't care and bumped into his arms. Ouch! This time he hit his chest, which was a period of growth, and Yu Jia grimaced in pain, and tears quickly filled his eyes. Lin Gongxuan was stunned on the spot. How could he be so soft? Seeing his aftertaste, Yu Jia finally couldn't help but explode. Captain, why are you following us? And please don't stop suddenly. It hurts so much. Ha ha. Lin Gongxuan sneered twice. Lin Erju. You think you are right to stay up late at night and squat on the wall with a man? Yu Jia quickly raised her foot to cover his mouth. Keep your voice down. She was too hasty, and her palm pressed tightly on Lin Gongxuan's lips. Feeling the softness under her hand, Yu Jia withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Lin Gongxuan's face was slightly relieved, and he seemed to be savoring it. Then tell me, what did you do with that kid Li Chong? The subtle sourness in his tone rippled between the two. Yu Jia felt a little choked, so she fanned her nose twice. I had nothing to do with him. I just went to see what's in the yard. Oh, you're not sleeping late at night, curious about what's in someone's yard. Lin Gongxuan didn't take it seriously. He crossed his arms, and he was determined not to give up until he got to the bottom of the broken casserole pot. Yu Jia looked at his attitude. It seems that if he doesn't confess today, he won't be able to eat this breakfast. After thinking it over, he set out his doubts. You said that there was a woman burning something in a remote yard in the middle of the night. Crying and laughing? That's right. Captain, think about it. According to the customs of Weijiang, these days of offering sacrifices to the sea god are obviously a happy event. How can anyone be unhappy? Yu Jia talked freely, not noticing Lin Gongxuan's burning gaze. That's not necessarily the case. Maybe this woman doesn't like the sea god. Oh, Captain, be careful. Yu Jia stamped her feet. What's wrong with this person? You may not understand her beliefs, but you have to respect them. She herself didn't realize that after these coquettish actions, Lin Gongxuan's anger had already drifted away to the sky. Okay, according to you, the sea god is being worshipped by the whole nation and celebrated. You have to let her have her own business. Right? Lin Gongxuan's words woke the dreamer up. Yu Jia suddenly realized that what this woman burned was not something. What if it was paper money? Then she could understand her crying and laughing behavior. The housekeeper's claim that the concubine had mental problems was obviously a poor excuse. Captain, I find that talking to you always gives me a feeling of seeing the moon through the clouds. Flattery never wears thin. Lin Gongxuan's lips couldn't help but rise. What a lackey. Yu Jia. The two of them came late, and Li Yanzhao's eyes swept back and forth between them. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's happy look, he admired Yu Jia a little more. That's it. Yesterday's half-dead look. But today he's back to life? Incredible. Incredible. The power of love is really great. Your Highness, today we will go to the temple dedicated to the statue of the sea god for divination. If the divination goes well, we can parade in the streets immediately. Li Daxuan spoke cheerfully, describing today's schedule. Okay, let's follow your arrangements. After the sea god's sacrifice, it was the birthday of Li Daxuan's 80-year-old mother. Seeing that Li Yanzhao had no other opinions, Li Daxuan was relieved. He felt a burning gaze and looked over, and was petrified on the spot. The woman in front of him was very familiar, and she had some shadows of the former wife of the governor of Liangjiang. The heart was stirred up by storms, mixed with hail, rain and snow. Li Daxuan cried out in a low voice, impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the people in the governor's office died back then. How could there be a fish that slipped through the net? Absolutely impossible. On that day, Ian was placed in the back house as a concubine. Li Daxuan had never seen her, but she saw Li Daxuan. Commander, what's impossible? Li Yanzhao saw that he looked different and almost lost his composure. Oh, I saw that the girl in front of me looked familiar, so I thought of my old friend. Before Li Yanzhao could speak, Ian opened her red lips and said, I wonder who the commander thought of. I feel honored that Ian can be somewhat similar to the commander's old friend. I think she must be a talented person like the commander. Li Daxuan became nervous, and sweat accumulated on his forehead. He wiped his forehead with his arm in embarrassment. It's just an irrelevant person. Let's not mention it. Ian didn't ask any more questions, and lowered her head to hide the hatred in her eyes. It's just an irrelevant person, who was once her father's confidant. How could she not hate and resent him for saying such words? Chapter 140 Divination. Everyone at the dinner table realized that something was wrong, and Yu Jia put her hand on a Yan's leg to comfort her. Li Yanzhao saw the two people's actions and turned to ask Li Daxuan, Master Li, are there any taboos in this sacrifice and divination? Li Dashun separated himself from his thoughts and took a deep breath that was barely perceptible. Your Highness, unmarried women are not allowed to enter the sacrifice and divination. Why is that? What about unmarried men? Yu Jia couldn't help but speak out. Unmarried men can enter. And the person holding the sacrificial offering plate must be a man over 10 years old. Yu Jia laughed. Not only is this discrimination against men and women, but it also requires unmarried people to be unmarried. Then may I ask, Lord Li, what is the reason for not allowing unmarried women to enter the ancestral hall? Yu Jia is well aware of the limitations of the times, but he also wants to find out the reason. My lord, you don't know that unmarried women will have their periods on time, which is considered ominous in the history of sacrifices, for fear of angering the sea god and affecting the divination results. Yu Jia's identity is a lieutenant in the military camp, so Li Dashun respectfully calls her a young master for Li Yinjia's sake. This is considered understood. Yu Jia shrugged his shoulders and continued to eat. I see that you are so interested in this sacrifice. You should be present during the sacrifice and divination. Oh, what else can I say? Even Lin Gongxuan's attention was attracted. Captain, you don't know that during the sacrifice, the sea god will bless you from time to time. Li Dashun's eyes swept back and forth between Yu Jia, a Yin, Lin Gongxuan and Li Yuanyuan. What does it mean to be blessed? Li Yuanyuan had long been impatient with Li Dashun's suspense. She had just arrived at Weijiang yesterday and was unwell. But she got better today. Princess, unmarried men and women who are blessed will finally get married with their lovers this year, Li Dashun said happily. Moreover, if the sea god is particularly favored, he will leave you a small lucky bag when he passes by you. This is even a good sign. The number of lucky bags left is the number of children the blessed person will have. Li Yuanyuan's eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Lin Gongxuan beside her shyly. If the sea god blesses him, Lin Gongxuan can't escape even if he wants to. Yu Jia was also very excited. She didn't expect that the sea god also had the skills of Yu Lao and Guanyin. If that was true, it would be so lively today. However, looking at the governor's mansion, there seemed to be no signs of excitement. Everyone present was eager to move, and Li Yinxiao saw it and smiled without saying anything. After dinner, he let the others make their own arrangements. Yu Jia must be with Ian. Because of the evening's action, Ian was a little absent-minded. Ian, let's go and join in the fun. We'll talk about the evening when we come back. Seeing Yu Jia's enthusiasm and eagerness, Ian agreed to it. Lin Gongxuan, who was standing by, saw that Yu Jia was going to the ancestral hall, so he and Fang Dashan followed Yu Jia and the others. Li Yuanyuan's face was as gloomy as water. She looked at Yu Jia with a sinister look, wishing to skin and bone him. Gongxuan, are you going to the ancestral hall? Her voice was soft and boneless, and she came to Lin Gongxuan. No. Then what arrangements do you have later? Let's go together. Li Yuanyuan continued to work hard. She didn't believe that she couldn't warm up Lin Gongxuan's cold heart. Unfortunately, Lin Gongxuan's heart was not an ordinary heart. He raised his hand respectfully. Princess, I have to go to Weijiang City to do some work. This is a private matter that the prince has entrusted to me. I hope the princess will understand. Li Yuanyuan was trembling all over and her face was blue. She had condescended so much, but this man just wouldn't listen. Seeing Yu Jia and a Yin leave, Lin Gongxuan also said goodbye to Li Yuanyuan. Yu Jia and a Yin went out happily together, not noticing the murderous aura in the air. Princess, you must take care of yourself, Schwanger said worriedly. Don't be so talkative. Little hoof. The well-maintained nails were deeply embedded in the palm of her hand, and Li Yuanyuan regained her senses. She felt ridiculous for the decision she made before. What kind of man wants her to learn how to get along with a lowly woman? She is the emperor's only legitimate daughter, a princess of a golden branch and jade leaf, and she is so humble to such a heartless man. She is probably the most useless princess. Doesn't Lin Gongxuan like Lin Erju? If Lin Erju is forced to die, will he still like her? Just wait and see. No matter how high and mighty you are, you have to bow down to this princess. Compared with the quiet environment of the governor's mansion, the streets are very lively. The small stalls that can be seen everywhere in the main street are no longer there, replaced by a sea of people. Yu Jia and a Yin squeezed their way out of the ancestral hall with their agility. Several groups of people were waiting outside the ancestral hall. They were all strong and sturdy, with red scarves around their heads. wearing black short shirts, ankle-length pants of the same color, and riding boots for running. They were dressed the same way and had the same expressions. Without exception, they all stretched their necks to look at the entrance of the ancestral hall. "What are you doing?" Yu Jia was really curious. She knew that a Yan knew as much as she did, but she still asked. "These people are the welcoming team. They are waiting for the results of the divination in the ancestral hall, so that they can welcome the body shaping of the sea god." Lin Gongxuan's low and hoarse voice came from behind. Yu Jia did not turn his head. There were so many people at this time that there was no distinction between men and women. If he moved, he would bump into the people around him. "Captain, didn't you go to do something for the prince?" Yu Jia heard his conversation with Li Yuanyuan. "Yes, it's done." Lin Gongxuan behind him intentionally or unintentionally used his body to separate the gap. He stood behind Yu Jia as steady as a mountain. He wanted to see if the two of them were destined to be together. He didn't believe in the sayings of supernatural powers. But the customs that Li Daxuan talked about today made him excited. Lin Erzhu in front of him rejected him. But he didn't give up in his heart. Finally, the old man in charge of passing on messages in the ancestral hall walked out of the ancestral hall to pass on the message. Because he was too excited, he fell down near the threshold. The people around him hurriedly helped him up. The old man didn't care about his injuries, and his joy was beyond words. Lord Poseidon agreed. He shouted loudly, and then the shouts of the people drowned his voice. The welcoming team, ready to go, rushed to the temple next to the ancestral hall. But there was only one Poseidon, so the welcoming team fought fiercely next to the temple. For a while, the scene became a mess, and the people watching around spontaneously dispersed to the back to make room for them. The welcoming team fought vigorously with bare hands, and Yu Jia was stunned. "What kind of custom is this? They are so angry." "Young master, you don't know that the scars on the welcoming team today are their supreme honor." Chapter 141, Tips. An elderly grandmother nearby explained to Yu Jia. "What? Supreme glory? This incredible thing is really unheard of." The grandmother looked at Yu Jia happily, then turned to look at the fiercely fighting team. The children in this welcoming team are carefully selected by each family. Not only their skills, but also their family background, age, and local prestige are all selection criteria. If you can beat others and are qualified to welcome the gods, you can be enshrined in the ancestral hall. It doesn't matter if you don't win. The clan will give you generous compensation, and you will also be blessed by the family. That's to take advantage of the family's bonus. Yu Jia nodded in understanding. No wonder he was still brave enough to fight with blood all over his body. He was trying to make a living. The old lady saw that they were from other places, so she said a few more words. "This sea god doesn't want to go out for a walk every year. He only comes out once every 5 years. That is to say, these welcoming teams can only show their strength every 5 years. And if you can be selected into the welcoming team this year, it may not be the same next year. Because there is another important criterion for the welcoming team. You must be a virgin." Fong Dashan on the side laughed. "The competition in the welcoming team is fierce. If you want to squeeze out your competitors, you just need to break his virginity." Yu Jia and a Yan's faces darkened. It was obvious that Fong Dashan also realized the inappropriateness of his words. He was used to being careless in the military camp. It was really embarrassing for him to not notice it for a while. He looked at Lin Gongxuan helplessly, and the latter glanced at him. The old lady didn't care about these things. She was a cheerful person. What this young man said is true. Every year, there are men who are temporarily replaced before welcoming the gods. As he said that, Yu Jia's attention was attracted by the figure in the field. The clothes were the same color, and only the family name was embroidered on the chest to distinguish them. At this time, the surname Yang had the upper hand and rushed into the hall first to touch the clothes of the sea god. There was another earth-shaking shout, and Yu Jia covered his ears with a grin. At this time, she noticed that Ian beside her looked pale. "Ian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Ian took a deep breath. "I feel a little dizzy. Erzhu, I want to go back to the governor's mansion first." Although she felt a little sorry, Yu Jia couldn't force it. Ian had been feeling uncomfortable in the past 2 days, and the struggle to unravel the mystery had consumed most of her mind. "I'll take you back to rest." Yu Jia grabbed Ian's arm without saying anything, not allowing her to refuse. "Erzhu, I'll take Miss Ian back." Fong Dashan had received Lin Gongxuan's order and had to execute it. Ian didn't refuse. Let Brother Fong take me back. You can stay here and watch the fun. Yu Jia turned to look at the parade team. A little hesitant. Don't worry. Have fun. I'll go back and rest for a while. Seeing a Yen say this, Yu Jia no longer insisted, and asked Fong Dashan to send a Yen back to the governor's mansion. Next, Yu Jia followed the parade team. When the team was on the parade, there were many young men and women around them. These should be unmarried men and women waiting for blessings. Yu Jia followed the big team. There was only one statue of the sea god, and there were so many people around him. Yu Jia could only see his back. She was really unwilling, but she was powerless. She really wanted to see what the blessing method was. There were too many people. Want that little sachet? Lin Gongxuan whispered in his ear. Yu Jia turned to look at Lin Gongxuan, her face full of disappointment. I don't want the sachet. I just want to see what it looks like. That's it. Lin Gongxuan leaped into the crowd, and Yu Jia was shocked. She had never seen Lin Gongxuan perform Qigong, and she didn't expect that the feeling was different from the one on TV. The little dragon girl on TV flew gracefully and beautifully, while Lin Gongxuan's movements were neat and smooth. If you say handsome and outstanding, there is still a distance. But this also opened Yu Jia's eyes, and she secretly made up her mind to learn this unique skill. At least I don't need to ask for help to find out any news. Lin Gongxuan was dressed in white today. He used his lightness skills to blend into the crowd of men and women and soon disappeared. After a long time, there was no sign of Lin Gongxuan. Yu Jia regretted it a little. This young man is really impatient. Speak of the devil. The devil appears. Lin Gongxuan squeezed out of the crowd. His hair was a little messy, and there was dust on his wide sleeves. Just out of the crowd. With a stinky face, Yu Jia thought he didn't get the sachet. The moment Lin Gongxuan saw Yu Jia, he pursed his lips and smiled. Yu Jia was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Lin Gongxuan smiled wider, showing his white teeth. In an instant, the noise in their ears gradually faded away, leaving only the two of them smiling at each other. The air seemed to be filled with sweet osmanthus flowers, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. There was a crackling in their sight, the thread flashing with fire, and it returned to calm in an instant. It seemed that something broke out of the ground. Something changed, and it seemed that nothing had changed. It was not until Lin Gongxuan came to Yu Jia that she came to her senses. Ahem. Why did you take so long? Yu Jia was a little dissatisfied and muttered. Here you go. Lin Gongxuan spread out his palm, and in his powerful palm, he held dozens of brocade bags of different colors. Yu Jia heard Li Daxuan's words. These sachets represent the number of children born. Does that mean one sachet represents one child? She was shocked and quickly knocked the sachets out of Lin Gongxuan's hand. My dear mother, what are you doing? The light in Lin Gongxuan's eyes suddenly went out. What is this for? Don't you like it? What do you like? Yu Jia roared. I like sachets. But who can bear it if you take so many? Yu Jia was so anxious that sweat covered her forehead. Her voice gradually rose, and she looked at Lin Gongxuan with a ferocious face. A trace of sadness flashed across Lin Gongxuan's eyes. You don't like me, and you don't even like the things I gave you? No. Captain, can you please be reasonable? Yu Jia stated the facts and reasoned. It's fine if you took one, but you took so many. Do you think I'm a sow? Have you forgotten what Lord Li said? One brocade bag represents one child. Then I will have to give birth to 10 children. Do I still want to live? Yu Jia's words were like a series of artillery shells, hitting Lin Gongxuan's heart. He came to his senses now. So, you don't hate the things I gave you. But there are too many of them. Yu Jia couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Suddenly, Lin Gongxuan laughed again. He squatted down and picked up the brocade bags one by one. His eyes were shining again, and he looked straight at Yu Jia. In the future, you can have as many children as you want. Chapter 142 Investigation. Lin Gongxuan's eyes were so bright that Yu Jia was flustered. She said him for some reason, then turned around and looked at the large group of sea gods in front of her. Where do you think their destination is? After being interrupted in the morning, Li Daxuan did not explain the final destination of the sea god. It should be to go to the beach for a walk, and then return to the ancestral hall where the statue is enshrined. Do you want to go to the beach to watch the ceremony? Lin Gongxuan put the brocade bag in his arms and patted it twice like a treasure. Well, it's okay not to go. Suddenly, there was a riot in the team ahead, and the people shouted and scattered. The patrolling Yamen runners approached the statue, but were soon pushed to the periphery. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan hurried to the statue. There were too many people around the statue, so they couldn't get close. From a distance, the statue was no longer majestic, but fell to the ground, and it was hard to see what was going on. After a while, when the people dispersed, Yu Jia and the other runners approached the statue. At this moment, the statue fell apart and blood flowed from its eyes. And the source of the blood was actually a corpse placed in the statue. But the corpse was already rotten and emitted a nauseating stench. The runner, with a shallow stomach, vomited on the spot. Beef buns in the toilet pit. The project has been going on. Even though Yu Jia has a strong ability to adapt, he still can't help but feel sick when he sees the scene in front of him. The people from the governor's office quickly blocked the scene and took the body back to the governor's office. In the government office, the coroner was carefully examining the body. And Li Dashun said with a guilty face, "Prince, you should go back to the mansion first. If there is a situation, the official will report to you in time." Li Yinxiao did not speak. He watched the coroner's every move. "Lord Li, what do you think this incident means?" "What does it mean?" Li Dashun's face was pale. His body was shaky, and his limbs were numb. He had never made such a mistake during his tenure. The people would think that this was a punishment from heaven for his lax rule. A punishment from heaven. He was incompetent as the governor. The Poseidon Guild, which was organized by the Chamber of Commerce, would definitely criticize him tomorrow, and even hold a demonstration. Li Dashun thought of this scene and closed his eyes in despair. It was a punishment from heaven for me. Does Lord Li also think it was a punishment from heaven? Li Yinxiao looked at the coroner, who was still serious, and whispered, "Lord Li, things are in the hands of men, so it's better to find out the truth first." According to the autopsy by the coroner of the governor's county office, the body died about 3 days ago. Although the weather in Weijiang has been hot these days, it shouldn't have been so rotten. It should be that the body was exposed to drugs that accelerate decay before it was stuffed into the statue of the Poseidon. The drug residue on the body is the evidence. Why do you want to make the body decompose quickly? Lin Gongxuan, who had been silent all along, frowned. 3 days ago, they were preparing to set off. The murderer did not hide his intention to use drugs to decompose the body in advance, and he was not afraid of them finding out. If that's the case, what does the murderer want to do? Pull Li Dashun down? Li Yinxiao saw that Li Dashun's face was really ugly, so he asked him to go back to the governor's mansion first. Then, he and Lin Gongxuan entered the government office. "Gongxuan, what do you think about this?" "Your Majesty, I think this matter is aimed at us." Lin Gongxuan thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Li Yinxiao did not deny it. Thinking about today's abnormality, it was indeed aimed at him. The people who usually take care of the sea god statue and the relevant personnel who participated in the sacrifice have been controlled and are being interrogated by the county government. Well, let's see the result tomorrow. Because the incident happened suddenly, and Ayan was not feeling well. She did not go to the yard to inquire about the situation at night. The next day, Li Dashun presided over the trial. Li Yinxiao was the deputy judge, and Lin Gongxuan stood by his side. Li Dashun knocked on the gavel. "Who is in the hall?" The Yamen runners on the side waved the wooden stick in their hands and shouted, "Mighty General, I am innocent." The person who cried out for injustice in the hall was the old man who was responsible for divination that day, respectfully called Qian Lao. He explained everything he did that day. He had no chance to get close to the statue of the sea god. After divination, he went home early to rest because he was old and couldn't bear it. It was reasonable and nothing unusual. The other two were the ones who looked after the statues in the ancestral hall and stopped the welcoming team. The one who looked after the ancestral hall was a man in his early 30s named Zhang Daqing. He knelt on the ground trembling. "Sir, we usually only check the statues in the ancestral hall to see if there are any termites and clean the dust. We really don't do anything else. I have old people and young children to take care of. I will never do such a deadly business." He actually cried. Li Dashun stopped him sternly. "How can you cry loudly in the court?" Zhang Daqing was so scared that he was silent, but he was shaking all over. It seemed that he was extremely scared. "What about you, Old Man Yang? Your clan has never won in the past. How come you won this year?" Old Man Yang was very respectful and not panicked at all. He raised his hand and bowed. "Your Excellency is wrong. Our clan has never won a prize in the past. A few defeats do not mean that we cannot turn the tide in the future. I will lead the young men in the clan to intensify training and not rest for a moment, so that we can achieve something. This is going too far. Li Daxuan's eyebrows are full of impatience. What about you? What did you do that day? Old Man Yang's attitude is still respectful. I have been watching the situation in the team. There are also several team leaders such as Zhang, Lu, and Yen. Yesterday, we found relevant witnesses based on their confessions. And it was indeed as they said. Seeing the old man Yang with a look of what can you do to me, Li Daxuan couldn't help but feel angry. Yesterday, the parade ended hastily, and this old man Yang joined the Chamber of Commerce to ask him for an explanation. If the Yamen runners hadn't detained and interrogated him on the grounds that he was suspected, who knows what would have happened yesterday? Li Daxuan looked at Li Yanzhao and saw Li Yanzhao's eyes scanning back and forth between several people. The coroner has submitted the time of death and cause of death of the deceased. This person died of poisoning 3 days ago. Where were you 3 days ago? Is there any witness? Your Excellency, I am at my father-in-law's house, and my father-in-law's family and neighbors can testify. Zhang Daqing said first. I am in the ancestral hall preparing for today's divination, and the children of the clan and the Chamber of Commerce can testify. Qianlao also spoke respectfully. Only this old man Yang has been unable to say where he is, and whether there are any witnesses. At this time, there seems to be a struggle in the eyes of old man Yang. Seeing his expression, Lin Gongxuan asked, May I ask where you were 3 days ago? Old man Yang? Old man Yang pondered for a moment, kept silent, and even closed his eyes, letting you deal with him. Li Daxuan was so angry that he put old man Yang in jail. Chapter 143. You are scared. Humph. This old man Yang is arrogant all day long. And this time, he can't explain anything. It seems that he is the biggest suspect. Li Daxuan looked excited, thinking that the case would be solved soon. Not really. Lin Gongxuan thought of his expression that day and shook his head. He has no motive for committing the crime. Motive? How can he not have one? Isn't it just to make me look bad? Li Daxuan was panting and looked very angry. Does Lord Li have a grudge against old man Yang? Li Yanzhao said meaningfully. There is no grudge. Since I became the governor of Weijiang, he has been dissatisfied with me. Have you two had any conflicts on weekdays? Li Yanzhao looked at Li Daxuan's angry look and felt incredible. Frequent conflicts are just problems between merchants on weekdays. Your Majesty, this is interesting. Old man Yang and the captain often have conflicts. Why didn't you think of such a trick before? Lin Gongxuan asked Li Yanzhao. I still think that they are coming for us. But how can a few people harm others? Seeing that Li Yanzhao was silent, Lin Gongxuan continued. Your Majesty, I want to meet this old man Yang. In the evening, Lin Gongxuan came to the prison of the governor's county yamen. Ignoring the moldy and unpleasant smell, the bloodiness was not half of the treatment of prisoners in the military camp. He hurried to the prison where old man Yang was imprisoned. At this time, old man Yang no longer had the demeanor he had in the county government during the day. He was listless and leaned against the wall in the corner weakly. He heard the noise, raised his eyelids and glanced at Lin Gongxuan, then closed his eyes again. I have nothing to say, so don't waste your energy. Lin Gongxuan brushed the straw foam on his sleeves, looking leisurely and contented. It doesn't matter. If old man Yang doesn't want to say it, I won't force it. He sat down along the wall next to old man Yang. Seeing old man Yang's eyes closed, he chuckled. Let's talk about something else. Such as family. Old man Yang suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan ignored the cannibalistic gaze, changed into a comfortable posture and continued. Your son went to the gambling house again these days? I heard that he lost a lot of money. TSK. I guess you must have worried a lot about him. Don't talk nonsense. Old man Yang coughed a few times and pointed at Lin Gongxuan with trembling hands. The latter looked noncommittal and cynical. Don't worry. Isn't this a statement of fact? This gamble is not worth it. Even if there are mountains of gold and silver at home, it is still a bottomless pit. In the end, won't you, the old man, have to settle it? Old man. Lin Gongxuan and old man Yang looked at each other, and the scrutiny in their eyes was clear. What did you do 3 days ago? What did your son do? Seeing that the topic had returned to the starting point, old man Yang suddenly laughed, his face full of gloom. Young man, go back. Don't ask. The things in Weijiang City are not something you can settle. What do you mean? When Lin Gongxuan asked Old Man Yang again, the latter returned to his previous state. Returned without success? Lin Gongxuan came back to report to Li Yanxiao. The identity of the deceased has not been confirmed yet. What is the secret of this Old Man Yang? Even if he admits the guilt of murder, he still wants to keep it secret? This is what the two people find incredible. That day, Old Man Yang was unwilling to mention what happened 3 days ago, and suddenly confessed his guilt. How can a person who confesses his crime not explain the course of the crime? Obviously, this Old Man Yang is not the murderer. Your Majesty, I think that this Old Man Yang's family is the breakthrough point. Lin Gongxuan deeply agrees with this, and wants to test the Old Man Yang's attitude again. Be careful. This Old Man Yang has a lot of prestige in Weijiang. Don't use force. Ignoring Old Man Yang, we must also consider the pressure from the Chamber of Commerce on Li Daxuan. The next night, Lin Gongxuan met Old Man Yang again. Old Yang, why do you do this? Lin Gongxuan was kind and persuasive. If you have an accident, who can support your son who likes to go to the casino? Mrs. Yang hasn't shown up these days. Right? The young man is so busy. I should go and visit her. Wait. You can't go. Old Yang changed his usual fierce look, and there was a pleading look on his face. Don't go to her. Old Yang, you are really interesting. You have killed someone and are in prison. And you still think you can hide it from your family? Old Yang fell silent and lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Old Yang, the young man is very busy. If you remember what happened 4 days ago, just let the Yamen runners report it. After saying that, Lin Gongxuan left the cell. Dashan, is there any news about Old Yang's wife and son? On the day of the incident, the Yamen runners went to Old Yang's house to take people away, but found that the house was empty. Not yet. Fong Dashan also looked distressed. The people here are as shrewd as loaches. Nothing was found. But good news came from Li Daxuan, and there was finally some progress. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed. He is from Suzhou, Wu Dazhuang, over 40 years old, and his family runs a tea shop in Weijiang Street to make ends meet. Wu Dazhuang usually follows the caravan to other places to buy some small items to sell when he has free time, and the general deadline is 3 days. If the weather is bad, it is 4 days. This time, 7 days have passed, and his wife saw that Wu Dazhuang had not returned home. So she asked the caravan for news. But the caravan had returned 4 days ago, and was ready to set off again. Who would have thought that Wu Dazhuang did not return home? Wu Dazhuang's wife realized the danger, and thought of the murder that happened yesterday, the unidentified body, and hurried to report the case. At this time, Wu Dazhuang's face was completely changed, and his clothes were not the same as before they parted. So it was really hard to identify him. Only from the characteristics described by the coroner, it was concluded that the body had buck teeth and was missing 2 lower front teeth. So Wu Dazhuang's wife confirmed his identity. At this moment, Wu Dazhuang's wife brought the 7-year-old boy to cry bitterly, and everyone present was moved, especially Li Daxuan. His eyes seemed to be about to burst out, and he sat on the ground in embarrassment and muttered in a low voice, "This is retribution." Lin Gongxuan caught this information. He stepped forward and asked hurriedly, "Master Li, what does this mean? Do you have any clues?" Li Daxuan refused to say anything, just said that he was not feeling well, and went back to the yard to rest. Lin Gongxuan remembered what Old Man Yang said. Weijiang City was not something he could handle. When he came here, everything was strange. One by one. What's the mystery? Ian had already found Li Chang, and was ready to go to the courtyard again to find out. The two came to the place where Yu Jia stayed last time, and looked into the courtyard in the moonlight. The ant didn't burn paper money today, and Ian signaled Li Chang that she was going to the courtyard. Li Chang frowned and whispered, "All wealthy families have guards." Ian smiled. "Are you scared?" Chapter 144 Familiar People. "I'm afraid? Who am I? Li Chang? I don't have the fear of interrupting my life." Li Chang growled in exasperation, and he was puzzled. This woman in front of him always irritated him. Ian smiled with a curled lip. "Then please put me in the courtyard, Mr. Li." Li Chang looked around the courtyard, and even threw stones to explore, and found that there was no guard here. That's strange, since this woman is so mysterious. Why is there no guard? Li Chang muttered to himself. He always felt that there would be some danger. In fact, There was no need for guards here. Everyone in the governor's office knew that this was a forbidden place, and no one could approach without orders. Li Dashun was so worried about the murder that he didn't remember this. Li Chong took Ah Yin and jumped into the yard. The two of them walked cautiously towards the brightly lit inner room. When they reached the eaves, they hid behind the flower pots. There were more than one person in the room. Li Chong didn't understand what they were saying and looked around angrily. But Ah Yin straightened up when she heard these words and almost hit the flower pot beside her. Luckily, Li Chong caught the flower pot quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. What are you doing? Ah Yin was still in a trance. She ignored Li Chong and listened attentively to the people in the room. The two squatted beside the flower pot. Li Chang's legs were numb. Just as he was about to persuade Ian to leave, the lights in the other room went out. Let's go! Ian stood up calmly. She looked normal, but her feet were as heavy as lead. Li Chong felt puzzled, looking at the stubborn figure in front of him. He felt powerless. Women. I really can't understand them. Ian returned to the room in a daze, and Yu Jia sat up from the bed. Ian, you're back. Seeing Ian's pale face, Yu Jia thought she was not feeling well again. So he quickly got out of bed and held her arm and sat on the low couch under the window. Urju, do you know who that woman is? Yu Jia was delighted. This was a discovery. Do you know her? Ian shook her head, then suddenly nodded. I know her. A woman who died 10 years ago, but is still alive today. What do you mean? Ian, are you saying that this woman is also from your family? Ian nodded indifferently. She had already identified this person when she heard the woman's voice in the yard. How could she not recognize this woman's voice? This is my father's aunt. Yu Jia understood. No wonder Ian was in such a state. Her father's concubine. How much good face could she expect from Ian? She should have died 10 years ago. And suddenly met her today. I don't know whether it is happy or sad. Her name is Lin Yang. She was originally a skinny horse from Yangzhou. She was just a toy prepared for nobles. Chao Junyi went to Zhejiang to check government affairs, and happened to meet this Lin Yang coming out of the mountain. It's just that this Lin Yang was originally the daughter of a wealthy family. When she was 7 years old, she was abducted by a kidnapper, and fell into the hands of her mother. She didn't want to come out of the mountain, so she made a fuss on this day. My mother didn't expect that someone who was as gentle as a cat on weekdays would be so fierce today. And she was annoyed at the moment. Yangzhou's skinny horse has been trained in piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea, dance and archery since she was a child. And she has spent a lot of money. If she doesn't come out of the mountain, then how can she make back the money she has spent over the years? This is not up to her. At this time, a big joke has been made in Yangzhou City. My mother is embarrassed and angry. So she wants to send Lin Yang to a brothel to have some fun. At this time, Chao Junyi met her and saw that the woman was really pitiful. So she took advantage of her strength and asked for Lin Yang. The mother did not dare to offend Chao Junyi, and happily handed Lin Yang over with both hands, and also sent the contract of selling her body. She thought she had pleased another superior, and privately asked Lin Yang to serve this master well. However, on the way back to Suzhou, Chao Junyi released Lin Yang. Not only returned the contract of selling her body to her, but also gave her a generous amount of money. But Lin Yang could endure 8 years under her mother's hands. So she naturally knew that the world was dangerous. How far can a weak woman like her go in this era? The road to home is definitely not going back. Who can accept her identity in a big family like hers? After a lot of effort, someone brought her out of the dangerous place. And she would not let him go no matter what. So, she followed Chao Junyi's team silently, without saying a word, and followed silently. Chao Junyi finally felt compassion and took her back to the governor's mansion. After returning, Ian's mother saw that he actually brought back a young woman, and she was very angry. At this time, Lin Yang knelt on the ground in a proper manner. Madam, don't worry. Lin Yang has no other thoughts. The master has given me a way out, and I am grateful. I don't want anything. I just want you to give me a brick and tile to cover my body. Ian's mother was kind after all. In the troubled times, driving Lin Yang out was just letting her die. Helpless, Lin Yang was placed in the side yard. Lin Yang really lived there obediently, and rarely went out of the yard. She really just wanted to be alive. Over time, the people in the mansion got used to the existence of such a person, fearing that the servants would neglect her. Ian's mother also raised her to be a concubine. At that time, Ian was only 5 years old, and her brother was not yet born. She was very worried about the arrival of this woman, fearing that she would replace her mother's position. After all, she had seen a lot of such situations. At this time, her mother always hugged her and comforted her softly. This era has the deepest malice towards women. Ian will understand it when she grows up. However, Ian didn't care and still wanted to make trouble for Lin Yang in private. It was nothing more than putting a caterpillar on Lin Yang's desk and making loud noises when she was sleeping. But Lin Yang always looked friendly and smiled indifferently at her actions. Ah Yen was really curious and asked Lin Yang, who was talking and laughing, "Aren't you afraid of caterpillars?" Lin Yang shook her head. "In the yard, disobedient girls will be thrown into the snake's nest. What is this little caterpillar?" Ah Yen got goosebumps. She remembered her mother's words, and Lin Yang always had no reaction. So she gradually gave up the prank. The few of them had been living in peace, and her parents were always thinking about finding a good family for Lin Yang. Until the disaster came. Why is she still alive? Ian thought of the past, and felt very painful. She was also very conflicted. At least she was not alone in this world. At least she had people she knew. "Ian, do you want to find a chance to meet this Lin Yang?" Yu Jia glanced at Ian, and found that her face was getting worse and worse. "Just ask her why she is here." Ian seemed to react. "Li Dashuan is my father's most trusted subordinate, and she is my father's aunt. Could it be that these two people colluded and betrayed my father?" Chapter 145. Start over. Then she shook her head and denied. "No, Lin Yang wouldn't. She was obedient in my house for 6 years. My parents and my family treated her so well. How could she betray my father?" Yu Jia was speechless. This woman could endure 8 years in that smoky place, let alone such a safe place. Ian looked at Yu Jia's expression, and knew what she was thinking. "Give me some more time. I'll prepare, and ask the reason." "Yes." Yu Jia stroked Ian's shoulder. "Take your time. Don't rush. We can't alert the enemy." Lin Gongxuan also made progress, and found the wife and son of old man Yang. But this old lady Yang only has half her life left. Lin Gongxuan placed them in the governor's office, and came to old man Yang. "Old Yang, your wife and son are coming to visit you. Do you want to let them come?" Old man Yang stood up suddenly from the ground, and the iron chains on his body clattered. "Impossible. How is it possible? How can you find them?" Lin Gongxuan was calm, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his lips. "Well, it turns out that it is impossible. They hid too well. But who is our Prince Qi? What kind of monsters can escape from his palm? Wasn't it a smooth way to pull your son out of the casino?" "What? Casino?" Old Yang's hair was gray, and his face was miserable. He looked 10 years older in an instant. "How could you go to the casino again? Once you enter the casino, it's like entering a deep sea. From then on, your family members become enemies. Not only did you go to the casino, your wife was seriously injured. Your son has admitted that he beat her." Lin Gongxuan looked at old Yang with a sarcastic look on his face. "Tell me, why did you hide your whereabouts 3 days ago?" This news can also be learned from old Yang's son Yang Duwang. But he just wants to know why the old man in front of him hides the facts. Or is there something worth hiding for him to hide? Seeing that the matter was exposed, old Yang sighed, staggered to the bed covered with straw, and slowly sat down. "That day, I was not in the temple, so I had no chance to touch the statue." Old man Yang looked up at the window above the prison and said slowly, "That day, he was at home preparing for the statue grabbing 3 days later. This time, he must not lose to the old man surnamed Lu." At this time, Yang Daqing came in cursing all the way. He overturned the low table in front of old man Yang. "Old man, give me money." Old man Yang was frightened and stood up and pointed at him. "You unfilial son. Why do you still go to such a dirty place? What are you talking about? Hurry up and give me money." Yang Daqing stretched out his hand and pushed old man Yang to the ground. At this time, a maid ran over in panic. "Master, it's not good." Old man Yang on the ground got up in a hurry. "What happened?" The maid looked at Yang Daqing with tears in her eyes, and then sobbed. Young madam, she died." "What?" The old and young of the Yang family said in unison. "I just hit her a few times. How could she die?" Yang Duwang seemed unbelievable. Old man Yang slapped him in the face. "You beast. She is still pregnant. How could you do that? Yang Daqing's wife is the daughter of the Sun family. How can he explain this to the Sun family? Pack your things quickly, and leave here with your mother. I will take care of the aftermath. As usual, when something happened to Yang Daqing, Old Man Yang would handle the trouble for him. But this time, it was more serious than usual. Where did you dispose of your daughter-in-law's body? Lin Gongxuan looked coldly at Old Man Yang, who was already mad in front of him. The father is to blame for the son's failure to teach him well. The old man in front of him was not sympathetic at all. After a long time, Old Man Yang spoke softly. In the backyard garden, Lin Gongxuan said loudly to the outside. Dashan, take people to dig? Then he walked towards Old Man Yang. Would you rather exchange your life for your son's rotten life? In fact, he has come to this point today. Isn't it you who taught him? Old Man Yang looked up woodenly. Without denying. It's my fault. What's the use of admitting the fault now? The mistakes that should be taken care of must be taken care of. In the backyard and garden of the Yang family, many Yamen runners were searching the ground. A large area of land was turned over. Found it. Found it. Here. Everyone gathered around. And when they saw the body, a burst of curses rang out. It was the pregnant daughter-in-law of the Yang family. My son! Mother! Mother! Wake up! Some people fainted. Some people carried people with their hands and feet. And some people looked for doctors. And there was another round of confusion. An unexpected case was solved. But Wu Dazhuang's case was deadlocked again. Lin Gongxuan looked at the idea map in front of him, and raised his eyes to look at Yu Jia. Did you draw this? Yu Jia looked proud. It's genuine. Then she said with a smile. Captain, do you think I'm really a talent? It was an important decision to let me join the vanguard camp. Lin Gongxuan raised his eyes, and looked at Yu Jia in surprise. What do you mean? He. Yu Jia laughed twice again. I can fight and draw. Not only can I draw combat terrain maps, but I can also draw this detailed character network map. Isn't it great? Lin Gongxuan put down the drawings in his hand, and looked at Yu Jia with a smile. So what do you mean? Suddenly he stood up, and looked at Yu Jia across the table. Let me exempt the 1,000 taels of gold. Yu Jia laughed again. But there was a bit of embarrassment in her smile. It's not that much. Just a little bit. Yu Jia stretched out her little finger, and gestured with her other hand. Lin Gongxuan imitated her and laughed twice. He. No talk. Yu Jia put down her hand in dissatisfaction. Stingy. Lin Gongxuan ignored her, and picked up the character relationship chart on the table in front of him, and looked at it seriously. Captain, when things are at a stalemate, and there is no clue, we can only start from the beginning. Lin Gongxuan didn't even raise his head, and continued to look at the drawings. Yu Jia was a little anxious. Captain, things that seem normal may be the most abnormal. Keep talking. Yu Jia sorted out his thoughts and continued. The people who were interrogated before. The fortune tellers. The people who checked the abnormalities of the statues. And the people who lifted the statues. Seem to have no problems. But when you connect these things together, don't you think things are going unusually smoothly? Yu Jia put his eyes on the pen holder on the table. But even with such a smooth process, a murder case still occurred. So this is not normal. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia with appreciation. Yes, you are thinking in the right direction. Then let's. Yu Jia paused. Interrogate again. Chapter 146, Audacious. Originally, this matter should have been handed over to Li Dashun, the governor of Weijiang, for investigation. But Li Dashun fell ill after knowing that the deceased was Wu Dazhuang. His subordinates were afraid that they would be implicated. If an accident happened during the sacrifice, the merchants would be offended. They were afraid of offending the people in the Chamber of Commerce. So they shirked responsibility. Li Yanxiao had no choice but to report the matter to the court. And the emperor gave Li Yanxiao full responsibility for it. As a brave military general, it was more appropriate for Li Yanxiao to lead the troops to fight. But this investigation was like studying in a school for him. And it could cost him his life. If there was one person who was suitable to handle this case, it was Liang Qifan, the governor of Bashu. But Liang Qifan's official position was one level higher than Li Dashun's. And he just had a son. So he couldn't leave. He could only pick a general from the crippled, and handed the case to Lin Gongxuan. The case was decided to be retried. And Lin Gongxuan only needed to report to Li Yanxiao and Li Dashun. The next day, Lin Gongxuan ordered someone to summon Qian Lao, who was the beginning of the sacrifice. in order not to affect the prestige of the governor's office in the hearts of the people. Lin Gongxuan ordered people to take them to the back hall of the office for interrogation. They still said the same thing. And even Qian Lao was carried in. The people from the Chamber of Commerce came to the back hall, and were quite dissatisfied with Lin Gongxuan's actions. Lin Gongxuan sneered. What? Do you think I am someone you can flatten and twist? Lin Gongxuan took out the emperor's order and raised his hand. This is the token bestowed by the emperor. I am fully authorized to handle this case. If anyone wants to make trouble, they have to see if the thing in my hand agrees or not. Yu Jiao laughed secretly on the side. The fox took advantage of the tiger's power and followed the example of the subordinates. This was obviously bestowed by the emperor to Li Yanxiao. Lin Gongxuan used it very smoothly. The people in the Chamber of Commerce looked at each other and finally gave in. Mr. Qian, you said that you were exhausted at the time and returned home. Can anyone prove it? Mr. Qian reluctantly sat up. His voice hoarse. Reply to the adults. My nephew can prove it. Call the witnesses. I saw several well-dressed and stylish people swaggering into the back hall. After perfunctory greetings, they stood up on their own. How dare you? Did the Lord ask you to stand up? Yu Jia shouted, which frightened several people. One of them, a man in red robes and with oily hair and powdered face, sneered. The Lord is so arrogant. If you don't know, you might think that a crude warrior in the military camp has become an official. Lin Gongxuan's face was gloomy, and his tone was brisk. Oh, so you don't know? Then give me 20 military sticks to open your eyes. Yu Jia was excited when she heard that she was going to beat someone with a stick. But her heart sank when she saw the reaction of the Yamen runners around her. The Yamen runners on the side looked hesitant. But no one dared to move. The red man laughed triumphantly. You are not qualified to act arrogantly here. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall was like the dark clouds before a thunderstorm. And the people were so depressed that they couldn't breathe. Captain, I think Wei Zhang is not the emperor's world, but the world of the Chamber of Commerce. Then Yu Jia blurted out. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. When did a mere merchant become so pretentious? What do you mean? The man in red shouted. No one in the hall stopped him. Even Mr. Qian, who was lying on a wooden chair, wanted to see what Yu Jia had to say. Do you hold an official position? The man in red said, No. Have you made great contributions to Wei Zhang, such as saving the emperor's life? Or saving the emperor's life? The red-clothed man looked even uglier. No. Yu Jia looked him up and down with disdain, and then curled her lips with disdain. You have nothing. You have done nothing. You are just a nobody. How dare you challenge the imperial envoy appointed by the emperor? When these words came out, everyone was stunned for a moment. And Lin Gongxuan rolled his eyes at her calmly. This high hat is too high. It is easy to get off the stage. What if someone asks for an imperial edict? How could Yu Jia know what imperial edict this imperial envoy would ask for? She had only seen it on TV. And the imperial envoy handled the case. And his power was above that of the local parents. The people of the Chamber of Commerce were overwhelmed by this imperial envoy. After being frightened for a while, Lin Gongxuan fiddled with the emperor's imperial token just right. And everyone became nervous. Seeing that the man in red had stopped, Lin Gongxuan continued to ask. Tell me one by one. What kind of tea did you drink at Qian Lao's house that day? Qian Lao was nervous and coughed. And the eyes of several people fell on Qian Lao. Qian Lao is not feeling well. Let the doctor come to see him. Lin Gongxuan looked gentle, as if he really cared about his condition. Qian Lao waved his hand quickly. I'm fine. I just suddenly heard the adults talking about tea, and I got a little excited. I don't have the habit of drinking tea on weekdays. Several people understood, looked at each other, and then had an explanation. A thin man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks bowed. Sir, we didn't drink tea when we went to Qian's house that day. Lin Gongxuan nodded, as if accepting their statement. What kind of wine did you drink? Qian coughed again. We didn't drink. What meat did you eat? Cough. We didn't eat meat. This repeated once. Even the most normal question became abnormal. You went to your uncle's house, but didn't invite you to drink tea, wine, and eat. How can it be considered a sacrifice to the sea god? When ordinary people have relatives at home, they will still entertain them with simple tea and food. Let alone you rich people. Lin Gongxuan continued to attack. Didn't we use these to entertain you? Did we do something else? Seeing Lin Gongxuan stop, Yu Jia took over. Did we go to the temple dedicated to the sea god? Absolutely not. No. No. We didn't do anything. Just drinking tea and chatting. Oh. Lin Gongxuan looked mysterious. What kind of tea did you drink? At this time, several people wanted to cut off the tongue of the person who said drinking tea and chatting. He had already denied drinking tea. So why did he mention this again? Seeing several people looking at each other in silence, Lin Gongxuan signaled to the left and right Yamen runners. Come on. Punish me. At this time, the Yamen runners were majestic. They had been bullied by these bastards in the past. Now that they had a backer, they went to ask for the torture instruments in high spirits. Seeing this scene, several people were not afraid. After all, they were businessmen and had seen many storms and waves. So they were not afraid. May I ask why you tortured us? Sir? I forgot what kind of tea I drank. Is this wrong? Yu Jiao laughed loudly. It's not that you forgot what kind of tea you drank. It's that your testimony is contradictory. You are so confident in giving false testimony. Who gave you the courage? Chapter 147 Progress. The Yamen runners pushed several people to the ground without saying anything. And then screams rang out one after another. After all, they were wealthy merchants. And they were treated with gold and jade on weekdays. How could they have suffered such torture? The red-clothed man shouted. I'm telling you. We drank West Lake Longjing and ate Dompa Elbow. Yu Jia rolled her eyes and signaled the Yamen runners to continue. She wanted to see how long these people could keep their mouths shut. Listening to the screams of several people in the hall, Old Qian became more nervous. And in a moment of anxiety, he fainted. Lin Gongxuan called the doctor, who had been prepared long ago, placed Old Qian in the backyard, and asked the doctor to check on his condition, while the others continued to beat him. Sir, stop beating me. I confess. I confess. A fat and big-eared man shouted miserably. Heh! Yu Jia snorted coldly. If these people entered the military camp and were caught by the enemy, they would confess before they could do anything. Cowardly. Lin Gongxuan stood up and turned to look at her. Do you think everyone is as tough as you? Although these words sounded like compliments to her, they sounded so harsh. Lin Gongxuan ordered the Yamen runners to stop. He looked at the embarrassed people and said sternly, What did you do, and what did you say when you went to Qian's home? Tell us everything in detail. If not, I will let you know what kind of person I am. The red-clothed man was shaking all over, his voice trembling. Sir, I didn't do anything when I went to Qian Lao's place. I just wanted to make it lively on that day. Yes, Uncle said that we just need to make it lively on that day to attract everyone's attention. There is nothing wrong with these actions. They are offering sacrifices to the sea god and celebrating by the whole nation. Why should they hide it? Why did Qian Lao ask you to keep it secret? The fat man said, We don't know the specific reason. We just know that it should be kept secret. The key point is still Qian Lao. The rest of the people are no longer valuable. So Lin Gongxuan asked Fang Dashan to check on Qian Lao's condition. Sir, Qian Lao has woken up. This is easy to handle. Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jiao went to the backyard. At this time, Qian Lao seemed to be relieved. When he saw Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jiao coming, he spoke without waiting for them to ask. I asked the nephews and nieces of the same family to warm up the scene that day, fearing that it would be boring. Is this wrong? After being relieved, he had a proud look. If the adults think this is wrong, just take me out and beat me up. No. No. I dare not. Qian Lao, just take good care of your health. But, if you walk too much on this night road, you will eventually meet little ghosts. Don't you think so? Qian Lao? Then, Lin Gongxuan ordered Fang Dashan to summon the welcoming team to the back hall. Fang Dashan was about to accept the order and go out, but Lin Gongxuan stopped him. Go to His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi and ask for a team to follow you. Lin Gongxuan led Yu Jia to the front hall. You think what they said is normal? Yu Jia shook her head. Nothing is unusual. It's even reasonable. But they did it for fun, as if to attract attention. Especially the person who passed the message fell down because of excitement. This attracted everyone's attention. Lin Gongxuan nodded in approval. Good analysis. I guess this welcoming team should create chaos to create opportunities for the murderer. It's still assembly line operation. Yu Jia couldn't help but laugh. According to the skills of the welcoming team, it might take some time to get to the back hall. When Yu Jia arrived, he leaned on the chair. The traces of the fight were cleaned up, and the place looked brand new. Sure enough, After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Fang Dashan finally led everyone to the back hall. The members of the welcoming team were in a mess, with some big and some small scars. Fang Dashan reported to Lin Gongxuan in high spirits. "Sir, these people have been brought in. These are the leaders. The rest are under control." Lin Gongxuan nodded expressionlessly. He looked at everyone grimly. They were another difficult group of people. In view of his previous dealings with Mr. Qian, he planned to be straightforward. "Tell me, what did you do that day?" This tone already treated them as criminals. "Think it over first. Our imperial envoy has limited time." Lin Gongxuan felt a toothache when he heard the words imperial envoy. These words are useful, but they don't need to be used every time. If someone really goes to verify, he will be in trouble. Yu Jiasai didn't care. Anyway, no matter what the trick was, it would be fine as long as it worked. Sure enough, the faces of several people in the hall were hesitant. "Sir, we didn't do anything. We just robbed the statue according to our previous training." "That's right. What did we do wrong?" "They kidnapped us without asking any questions. So there must be an explanation." Lin Gongxuan didn't want to waste time talking to them, and went straight to the point. "When you received the news from the Chamber of Commerce that day, did you want to make a big fuss? Let the people feel your enthusiasm?" Several people nodded in agreement. This also confirmed the two people's guess. If this is true, the most critical link is to carry the statue. The one who came into contact with the statue is Zhang Daqing. When the leaders of the welcoming team were released, they were confused. "You let us out now? Then our big resistance and getting beaten would be in vain? Why is this person so strange? He doesn't play by the rules. It seems that he is different from the soft persimmon Li Dashuan. It's better for us to avoid him." Lin Gongxuan told Fang Dashan to keep a close eye on these people, and not let them leave Weijiang. The rest is to summon Zhang Daqing. When Zhang Daqing came, he was still as nervous as last time. He was as scared as he was nervous. "Sir, I have already explained everything. There is nothing to say." This time, he was well prepared and brought his father-in-law and his neighbors with him. "Zhang Daqing, I want to ask about your whereabouts on that day. Not your whereabouts 3 days before the sacrifice." Zhang Daqing lowered his head and replied loudly. "I did the same thing that day, checking the statue for damage day after day." "Did you find anything unusual?" Yu Jia asked. "My lord, I didn't find anything unusual." "Did you move the statue when you checked it on weekdays?" Zhang Daqing straightened up and was respectful. "No, you're lying," Yu Jia shouted. "We checked the statue platform that day, and there were clear signs of movement beside it." Zhang Daqing's panic flashed across his eyes, and he returned to normal in an instant. "Of course, if you want to carry the statue out for a parade, how can you carry it out without moving it?" "My lord, don't make fun of me." Seeing that Zhang Daqing was stubborn, Yu Jia said bluntly, "The statue that is usually worshipped is not the same as the one that was paraded on that day." Chapter 148. Something is wrong. "How do you know it's not the same statue?" Zhang Daqing laughed. But he looked at it from Yu Jia's perspective, which was a bit scary. "I deal with statues all day. How could I recognize the wrong statue?" Zhang Daqing, "I didn't say there were other statues. If there were no other statues, how could I recognize the wrong one?" Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jia took turns to attack, bombarding Zhang Daqing speechless. "That was my slip of the tongue. There were no other statues." Zhang Daqing's eyes were full of complacency, which was very different from the fear and trepidation of the previous few days. Yu Jia's heart sank. There was nothing unusual in the previous few procedures, so he could not be convicted. Zhang Daqing is the most critical step. If there is no breakthrough here, the case will fall into a difficult situation. "Zhang Daqing, think it over before you speak." Lin Gongxuan walked up and looked at Zhang Daqing, exerting invisible pressure on him. "If you don't confess, you will be making wedding clothes for others." Lin Gongxuan understood that these people arranged the whole process so well, and there must be an ultimate backer behind them. At present, Lin Gongxuan has a rough idea of what these clues point to, but he still needs their testimony. "Sir, please don't ask any more. It's useless to ask again. I haven't done anything to harm the world." Zhang Daqing bent down and didn't care. "Sir, the man has been caught." Fang Dashan walked in, followed by 2 Yamen runners, who were holding a man in their hands. The man was sturdy, and in the April weather, his arms were already bare, and his sturdy and powerful biceps looked shiny. "Why are you arresting me?" What have I done wrong? The man was still struggling. And Zhang Daqing on the ground was shaking when he heard it. Gu Erniu. The main job on weekdays is to move the stone statue of the sea god. What did you do on the day of the sacrifice? Gu Erniu panicked. And he instinctively looked at Zhang Daqing on the ground. And his body trembled. I just lifted the statue. Is this wrong? Lin Gongxuan licked his back teeth. Li Daxuan was such a coward. A commoner could talk to an official like that. Watch your tone. This is the Imperial Commissioner who is in charge of hearing this case. Here it comes again. Yu Jia's voice rang out again. Lin Gongxuan suppressed his heartbeat and looked at Zhang Daqing seriously. In fact, only he knew how panicked he was. When Gu Erniu heard these words, he knelt down and kowtowed to admit his mistake. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong. Yu Jia and Lin Gongxuan looked at each other. This development was too fast and unexpected. Gu Erniu. What are you doing? Zhang Daqing roared in anger. Shut up. Yu Jia kicked Zhang Daqing on the shoulder, almost choking him. I was wrong. I offended the sea god. So I replaced the sea god statue just before the performance. Lying on the ground, Zhang Daqing covered his shoulder and looked at Gu Erniu viciously. Gu Erniu. You cowardly boy. Now it made sense. Then tell me, how did you replace the sea god statue? Gu Erniu looked regretful and knelt on the ground to tell the story. The night before the sacrifice, Gu Erniu received a letter from Zhang Daqing, asking him to carry the statue. Zhang Daqing wanted to dress up the sea god. He came to the ancestral hall excitedly, and Zhang Daqing was already waiting for him. But if they were going to lift the sea god statue, why would they ask him to do it alone? Before he could ask any questions, Zhang Daqing called Gu Erniu to help move a corner of the sea god statue. As a result, as soon as Gu Erniu touched the sea god statue and exerted a little force, a piece of the sea god statue fell off. Gu Erniu was stunned. How could this happen? Zhang Daqing shouted exaggeratedly, saying that he had offended Lord Sea God, and Lord Sea God would definitely blame him. Gu Erniu knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, not knowing what to do. Zhang Daqing sighed. Brother Gu, don't say that your brother didn't help you. He squatted beside Gu Erniu and comforted him carefully. Since we have been brothers for so many years, I will build another statue of the sea god tonight. Gu Erniu heard this and sniffed. Are you really willing to help me? Of course. Who else but me would help you so wholeheartedly? You go home and take out 100 gold coins and put them in the sea god statue temple for worship. Tomorrow morning, let's do something to change the day, so that the old sea god will calm down. 100 gold coins? Gu Erniu muttered. Where can I get this 100 gold coins? Zhang Daqing narrowed his eyes and forced a smile. Don't you have a daughter? Brother, you can't do that. Gu Erniu was panicked. He could not even sell his house and iron to get his daughter. Then there is nothing I can do. Zhang Daqing continued with a stern face. How can the sea god calm down if I don't take this 100 gold? Gu Erniu thought about this and glanced at Zhang Daqing, as if he had made up his mind. You sold your daughter? Yu Jia frowned and pointed at this fool, wanting to chop him with a knife. No. How could I sell my beautiful daughter? He glanced at Zhang Daqing, his eyes full of guilt. I went to find Grandma Zhang. Why are you looking for my wife? Zhang Daqing realized that something was wrong at this time. His wife was only in her 20s, a very lively age. His face was full of disbelief. Why did you go to my wife? Yu Jia couldn't help laughing. This was digging a hole for herself and burying herself. What else can I do? Of course, I'll ask Grandma Zhang for reimbursement. Seeing that several people looked at her with doubts, Yu Jia explained. You blackmailed them for 100 gold coins. So they worked hard and let your wife pay. Gu Erniu blushed. He was originally tall and burly, and it was indescribably awkward to do this kind of awkward posture. Okay. Lin Gongxuan interrupted. Gu Erniu. Go on. After working, I came out of Grandma Zhang's room and put the 100 gold coins in the ancestral hall. In the second half of the night, Zhang Daqing brought him a message that the statue had been made in a hurry and would be replaced according to his instructions tomorrow. The next day, everyone's attention was attracted by the divination and the movement of the welcoming team. So he exchanged with Zhang Daqing, and the process was very smooth. After explaining all this, Zhang Daqing lay on the ground with lifeless eyes. It's all in vain. It's not in vain. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Zhang Daqing's pupils gradually gathered, and he said with no desire to live, "No one ordered me, my lord." Grandma Zhang said that Brother Zhang has been in close contact with the president recently. Gu Ernie was very positive about these issues. Yu Jia secretly told him that if he took the initiative to confess, his guilt could be reduced. In fact, this honest man was kept in the dark throughout the process and would not be sentenced. So he might as well do a favor. Zhang Daqing suddenly jumped up from the ground and punched Gu Ernie. "I'll beat you to death." Damn it! Chapter 149, Killing Intent. How could the thin Zhang Daqing be a match for the strong and muscular Gu Ernie? Although Gu Ernie was on the defensive and could not be defeated, the Yamen runners pulled the two apart. Zhang Daqing was still shouting, saying all kinds of dirty words. Lin Gongxuan glanced at Yu Jia and kicked him hard in the stomach. Detain him and retrial in the afternoon. Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jia returned to the backyard. Captain, since the president of the Chamber of Commerce conspired with Zhang Daqing, other people must be to blame in the murder process. But they are not very useful, and the president may not be bothered to come in person. Should we try it again? Lin Gongxuan pondered for a moment. No. Since these people have been interrogated, the news must have spread to the Chamber of Commerce. We just need to release the news that the murderer has confessed. Yu Jia understood instantly and bowed. Do you mean to catch the turtle in the jar? Oh my! You are not only brave and fierce on the battlefield, but also smart and courageous. I admire you. Lin Gongxuan turned around expressionlessly, trying his best to suppress the smile on his lips. Lin urged you. Don't call me master in the future. This master made his heart tremble. Yu Jia retracted his hand and touched his nose. Isn't this a bit of pressure on them? Let the prison get ready. The Chamber of Commerce should take action today. At night, Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jia did not sleep. They were waiting for someone. The Yamen runners in the prison had been evacuated, and only a dragnet was set outside the prison. The sky was pale, but there was still no movement. The Yamen runners had long been impatient and wanted to retreat. At first, they were still cautious and whispered. Gradually, the voices became louder. What's wrong with this lord? Didn't you expect someone to rob the prison today? You are just talking nonsense. You have been so mysterious all day. If this person doesn't come, it will be nothing. Fong Dashan clenched the long sword in his hand, his face full of anger, and he wanted to throw the two men to the training ground for a good fight. Lin Gongxuan looked at the gradually brightening sky, and his heart became heavier. Could it be that they really guessed wrong? Yu Jia walked into the room with a gloomy face after giving the order to withdraw the troops. Lin Gongxuan felt guilty, thinking that Yu Jia was going to make trouble for him. The Chamber of Commerce's hand is longer than we thought. Yu Jia sat down opposite Lin Gongxuan. Since ancient times, the Liangjiang area has been a major taxpayer, and there are countless wealthy businessmen in this generation. The scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans are just a decoration here, and Li Dashuan's authority is restricted everywhere. We can't take it lightly. Now is the critical period of the game. Continue to act tonight. Lin Gongxuan rarely poured a cup of tea for Yu Jia, which made her a little flattered. And Yu Jia picked up the teacup and asked in confusion. And what? Lin Gongxuan smiled. Let these Yamen runners take a day off. We have to transfer people from the Basha prefecture. Yu Jia nodded. That's right. Let's get rid of these fence-sitters first. They are always an eyesore here. Now they are all our own people. Liang Qifan acted quickly. After receiving Li Yanzhao's message, he quickly assembled 1,000 Yamen soldiers and rushed to Weijiang. These people came to the governor's office with great fanfare and quickly took over the work of the Yamen. The people talked about it. Did our lordly call for reinforcements? Haven't you heard that we have the imperial envoy here? We will not stop until this murder case is investigated thoroughly. That is to say, in recent years, the people of the Chamber of Commerce have been all-powerful, and the court should take back the power. The person who said this was the weak scholar. But this weak scholar also has a characteristic. He especially likes to make up some sour words and sweet sentences. And for a while, a different atmosphere filled the Weijiang capital. Mr. Tang, what should we do? A young man anxiously bowed to Mr. Tang, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. What are you panicking about? Mr. Tang is over 60 years old, with a head full of silver hair. He doesn't speak, and he is thought to be a Taoist master. But when he spoke, his eyes were fierce, just like the superior. Li Dashuan is capable this time. and he invited the King of Qi to support him. But we are not vegetarians. Today, the government office is strictly guarded, and I want to force my way in. Let's see what they can do to me. The cool breeze in the evening relieved the hot weather. The soldiers of Basha Prefecture were all holding long spears and ready for battle. At midnight, Fang Dashan hurriedly reported, "Master, I've taken the bait." In the dungeon, the sound of fighting was deafening. But in a moment, these masked men were suppressed. In the evening, the lights in the governor's back office were bright, and His Royal Highness the King of Qi sat at the head and personally interrogated. "Tell me, who sent you here?" The people kneeling in the hall were covered with scars, and without exception, they said nothing. "You want me to find out the people behind you?" Still didn't say a word. "Since you dare to come, you are ready to die. If someone can die, then the reward is high. As long as the reward they give is higher than the reward given by the Chamber of Commerce, it will be fine. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of revenge from the Chamber of Commerce? You know, if you do this, it means exterminating the entire clan." When Li Yanzhao finished speaking, not only the people kneeling on the ground were terrified, but even Lin Gongxuan was a little surprised. This matter is not so serious. Maybe these people's lives cannot be saved, but their entire clan cannot bear to be implicated. Li Yanzhao did not think so. He did not participate in the trial of the case in the past few days and learned about the actions of the Chamber of Commerce in the city. No wonder Li Daxuan claimed to be sick and was unwilling to try the case. He was really afraid of the power of the Chamber of Commerce. It is said that Li Daxuan had just come to Weijiang to take office, and his foundation was unstable, so he could not resist. In recent years, his actions have gradually deviated from the control of the Chamber of Commerce, which has aroused their dissatisfaction. They began to put pressure on Li Daxuan from all sides. At first, it was just a small-scale strike, and later it actually raised the price of grain. Li Daxuan had to make some concessions for the sake of people's livelihood, but they are still not satisfied with the status quo. Li Yanzhao was very angry when he learned about this. Originally, they were given status because they made contributions to the foundation of the country. Now it's good. You want to turn over and become the master in this world, who has not received the emperor's grace, since they are so excessive and dare to challenge the imperial power. Don't blame Li Yanzhao for being cruel. If you don't tell me, I will kill all 9 clans. Li Yanzhao narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were full of sharp blades shooting at several people. "Prince, you can't ignore the law of the country," one of them said tremblingly. "Ha ha ha." Li Yanzhao laughed up to the sky. The sound was miserable, and Lin Gongxuan got goosebumps all over his body. He has followed Li Yanzhao for so many years. According to the current situation, he knows that he is not just talking. Li Yanzhao has the intention to kill these people. Chapter 150 confirmed. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You still have a chance to save the 9 clans. They are recognized as brave people. Moreover, the conditions offered by the Chamber of Commerce are generous. Even if they die, their families can live without worries for the rest of their lives. Now not only are they not paid, but their lives are not saved. They also have to kill the 9 clans. Who is willing to do this losing business? Some people peed in fear, and Lin Gongxuan frowned in disdain. "Speak. The prince is kind and may spare your lives." I say, Your Highness, the King of Qi. I will speak. I will also speak. Please spare my life. Your Highness, the King of Qi. Although the dam is solid, when the flood comes, as long as one corner is destroyed, the entire dam will be washed away in an instant. Several people rushed to name the mastermind behind the scenes, and even revealed the shameful deeds that the Chamber of Commerce had done over the years. It was a very ugly time, and the soldiers of the government went to each house and arrested all the masterminds involved in the case and brought them back to the government office. Some were at the prostitute's place, some were at the wine table, and some were sleeping peacefully. After arriving at the government office, everyone looked at each other and found that they were all familiar faces. They were shocked and angry, but in view of the pressure from His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi, they did not dare to resist, but placed all their hopes on Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang lived up to everyone's expectations and saluted leisurely. I wonder what instructions His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi has for calling me to the government office. Humph. Li Yanzhao took the confession letter at hand and unfolded it for everyone to see clearly. The man who robbed the prison today has confessed and has given you all away. Tell me how he committed the crime. Mr. Tang was not panicked at all. May I ask what crime I have committed? Li Yanzhao frowned, his eyes full of impatience. Lin Gongxuan, who was standing by, took over the conversation. He was afraid that Li Yanzhao would lose control and kill these people. You killed Wu Dazhuang. How did I kill him? What weapon did I use? Who is the witness? Mr. Tang was not panicked at all. Lin Gongxuan gritted his teeth. If he said that he killed someone directly, it would be unnecessary. He must be used to doing these things to be able to deal with it so calmly. The men who robbed the prison admitted that they were instructed by the Chamber of Commerce. But they did not admit that the Chamber of Commerce was the murderer of Wu Dazhuang. Lin Gongxuan clapped his hands. And 2 soldiers came over with Zhang Daqing. At this time, Mr. Tang's face changed. Li Yanzhao felt relieved when he saw him like this, and leaned on the chair. What's the matter? You're still stubborn? Mr. Tang. I confessed everything, Zhang Daqing said weakly. At this time, Mr. Tang stopped talking, and the others saw the scene, as if they had lost their parents, and collapsed on the ground with their heads down. Mr. Tang didn't expect Zhang Daqing to be so spineless and confess. But he didn't have no backup plan. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to punish the common people? Oh, I can't punish you? Mr. Tang took a step forward. Does the Crown Prince know that you did this? Sure enough, there are bigger fish behind the big fish. Li Yanzhao's expression was stern. And then he laughed. I asked my brother for a person, but he refused to give it to me? It's not a question of whether to give it to him or not. Please ask His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi to dismiss the attendants. I have something important to report. Lin Gongxuan's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. Those involved in this case will be imprisoned first, and plans will be made in the future. Lin Gongxuan returned to the backyard, and Yu Jia ran towards him happily. Captain, how is it? Have they been convicted? Have they been convicted? Lin Gongxuan didn't know. He shook his head. This matter is a bit complicated. Yu Jia was puzzled. Zhang Daqing confessed, and it was old Tang who asked him to place the body in the statue. The rest of the people were also instructed by him. And there is additional evidence. Why can't they be convicted? She thought of Wu Dazhuang's wife and children crying that day, and she was anxious. Why can't it be? Lin Gongxuan didn't know how to tell Yu Jia. He intuitively felt that these things were no longer theirs to deal with. Lin urged you. You must be tired these days. Take a good rest. Go to the city tomorrow to buy some rouge, powder, clothes and jewelry. I will pay for it. Yu Jia grabbed Lin Gongxuan's arm and yelled. Why can't it be done? Didn't we work in vain? Wu Dazhuang died so unclearly. Captain, what happened? Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia's delicate fingers on his arm, sighed, and finally put her hand down. Lin urged you. We are powerless. What a powerless person. Yu Jia was angry and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Power is in the hands of a small number of people, and those who advocate fairness belong to the vast majority of people. She is a small ant and cannot shake the queen ant. Captain, what should we do? Yu Jia's eyes gathered tears. They have nowhere to redress their grievances, and their future life will be even more difficult. Lin Gongxuan lowered his eyes, unable to see the emotions in his eyes. Captain, let's climb up. Lin Gongxuan raised his eyes, seeming to be a little confused. Let's climb up and gain power. Then we can redress the grievances of these people. Lin Gongxuan was disappointed. How high do I have to climb to protect these unarmed people? Yu Jia pursed his lips and couldn't speak. I can't be an emperor. Right? But an emperor can't see the grievances of these little people. Sadness, helplessness, and sadness lingered in the hearts of the 2 people, not knowing what to do. The governor's office posted a notice that Zhang Daqing, Old Man Yang, and Old Man Qian took advantage of the sacrifice period to murder people and disregarded the law. Their behavior was extremely bad. They were immediately imprisoned and executed in the autumn. The case was just lightly uncovered, and other unrelated people were released. Gu Ernia came to thank Yu Jia and gave her many gifts. But Yu Jia was not happy. Gu Ernia realized that she was not in a good mood, so he wanted to take his daughter away. Yu Jia felt a little embarrassed, so she pointed to the little girl next to her, who was about 12 or 13 years old, and said, Is this your daughter? Speaking of his daughter, Gu Ernia was very happy. It's my daughter. Gu Shilian smiled shyly, and Yu Jia also laughed. As Zhang Daqing said, she was a beauty. What are your plans? After this incident, Gu Ernie wanted to leave Wei Jiang and take his daughter away from this place. Then, that Jiang grandma. At this time, Gu Ernie looked shy, and then turned to determination. It's just a dream. We are laborers, and they are like exiled immortals. How can mortals dream of gods? That's right. Class is not only for women. After the two left, Yu Jia stretched and walked into the room listlessly. Lordly, do you have any objection to my decision? Li Daxuan bowed and said, I dare not. I dare not. Are you timid now? You invited me here just to vent your anger? It happened by coincidence. It happened to be a murder case. You are lucky. Chapter 151 Recognition. Li Daxuan knelt on the ground and bowed his head. He did not deny what he actually thought. However, the murder during the sacrifice was beyond his expectation. My lord, I am really forced to do so. Although Wei Jiang is under the jurisdiction of Bashu Prefecture, it is adjacent to Liangjiang. Liangjiang is now under the rule of the prince. The merchants dare not move, so they put pressure on Wei Jiang. Li Daxuan has been in office for many years. He had a conflict with the Chamber of Commerce over the issue of rising grain prices a few days ago, which made the atmosphere even more tense. The Chamber of Commerce used the sacrifice to the sea god as an excuse to. The murder was clearly meant to intimidate Li Daxuan, so that Li Daxuan could submit to them again. The best candidate was Wu Dazhuang, who was close to Li Daxuan. Wu Dazhuang was a subordinate of Chao Jinyu, the former governor of Liangjiang. Since Chao Jinyu got into trouble, the two of them came to Wei Jiang together. After Li Daxuan became the governor of Wei Jiang, Wu Dazhuang never entered the officialdom again. He barely made ends meet by doing the work at home. Now that Li Daxuan was implicated and died, Li Daxuan's illness that day was not fake. While feeling heartbroken over Wu Dazhuang's death, he was also worried about his future plans. He fell ill on his bed because of this rage. Li Yinshao interrupted Li Daxuan's thoughts in a deep voice. From now on, you can have your say in Wei Jiang, and those chambers of commerce will not dare to stop you anymore. Li Yinshao sighed in his heart, pitying the orphan and widow of Wu Dazhuang's family, and had ordered Li Chang to send them some silver and money. Li Daxuan hesitated a little. The relationship network of these chambers of commerce was complicated and deeply rooted. Would they let go of these interests so easily? The world is bustling for profit, and the sky is bustling for profit. It may be difficult to make them stop staring at him from now on. Seeing Li Daxuan's entangled look, Li Yinshao was a little displeased. He raised his sword eyebrows and asked him, Why? Are you questioning me? Li Yinshao stood up. Li Daxuan, your illness should be cured. Tomorrow, the old man surnamed Tang will come to visit you. You should be prepared. Li Yinshao left after speaking, leaving Li Daxuan alone and uneasy. As Li Yinshao said, the next morning, Mr. Tang led the leaders of various industries to visit Li Daxuan. The excuse for coming was to send birthday gifts to Li Daxuan's mother. Li Daxuan naturally greeted him with a smile, as if the conflict of the previous day no longer existed. Even when they were having fun, Li Daxuan and Mr. Tang drank and talked happily, and became close friends, calling each other brothers, which became another good story in Weijiang City. When Yu Jia heard about this, she couldn't stay here for a moment. She asked Li Chang for a carrier pigeon, wrote the letter with a few strokes, stuffed it into the small bamboo tube on the pigeon's leg, and let it fly away. The murder case came to an end, which was a perfect ending for Li Daxuan. Ian was also ready to take action. Tomorrow was the birthday banquet for Li Daxuan's mother's 80th birthday. After attending the banquet, they would return to the military camp. In the evening, Li Chang took Ian to the yard as usual. Li Chang knocked out Lin Yang's personal maid with a knife, and Ian walked to the inner room. Liner, go and rest. You don't have to stay by my side. A cold and soft Wu language came from the bed, and it seemed to have an unreal contrast through the bed curtains. Ian paused for a moment and continued to walk forward, as if sensing someone coming. A delicate hand as tender as a white onion stretched out from the bed curtain. Then, a light of extremely charming color instantly illuminated the house. But after seeing Ian, the eyes as clear as autumn water screamed in panic. Li Chang heard the voice outside, frowned, and subconsciously looked into the yard. Who are you? Lin Yang asked Ian in stiff official language, looking her up and down, and suddenly shook her head. How is it possible? How is this possible? Ian sneered at the corner of her mouth, thinking that her parents and servants at home might die because of the person in front of her. And she wanted to cut him into pieces. Why not? Ayan spoke in Suzhou dialect. But she hadn't spoken it for a long time. So it was a little awkward. I'm Ayan. Don't you recognize me? Auntie? Lin Yang's eyes were filled with mist. Ayan, how come you're still alive? Ayan intuitively thought that this meant that she didn't want her to live. But Lin Yang's tone revealed a hint of relief and surprise. Are you really Ayan? Lin Yang walked over barefoot. Her body was soft as if she had no bones. And although she was over 30, she looked like she was in her early 20s, which made people feel very lovable. It's the real deal. Ayan's tone became cold and hard. Lin Yang stood in front of her, stunned for a moment, and suddenly hugged Ayan and burst into tears. This shout made Li Cheng, who was sitting on a wooden chair, jump up. Then he froze in place and dared not move, nervously observing the situation around him. Ayan also froze at this moment. Her hands clenched into fists. It was not right to hug or not to hug. Ayan, you are still alive. So good. You are still alive. Lin Yang repeated these two sentences over and over again, crying so hard that it made people tremble. Ayan raised her hand and placed it stiffly on Lin Yang's back. Yes, I am still alive. Lin Yang hugged Ayan and cried for a stick of incense, and only stopped when she was tired of crying. She touched Ayan's face, with infinite tenderness in her eyes. Ayan, you look so much like your mother. Ayan didn't know how to answer, and murmured to herself, really? Lin Yang pulled her to sit on the couch. How have you been these years? How well have you been? Where is Azi? Is he with you? When Azi's name was mentioned, Ayan's eyes darkened in an instant. Lin Yang was smart and thought of the reason. Ayan, it's good to be alive. Only those who are alive have hope. And with hope, you can take revenge. Revenge? Ayan's eyes were still dim, but there were some questions in the dimness. Yes, in these years, Lord Li and I have not given up running for the governor. Wu Dazhuang went out every 3 days to contact the other old subordinates of the governor. But unfortunately, he was harmed this time. Auntie, are you telling the truth? I thought. Lin Yang smiled bitterly. What did you think? You thought he got the position of Weijiang governor by selling out his master for fame? Ayan, Li Daxuan is an honest man and is not good at these official ways. He pretended to surrender because he wanted to sit in a high position to facilitate his work. According to our status, it is difficult to clear the name of the governor in this life. So he worked hard and did everything he could to climb to this position. Those people did not trust him. So they arranged for him to come to Weijiang to be an official. So he has had a hard time these years. Many people, like you, have misunderstandings about him. We have suffered a lot of these losses in the past few years. Then she wiped her tears. I forgot to tell you why I'm here. I was rescued from the Jinui by Wu Dazhuang and his men at the risk of their lives. They have not stopped tracking us down over the years. I was forced to enter Li Daxuan's backyard and become a concubine, so that I can survive in this world. Aunt, you've worked hard. I knelt down to Lin Yang. Thank you for everything you've done for my family. Lin Yang quickly leaned over and helped her up. What nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for the governor, we would have turned into bones long ago. How could we see the light of the world? Chapter 152 Birthday Banquet. Yan's recent melancholy was swept away, and the huge stone in her heart finally fell. Lin Yang, what are you going to do in the future? Lin Yang suppressed her expression. I will continue to stay here and look for opportunities to help Lord Li. A huge tide surged in Yan's heart. She held Lin Yang's hands tightly. Auntie, how can you? Lin Yang smiled calmly, with a rare kindness in her eyes. Silly. Why not? I was born in the mud, and I have no chance to see the light of day again in this life. It was the governor and his wife who gave me the opportunity to be reborn, and I am willing to do it for them. Besides, I have studied for 8 years. I can't waste it. Right? At this time, the door rang, and Li Chang's voice came from outside. Miss Ayan, we should go. The two of them didn't notice that it was almost dawn. Ayan, are you following His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi now? Ayan was flustered. I am following him, but not in the way you think. I am a female doctor in his tent. It's always safe to be with the prince. Lin Yang turned around and took out the dressing box from the dressing table. She stuffed it into Ayan's hand without saying anything. Take it. It's expensive to go out. I don't need these here. Auntie. Ayan touched the dressing box in her hand, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, rushing out. Silly child. Why are you crying? We all have to live well. Ayan did not shirk. According to what Lin Erju said before, Li Nyang's spirit might be a little fragile and could not stand stimulation. Li Chang's urging voice sounded outside again. Miss Ayan, you have to hurry up. Otherwise we will run into people when we go back. The two reluctantly said goodbye. Li Chang looked at Ayan's red and swollen eyes, which was very different from her usual cold and arrogant appearance. However, as a man, he was not convenient to ask the girl the reason at this time. The two quickly left the yard and just brushed past the boy who delivered the meal. Ayan returned to the room and saw Yu Jia walking around the room with a worried look on his face. Yu Jia saw Yin, like a hungry wolf seeing fat meat. My dear mother, why did you come back so late? Then she found that Yan's eyes were red and swollen, and she was holding something in her hands. What's wrong with you? It stands to reason that she should not be bullied when she went out with Li Chang, seeing that she was holding something. Did she go to rob? Yin pulled Yu Jia to sit on the wooden stool, put the dressing box in her hand on the table, and told her what happened just now seriously. After listening to it, Yu Jia couldn't calm down for a long time. Is there really someone who can do this to repay a favor? Yin, I have a safe place here. Do you want to let Li Nyang leave here? Yin thought of Li Nyang's weak and stubborn appearance and shook her head. She won't leave. Then do you want to meet Lord Li? After learning from Yin that Li Daxuan was seeking revenge, Yu Jia's way of addressing Li Daxuan changed unconsciously. After today, he will know. It depends on the situation. Don't arouse other people's suspicion. If someone notices it, it will bring disaster to Li Daxuan. But the mastermind behind the disaster was the prince. How can they overthrow the prince? The best way is to pull Li Yanxiao into the group. Yu Jia figured it out. No wonder Li Daxuan wanted to get close to Li Yanxiao so often. Unfortunately, Li Yanxiao is not interested in the throne. Erju, what if you forced the king of Qi to take that position? Yu Jia was horrified. Ayan, this is too risky. It's so hard to survive. You can't risk your life again. Sister. No. If your mother knew about this situation, she would definitely not want you to do this. Ayan's eyes showed a resolute look. But I feel bad. Living in the world like this. What's the difference between that and the Walking Dead? Ayan, I hope you're fine. Yu Jia really didn't know how to persuade her, so he just held her hand tightly. Erju, don't worry. I will be careful. After breakfast, the governor's mansion became lively. Today, Li Daxuan's mother held a birthday banquet, and all parties came to congratulate. Li Daxuan raised his hand happily and bowed, saying compliments. Yu Jia and Yin came to the mansion, and saw from a distance that Li Daxuan was very tactful and handled things with ease. Yin whispered to Yu Jia. He was very shy before, always standing behind my father and smiling. If I hadn't been familiar with him since I was a child, I would never recognize him like this now. I can't let them down. At this time, Li Daxuan seemed to have a sense and looked over to where the two were. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Daxuan nodded to Yin, and everything was self-evident. The birthday banquet in the evening was very lively, and Yu Jia actually saw Mrs. Wu Dazhuang and her son. Yu Jia thought about it again and again, and then walked towards the mother and son. Sister-in-law, you are here. On the day of the identification of the body, you saw Yu Jia and nodded to her shyly. Is this your son? What's his name? My name is Wu Anil. Wu Anil answered loudly. The crisp childish voice is endearing. Yu Jia touched his head. So cute. Anil. Peace and happiness. The simplest wish. Sister-in-law, what are your plans for the future? Yu's face darkened. Continue to run the business and support Anil's studies. Studying is the wish of my husband. But this place is no longer suitable for staying, and Li Daxuan can't protect them. Sister-in-law, take Anil away from here. Leave this place of trouble. Wu Dazhuang is already dead, and she can't bear to keep the mother and son here. I'll arrange it. What surprised Yu Jia was that Gu Ernu and his daughter should have left here long ago. Brother Gu, why didn't you leave here? Hey, didn't you leave? Seeing his cheerful look, Yu Jia had a bold guess in her mind. You won't follow Grandma Zhang? Gu Ernu admitted it generously, and Yu Jia laughed at his look. This is really an unspeakable fate. Lin Gongxuan held a wine glass and made a crunching sound. He looked at Yu Jiayan smiling in the dim light. He knew that she would not have any other feelings for Gu Erniu. But he still couldn't help but feel jealous. Li Yanxiao on the side sneered. What? Unhappy? Lin Gongxuan drank the wine in the glass. No. Oh. Li Yanxiao deliberately prolonged his voice. No, no. Lin Gongxuan. That night, Li Yanxiao and Lin Gongxuan were both drunk and were sent back to the room by their respective confidants. Ian also went to say goodbye to Lin Yang. And Yu Jia was a little bored staying in the room alone. I will be returning to the Yunnan military camp tomorrow. I have gained a lot this time. I know that the mastermind behind the extermination of Ian's family is the prince. And he may also be the murderer of Lin Gongxuan's family. After all, in today's world, only the prince has the most power to mobilize the Jinhui. In the previous life, did Lin Gongxuan collude with the prince? Why did he help Lin Gongxuan to exterminate the 11 members of the Lin family? Chapter 153, Leave. The next morning, everyone was ready to leave. Before leaving, Li Yuanyuan had a big temper. Her original purpose was to create an opportunity to contact Lin Gongxuan. But these days, because of the murder, Lin Gongxuan went out early and came back late. Not only did he not see anyone, but he also had to hide from her when he was free. She was a scourge. And he was so scared. Originally, she wanted to teach Lin Gongxuan a lesson with the idea of destroying her if she couldn't get her. But when she saw the handsome and heroic figure of the young man in the sun, she couldn't bear to do it. There was no place to release the pent-up anger in her heart. And it was not enough to vent it on Schwanger. As soon as she went out, she saw Yu Jia and a Yin talking and laughing. And she immediately became angry. Lin Erju. Come here. Yu Jia saw Li Yuanyuan with an angry face. And she was confused. She walked over step by step. Lin Erju. Pay my respects to Her Royal Highness. May I ask what Her Royal Highness wants me to do? Li Yuanyuan showed her royal demeanor, flicked her sleeves, and looked down on everyone. Lin Erju. You will serve by my side on the way back. Yu Jia remained calm, not understanding what this lady meant, and paused for a moment. This? What? You dare to disobey this princess? Lin Gongxuan was on the left side of the carriage, and saw the two people's movements clearly. He knew that Li Yuanyuan was angry at Lin Erju. But he couldn't show up. Otherwise Li Yuanyuan would get worse. He flashed to the side of Li Yanxiao, who was now saying goodbye to Li Daxuan. Your Highness. Lin Gongxuan bowed. It's getting late. We should set off early, so that we can rest at the next post station. Li Daxuan said goodbye to the others. Your Highness. The princess needs Lin Erju to serve her. Lin Gongxuan had no expression on his face. Now Lin Erju is dressed as a man, which is not only against the rules, but also may affect the princess's reputation. Oh! Li Yanxiao shouted softly. Gongxuan, how did you learn to beat around the bush with Lin Erju? You want me to help? Lin Gongxuan bowed his head respectfully, but smiled and said nothing. The princess is my sister. You want me to give her beloved to someone else? Gongxuan, you have been in too close contact with Lin Erju these days. You are influenced by her, and your mind is not clear. Li Yanxiao kept talking about Lin Erju, as if Lin Erju had led Lin Gongxuan astray. It seems that the prince does not want to show up? Lin Gongxuan looked up. Prince, you know my feelings for Lin Erju. And even if I marry the princess, what future can I have? Li Yanxiao had thought about this question before. He knew Lin Gongxuan's ambition. Judging from the change of his name, this boy is definitely not the kind of person who covets wealth and honor. He also saw the energy in Lin Gongxuan at the beginning, so he asked the prince for him. But Li Yuanyuan is his sister after all, and his heart is still biased towards his sister. Gongxuan, what should I do with you? Your Majesty, I will follow your lead for the rest of my life. Lin Gongxuan knelt down to Li Yanxiao. After all, he is a member of the royal family, and interests always come first. He quickly leaned over to help Lin Gongxuan up. What are you doing? You have been with me for so long. How can I not give you this face for such a small favor? Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Gongxuan lowered his head to hide his emotions. This was also a formal statement of his feelings to Li Yanxiao. I hope that Li Yanxiao will no longer favor Li Yuanyuan in this matter in the future. Yu Jia had already been slapped in the face, and Schwanger was furious. With her hands on her hips, the princess condescended to let you serve. But you are still making excuses. What is your intention? What's going on? Li Yinjia's lazy voice sounded. He walked in front of the three people, glanced at Yu Jia, and then turned to Li Yuanyuan. Look at you. Why are you angry with a soldier? He didn't say servants, which surprised Yu Jia. This was to stand up for her. Sure enough, Li Yinjiao continued. How can you, a princess of noble status, let a vulgar soldier come to protect you? Third brother has good fighters, who are highly skilled in martial arts, and will not disobey you. I will give you a few. Li Yuanyuan pouted, her face full of grievance. Third brother, you know my feelings. She bit her lip, and looked at Li Yinxiao innocently. I am really angry. Li Yinxiao did not respond, but turned to Yu Jia and said, Why are you still standing there? Go find your superior. Yu Jia bowed as if she had been pardoned, and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Stop right there, Li Yuanyuan shouted sternly, and Li Yinxiao pulled her arm. Okay. Yu Jia ran to Fang Dashan and patted his chest gently. What happened? Was the dog chasing you? Fang Dashan asked without raising his head while adjusting the reins. Yu Jia chuckled and touched her slapped face. Feeling cold. I was really chased by a dog. Hearing Yu Jia's voice, a yin came from behind the horse. Zhu, what happened to you? She looked at Yu Jia's red left face with concern, and then turned to look in the direction of Li Yuanyuan and Li Yinxiao. Did she hit you? Yu Jia smiled and comforted her. It's okay. I will fight back sooner or later. After Li Yinxiao coaxed Li Yuanyuan, he ordered to set off. Lin Gongxuan hurriedly walked towards Yu Jia, looking at her left face full of coldness. He took out a tea-colored porcelain bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Yu Jia. It's for reducing swelling and relieving pain. Yu Jia took it and looked at the porcelain bottle from left to right. Captain, this is not cheap. Right? Not as expensive as you. Yu Jia was shocked. Her face was burning, not sure if it was because of the beating or mixed with other emotions. Thank you very much, Captain. After being delayed in Weijiang for about 10 days, it came to the beginning of May. It was still cool in the early morning, but at noon, the sun shone on her body, and it was a bit hot. Yu Jia likes summer the most in modern times. She can use air conditioning and eat watermelon ice cream. But here she is most afraid of summer. If you feel sticky, you have to take a shower. In the past, taking a shower was like being a thief, sneaking to the river in the middle of the night. This year should be easier, with his own independent tent. And Gosheng is a very responsible personal soldier. Thinking of this, she didn't know how Gosheng and Changhair were doing in the barracks. Changhair was lying on Yu Jia's bed, with dogtail grass in his mouth, and sneezed. Who is thinking about me? On the way, Li Yuanyuan was a little picky about food and rest, but she finally didn't bother Yu Jia again. Li Yinxiao also tried his best to follow this lady, and the whole team walked as slowly as possible. This made Fang Dashan sigh. If we were allowed to ride horses, we could reach Bailing County in a moment. When Fang Dashan mentioned Bailing County, Yu Jia's mind appeared Lu Kuifeng's miserable figure. I don't know how he recovered from his injuries after being beaten. Chapter 154. Offer a scheme. Everyone came to the inn. When the innkeeper saw the leaders, he threw down the account book in his hand and knelt down quickly. At this time, there were no other guests in the inn, so they were quickly arranged. Yu Jia put her luggage away, said hello to a yin, and went out. She first asked the inn waiter for news about Lu Kuifeng, and unexpectedly she got something. Sir, you asked the right person. The waiter lowered his voice with a mysterious look on his face. Sir, I don't know how bold Lu Kuifeng is. Oh! Yu Jia also lowered his voice. I would like to hear more details. It turned out that a lot of things happened during the 10 days that Yu Jia and his companions were away. Lu Kuifeng dragged his injured body to the pharmacy to get medicine. Who dared to sell it to him after Wang Er's order? Originally, there was only one pharmacy in this small place. The owner of the pharmacy refused to sell medicine, which basically meant that he wanted Lu Kuifeng's life. Lu Kuifeng also thought that he would die soon, so he lay in a remote corner at the door of the pharmacy to fend for himself. The pharmacy apprentice saw that he looked really pitiful, and because of his story, he felt pity for him. So he secretly gave Lu Kuifeng the broken pieces of medicinal materials that the pharmacy was going to throw away. Lu Kuifeng actually saved his life with these medicinal residues. 5 days later, when he could walk hobbledly, he did not stay away from here, but secretly entered a restaurant and poisoned the wine of Lu Kuirong and others. Perhaps God had compassion on him, and his actions went very smoothly at that time. Lu Kuerong and his men died of poison soon. But if you say that God favored him, it is not entirely true. At that time, he still had some residual poison in his hand, and was ready to find a place to end it all. When he left the restaurant, he was caught by the Yamen runners. He is now imprisoned in that prison, and has been sentenced to be beheaded. Yu Jia said that he had nothing to say about this matter. It was obviously Lu Kuerong and his men who bullied the honest people. So why should they not take revenge? After taking revenge, they have to chop people off. This world is too unfair. Yu Jia sighed angrily, and didn't even eat a few bites of his favorite braised pork. Erju, what's wrong with you? Ian saw Yu Jia's sad look and became curious. Ian and Yu Jia were the only ones eating dinner in the room, so she didn't have to worry about anyone hearing her shocking words. She immediately told him what she had learned about Lu Kuefeng today. Ian put a piece of braised pork into Yu Jia's bowl. Eat quickly. Yu Jia couldn't eat any more. The law is so inflexible now. And this time, they caught the perpetrators red-handed. No matter how sorry we are, we can't do anything. Yu Jia remembered what she said when she stuffed silver into Lu Kuefeng's hand when she left that day. Is it because of her words that Lu Kuefeng went to seek revenge? But looking at Lu Kuefeng's handling of things, he is really bold. If he were placed in the military camp, he would definitely be a good fighter. Not only is he courageous, but he is also brave. Yu Jia's heart itched. She knew that it was impossible to overturn the case, but she still found Lin Gongxuan. Captain, do you think the prison in this place is solid? Lin Gongxuan rolled his eyes at her. What bad ideas have you brewed in your mind? Yu Jia scratched her head and blushed a little. What bad ideas? I have an idea in my mind. Lin Erju is a person who comes up with some new tricks from time to time. Lin Gongxuan really doubts whether she has a bad idea in her mind. Books. Once you have some free time, you should learn some new tricks from books. Then tell me, what other ideas do you have besides jailbreaking? Yu Jia was not embarrassed when she was exposed. Seeing that Lin Gongxuan's attitude had loosened, Yu Jia boldly said it out. Captain, we have a brave and valiant vanguard battalion in the Yunnan military camp. They always rush to the front every time there is a battle. Every time they suffer the most casualties. I really can't bear it. Lin Gongxuan sneered. Do you regret leaving the vanguard battalion? Captain, let me finish what I want to say. Yu Jia stamped her feet in protest. In some battles, there is really no need to let the vanguard battalion go. But someone must be killed or sacrificed. So I have the best candidate in mind. What candidate? Lin Gongxuan asked at the right time. And Yu Jia was very satisfied. Those death row prisoners. Lin Gongxuan looked at Yu Jia seriously. Do you know what you are talking about? Yu Jia nodded. I am sure. Lin Gongxuan thought for a moment and refused. Death row prisoners are prisoners who have committed crimes. How can we let them stay in the barracks? Yu Jia was anxious. There are ministers in the court who have committed crimes and have been punished to move to poor places. According to her superficial historical knowledge, this Bashu area is the place where criminals are exiled. Captain, think about it. If this prisoner is infected by the bravery and fearlessness of the soldiers in the army and decides to be a good person, isn't this positive energy? Lin Gongxuan looked sideways. What is positive energy? Well, how should I put it? It's the good side that allows them to learn, such as making achievements and defending the country. Also, as I said just now, it can greatly reduce the casualties of the vanguard camp, killing two birds with one stone. Why not do it? Lin Gongxuan touched the stubble on his chin. It's true that this proposal is quite interesting. He turned his head and looked at Yu Jia, his eyes full of praise. When Yu Jia saw him like this, she knew that Lin Gongxuan was moved. I couldn't help but feel proud. This made Lin Gongxuan's heart alarm. You girl boy, you don't do anything without profit. Tell me, why do you have this idea? Yu Jia didn't intend to hide it from Lin Gongxuan, so she told him about Lu Kuefeng. Lin Gongxuan understood. He looked at the girl in front of him. Although she was smiling most of the time, she was actually colder than anyone else. Especially when she first came to the Yunnan military camp. She was like an ice cube. But the longer they were in contact, the more he felt that Lin Erju was not such a cold-blooded person. Do you think Lu Kuefeng was right to take revenge? Yu Jia couldn't spread negative energy, so she shook her head quickly. That's right. We can't say that. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's half-smile, he gave up resistance. I have a little idea in my mind. but not much. I still put the overall situation first. The development of our military camp first. What a mess you are talking about. Lin Gongxuan raised his hand and flicked Yu Jia's forehead. I'll go to the prince for instructions. Yu Jia was full of expectations. As long as Lin Gongxuan took action, this matter would basically be half successful. In the evening, Yu Jia was worried, and he got the news from Fang Dashan. The captain asked them to select those who were qualified to enter the military camp from the prisoners with heavy sentences in the prison. The premise is that they must be useful to the military camp. Yu Jia was overjoyed, and the image of Lin Gongxuan was much taller in her heart. Chapter 155 Yu Jiajun. Yu Jia immediately followed Fang Dashan to the prison. This was where the prisoners were waiting to be executed. Most of them had given up hope. When they saw the people coming, they just looked at them numbly and turned their heads away. Only those who were arrested and imprisoned, and those who had just been convicted, probably had hope in their hearts and shouted loudly to Yu Jia and the others. Sir, it's unjust. Sir, I didn't kill anyone. I was just passing by that night. Yu Jia said to Fang Dashan beside him. There are really many unjust cases. Fang Dashan snorted coldly. There are too many such cases. The jailer leading the way smiled carefully. Sir, watch your step. We are here. Yu Jia didn't know how Lin Gongxuan persuaded Li Yanxiao. Li Yanxiao must have reported this to the court. Yu Jia guessed correctly. Li Yanxiao did send a secret letter to the emperor. The emperor praised his approach. These are all later. Li Yanxiao gave Yu Jia full responsibility for this matter, including the subsequent training. These people were incorporated into Yu Jia's infantry battalion. Yu Jia looked at the people in the prison, and he was moved and shouted, Brothers, the southern barbarians are in chaos, and the northern Tatars are in turmoil. The emperor is giving us a chance to survive now. Hearing that they could survive, the prison was clattering for a while. The sound of iron chains rang out. Sir, you are not deceiving me. Are you? What chance of survival? I am willing, as long as I can live. Yu Jia frowned, and the jailer hit them with an iron rod. Quiet, quiet. When the prisoners quieted down, Yu Jia continued, There is a chance of survival, but it depends on whether you can grasp it. The jailer has paper and pen here. If you can read and write down your strengths on paper. If you can't read, just tell the jailer orally. The jailer got busy with the paper and pen. At first, the jailer persuaded Yu Jia to leave such a dirty place and wait outside. Yu Jia was unwilling, as she knew these jailers too well. If she turned around and left, these illiterate people might have some special skills. But they had no money to bribe the jailers, and no chance to show them. Yu Jia and Fang Dashan waited in the prison for a whole morning and gained a lot. The two read the papers one by one, and found that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the prisoners. There were green forest heroes, mountain bandits, young masters with brilliant literary talent who had fallen on hard times, escorts who were proficient in mechanisms, and masters who were good at ventriloquism and disguise. Yu Jia looked at the profiles of these people, and her heart was surging. She didn't even have time to eat lunch, and immediately organized these people to start the demonstration. The most surprising thing was Lu Kuifeng. Yu Jia knew that he could read and write, but she didn't expect that he was familiar with military books and had unique insights into various formations. In this cramped, dark, and smelly prison, the Yu Jia army was born. Yu Jia selected a total of 46 people, and these 46 people left a strong and colorful mark in the military history of the great Zhou dynasty. They regarded Yu Jia as their reborn parents and obeyed Yu Jia wholeheartedly. On the way back, the army grew stronger. The 46 people behind had just been released from prison and were weak, so Yu Jia found 8 ox carts to transport them. She said to a yin with joy, This is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I wonder if the information of these people has been reported to the court. If there is a mistake, it will be a big deal if they become wanted criminals. A yin looked at her with a smile. Look how nervous you are. Brother Fang has already reported the information of these people to the prince. And I believe the prince has also put this matter on the agenda. That's good. That's good. Yu Jia turned around and looked at the prisoners behind him, feeling happy and full of accomplishment. Soon they reached the demarcation point. Li Yanxiao was going back to Nantong. Lin Gongxuan and Yu Jia were going back to Yunnan. Li Yanxiao had not had much contact with Ian these days. He just looked up and didn't ask any more questions. Prince, Do you want to ask Miss Ian? Li Chong seemed to understand what Li Yanxiao meant. So he stepped forward and said, What do you want to ask? Li Yanxiao was puzzled. Ask Miss Ian whether she will return to Nantung. Don't you want to eat the hand-rolled noodles she makes? Li Chong raised his eyebrows and asked. Why is Li Yanxiao so confused at this time? Li Chong. Li Chong got goosebumps when he suddenly heard Li Yanxiao calling him by his full name. Your Highness. I'm here. Li Chong was sweating even though it was a gloomy day. When did you become so close to a yin? What did you do without telling me? Li Chong felt weak all over. He shook his head and denied it. And stopped talking. Li Yanxiao knew that Li Chong went out with Yu Jia. Li Yanxiao didn't know that he went to the backyard with a yin to find Ling Yang. But looking at Li Chang's appearance now, it was obvious that he was hiding something from him. But seeing that he was so nervous and didn't take the initiative to mention it to him, Li Yanxiao gave up the idea of asking again. That's all. It's just a child's play. Having changed the subject, Li Chong didn't ask about Ian anymore. Ian was very happy that she could follow Lin Erju back to the Yunnan military camp. The two teams separated and soon returned to the military camp. Yu Jia arranged accommodation for these prisoners without stopping. They were special and couldn't be arranged together with ordinary soldiers. First, she didn't know these prisoners very well. It would be bad if she hurt the lives of the soldiers. Second, these prisoners were imprisoned whether they were guilty or not. They were physically and mentally fragile. I'm afraid that a careless remark from a soldier could make them go berserk. It's better to separate them. Their bodies are weak, and they need special coaches to teach them to become real soldiers. On the first day of training, Yu Jia thought that these prisoners would have some complaints. But things were beyond her expectations. Not only did they not have any complaints about the training program, they also took the initiative to increase the amount. As if they were afraid that Yu Jia would dislike them. An old wound on a prisoner's leg was torn open. But he still took the initiative to run, which made Yu Jia feel sad. You don't have to be so humble. Yu Jia couldn't say these words. She knew that these people would definitely not accept these equality and freedom. Remarks. Yu Jia walked towards Lin Gongxuan's tent. Captain, I want to give these people a name. We can't call them prisoners. How hurtful to people's self-esteem. Lin Gongxuan did not comment. You decide? Yu Jia saw Lin Gongxuan's expression and took the initiative to speak. I want to call them Yu Jiajun. Huh? What does this mean? Lin Gongxuan was puzzled. According to Lin Erju's flamboyant personality, shouldn't they be called Lin Jiajun or something? But what he didn't know was that Yu Jia was Lin Erju's real name. Yu Jia made up a story. Yu Jia is just a name, a taboo, and has no special meaning. Seeing Lin Gongxuan's disbelief, Yu Jia did not explain and made up his mind. Just call them Yu Jiajun. Chapter 156 West Lake Longjing Behavior. Since the establishment of Yu Jiajun, Yu Jia has been busy all day long. In the early stage of running in, she did everything herself. Throughout May, she was 1 degree darker than before. Fortunately, the people in this Yu Jiajun lived up to expectations and passed the assessment method of the recruit camp. As a boxing coach, Yu Jia usually teaches trainees some routines, but she likes to learn and use them flexibly, and even wants the people in Yu Jiajun to specify some plans according to their own characteristics. We are human beings, and we have ideas. Yu Jia stood with her hands behind her back, standing on the training ground, and the breeze blew up the corners of her clothes and the broken hair on her temples. I don't require each of you to learn exactly as the instructor teaches. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. Yes, sir. After leaving the training ground, Chang Haier came up to him. Captain, there's a letter. Yu Jia hurried back to the tent, picked up the secret letter, and read it at a glance. Chang Haier stood aside and saw Yu Jia's happy face, knowing that the matter was settled. When Yu Jia put down the letter, Chang Haier quickly put the letter away. Captain, I have an idea. Speak. Yu Jia turned around the documents, sat on the wooden chair, leaned back on the backrest, closed his eyes, and got a moment of relaxation. I want to go up the mountain. Yu Jia suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Chang Haier with a playful look. She secretly felt that she was not strong enough. So she imitated Lin Gongxuan and stretched out her hand to tap the table rhythmically. Chang Haier, what do you want to do on the mountain? Are you itching again? A few days ago, Chang Haier received Yu Jia's order and went up Sangkyo mountain alone. He got lost there and was brought back by patrolling soldiers. This time he actually went up the mountain again, remembering to eat but not to be beaten. Chong Hire smiled mysteriously. Captain, this is my secret. People occasionally come and go in Sankyo Mountain. Seeing Chong Hire smile, he must have fallen in love with a girl. Thinking of this, Yu Jia sat up straight and became serious. You can't go up the mountain. Seeing Chong Hai's face full of grievance, he was about to refute. So Yu Jia frowned. What's the matter? What I said is useless. Right? You and Go Shin go to the cavalry camp together and call it Chung. I have something to ask him. Chong Hire hung his head and walked out of the tent in a depressed mood. In a moment, Chong Hire was heard calling Go Sheng to the cavalry camp. This kid is a little abnormal. Half a minute later, a Cheng's voice sounded outside the tent. My humble A Chung sees the captain. Yu Jia got up from the chair and walked out quickly. A Chung. Yu Jia raised her hand to open the tent curtain and looked at the person who came. After not seeing each other for some time, Aching has grown taller, with dark skin and a healthy glow. He was wearing a short riding suit and a simple smile, which made him look particularly simple. Captain Lin, what do you want to see me for? Yu Jia did not correct Aching's address. She always remembered Lin Gongxuan's admonition when she was just promoted to the fire chief. You should use both kindness and severity to treat your subordinates, and have the style of a superior. Good boy. Did you eat bamboo? Growing up section by section? Aching smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed. I didn't eat bamboo, but the food in the military camp was too delicious, so I ate more. After saying that, he touched his head embarrassedly. Fortunately, his skin is dark. Otherwise he would have blushed. Ha ha ha. Several people laughed. Since Yu Jiajun came to the infantry battalion, Yu Jiajun's heart has been hanging on his head, and his head has been hanging on his trousers. Now he finally found an outlet. Come on, Aching. Let's go into the tent and talk. Goshing, go and boil some hot water. Changhair, go and get some tea that the captain gave me last time. Aching was a little reserved. Captain, don't bother. We are not used to drinking this tea. The two got along very well before, and Yu Jiajun even regarded him as a younger brother. Aching didn't regard Yu Jiajun as an outsider, so he spoke. Captain, can you give me some food? He laughed. I had a full meal in the morning, but I'm hungry again in less than half an hour. Did you two hear that? Hurry up and prepare more food. Yu Jia put her hand on Aching's shoulder. As soon as she touched the corner of his clothes, she felt a little awkward. Aching was a head taller than her, and she was just under Aching's chin. It didn't look right. Yu Jia took her hand back and smiled. Come on, Aching. Let's go into the tent. The two sat down in front of the low table, and Yu Jia poured Aching a glass of water. Aching, I haven't been to the cavalry camp these days. How are you doing? Aching reached out and held the teacup, looking very excited, as if he had found his home ground. The training effect of the soldiers in the camp on horseback archery is very good, and the captain even praised me. Thinking of Ing Tian's dark face, Yu Jia couldn't help laughing. That's great. How about the formation? Aching put down the teacup, with a trace of barely perceptible worry between his eyebrows. I don't know if it's because there are mostly planes in the grade show, and the soldiers are not very adapted to my formation arrangement. That means the training effect is not very good. Learning to ride a horse can quickly catch up with the enemy, and can also quickly escape. Fighting is not a single-handed charge. It requires strategy. If the formation is not used well, the first thing to do is to lose some opportunities. What do you think, Captain? Aching was a little scared when Ing Tian was mentioned. The captain didn't say anything else, just said to train according to the method I have formulated. And don't be impatient. This Ing Tian looked like a man with a dark face and cold words, but in fact, his mind was sometimes more delicate and calm than her. A woman! At this time, Changhair came in with food in his hand. Aching, eat quickly. Aching looked at the steamed bread in front of him, and the plate was filled with pickled cabbage and mincemeat, so he didn't hesitate and ate it voraciously. Oh, this dead thing. Cough cough. With this look, did your captain cut off your food? Changhair said with a smile. Aching sobbed and refuted. Yu Jia watched the two bickering, and her mind was already far away. Asking Aching to get a preliminary understanding of the current situation of the cavalry camp seems not ideal. This matter still needs to be discussed with Ing Tian, and if necessary, even with Lin Gongxuan. Since Lin Gongxuan confessed his love last time, Yu Jia has to build a psychological defense line every time she goes to him to cheer herself up. Although she seems to be fine every time she communicates with Lin Gongxuan, who knows the uneasiness in her heart every time she sees Fang Dashan's expression of "I understand. I won't bother you." Yu Jia feels as heavy as if a big stone is stuffed into her heart. She doesn't want to stay away from Lin Gongxuan. But Lin Gongxuan has the final say here, and she is really powerless. If outsiders knew that Lin Gongxuan confessed his love to her and was rejected, and he went to him again, wouldn't he let others poke his back? Not accepting others, but teasing others. Yu Jia sometimes feels that her behavior looks very much like that Westlake Longjing. Chapter 157 Exchange of Coaches. Yu Jia first came to the cavalry camp. After observing the situation, she walked towards Ingtian's tent. Just as she approached the tent, Jin Ping'an's voice came from the tent. Yu Jia was suspicious. When did Jin Ping'an become so close to Ingtian? Before she could react, she heard Lin Gongxuan's voice in the tent again. Lin Gongxuan also came. Yu Jia stood at the door of the tent, not knowing whether to go in or out. The infantry camp was a distance away from the cavalry camp, so she couldn't make this trip in vain. While hesitating, a hoarse voice unique to young people sounded beside him. "I pay my respects to Captain Lin." Yu Jia was frightened and shuddered. She withdrew her hand and listened attentively. At this time, the tent became quiet. Yu Jia rubbed her hands and coughed. She was a little embarrassed. No matter how you look at it, it seems like someone is eavesdropping. "Oh, no need to be polite. I came to see your captain for something." "Is he here?" He could only cover the truth. The soldier looked up and said with a smile, "Our captain is in the tent. Captain Lin can just go into the tent." Yu Jia had to bite the bullet and shouted loudly, "Is Captain Ing here?" "Yes." "Urju, come in." Yu Jia took a deep breath, opened the curtain and walked in. Seeing Lin Gongxuan and Jin Ping'an, Yu Jia widened her eyes exaggeratedly, as if she didn't expect them to be here. She bowed and said, "I am here to see the captain, the military advisor." Jin Ping'an glanced at Lin Gongxuan, only to see that he looked gloomy and didn't say anything. So he happily tried to smooth things over. "Urju is here." Yu Jia straightened up and said with a smile, "Military advisor, I am here." Ingtian looked at Lin Gongxuan in confusion. He didn't know why, but he felt that the atmosphere in the tent was a little wrong. It seemed a little depressed and a little resentful, like a woman in the boudoir who was about to complain. This stumped the 8-foot-tall burly man. He couldn't just ask. He looked at Jin Ping'an helplessly. The latter seemed to be used to chatting with Lin Urju. "What about the infantry battalion training matters?" "Yu Jiajun training matters." Ingtian complained in his heart. "You finished talking. What should I say?" He immediately took over Yu Jia's words. "Indeed. Urju, you have worked hard recently. I haven't seen you much." As soon as he said this, he felt that the temperature was obviously a few degrees colder than before. This is kicking on the iron plate again?" Ingtian looked up at the top of his head. This is his tent. He can't just rush out and avoid this place. Right? Yu Jia felt Lin Gongxuan's cold eyes since she entered the tent. Although she was talking to Jin Ping'an and Ingtian, she kept paying attention to Lin Gongxuan's every move. His eyes were on Yu Jia, as if she was being tortured, like a knife scraping her body. Yu Jia was frightened, and felt a little depressed, even a little bitter and wronged. Why did he look at her like that? She hadn't provoked him these days? Yu Jia answered Ingtian absent-mindedly. "These days, the military affairs in the camp are busy, and I came to see you during the time I went to the toilet." Ingtian gave him face and laughed haha. He laughed loudly, but after only 2 laughs, he felt a little dry and stopped laughing. "What do you want to see me for, Brother Urju?" Speaking of business, Yu Jia put away the messy thoughts in his mind and said, "Brother Ing, how is the formation training in your camp?" Yu Jia asked Chang Haier to find Ah Chung quietly, and repeatedly warned him not to let Ingtian find out. She didn't want Ingtian to blame her for stretching her hand too far and become suspicious of her. Alas, not very satisfactory. Ingtian sighed heavily, not shying away from the presence of his superior Lin Gongxuan. Yu Jia pondered for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. "The captain is here today, so I'll speak frankly." Lin Gongxuan's face darkened when he was suddenly cute, and he finally remembered him. "Among the people I collected from Weijiang, There are those who are good at military formations. If Brother Ying is really worried, why not let him try? This was indeed a risky statement. And Ying Tian quickly felt unhappy. You are a captain of an infantry battalion. Why do you stretch your hand so far? Do you think the military camp is your home? You can do whatever you want? Are you one of Yu Jia's soldiers? Ying Tian's tone became stiff, and Yu Jia heard some meaning from it. She hurriedly explained. Brother Ying, don't be anxious. Listen to my explanation first. This is what happened. I recruited Yu Jia's army to reduce the casualties of the vanguard camp. And I have talked to the captain about this before. But these people are not as skilled as the vanguard camp. So I thought about letting them develop in an all-round way. Develop in an all-round way? The other three asked in unison. At this time, Lin Gongxuan had already thrown away those awkwardness. What do you mean? Yu Jia swallowed his saliva. It means that they must learn the skills of each camp before they can take on this important task. In fact, these people are not just sending themselves to die, but also have to cooperate with the vanguard camp. It is equivalent to the guards and death warriors around the Yanshao. Of course, the people in the vanguard camp are guards, and the people in the Yujia camp are death warriors. Only by taking this two-pronged approach can we ensure that the Yunnan military camp is as solid as a rock and invincible. What does Erju mean? Ying Tian asked in a softer tone. I want to borrow your coach Aching to teach the people in the Yujia camp how to ride and shoot. After I borrow Aching, I will bring Lu Kuifeng, who is good at military formations in the Yujia camp, to train the cavalry camp. It turned out that he wanted to change the coach to train the soldiers. Ying Tian's face lightened up a little. He saw that Lin Gongxuan didn't say anything. Although he felt that this method was feasible, he didn't give in. What does the captain think? He turned to look at Jean Pendon again. What does the military advisor think? Jean Pendon stroked his beard with his hand. He didn't dare to jump to conclusions. What does Gongxuan mean? Several people all looked at Lin Gongxuan. Lin Gongxuan saw that several people were looking at him nervously, and pulled the corners of his lips. This is the scope of responsibility of the officers of your two battalions. You don't need to ask me. That means you agree. Yu Jia grinned and laughed, with dimples on his face looming. Brother Ying, when do we start? Ying Tian also felt a little anxious. He urgently needed to see the cavalry camp make a change. As the main force to fight against the Nanman cavalry, he had to polish the sharp spear of the Yunnan cavalry to a shiny finish so as to give the Nanman a heavy blow. It can start today. Erju, I told you to ride my horseback and quickly get that wind. Oh! How can I ride on Brother Ying's 1,000-mile divine horse in this life? Yu Jia almost danced with joy. She thought there would be resistance to this matter, but she didn't expect Ying Tian to be so transparent. Ha ha ha. Ying Tian laughed from the bottom of his heart. Brother Erju, if you can help me take the cavalry camp to a higher level, let alone the 1,000-mile divine horse, even if you want the stars in the sky, I will pick them for you. Chapter 158, How Did I Offend Him? Yu Jia was smiling and chatting, not caring that the atmosphere had already become tense. Jean Pendon looked at the interaction between Yu Jia and Ying Tian, then looked at Lin Gongxuan, shook his head and laughed. Captain, I have to go check on the injuries of the soldiers in the vanguard battalion, so I'll take my leave first. Ah, military advisor, are you leaving? Yu Jia still had some questions to ask him, which were related to the formation of the cavalry battalion, and Jean Pendon should have some insights. Let's go. Let's go. Old man. Seeing Jean Pendon's calm look, Yu Jia's face was full of black question marks. Then he turned around and suddenly looked at Lin Gongxuan, who had a gloomy face, and got goosebumps all over his body. Captain, do you have any other instructions? Lin Gongxuan did not answer, and glanced at Ying Tian, who was happy alone. Ying Tian, today you go to the military supply camp to find Du Davin to transport some swords, spears, and halberds. Transport? Ying Tian raised his eyebrows, and complained in his heart. I am from the cavalry camp, and I am the vanguard, not the beast mule. May I ask where these swords, spears, and halberds are transported? To the capital. Ying Tian. Inexplicable. Yu Jia's eyes are on the nose, and his nose is on the heart. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. If they cannot see me, they cannot see me. And you, Lin Erju, take the people from Yu Jia's camp to patrol the mountains. Yu Jia. Yu Jia is not Ying Tian. When he is accused without reason, he must argue with reason with great momentum. Why? Yu Jia continued without waiting for Lin Gongxuan to reply. Why do you want to let Yu Jia's camp patrol the mountains? Lin Gongxuan sneered. Patrolling the mountains is necessary. Otherwise the personal soldiers with heads for show won't come back? Yu Jia was furious. But he held back because of Qian's presence. Captain, just talk about the matter. How can you vent your anger on me? I don't know what Lin Gongxuan is angry about. He was fine just now. Why did he take it out on the two of them? Qian saw that the two were on edge. Especially Lin Erju, whose forehead was bulging with veins, and even clenched his fists, looking like he was going to run away at any time. He quickly left to avoid getting into trouble. Transport equipment. Just transport equipment. The pressure is too scary. After Qian left the tent, Yu Jia had no scruples and put his hands on his hips. Captain, let's be fair. Let's talk about the matter at hand. The people in Yu Jia's camp have just arrived at the military camp and have not had time to adapt to life in the camp. They have not formed a deep relationship with the military camp and have not found a sense of belonging here. If we let them patrol the mountains, wouldn't it be like letting the tiger go back to the mountains? If these people have any evil intentions, the people around them will have to bear this unprovoked disaster. What do you mean? Lin Gongxuan's tone was exactly the same as the tone that Li Yanxiao asked her in Basha County that day, clearly carrying the pressure from the superiors. What can I mean? It's the captain's order. I will do it. I dare not have any opinions. Yu Jia's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She pursed her lips and stopped talking. This made Lin Gongxuan stop immediately, like a punch in the air, with nowhere to release the anger in his body. But he felt suffocated and uncomfortable, and his heart was full of soreness. Lin Erju, are you turning your face away from me? I dare not. I will follow the captain's lead. Yu Jia saluted Lin Gongxuan respectfully, with no expression on her face, and even her voice was flat. You? Lin Gongxuan gritted his teeth. Lin Erju, you dare to be arrogant because of your favor. After these words came out, both of them were stunned. Yu Jia was a little at a loss. Like the day when Lin Gongxuan expressed his feelings to her when he returned to Weijiang. She was a little at a loss, mixed with a hint of joy, but more of aggrieved. She didn't know where this hypocritical grievance came from. As long as Lin Gongxuan got angry at her, she felt aggrieved. Maybe it was because Lin Gongxuan used words to pressure her just now that she felt aggrieved. But isn't it normal for superiors to exert pressure on subordinates? Yu Jia was a little flustered. She avoided Lin Gongxuan's eyes and lowered her head. Lin Gongxuan was also a little at a loss. He obviously didn't want to say this, but who knew that he would say it like this when he got to his lips? Ahem. Lin Gongxuan put his fist against his lips. Go back. Yu Jia got the order and fled in a panic, as if there was a flood and beasts behind her. The warm and burning eyes behind her made her panic. Qian was preparing horses for Yu Jia, and suddenly saw her running fast as if possessed by evil spirits. He turned his head to look at the tent, and then looked at Yu Jia, who continued to run. Who can tell me what happened today? One or two of them are so abnormal. The duck-voiced boy who met Yu Jia leaned over to his side, looking as if he understood. Captain. Our captain is really good to Captain Lin. Qian rolled his eyes at him impatiently. Can you speak? If you can't speak, go back to school and be retrained. The boy was his personal soldier, named Zhou Xiaodan, who was only 11 years old this year. Because of his young age, he didn't have so many scruples when speaking. He had never thought that his captain and this favored Captain Lin were of the same rank, and were Lin Gongxuan's capable men, and also competitors. Yes, they were competitors. Whoever could show his face in front of the superiors could get the position. Right? Captain, do you understand what I mean? Qian looked at Zhou Xiaodan with disgust. What's wrong? Are your eyes twitching? Seeing his captain's rough look, Zhou Xiaodan rolled his eyes. Get lost. Qian kicked Zhou Xiaodan's butt. Zhou Xiaodan touched his butt with a wronged look on his face. He couldn't carry her. He couldn't carry her at all. How could his superiors only know how to ride horses, train soldiers and fight in battles? How could they be so ignorant of the ways of the world? Yu Jia accelerated with all her strength. When she returned to the tent, she felt her limbs were sore and weak. She hadn't run so fast for a long time. Go Sheng saw her sweating profusely. Her face and body were covered with dust, and she looked so embarrassed. He quickly took out a handkerchief from the wooden rack and handed it to Yu Jia with wet water. Where have you been? Why are you so flustered? Yu Jia wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. panting. It's okay. She wouldn't say that Ling Dongxuan said something inexplicable to her again. Yu Jian naturally did not take Yu Jiajun to patrol the mountains. She washed up and asked Go Sheng to bring Lu Kuifeng over. I am here to see the captain. Lu Kuifeng wore a brown short jacket and ankle-length pants of the same color. He saluted with his hands and looked respectful. No need to be polite. The Lu Kuifeng in front of him was very different from the image of a weak scholar before. Now his face was dark and his lean figure exuded a breath of life. Before, he was surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere of despair, and there was no trace of a living person. Maybe he is full of hope for life now, and is cheered up again. So he can have such a spirit. Lu Kuifeng, are you used to living in the barracks during this period? Yu Jia's voice floated in the tent, and she was a little nervous. The job of finding a first mate must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. She is really not suitable for this job. Chapter 159. Has anyone bullied you? Lu Kuifeng smiled shyly, which made Yu Jia feel relieved and not so nervous. She continued, Did you eat well? Did you sleep well? Did any soldiers bully you? Lu Kuifeng waved his hands in panic. No one bullied me. He put down his hands, grabbed the hem of his jacket with both hands, and then used the thumbs of both hands to pick at the corners of his clothes. I have enough food and warm clothes here. No one bullies me anymore. And no one looks down on me anymore. Lu Kuifeng raised his eyes, full of tears. It was the captain who gave me a second life, and I have no way to repay him. In my next life, I wish to be the grass under the captain's feet, the wind at my hands, and the chair under my seat, and I will hold the grass in my mouth and make a ring to repay the captain's kindness in giving me a new life. Yu Jia was moved. She hated to see people crying in front of her. Oh, look at you. Why can't you be reborn as a human being? Just some scraps. Cultivated people are cultural people. They talk about repaying a favor so meaningfully. Lu Kuifeng raised his hand and wiped away his tears without leaving a trace. I am living well here, Captain. Don't worry. That's good. That's good. The two fell into silence. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Yu Jia had to speak again. Lu Kuifeng, I read the information you wrote in prison before. Do you know some military tactics and infantry? I know a little, but it's just on paper. Lu Kuifeng's face was ruddy. He was nervous. Yu Jia laughed. You are too modest. Everyone gets their knowledge from paper first. Now I give you a chance to show it. Are you willing? Lu Kuifeng paused, knelt on one knee, and bowed with his hands. As long as the captain doesn't mind, I am willing to help the captain solve his problems. Lu Kuifeng, a weak scholar, couldn't ride a horse, so Yu Jia didn't care about the difference between men and women, and rode Lu Kuifeng to the cavalry camp. Captain, it's time to eat. Where are you going? Chong Hire shouted behind her. Yu Jia responded loudly against the wind. No more eating. Let's go to the cavalry camp and take advantage. In a moment, Yu Jia and the others arrived at the cavalry camp. She pulled up the reins, lifted her leg to dismount, and carefully helped Lu Kuifeng down. Lu Kuifeng looked pale, and started to vomit after getting off the horse. Oh my God! I have never ridden such a fast horse in my life. Yu Jia felt a little sorry. She was anxious for a moment, and didn't care whether Lu Kuifeng could accept it. Sorry. It's my fault. Lu Kuifeng waved his hand. It's not the captain's fault. It's my fault. My body is too weak. The scene was horrible. Lu Kuifeng, who was sitting on the wooden bench, looked pale, and from time to time he closed his eyes and opened them again, trying to stay clear-headed. Yu Jia, who was standing next to him, was eating steamed bread and drinking porridge, feeling very comfortable. Lu Kuifeng, we are not in a hurry. You take a break? Captain, the little one is much better. Yu Jia held the chopsticks and pointed at the food in front of him. If it is much better, hurry up and eat some. Lu Kuifeng raised his hand, picked up the chopsticks tremblingly, and ate the meal in a very polite manner. The two formed a sharp contrast. Seeing Lu Kuifeng's style, Yu Jia slowed down the movement of his mouth. The captain of the cavalry camp will come later, and he will arrange for you to lead the troops in the parade ground. With a bang, the chopsticks in Lu Kuifeng's hand fell on the coarse porcelain bowl. Just get started. Don't teach me some things? Yu Jia wiped her mouth carelessly with her hand. You are a scholar. You should also know the truth that learning from books is shallow. If you don't apply it in actual combat, you won't grow. After Lu Kuifeng finished his meal, Ing Tian didn't return to the tent. Zhou Xiaodong came to tell Yu Jia to take Lu Kuifeng directly to the training ground. Yu Jia kept nagging along the way, reminding him of the precautions, like a child who had just started kindergarten. Also, don't let him pay attention to those gossips. Just be upright and have a clear conscience. Soon, she realized that her worries were unnecessary. Lu Kuifeng had worked as a private school for a living before, and going into battle like this was like an eagle in a cage returning to the sky and flying freely. Yu Jia was stunned as she watched Lu Kuifeng on the podium talking freely and calmly, and his gestures were full of confidence. She didn't know that Lu Kuifeng, who blushed when he was talked about, was actually a good teacher. Ing Tian looked at Yu Jia, who opened her eyes wide and looked surprised, and said with a smile, "What? Don't you know he is such a talent?" Hearing Ing Tian say talent, Yu Jia's back straightened unconsciously. This is like praising someone. If you directly praise the other person for being beautiful and generous, it may not arouse the other person's heart. But if you catch the other person's child and praise him her a lot, then you can expect to become sisters with the other person. Yu Jia was proud of it, but she said modestly, No. These are just lip service." What surprised her even more was that Lu Kuifeng's military formation was surprisingly good. Because Ing Tian was present, the soldiers in the training ground were full of energy and galloped on horseback according to Lu Kuifeng's instructions. For a moment, Yu Jia's blood boiled, and she wanted to go to the Nanman military camp to experiment immediately. "Brother Ing, Lu Kuifeng is in your hands. When Lu Kuifeng returns to the military camp, she will promote him to the position of first mate. If nothing else, just based on Lu Kuifeng's energetic appearance standing on the high platform, she will give this person a chance. Now she no longer has to worry about the selection of the first mate, and Yu Jia has solved another major issue in her mind." Then she took Aching back to the infantry battalion. However, she did not start the horseback archery project immediately. Aching was not as confident and calm as Lu Kuifeng. On the contrary, he was still a social phobia. Hearing that he would teach a class for serious prisoners, he was so scared that his legs trembled and sweated. "Aching, don't worry. They won't do anything to you." Although he said so, Aching still turned a deaf ear and looked at the Yujiajun in the distance. Some of them were framed, and some were imprisoned for others' crimes. Most of them are innocent and pitiful people. Aching turned his head to look at Yu Jia, as if he was trying to identify the truth of her words, and as if he was giving himself courage. "Your riding and archery skills are so good. You should show them to open their eyes. You should know that there are martial artists among them, and they are very powerful. Some of the mountain bandits have already become big bosses. Just think about it. How impressive it would be if you taught them. You can also talk about it when you return to the cavalry camp." Aching was actually thinking about finding loopholes in Yu Jia's words at this time. The martial artists, the heroes of the Green Forest, they should also be able to ride horses. How could they obey me? Yu Jia chuckled. Do martial artists know how to arrange troops? This time, I asked you to come, not only to teach them riding and archery, but also to teach them some simple military formations, just like what you taught in the cavalry camp before. Yu Jia's arrangement was perfect, which meant that Jiajun learned the basics, and then let Lu Kuifeng teach the military formations. Chapter 160 Sudden Dysentery. The weather in Bashu is hot and humid. Yu Jia's soldiers come from all over the world. In addition, the recent training has intensified, and a few people have reacted. At first, it was just a mild diarrhea, and no one took it seriously. But it eventually turned into dysentery. And this kind of dysentery is contagious. And the water bags and bowls and chopsticks that enter the mouth have become sources of infection. When Yu Jia found out, half of Yu Jia's soldiers had been infected. This made Yu Jia anxious, and she wished she could stay in the army all day. Even a yen was dragged away by her. Erzu! A yan's steps were brisk, bringing up light dust on the road. I boiled some medicinal soup for the soldiers to drink to relieve the symptoms. Yu Jia was overjoyed. You came just in time. Ayan ordered the two soldiers carrying the medicine barrels behind her to place the medicine soup on the ground. Chang Hai was quick-witted and ordered Yu Jia's army to take their own bowls and line up to fill the medicine soup. The soldiers lined up in an orderly manner, and Ayan pulled Yu Jia to the side. Erju, I think there is something strange about this dysentery infection. I will make the medicine soup for preventing dysentery and send it to you. Soldiers who are not infected with dysentery. Drink it as soon as possible, and you can achieve the effect of prevention. Yu Jia sighed lightly. You are still thoughtful. Seemingly feeling that Ian's words were full of meaning, he asked, what do you mean by this dysentery infection is strange? Seeing that the soldiers were all focused on the medicine soup, Ian lowered her voice. Bashu is hot and humid, but our Yunnan military camp has been stationed here for many years. There have been countermeasures for this kind of minor illness. But look at this time. Others have not had this situation. Why is it only the people in Yujia's army who have this disease? Yujia felt something was wrong, but she still spoke cautiously. Most of the brothers in the camp are from other places. They suddenly came here, which should be caused by not adapting to the living environment. Ayan shook her head solemnly, and her eyes looked at the people in line. Someone noticed her gaze, looked at the two of them, and smiled honestly. Yu Jia had gone through a lot of trouble to rescue these people from prison. Now, hearing Ayan suspect someone in the army, he felt uncomfortable. Seeing Yu Jia silent, looking at the training ground from afar, I don't know what he was thinking. Ayan said gently, don't get angry. You have been too tired recently. Take it easy first. Can this be slowed down? If it is slowed down, maybe the entire Yu Jia army, even the infantry battalion, will be annihilated? Yu Jia shook his head, retracted his gaze, and said to Ayan, I know. I will pay attention. Ayan was still a little worried and wanted to speak, but Yu Jia stopped her. I'll go to the infantry battalion to take a look. After saying that, he went to the infantry battalion without waiting for Ayan's response. Goshing, go check if there are any soldiers in the camp who have dysentery. Dysentery? Goshing was puzzled. The soup medicine that the soldiers drink on a daily basis contains herbs that prevent dysentery. How could someone still have dysentery? Although he said this, he still put down the work in his hands and prepared to check. Wait a minute. Yu Jiaxiu frowned slightly, a little hesitant. Has Chong Hire made any moves recently? After Yu Jia rejected him last time, Chong Hire never asked to go to the mountain again. After all, after following Yu Jia for so long, Goshing immediately understood what she meant. He stepped forward. What do you mean? He knew that Yu Jia was busy with dysentery in Yu Jia's camp recently. Could it be that she suspected that this matter was related to Chong Hai? Yu Jia was upset. She waved her hands randomly and slumped in the chair. Forget it. Forget it. Go and get busy. Seeing that she was really upset, Go Sheng didn't say much and turned to go out of the tent to inquire. She didn't want to doubt Chong Hire. In fact, she didn't want to doubt anyone in Yu Jia's camp, let alone anyone in the infantry camp. But what if it was really Chong Hire? Yu Jia rubbed her head and closed her eyes. She felt a little dizzy. At this time, someone entered the tent. Yu Jia thought it was Go Sheng and was a little surprised that he came back so quickly. You're pretty fast. Not fast. A clear voice came. Yu Jia suddenly opened her eyes and stood up from the chair like a conditioned reflex. My humble servant. The captain. Lin Gongquan stared at Yu Jia, as if they had not met since the last time they met in the cavalry camp. The woman in front of him had lost some weight. Her skin had turned wheat-colored. Her hair was neatly piled on top of her head, but her body was still dusty. Did you go to Yu Jia's camp again today? Yu Jia straightened up and answered. Yes. Lin Gongquan already knew the situation in Yu Jia's camp, and thought that Yu Jia must be anxious. So he came to see how she was. After the awkward farewell last time, he felt as if there was a naughty cat scratching him in his heart, making him restless. But seeing her like this, she didn't look like she was angry, and Lin Gongquan felt disappointed again. The relationship between the two has lost its balance. Lin Gongquan thought that one of them was dedicated, and the other was heartless. But what qualifications did he have to ask Lin Erju to treat her the same way he treated her? Thinking of this, Lin Gongquan closed his eyes and sighed. Captain, what's wrong with you? Yu Jia saw that Lin Gongquan's face was pale, and became a little worried. Are you also infected with dysentery? What should I do? Even the leader of a battalion was infected. Is it true that, as Ian said, there is something strange about the dysentery? I'll ask Mr. Wu to take a look at you. Lin Gongquan opened his eyes, and saw Yu Jia looking at him with a worried look on his face, and a little sweetness rose in his heart. Lin Gongquan felt like he was going crazy, and was about to be driven crazy by Yu Jia. Before Lin Erju came to the Yunnan military camp, his mind was full of military operations and battles. and the formation of infantry formations. But what about now? His mind was full of this woman's smiles and laughters. How could this be possible? How could his mind be affected by a woman? I'm fine. How are the people in Yujia's camp? Yujia was still worried. The situation is not very good. Suddenly, she looked up and asked Lin Gongxuan. Captain, did you have dysentery when you first came to the Yunnan military camp? No. Lin Gongxuan shook his head to deny it. He had just been in the military camp for half a year when he met Li Yanxiao, and was taken back to the Yunnan military camp by him. He is a northerner, and he is not used to coming to the south all of a sudden. He would never tell her about the shit in the quilt. The girl frowned even more. That's strange. If it's because of the unfamiliar climate. You don't have dysentery. What's wrong with the people in Yujiang? Is there something strange? What do you mean? Lin Gongxuan took over the conversation. What do you think is wrong with this dysentery? Yujia did not deny it. She told Yan's guess. Have you had any abnormal behavior recently? Yujia denied it, and did not tell her about Chong Hire.